in the Xia Kingdom in the city of Haidu. Sumu is a sophomore at Haidu University, except that this Sumu comes from a parallel world with a highly similar cultural background. Did the phone come through with me? Sumu is a Haidu local. His parents went abroad 10 years ago and have been unheard of ever since. They only left him an old apartment of less than 50 square meters. Huh, when did I download this casual fishing minigame? Damn, I can't uninstall it. Sumu stared at the phone momentarily, stunned, his brows furrowed as he muttered. Let me see what's going on. Sumu tapped open the minigame called Casual Fishing. Oh, and the interface immediately captivated him. It wasn't an ordinary sea surface. The fishing scene here was a vast starry sky. The graphics are quite exquisite. Sumu tentatively tapped the fishing button on the screen. A rod cast out immediately. Congratulations. You have tried the casual fishing game for the first time. This is a trial session. You still have one fishing opportunity today. Congratulations. You have caught a Koenigsegg 11 worth 100 million yuan, now parked downstairs. Includes the car god skill. What the hell, that's quite an imagination. Let me try again. Sumu whispered as he looked at the prompt on his phone. He cast the rod again, and less than a second later. Congratulations. You have caught 1 billion in cash deposited into your exclusive bank account. Please check. After 2 rounds of fishing, the fishing button on the phone turned gray. So there really are only 2 chances. Same old trick. Probably need to pay to continue fishing. Sumu chuckled, inwardly thinking just that. But the next second, the information on his phone screen left him utterly stunned. Your card ending in 2127 received a deposit of 100 yuan on September 15th at 2035. Balance after transaction 130 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Xia Kingdom. A bank deposit notification had arrived. What the hell is this real? Sumu was dumbfounded. Before he could react, he noticed a brown paper envelope on his desk. When did this appear? Sumu walked to the desk and tore open the envelope with his hands. Inside was a car key with the Koenigsegg emblem. This is real. This is real. Sumu's heart was wild with joy. To come to this parallel world and still have such an overpowered system. This was simply cheating at life. Sumu didn't grow too nervous. Though young, he was no stranger to the extraordinary. Having crossed worlds, he wasn't too surprised to have such an overpowered fishing system on his phone. Instead, he felt it was only natural. I am indeed the protagonist of this world. While thinking this, he downloaded an app for the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He wanted to verify if it was real. Skillfully binding his bank card, Sumu clicked to check his balance. The balance displayed 100 yuan. Units, tens, hundreds of millions, billions. Sumu counted it carefully 5 or 6 times. Then he pinched the soft flesh of his waist hard. Ow. This is not a dream. This is real. I'm going to get rich. Sumu wore a calm exterior while his heart surged with waves. So from now on I can fish once every day. Sumu could already foresee his cheat-like future. A Koenigsegg 11. That's even more stunning than 1 billion in cash. Though young Sumu was a true hypercar enthusiast, the Koenigsegg 11 was undoubtedly the one among the 10 most expensive hypercars. Only 6 were made worldwide, priced at 100 million. Without exaggeration, no matter how much money you have, you may not be able to own one. It was truly priceless in a buyer's market. And it comes with the car god skill. Too awesome. Without hesitation, Sumu grabbed the car key and dashed downstairs. For a hypercar enthusiast, what could be more attractive than a Koenigsegg 11? In the parking space downstairs, a purple Koenigsegg 11 sat quietly. Many people were standing around the car in awe. Damn, am I seeing things? Is that a Koenigsegg 11? When did this car appear in this country? So cool. Is this car expensive? A flamboyantly dressed woman beside him asked the person next to her. Expensive. Be confident. Drop the question mark. The Koenigsegg 11, no. One of the world's top 10 luxury cars worth 100 million. Is that expensive? The sudden appearance of a 100 million hypercar in this old neighborhood caused quite a stir. I really want to see which big shot parked their car here. Yeah, anyone who can drop 100 million on a car like that must be ridiculously wealthy. The surrounding onlookers were equally amazed. In their eyes, the owner was certainly not a resident of this modest neighborhood. After all, anyone who could drive a Koenigsegg must at the very least live in a grand penthouse at the top of the city. Sumu came downstairs and immediately spotted a crowd gathered around the parking spot. He instantly figured out what was going on. He squeezed his way through the crowd, accidentally bumping into a young white-collar worker wearing a suit and bow tie along the way. What's the rush? The young white-collar worker glanced at Sumu's plain outfit, frowning as he spoke sharply. Do you even know what kind of car this is? If you damage it, could you afford to pay? The young man froze mid-sentence, his eyes locked on something. All the surrounding onlookers gasped in unison. That car is his, eh? Sumu remained perfectly calm as he pressed the car key in his hand, pulled open the scissor door, and stepped directly into the driver's seat. He buckled his seatbelt and pressed the ignition. The thunderous roar of the Koenigsegg 11 sent a ripple of envy through the crowd. The crowd instinctively stepped aside. Sumu released the brake, lightly tapped the accelerator, and rolled the car up beside the young white-collar worker from earlier. What were you saying? I didn't quite catch that. The young white-collar worker dared not utter a single word. He could never have dreamed that this 100 million Koenigsegg 11 belonged to Sumu, who was dressed in cheap street market clothes. The young white-collar worker's face turned red, his head lowered, not daring to make a single sound. Sumu didn't tease him further. He floored the accelerator, and upon reaching the main gate executed a beautiful drifting turn before disappearing from everyone's view. As expected of the Koenigsegg 11, that push you back into the seat feeling is absolutely intoxicating. Sumu had obtained his driver's license back during his freshman year of college. As a supercar enthusiast, he would occasionally rent cars at professional racing tracks just to get his fix. Of course, there was also the god of driving skill that came bundled with the car. The moment Sumu touched the car, an innate sense of familiarity with the vehicle instantly spread through his entire body. Haidu, the economic capital of Xia Kingdom, where the wealthy were hardly few. But 100 million Koenigsegg 11 rolling onto the streets instantly drew everyone's gaze. Holy crap, is that a Koenigsegg? Slow down, slow down. If you crash into that thing, selling your BMW 5 Series wouldn't even be enough to cover the damage. Really? My car cost over $1 million when I bought it. The BMW 5 Series driver was a woman. Although she drove a BMW 5 Series, in her mind BMW and Mercedes were already considered luxury cars. Oh my dear child, that's a Koenigsegg 11. Only 6 in the entire world, worth 100 million. What kind of concept was 100 million? With that kind of money she could buy over 100 BMW 5 Series. After all, this was in the city, so Sumu wasn't driving particularly fast. A long line of cars followed behind, yet none dared to overtake. Stopped at a red light intersection, Sumu was visibly excited on his side. The moment the light turned green, Sumu floored the accelerator. Boom. The roar of the Koenigsegg's engine was absolutely intoxicating. But the next second, a red LaFerrari came hurtling from the opposite direction at alarming speed. Even though Sumu possessed the god of driving skill, facing the LaFerrari charging recklessly at him, he couldn't evade in time. Boom. A tremendous crash. The 24 million LaFerrari slammed directly into the body of the 100 million Koenigsegg. However, being top-tier supercars of the world, their safety performance was naturally of the highest caliber. Although the cars had collided, fortunately the drivers were unharmed. Sumu frowned as well. His brand new car had been crashed like this for no reason, and he was naturally upset about it. He got out of the car intending to have a proper word with the LaFerrari's owner. Meanwhile, the LaFerrari's owner was also stepping out from the driver's seat. He looked like a young man in his mid-20s with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Qinfen. Sumu immediately recognized the LaFerrari's owner. After all, there weren't many second-generation rich kids in Haidu who owned a LaFerrari. You could count them on one hand. Qinfen was the most famous among these wealthy heirs. Nicknamed the Sea Emperor by netizens, he could truly be called a top-tier second-generation rich kid. He had once posted a screenshot on social media showing a bank balance of 9 billion. Qinfen wasn't driving under the influence, nor had he touched anything. He had simply stayed up all night playing games the night before and was exhausted. But this collision had woken him right up. If it were an ordinary car, he really wouldn't have cared. But the key issue was, damn it, this was a Koenigsegg 11. His LaFerrari was already considered a top-tier supercar in Haidu. But strictly speaking, this Koenigsegg 11 could buy 4 of his LaFerrari. Actually, if it were purely about the cars, it wouldn't have been a big deal. The key was the person. There were plenty of people who could afford this car. But being able to actually purchase one, now that was something only a select few could do. At the very least, he had once set his sights on this car himself, but unfortunately, he couldn't buy one. Are you alright? Qinfen's attitude was actually quite decent. Although he didn't know Sumu, anyone who could afford a 100 million supercar was likely no ordinary person. I'm fine, you should be okay too, right? Sumu understood the principle that one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Besides, for such a minor matter, he really didn't need to clash with a top-tier rich second generation like Qinfen. Qinfen walked up to Sumu quite apologetically and offered him a cigarette. Sumu took the cigarette and gave a wry smile. Why were you going so fast? Stayed up all night ranking in games last night, too tired. Qinfen also gave a wry smile. 2 young men who didn't know each other ended up walking to the roadside together to smoke. The surrounding witnesses of the crash were utterly dumbfounded. Was this how the script was supposed to go? Shouldn't they be fighting? Did they not care about their cars at all? How much did this car cost? It was a gift from my family. Sumu answered directly when Qinfen asked about the car, saying it was given by his family. Oh, Qinfen didn't ask further. After all, this whole situation was entirely his fault. Brother Su, how about this? I'll have the car towed away, and if you're free, let me take you to a bar. Qinfen had a party at the Future Bar tonight, and Jotsong and the others were all there. Sure thing. Sumu agreed without hesitation when Qinfen extended the invitation. Being young people together, they got along without any generation gap. Qinfen wasn't at all difficult to get along with, as the internet suggested. On the contrary, he seemed rather shy. Sumu also knew of Qinfen because of a rather arrogant yet profoundly accurate statement Qinfen once made online. If you couldn't afford a LaFerrari when you were born, you never will in this lifetime. It sounded cocky, but in truth, it was quite reasonable. A $24 million LaFerrari was simply unaffordable for anyone except the super rich. As for Sumu, he was an exception, because he was essentially cheating. Rich second-generation heirs weren't all the arrogant bullies people imagined, treating others with disdain. In reality, most rich second-generation heirs received the finest education from childhood and had their own ideas and ventures. Connections mattered. Sumu wasn't short on money now, and he wanted to integrate into Qinfen's circle. The onlooking pedestrians were also bewildered, but thinking about it, it made sense. One car was a $24 million LaFerrari, the other was a $100 million Koenigsegg 11. Moreover, some sharp-eyed observers immediately recognized Qinfen. Holy shit, That's Chin Fun. So jealous. Rich people really do think alike. LaFerrari Koenigsegg. They'll never afford cars like these in their lifetime. The guy driving the Koenigsegg looks so young. Rich second generation, I suppose. What we treasure to them is just a toy car. The surrounding pedestrians were naturally filled with envy. Chin Fun called to have 2 tow trucks sent over, and within 5 minutes a Bentley arrived. Sumu followed Chin Fun ready to head to the Future Bar. The newly opened bar in Haidu was also currently the largest in the city. There's a party there tonight, and that idiot Jo Tsung is coming too. I'll introduce you. Chin Fun smiled at Sumu as he spoke. MHM. Sumu didn't say much else. After all, this was Jo Tsung, the former richest man's son, one of the nation's top rich second-generation heirs. Meeting him would be beneficial for him too. The Future Bar wasn't far from here, and it wasn't yet 9 o'clock, so the bar had just started its business. Being young himself, Sumu frequented places like bars, though before coming here meant just dancing at the disco at most. As for booth reservations and consumption, it happened at most once or twice a year at most. Following behind Chin Fun, Sumu arrived at an exclusive area on the 2nd floor. It was quite crowded here. The atmosphere was electric. You made it. Jo Tsung sat in the booth with 2 plastic surgery girls flanking him on left and right. A well-known national playboy changing girlfriends faster than changing clothes. I kid you not, I crashed into a Koenigsegg 1-1. Chin Fun let out a wry laugh sitting down beside Jo Tsung as he spoke. Sumu sat down as well. Jo Tsung had been drinking, but upon hearing this, he spat it all out. Don't joke about this. Seriously, why would I joke about something like that? Here, let me introduce you. Sumu, the owner of the Koenigsegg 1-1 I crashed into. After Chin Fun said this, Jo Tsung's attitude towards Sumu changed dramatically. Initially, when Jo Tsung first saw Sumu, he didn't pay much attention. After all, he was young, dressed casually, and Jo Tsung thought Sumu was just Chin Fun's lackey. Hello, Jo Tsung. Hello, Sumu. Jo Tsung greeted Sumu and even poured him a drink specially. Jo Tsung might not be wealthier than Chin Fun, but his fame far exceeded Chin Fun's. As the sole heir of the Wanda Group, Jo Tsung was a bona fide top-tier rich second-generation heir. Though the Wanda Group hadn't been doing as well in recent years, a camel the size of a horse was still bigger than a horse. The group's trillion-dollar market value was no laughing matter. Young Master Su, where are you from? Jo Tsung directly addressed Sumu as Young Master Su. After all, being able to drive a Koenigsegg 1-1 wasn't just about having money. I'm a local of Haidu. Sumu's lips curved upward as he smiled and replied. Oh. Jo Tsung didn't probe further. Meeting for the first time, it wouldn't do to interrogate like a police officer. However, a local of Haidu, Jo Tsung and Chin Fun couldn't help but ponder. Were there any prominent families with the surname Su among Haidu's elite families? There was there. After all, the 2 of them were among the nation's top rich second-generation heirs. They had genuinely never encountered Sumu before. But, thinking about it, someone who could drive a Koenigsegg 1-1 must have quite the background. The bar was growing more crowded by the minute. Up on the 2nd floor, however, the common crowd couldn't easily make their way up. After all, a group of wealthy second-generation heirs from Haidu were throwing a party here tonight. Even top-tier rich kids like Jo Tsung and Chin Fun had shown up. For safety's sake, the bar had turned away ordinary patrons. After a few drinks, Sumu gradually warmed up to Jo Tsung and the others. Brother Jo, Brother Chin, I'll be counting on you 2 to look after me from now on. At 20, Sumu was the youngest of the group. Jo Tsung was the oldest at 32, while Chin Fun was 30. One was 10 years his senior, the other 12, so calling them brother was only fitting. Just for that, brother, if you ever need anything, come straight to me. Don't be shy. Jo Tsung nearly thumped his own chest in earnest. With an arm wrapped around the internet celebrity face girls on either side of him, he said, let me tell you, don't underestimate young Sumu just because he's young. The car he drives is worth over 100 million. The 2 beauties beside Jo Tsung were young themselves, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but size up Sumu. With his handsome looks, Sumu could easily outshine the pretty boy idols of the entertainment industry. Standing nearly 185 centimeters tall, he had a well-built physique. Young Master Su, I'd like to toast you. The internet celebrity face girl, to Jo Tsung's left, raised her glass towards Sumu. Sumu took a sip from his glass and gave a slight nod. Xiao Yu, if any of your girlfriends are single, you should definitely set our young Master Su up with one, ha. Jo Tsung, his arm still around the girl named Xiao Yu, teased Sumu with a grin. That would be great. I have quite a few single besties. I can call them all over sometime. Xiao Yu was a minor influencer and her friends were mostly influencers too. Hearing this, Sumu smiled lightly. That sounds great. If I fancy one, I'll treat you to a meal. Though that was what he said, it was far from what he truly thought. He wasn't like Jo Tsung with a soft spot for those internet celebrity faces. Besides, those faces were mass-produced on plastic surgery assembly lines. Who knew what they actually looked like before going under the knife? Still, Sumu knew well enough how to say the right thing for the right occasion. Brother Jo, Brother Chin, I'm heading down to dance for a bit. Sumu gave Jo Tsung and Chin Fun a quick heads up before making his way down to the dance floor. He was young after all. What was the point of coming to a bar if all you did was drink? The dance floor at Future Bar was massive, spanning at least 500 square meters, so even with several hundred people dancing, it never felt cramped. It had been a long time since Sumu had partied at a bar, and with his spirits running high, he was dancing with real fervor. The bar's lighting was dim. After dancing for a while, Sumu stepped out of the dance floor, and as he passed by the counter, couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. A stunning woman in formal attire with long wavy hair, a graceful figure, and delicate skin. Even just from her profile, she'd easily score above 90. But she seemed to be in trouble at the moment. Seated beside her were two middle-aged men in their 30s relentlessly plying her with drinks. The woman had clearly had a bit too much to drink, and the blush on her cheeks looked rather alluring. Chu Yao, a manager at Haidu Qinghui Finance. She had come out tonight to entertain clients. As a manager, she had a fairly impressive tolerance for alcohol. But tonight, those two clients were clearly determined to get her drunk. Even though she'd had quite a lot to drink and her consciousness was gradually slipping, she was still well aware of her current predicament. Coincidentally, she had noticed Su Mu when he walked past her moments ago. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yao abruptly stood up and stumbled towards Su Mu. Su Mu was caught off guard for a moment, but instinctively reached out and caught her. Hey, are you okay? Su Mu furrowed his brow. Chu Yao wrapped both arms around Su Mu's neck and whispered softly in his ear, help me. Su Mu understood the situation at once. Without hesitation, he met the eyes of the two older men seated at the counter, then firmly wrapped his arm around Chu Yao's waist. What the hell? Where did this pretty boy come from daring to mess with my fun? Brother, sure, just sit there and watch. I'll handle this. With that, one of the middle-aged men rose to his feet and strode towards Su Mu. Thanks a lot. He shot Su Mu a glance uttering thanks while reaching out to pull Chu Yao back. How could Su Mu let a scumbag like this get his way? He pulled Chu Yao back 2 steps, his face set cold. Who exactly are you two to her? I'm her brother, and he's her husband. Who the hell are you, you little punk? Mind your own damn business. The man's face twisted, and he barked at Su Mu at full volume. Oh, is that so? And what if I insist on sticking my nose in? The corner of Su Mu's mouth curled upward as he regarded the drunken man with amusement. You looking for a beating, boy? The drunken man blustered. Do you know who I am, you little? With one arm still holding the fading Chu Yao, Su Mu grabbed a beer bottle from the counter with his free hand, and without a word brought it crashing down hard onto the drunk man's head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly, glass shards flying in every direction. The drunk man's skull was split open on the spot, blood streaming down his face. I don't give a damn who you are. Talk after I've hit you. Su Mu let out a cold snort. Trying to scare me. You think I was raised on threats? The overage young man who had drunk too much let out a scream, piercing as though being butchered. The other youth sitting nearby couldn't help but furrow his brows. He rose to his feet, glancing at Su Mu and sneering. Where did this stray kid come from? Do you know who I am? Shi Yong, the youngest son of Shi Jian, a coal magnate from the Western Hills. With a fortune worth well over $1 billion, Shi Yong could be considered a textbook second-generation rich kid. Then do you know who he is? Su Mu remained silent, but Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan descended from the second floor. Zhou Tsong watched Shi Yong with mockery, tossing back a derisive remark. He knew of this fellow, but they were hardly acquainted. How to put it? Although this guy was also a rich second generation, the nouveau riche aura radiating from him made him quite loathsome. What the FCK? Shi Yong, already feeling rattled, snapped back, without hesitation, when hearing the question. But the words died in his throat before he could finish. His pupils dilated, a look of panic spreading across his face. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. Those were among the most elite second-generation wealthy families, not just in Haidu, but throughout the entire nation. Sure, he might call himself second-generation rich too, but compared to these two, he was nothing. No, he didn't even amount to that. Brother Zhou, brother Qin. When Su Mu saw Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan approaching, he called out to them directly. Shi Yong was confused. Looking at Su Mu's obvious thrift store clothes, panic crept into his mind. I'm screwed, I've picked a fight with someone serious. Damn it, obviously a wealthy person yet dressed in cheap clothes. This has to be some kind of trap. With Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan present, how would Shi Yong dare to act recklessly? Young Master Zhou, young Master Qin. Shi Yong was panicking now. He had no idea who Su Mu really was. Still, judging by the situation, this person must be friends with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. Shi Yong couldn't help but recall Zhou Tsong's earlier words echoing in his mind. Do you know who he is? Someone who could befriend Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. Could they possibly be ordinary? What if his background was just as formidable as Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan's? Then he. I'll King kill you. While Shi Yong stood there frozen in confusion, the drunk man, whose head Su Mu had cracked, also roared in blind rage. Shi Yong jolted awake at that moment. Seeing the drunk man charge at Su Mu with a beer bottle, he didn't hesitate, launching forward and delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Young Master, sure, what are you? The drunk man with the cracked head was utterly bewildered. But when he spotted Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan standing beside Su Mu, he froze, completely terror-struck. I get lost. Not knowing how to address Su Mu, Shi Yong stepped forward with a cowardly smile, but Su Mu simply scowled and barked at him. Fine. Shi Yong didn't dare utter another word, quickly dragging the drunk man away and fleeing the scene. Su Mu, still half embracing Chu Yao, offered a grateful smile toward Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. The incident had already stirred quite a commotion. Su Mu had grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over someone's head without hesitation, and everyone assumed he'd face consequences. Instead, the next moment brought Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan, two top-tier wealthy heirs, stepping forward to defend him. Holy insane. That bottle smash move was absolutely terrifying. Who is this young guy anyway? Making Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan step up to back him up. Don't know him, but he can't be just anyone. Su Mu, still half hugging Chu Yao, found himself at a loss for what to do next. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan exchanged amused glances. Young Master Su, there's a 5-star hotel nearby. What an encounter you've had tonight. Sumu couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Sumu couldn't very well leave Chu Yao there and abandon her. Might as well see this through properly, he thought, giving Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan a quick farewell before guiding Chu Yao out of the bar. Chu Yao was genuinely intoxicated, barely conscious, stumbling as she walked. It took considerable effort for Sumu to get her to the hotel Zhou Tsong had mentioned. Book 2 suites. Sumu handed over both his ID and Chu Yao's to the front desk receptionist. The receptionist paused slightly upon hearing his request. Sir, you're booking 2 rooms. Is that an issue? Sumu responded noncommittally. Oh, no problem at all. Just double-checking. The receptionist blushed and hurried to clarify. After completing the check-in, Sumu supported Chu Yao into the elevator. The receptionist watched Sumu's retreating figure somewhat bewildered. After struggling to get Chu Yao into the room, he deposited her unceremoniously onto the bed. She looks so slim, why is she so heavy? Sumu muttered with a wry smile. Water. Water. Chu Yao murmured from the bed, and Sumu figured he couldn't just ignore her. Forget it, I'll stay here until she feels better before heading back, Sumu thought with a bitter smile as he helped her drink. He settled into the nearby sofa and pulled out his phone. It's past midnight now, so fishing should be allowed again, right? Sumu's lips curved upward, a small victory in what had been a frustrating evening. Clicking on leisure fishing, Sumu took a deep breath. The gray fishing button lit up, and without hesitation he pressed it. He cast the rod out. After 2 or 3 seconds a notification appeared. Congratulations, player. You have fished up 1 building of Aquaria 1 valued at 200 billion yuan. 1 building of Aquaria 1. Sumu was stunned. The most luxurious residential complex in Haidu with an average price of 3,000 yuan per square meter. A large flat spanning 4 to 500 square meters was worth 1 to 200 million. 1 entire building of Aquaria 1. Was this about to make him a wealthy landlord collecting rent? As far as Sumu knew, many millionaires in Haidu were merely renting properties in Aquaria 1. Why rent? Because they couldn't afford to buy. How could someone with a net worth of just a few million possibly purchase a luxury apartment worth 1 to 200 million? Instinctively scanning his surroundings, Sumu noticed a large silver travel suitcase that had caught his attention. Just like the craft paper folder containing the Koenigsegg 11 key from before, this large silver travel suitcase had mysteriously appeared beside Sumu. Sumu walked over to the suitcase and opened it with considerable excitement. It was packed with folders, each containing a property deed and a set of keys. He didn't bother counting how many folders there were, but the sight of an entire suitcase filled with property deeds, every single one for Aquaria 1, was truly breathtaking. Casually picking one up to flip through, Sumu soon regained his composure. Owner Sumu. Address Building A Unit 803, Aquaria 1, Yazue Huan Road, Dongpu District, Haida City. Gross floor area 723. 5 SQM. Net floor area 600 SQM. With 30 floors and 3 units per floor that totaled 90 units. This entire building featured exclusively ultra-large units, with the smallest being over 700 square meters. At an average price of 3,000 yuan per square meter, in Aquaria 1, this single property alone was worth over 200 million. No wonder it's worth 200 billion. Sumu flipped through several more property deeds, closing the suitcase as he murmured softly. His net worth had suddenly increased tenfold, yet Sumu remained surprisingly calm. None of this really mattered. After all, with the leisure fishing system, he could fish once daily. It wouldn't be long before he wasn't just China's richest person. He'd be the world's richest, and everyone would have to address him with reverence. Having already experienced transmigration, this was nothing that would leave him flustered. Sitting on the sofa, Sumu gradually began to feel drowsy. Morning sunlight streamed into the suite. Chu Yao turned over and stretched lazily. It had been a long time since she'd drunk so much, but she had slept deeply throughout the night. Slowly opening her eyes, an unfamiliar environment met Chu Yao's gaze, leaving her utterly bewildered. Where am I? How did I get here? Last night Shi Yong wanted to discuss financial management with me, then we went to the future bar. I drank too much. Chu Yao tried to recall last night's events, but after getting drunk, she couldn't remember much. Sumu had been sleeping uncomfortably on the sofa. Hearing movement, he sat up. You're awake. His sudden words startled the woman lying on the bed. She shrank into the blanket, pulling it around herself, and only exposing her head. Who are you? Chu Yao remained highly alert. As a young woman, she'd gotten drunk last night, and was brought back to a hotel by a man. God knows what might have happened last night. You were drunk, and those 2 so-called friends of yours were trying to take advantage of you. I saved you. Seeing Chu Yao's wariness, Sumu furrowed his brow slightly, and explained. Then you. Chu Yao looked at Sumu, standing at the foot of the bed, somewhat panicked. Since you're fine now, I'll be going. I paid for the room. If fate brings us together again, farewell. Today was the start of the new semester. Sumu needed to go to school for registration. Also, he wanted to deposit this suitcase full of property deeds at the bank. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8. He had no time to waste chatting with Chu Yao. Chu Yao sat up in bed, rubbing her temples. Noticing her clothes were intact, she felt a wave of relief mixed with a headache. Can I add your WeChat? Chu Yao sat up from the bed. Last night, she had been completely blacked out as she didn't remember anything after drinking so much. But Sumu had said that her 2 friends were trying to take advantage of her. Surely that must be true. That Shi Yong person. She had heard things about him. She really shouldn't have agreed to go drinking with him yesterday. Alright. Sumu walked over to Chu Yao with the suitcase. A young lady like you should drink less. If it weren't for me last night, who knows what would have happened? As he spoke, Sumu held out his WeChat QR code. Chu Yao added him, then said awkwardly, my name is Chu Yao. Thank you for last night. Looking at Sumu, Chu Yao expressed her sincere gratitude. At least for now it appeared that nothing improper had happened between them last night. Moreover, though Sumu looked young, his looks could easily surpass all the young male idols in the entertainment industry. No need for thanks. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Sumu accepted Chu Yao's friend request, then pulled his suitcase and walked directly out of the room. As he descended from upstairs, Sumu settled the hotel bill. Hello, 2 suites, totaling 8800 yuan. Card payment please. 8,800 yuan. If this were before, Sumu would have been heartbroken. But now with a net worth exceeding 200 billion, why would he care about 8800 yuan? After settling the bill, Sumu left the hotel directly. What he didn't notice was a woman of elegant bearing seated on the lobby sofa, her eyes fixed intently on him. The moment Sumu left, she approached the front desk. Good day, miss. The receptionist quickly straightened up and bowed slightly, greeting her respectfully. Yin-Ru, this 5-star hotel belonged to her family. That person just now. What's his name? Yin-Ru inquired. Oh, miss, please wait a moment. The receptionist paused briefly before responding respectfully. Miss, his name is Sumu. Last night he checked in with a young lady named Chu Yao, booking 2 rooms. I see. Yin-Ru glanced at a short video on her moments. It was precisely the scene of Sumu playing the hero and saving the beauty. Sumu, he knows both Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. Who is he? Yin-Ru furrowed her brow, murmuring softly to herself. With the Koenigsegg towed to the repair shop, Sumu had no choice but to book a private car via Didi to pick him up that early morning. It was the first day of the new semester, and he needed to go to campus to register. As for the suitcase full of property certificates and keys, Sumu intended to keep it in the bank's safe deposit vault. First, security. Second, it saved him from dragging that suitcase of property deeds all over town. Third, yesterday, Chen Jinping, president of the ICBC head office in Haida City, had called him asking whether he had time to make a trip to the head office. There were things he needed to tell him face to face. To the ICBC head office in Haida City. Sumu wasn't worried that Chen Jinping would do anything to him. After all, if a head office president really intended to harm him, he would have frozen Sumu's bank card long ago. Moreover, when Chen Jinping had called Sumu yesterday, his attitude was truly sycophantic. Alrighty. The private driver smiled slightly and teased. Young man, are you taking a suitcase to the ICBC head office? Don't tell me it's full of cash. Do I look like a rich man in these clothes? Sumu chuckled and replied with a retort. That's true. The driver gave an awkward laugh and stopped talking. More than 20 minutes later, Sumu walked toward the bank, pulling the suitcase packed with property certificates and keys. It was just past 9 o'clock and the bank had only opened its doors. Still, since it was the ICBC head office in Haida City, there were many people coming in for business. Please take a number and queue here. The lobby manager in charge pointed Sumu to the number dispenser beside him. I have an appointment with your president, Chen. He should be here, shouldn't he? Sumu looked at the lobby manager and said with a slight smile. You have an appointment with our president, Chen. The lobby manager looked at Sumu in disbelief, mainly because Sumu didn't look old. He seemed just over 20. He was also plainly dressed. Apart from being a bit handsome, he didn't have the air of a rich second-generation heir. Sumu responded noncommittally. Well, please wait a moment. I'll tell the president. Wang Weiyu, after all, was the lobby manager of Haida City's ICBC head office. He was cautious and would never judge someone through the cracks of a door. Although Sumu didn't look like a rich kid, what if he was? Better safe than sorry. Hello, President Chen. There's a gentleman here who says he made an appointment with you yesterday. Okay, I'll be right out. Don't you dare offend him. If you anger young Master Su, even I can't protect you. Chen Jinping shot up from his chair, his voice turning urgent. Wang Weiyu heard his president say this and was stunned. Young Master Su. Is that who the president's appointment is with? Although such thoughts ran through his mind, he certainly didn't dare say them aloud. Nowadays, rich people, including many rich second-generation heirs, were all very low-key. What if this guy was really a top-tier rich second-generation heir? If he offended him, he couldn't afford the consequences. As president of the ICBC head office in Haida City, Chen Jinping normally wouldn't come to work this early. If he hadn't agreed to meet Sumu last night, there was no way he'd be here at this hour. Sumu's bank card was an exclusive account with ICBC. Its level was so high that it couldn't be compared to the common gold cards and black cards on the market. In other words, Sumu's bank card could theoretically be used for unlimited overdrafts. Since its establishment, ICBC had issued only 3 such exclusive bank cards. The first 2 cardholders had such high status in the Xia Kingdom that they could control wind and rain. As for the third exclusive card, its owner was Sumu. Chen Jinping had actually known for a long time that Sumu was the owner of the third exclusive bank card. He had also secretly investigated Sumu's identity, but it turned out he was just an ordinary person. But Chen Jinping couldn't believe that an ordinary person could possess their most formidable exclusive bank card. When 2 billion yuan in cash suddenly arrived in Sumu's account yesterday, Chen Jinping knew about it right away. This confirmed his thoughts. Sumu was definitely not an ordinary person. 2 billion yuan in cash. For anyone, that was no small change. Chen Jinping could no longer sit still. He was 56 this year. If he couldn't manage to squeeze into ICBC's head office in the Xia Kingdom before retirement, he would never rise any higher. Su Mu's appearance gave Chen Jianping hope of promotion and advancement. As long as he served this important person, well, he might still have a chance to occupy a position at the head office. Chen Jianping came trotting out all the way. Although he had told Wang Weiyu not to offend Su Mu, he was still a little worried. If Su Mu was accidentally offended and the forces behind Su Mu got angry, not only Wang Weiyu, but even he himself would be in trouble. Young Master Su, you're here so early. Chen Jianping spotted Su Mu in the crowd at once, just as in the file. Hello, President Chen. Su Mu curled the corners of his mouth and greeted Chen Jianping with a faint smile. Actually, Su Mu didn't know what was going on either. Chen Jianping was after all the president of the ICBC head office in Haida City. Even if Su Mu had 2 billion yuan in his card, it was probably nothing to this man. As a head office president, a man in his 50s or 60s, did he really have to be so obsequious to me? Su Mu thought this, but naturally didn't say it aloud. Moreover, his mindset could no longer be that of a poor loser from before. After all, apart from the 2 billion in his account, the suitcase he was pulling was full of property certificates and keys for Tang Yiping, worth 20 billion yuan. Chen Jianping walked in front, with Su Mu following behind him. Wang Weiyu eager to please step forward to help Su Mu with his suitcase. Su Mu smiled slightly, and said, "No need, I can handle it myself." Wang Weiyu had already extended his hand toward the suitcase, but upon hearing Su Mu's words he quickly withdrew it. He dared not defy Su Mu's wishes, and besides, he glanced at the suitcase in Su Mu's hand. This suitcase must be holding valuables. Wang Weiyu couldn't help thinking to himself. Manager. Rao Zi was Wang Weiyu's assistant. She originally had something to report to Wang Weiyu, and seeing him there she walked over directly to greet him. Zi, come along with us. Chen Jianping turned back, and seeing it was Rao Zi, instructed her to follow. Since Su Mu rarely came for a visit, it was necessary to have someone attend to him. Rao Zi was a recent graduate, young, pretty, and elegant. Most importantly, she was a girl with a meticulous nature. Having her come along to serve tea and water would surely be better than Wang Weiyu. All right. The bank manager had spoken. How could she dare disobey? Rao Zi glanced at Su Mu, who was pulling his suitcase, and couldn't help feeling curious about his identity. What identity does this young man have that even the bank manager personally receives him? Although Rao Zi had just graduated, this was after all the Haidu Industrial and Commercial Bank head office. There were plenty of wealthy people who came here to do business. To put it bluntly, the clients she received were all tycoons worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. She had never seen someone so young that the bank manager personally came out to receive him. Zi brew a pot of tea. Chen Jianping took out his treasured top-grade Longjing tea from the lower shelf of his bookcase. Okay. Rao Zi agreed readily. Wang Weiyu also waited at the side. Although he didn't know Su Mu's identity, judging by Chen Jianping's attitude towards Su Mu, he knew Su Mu was no ordinary person. Master Su, I don't actually have anything else for you today. Chen Jianping said as he took out a black gold bank card. This is the limited edition black gold card issued by our bank this year. No more than 5 people in all of Haida City own one. I hope Master Su will accept it. Chen Jianping's move was undoubtedly icing on the cake, but it was far better than doing nothing. Su Mu remained very calm throughout. Now that his status was different, and he possessed the leisure fishing skill that could fish, everything, his mindset had naturally changed. Then I'll take it. Su Mu didn't stand on ceremony, and directly pocketed the black gold card. He had no idea that his original bank card was actually even more impressive. No more than 5 people in the entire country possessed such an exclusive bank card. By the way, can you open a safe deposit box for me here? I need a larger one. Su Mu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he gently patted his suitcase. There are some things I need to store. Oh sure, no problem. Chen Jianping also glanced at the suitcase. In fact, he had noticed the suitcase Su Mu was pulling from the very beginning. Upon hearing that Su Mu wanted to open a safe deposit box at their bank, Chen Jianping naturally agreed, without hesitation. Master Su, please have some tea. Rao Zi brought a cup of tea over to Su Mu, bowing slightly with a very respectful demeanor. Thank you. Su Mu reached out and took the cup from Rao Zi's hands, politely saying thanks. Hearing Su Mu thank her, Rao Zi felt somewhat flustered and awed. After all, Master Su was a young scion from an affluent family whom even their bank manager had to serve with utmost respect. Rao Zi stood to one side, not daring to look at Su Mu too much. Yet she couldn't help letting her mind wander. Master Su is truly handsome, young and low-key. Su Mu took a sip of tea, looked at Chen Jianping, and said, good tea. If Master Su likes it, I still have half a jean here. Shall I give it to you? Chen Jianping said with a smile. This top-grade Longjing was bought at an expo. At a price of 100,000 yuan per liang, it was naturally fine tea. No need. A gentleman doesn't take what another treasures. Besides, I don't really enjoy tea all that much. Su Mu looked at Chen Jianping and smiled slightly. Manager Chen, I still have matters to attend to. Let's go store the items first, and we can chat some other time. All right. Chen Jianping rose to his feet upon hearing this, and made a please gesture towards Su Mu. At the Haidu head office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, there was also an underground vault, the bank's reserve vault in Haidu. If an ordinary person wanted to open a safe deposit box in Haidu, Chen Jianping wouldn't have gone so far as to take them to the vault. But for Su Mu the matter was different. For someone to possess an exclusive bank card from ICBC, Su Mu's official profile appeared unremarkable, but his hidden identity was probably enough to terrify people. Chen Jianping had been wanting to curry favor with Su Mu anyway. How could he miss such an opportunity? Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi followed behind, but both were curious weren't the safe deposit boxes on the 10th floor. Chen Jianpeng led Su Mu and the others deeper into the bank building. Although Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi were bank insiders, they had never been to this area before. Wang Weiyu frowned slightly, as if remembering something. He recalled hearing someone mention before that there was a heavily fortified underground vault 30 stories below their bank. He had always thought it was a rumor because in his 5 years of employment, he had never once been to any underground vault. Chen Jianpeng led Su Mu to an elevator lobby inside the bank building. This elevator was generally not available to ordinary employees, only a handful of senior executives could use it. Wang Weiyu looked at the buttons in the elevator, but didn't see any buttons for the basement levels. However, Chen Jianpeng, shielding the buttons with his hand, quickly pressed more than a dozen numbers. Just as Su Mu, Wang Weiyu and the others were wondering about Chen Jianpeng's actions, the elevator began to move. Not upward, but downward. Don't breathe a word about this, you two. Chen Jianpeng instructed Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi in front of Su Mu. Yes, manager. Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi quickly acknowledged. Su Mu smiled slightly, understanding that Chen Jianpeng's words weren't really meant for them. They were clearly intended for him to keep quiet. Though Su Mu was young in age, he understood the truths of the world. He knew clearly what to say and what not to say. The four of them stood in the elevator, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. However, it was mainly Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi who were nervous. Even as internal employees, it was their first time visiting their own bank's secret underground vault. The elevator came to a stop. Chen Jianpeng walked at the front and said with a smile, "This is the 30th floor underground. As far as security goes, even the highest security vaults in the world are probably only about as good as this." The entire 30th underground floor was framed with steel plates 3 meters thick on every side. Without Chen Jianpeng leading the way, outsiders would never have been able to reach this place in a lifetime. So huge. Rao Zi was stunned when she stepped out of the elevator. Su Mu, by contrast, kept a fairly natural expression, although he was also shaken inwardly. It certainly deserves to be known as the #1 bank in the universe. Su Mu marveled inwardly. Chen Jianpeng led the way through 3 checkpoints, and at each checkpoint a 5-meter-thick steel wall blocked the route. The password verification was Chen Jianpeng's iris. "Young Master Su, please." When the final steel door opened, they finally reached where the underground vault lay. Wow. Rao Zi and Wang Weiyu behind him were both dazzled. Their eyes went wide. Try as she might to hold it back, Rao Zi finally couldn't help but let out a cry. Looking as far as the eye could see, the underground vault covered at least 2,000 square meters. More crucially, the storage cabinets made of tempered glass frames on both sides were piled full of cash. "Young Master Su, every storage cabinet here contains 1 billion in cash, and the underground vault stores 200 billion in cash." Chen Jianpeng gave Su Mu a simple introduction. Su Mu was a little better off. As for Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi, even though they were internal bank employees, they both felt their legs turn weak. This still wasn't the most mind-blowing part. The most mind-blowing part was yet to come. Following Chen Jianpeng, after they passed the 200 billion in cash, dazzling yellow gold came into view. "Over here we hold 30% of the nation's gold reserves, about 700 tons of gold." As he spoke, Chen Jianpeng was also observing Su Mu's expression. Still, though Su Mu was shaken inwardly, his expression remained largely unchanged from start to finish. No matter how much gold and money were here, they were, after all, the wealth of the nation and its people. What did that have to do with him? Besides, he was not envious. His account balance alone was 2 billion, and he owned a Tangshan Yiping building worth 20 billion. There was simply no need for envy. The wealth he possessed was enough for him to live extravagantly for the rest of his life. As expected, young Master Su's identity is certainly no simple thing. Chen Jianpeng's rise to the top of Haidu City's ICBC was no ordinary feat of cunning and skill. "Young Master Su, the safes are this way." Chen Jianpeng led Su Mu to the very center of the vault. A dedicated area had been set aside here with only 5 separate safes. Haidu City did have quite a few wealthy people, but not just any rich person could store things in these safes. It was no exaggeration to say that even if all of Haidu City were destroyed, this place would probably remain completely intact. After all, its defenses were truly second to none. This really is a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, ha. Su Mu laughed wryly. It wasn't as if he was depositing precious national treasures, they were just some property certificates. Was there any need to keep them here? Huh, that's also true. Chen Jianpeng also laughed awkwardly and said. Su Mu opened the suitcase in his hand, and Rao Zi, standing to the side, could not help glancing at it curiously. "They're just some property certificates. I just don't want the trouble of carrying them around." Su Mu opened the suitcase and placed it on the ground, saying with a slight smile, "Fine, just some property certificates." Rao Zi was dumbfounded. A whole suitcase of property certificates and keys had turned into just some, when spoken by Su Mu. That just is well used. Rao Zi couldn't help but complain with envy. How expensive were property prices in Haidu City now? Young people living in Haidu all had to kneel when they saw the prices. Ordinary properties cost 50 to 60,000 yuan per square meter. Expensive ones cost 100,000 to 200,000, and 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter was also quite normal. If only one of these were mine. Rao Zi still did not know that these were all Tangshan Yiping property certificates. If she had known, she surely wouldn't have dared to think that just now. "Young Master Su, the items need to be registered." Chen Jianpeng had asked Rao Zi to bring a laptop before coming. After all, no one wanted any problems with items stored here. Fine. Registration was naturally expected, so Su Mu nodded and said. Rao Zi quickly opened her laptop, and Sumu casually pulled out a document folder. Just make a simple record. They're all Tangshun Yiping properties. All the property certificates for the entire building A are here. At that one sentence from Sumu, even Chen Jianpeng could no longer stay calm. If they had been property certificates for other residential areas in Haidu, that would have been one thing. But the key point was, these were all Tangshun Yiping property certificates. Even so, the bank was very careful. They photographed each and every certificate for their records. Sumu, on the other hand, simply left this task to Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi. The registration alone took more than 10 minutes, and Sumu sorted out all the certificates. Help me put them away. Sumu looked at the three people around him, then squatted down and scooped out more than a dozen document folders at once. Wang Weiyu was the first to react. He immediately stepped forward, took them from Sumu's hands, and placed them neatly into the safe one by one. As for Rao Zi, she kept stealing glances at Sumu from time to time. Her cheeks were flushed red as if she had drunk red wine. An entire building, 90 property certificates, all of them Tangshun Yiping property certificates. What's more, all of them were large flats over 700 square meters. Anyone living in Haidu would have to know what Tangshun Yiping meant. At a price of 300,000 yuan per square meter, any one of Sumu's properties would be worth 2 or 300 million, right? An entire building was worth 20 billion. He's so young, so he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? Rao Zi couldn't help thinking this, and her ears turned red. True. An average guy would already be considered exceptional if he owned a 50 or 60 square meter apartment in Haidu. As for owning a Tangshun Yiping residence, that would make him a rich man even on a national scale. As for having an entire building, what was that? A money god. The thing was, he didn't seem to think much of that building either. After walking out of the bank, Sumu directly ordered a premium ride-hailing car back to school. The Koenigsegg had been sent to the repair shop and wouldn't be back for a while. But even if it had returned, Sumu had no intention of being so ostentatious. Showing off depends on the audience. Most people at school are ordinary folk, so there's no need to be too flamboyant. Inside the bank, after Sumu had left, Rao Zi also appeared somewhat dazed. Manager, what do you think? What kind of background does young Master Su have? Rao Zi quietly asked Wang Weiyu, watching him carefully. This question I'd also like to know. Wang Weiyu smiled awkwardly. At first I almost offended young Master Su. He was simply too low-key. A whole suitcase of property certificates, and any single one was worth 2 or 300 million for a large penthouse at Thompson Riviera. How envious. Manager, look. Is this young Master Su? Rao Zi held up her phone. There was a trending short video on Douyin posted less than 24 hours ago with over 1 million views already. It really is him. Young Master Su is friends with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun after all. Truly a top-tier rich second generation. Wang Weiyu murmured softly while watching the Douyin video. Haidu University was holding its new semester registration today. Although Sumu possessed wealth that most people couldn't accumulate in several lifetimes, he still needed to attend school. Money has a price, but knowledge is priceless. Sumu's attitude toward learning was quite proper. However, wasn't Sumu supposedly just an academic underachiever before? Following his memories, Sumu found his dormitory room on campus. But he had no intention of actually moving back in. Although the relationships among the guys in the dormitory were pretty good, he felt he could definitely make his life a bit more comfortable. The dormitory wasn't large, only about 30 to 40 square meters, housing 6 people. The eldest, Du Kong, was 23 this year. He appeared somewhat dull on the surface, the type who keeps things bottled up inside. The second eldest, Zhu Yuan, was 21. He had a robust personality, but was also handsome and delicate-looking, quite popular with girls. Sumu ranked third. As for his looks, there's simply no one more handsome than him across the entire school. He had a somewhat cold demeanor. Although many girls had secret crushes on him, Sumu seemed to dislike women, not even sparing them a glance. However, in truth, it was just that due to family circumstances, Sumu had been somewhat lacking in self-confidence before. Just as Sumu walked to the dormitory building, he happened to encounter Wang Xinyu coming out to take out the trash. The fourth roommate, Wang Xinyu, came from a well-off family. He'd mentioned several times that his family ran a private secondary school locally, which could earn several tens of millions a year. However, Wang Xinyu's personality was good, and he was quite considerate. Among the dormitory, Sumu was closest to Wang Xinyu. Third brother, you finally came back. Phone calls unanswered, messages unreplied. I thought something happened to you. As soon as Wang Xinyu saw Sumu, he immediately tossed the trash into the bin and draped his arm over Sumu's shoulder. Third brother, want to go for a drive tonight? You bought a car? Yeah. Look, Wang Xinyu pulled out a car key from his pocket. BMW 5 Series top trim, landed at around 1 million. Not bad. A slight smile formed on Sumu's lips as he said, I was originally planning to buy a Porsche, but my old man wouldn't give me the money. Wang Xinyu sighed. I had to beg and nag for a long time before my old man agreed to buy me this one. That's pretty good already. Sumu's expression didn't change much either. He patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder, and the two walked and talked their way upstairs. The dormitory room number was 8B211, on the second floor, making it convenient to go up and down. Third brother. At the dormitory entrance, the fifth roommate, Zheng Yun, and the youngest, Zhou Su, were doing laundry. When they saw Sumu return, they cheerfully greeted him. Sumu nodded and walked into the dormitory. Big brother, second brother, what are you two watching? Sumu saw Du Kong and Zhu Yuan huddled together as if watching some questionable videos. Sumu walked over and called out to them. Third brother, come look at this. Could this person be you? Zhu Yuan pointed at the Douyin video asking Sumu while he was the one holding Chu Yao's hand and smashing a beer bottle on that drunk man's head. Sumu only glanced at it and smiled faintly. Looks kind of similar to me. Similar. More like exactly the same person. Du Kong also chimed in. Yeah, so awesome. If it weren't for Zhou Tsong and Xin Fan appearing later, I'd really think it was you third brother. Zhu Yuan was also very excited. He hadn't seen anyone all summer and his body had grown much more muscular. His skin had also become much darker than before. Second brother, you haven't been seen all summer. Where did you go? How did you get so buff? Sumu looked at Zhu Yuan and directly changed the subject. Well, my cousin runs a gym, so I went there to work out every day. Look at these biceps and these triceps. Look at this tan skin. Damn, I'll show who's still calling me a pretty boy. Zhu Yuan had a robust personality, but he used to be very delicate looking, his skin even fairer than most girls. People who didn't know him well thought he was the pretty boy type. But actually he hated it most when people called him a pretty boy. He felt deeply insulted. Not bad, not bad. Sumu nodded and said with a smile. By the way, third brother, the League of Legends finals are being held at Haidu City Stadium this Saturday. Do you want to go watch? Wang Xinyu asked Sumu. Among the 6 roommates except for the eldest Du Kong who didn't play games, the other 5, including Sumu, all played games. League of Legends as a team competitive game had been quite popular these past 2 years. The 5 roommates often played 5-man stacks together, but as the saying goes, 5 friends at the internet cafe, never once have we won. Oh, might as well go. Though these tickets probably won't be easy to get right. Sumu thought Saturday wasn't particularly busy anyway, so going to watch the match would be a good choice. That's true too. RNG versus IG in the finals, the tickets were sold out the moment they went on sale. Although Wang Xinyu had money, he hadn't snagged any tickets either, not a single one. But that's fine, we'll get them from scalpers. They're expensive, but at least we can get our hands on some. Since Wang Xinyu had said so, Sumu didn't object. The counselor posted a notice in the group asking everyone to gather in class, so all 6 roommates headed toward the teaching building together. College life was relatively comfortable and laid back. Besides, unlike girls, the boys in the dormitory got along quite harmoniously. Although there were occasional minor frictions, grudges rarely lasted past a day. The 6 guys in Sumu's dormitory had a close relationship. They could practically be called a model dorm room. Quite a few classmates had gathered for the class meeting. Sumu was majoring in bioengineering. The department had 5 classes of 30 students, each totaling 150 students. The large lecture hall could seat 200 people, and all the students from the department had shown up for the counselor's meeting. Wang Xinyu had become even more popular than before. Word around the department was that he drove a BMW 5 Series to campus. The halo of being a rich second generation certainly came with bonus points. As for Sumu, he continued to attract the attention of girls everywhere. After all, who asked him to be so handsome? As for Zhu Yuan, the moment he walked through the door, girls across the entire department let out shrieks of excitement. The transformation was simply enormous. Stop idolizing me. Zhu Yuan raised his hand in a modest gesture before striding in with his chest puffed out. The counselor's meeting didn't cover anything particularly substantial. It was mostly just a rundown of the new semester's requirements and a roll call. After about half an hour, the class meeting drew to a close, and everyone began to disperse. Zhou Su was the first to bolt. He was the first in their dorm to get a girlfriend, and she had just messaged him to hurry back. Let's go. Dinner's on me, Sumu said, looking around at the group. What's going on? Third brother, did you strike it rich? Yeah, it's only the start of the semester. Why the sudden treat? Something good happened. It's nothing major. I've decided to live off campus this semester. I rented an apartment near the school. The moment Sumu said that, everyone in the dorm fell silent. What was this about? Why the sudden decision to move out? Third brother, is it because we? Du Kong looked at Sumu, struggling to find the right words. But Sumu understood exactly what Du Kong was getting at. Boss, don't overthink it. It's not because of anything you did, it's my own reasons. Some things I can't explain right now, but you'll understand later. Sumu continued explaining with a smile. Besides, you're always welcome to stay over at my place whenever you want. Hearing that, the others nodded in understanding. I'm just saying, third brother, why waste the money for no reason? Wang Xinyu frowned as he looked at Sumu. Although that works too. Third brother, aren't you secretly dating someone behind our backs? Sumu was speechless. At noon, he treated them all to a meal at a restaurant near campus, and in the afternoon, he went straight ahead and purchased an apartment nearby. 80,000 per square meter, 300 square meters of fully furnished spacious living space. The full payment came to 24 million. The female sales agent was utterly stunned when he bought the property, given that Sumu looked no older than a typical college student. 24 million paid in full. He didn't even blink while swiping his card. It was a fully furnished place ready for immediate move-in. That evening, just as he was settling in for some rest, Chu Yao sent him a WeChat message. Thanks again for last night. By the way, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. Chu Yao had also seen the video on Douyin today and understood exactly what had happened. She meant nothing more than wanting to buy him a meal to thank him for saving her the day before. Sumu figured he had nothing special planned for the evening anyway, and Chu Yao was undeniably beautiful, so he agreed without hesitation. All right then, Sumu replied. Great, I'll book a private room and let you know. Seeing his approval, Chu Yao hurriedly reserved a private dining room at Jiwei Lu. Jiwei Lu? That place isn't exactly cheap. Sumu muttered to himself after seeing the private room details Chu Yao had sent him. Jiwei Lu was the finest Chinese restaurant not just in Haida City, but across the entire country. Its founder was said to come from a lineage of imperial chefs, and the cuisine genuinely lived up to the reputation. As for the pricing, it was naturally on the higher end. With an average spend of $2,000 to $3,000 per person, this placed it among the most upscale dining experiences in Haidu. After all, a simple meal would cost at least $8,000 to $10,000. Aside from rich second-generation heirs and the wealthy, who could afford such spending as ordinary folk. Alright, got it. Sumu checked the time and arranged for a private car to pick him up. Not having my own car is truly inconvenient. Sumu gave a wry smile. When he'd purchased the apartment earlier that day, he'd also bought 30 underground parking spaces outright. At $500,000 per space, those 30 spots alone had cost him another $15 million. He had parking spaces now, but a car. He still had no idea when he'd be able to obtain one. As for his Koenigsegg 11, he had no intention of keeping it. Though the collision hadn't been severe, it had happened nonetheless. For someone blessed with the driving god skill, the car had become a blemish on his record. Songgo, are you interested in my Koenigsegg 11? The previous evening, Sumu had added both Jotsong and Chinfun as friends. After some thought, he had decided to sell the car. He wasn't short on money anyway, and could always purchase another supercar. As for the Koenigsegg 11, it was partly a stain he wanted to rid himself of, and partly it was far too flashy. Oh, young Master Su, you're looking to sell that Koenigsegg? Jotsong replied almost instantly. For anyone else, he might not have cared so much, but Sumu was a different matter entirely. Yet Songgu, if you're interested, I'll sell it to you for 50 million. Sumu was cutting the price in half, 50 million. For any other supercar that had been in an accident, even half the value wouldn't fetch a buyer. But this was the Koenigsegg 11. Only 6 exist worldwide, worth well over 100 million. Even with the accident, the damage wasn't particularly severe. Frankly, it could sell for 100 million. 50 million was practically a steal. Are you genuinely selling? Absolutely. Then alright, hold on. Jotsong was certainly tempted. He was known as the most outspoken top-tier rich heir in the country, and his passion for luxury cars was no secret. He had once considered acquiring a Koenigsegg, but couldn't find one for sale. Plus, the price was truly astronomical. 100 million for a supercar meant his father would likely reprimand him severely if he went through with it. But with Sumu's offer, Jotsong didn't hesitate. He accepted immediately. Within 10 minutes, Jotsong requested Sumu's bank account information. Young Master Su, I'll transfer 10 million to you first. The remaining 40 million will follow in a couple of days. Sounds good. Send it whenever you're ready. By the way, Songgu, the car's at the repair shop. You can just drive it back. Sumu checked his account and saw the 10 million had arrived, so he sent a reply. Meanwhile, Jotsong immediately posted several of his luxury cars on his moments. 7 or 8 in total. Hey, I'm short on cash and selling a few cars. Prices are negotiable, but full payment required. DM me if interested. Jotsong's moments feed was basically filled with fellow rich second-generation heirs. The cars he'd listed were all high-quality models, averaging around 5 to 6 million each. What the hell? Young Master Tsong, what's going on? If you're short on cash, just tell your bros. There's no need to sell your cars, right? Exactly, young Master Tsong, haven't you run into some kind of trouble? Young Master Tsong, that Bentley looks great. How much for it? I'll take it. Chu Yao knew Sumu was no ordinary person. She invited Sumu to dinner to thank him for saving her life last night, and naturally, she wouldn't just choose any random restaurant. Jiwei Lu was considered one of the finest Chinese restaurants not only in Haidu, but throughout the entire nation. Although the prices were somewhat steep, she could still afford it. He looks to be only around 20 years old, but that said, he really is quite the manly type. Chu Yao had already arrived at the private room, watching a short video on Douyin on her phone. Sumu supported his intoxicated self with one arm, while swinging a beer bottle directly at the person that young Master Shi had brought, cracking open his skull. The sight was absolutely dashing. Chu Yao didn't actually worship violence, but the Sumu in the video had indeed captured her attention. He's so handsome too. With looks like that, there must be many girls chasing after him, right? Chu Yao couldn't help but think such thoughts. Sumu had also arrived at Jiwei Lu. Guided by the waiter, he made his way to the private room Chu Yao had reserved. You didn't actually need to go out of your way to treat me to dinner. After all that kind of situation, anyone would have stepped in. Sumu saw Chu Yao sitting there in a daze, and as he entered the private room, he spoke directly. Chu Yao had been lost in her wandering thoughts when she suddenly heard Sumu's voice. She raised her head and smiled at Sumu. A favor of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. You saved my life last night, so me treating you to dinner is only proper, isn't it? As Chu Yao spoke, she stood up from her seat. Since Chu Yao had put it that way, Sumu naturally wouldn't insist on arguing further. Order whatever you'd like, my treat, don't stand on ceremony. As a manager at a financial company, Chu Yao's economic strength was quite considerable. When business was good, her monthly income could reach around 50 to 60,000, making her part of the high-income group in Haidu. Although Jiwei Lu's prices were high, she could still comfortably afford it. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Sumu's lips as he glanced at Chu Yao and said softly. Though he said he wouldn't stand on ceremony, Sumu didn't actually order any particularly expensive dishes. He was a grown man after all. He wouldn't take advantage of a girl like that. Chu Yao glanced at the dishes Sumu had ordered, then proceeded to request a 10-year-old bottle of Lafite. You're quite the drinker, aren't you? When Sumu heard Chu Yao order red wine, he couldn't resist teasing her. After all, just last night, she had been plied with drinks by 2 men with ill intentions. Today she actually took the initiative to drink. That depends on who I'm drinking with. If it's some other man, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But if I'm drinking with you, would you believe me if I said I'd fall after just one glass? How could Chu Yao not detect the teasing in Su Mu's words? But as a career woman, she wouldn't be flustered by his jabs. She looked at Su Mu with a slight smile, blinking her eyes, her expression somewhat enchanting. Don't you dare fall after just one glass. Last night, I was simply too exhausted. Besides, if you make me waver between being a beast or worse than a beast, sigh. Su Mu moved closer to Chu Yao's side, leaning near her ear and gently breathing on it. I'm no Lu Xiaohui. If I were to actually do something beastly. Chu Yao hadn't expected that despite Su Mu's young age, his flirtatious talk was actually quite enticing. You won't. Chu Yao's eyes sparkled with clarity as she gazed at Su Mu's face and whispered softly. You're overthinking things. A faint smile curved Su Mu's lips as he straightened up. If you get drunk again today, the cleaning staff might just find you sleeping on the main road tomorrow morning. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, his mischievous, yet charming smile actually quite appealing. But Su Mu couldn't help but murmur to himself, so this is how good I am at saying flirtatious things. Are you? When Chu Yao heard Su Mu say this, she bit her lip, pretending to look somewhat annoyed, though she appeared rather pitiful and delicate. You wouldn't bear to? Why would I not bear to? Then why did you last night? That was because in this back and forth exchange, Su Mu found himself somewhat losing ground. Fortunately, the waiter brought the dishes into the private room, and Su Mu directly changed the subject. The food is here, I'm starving. Seeing Su Mu put in a losing position, Chu Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. By the way, a girl going out alone should drink less. Su Mu, while serving himself some dishes, looked at Chu Yao and said, You can't expect to always have such good luck, always encountering someone with as strong a sense of justice as me. When Su Mu said this, Chu Yao fell silent. She didn't want things to be this way either, but people have to survive, don't they? That young master sure yesterday is one of my major clients. He invested $5 million in financial management products through me. You rich second-generation types would never understand us ordinary people. How does that saying go? Living is easy, surviving is easy, but life itself is not easy. Chu Yao sighed, then smiled faintly. But never mind all that. At least right now I'm doing quite well, aren't I? So you're in the investment and financial management business. Su Mu, while eating, also asked Chu Yao. Let me officially introduce myself. Sitting before you now is Cheng Hui Financial Investment Company of Haidu City's business manager, Chu Yao. Chu Yao remained optimistic, raising her glass of red wine to toast Su Mu. You say investing $5 million with you for financial management makes him a major client. Su Mu pursed his lips, saying somewhat disdainfully, Then your so-called major clients don't seem to be worth much, do they, eh? That's not really it. Actually, that young master sure last night was quite wealthy, the kind of family with coal mines. His net worth is around $1 billion. When Chu Yao heard Su Mu say this, she explained, A coal boss worth $1 billion, he can be considered a major client, right? Chu Yao looked at Su Mu and softly asked, So what do you think my net worth is? Su Mu put down his chopsticks, turned his head, and stared into Chu Yao's eyes as he said, I think you're actually the type who borrows power from tigers. At first, Chu Yao thought Su Mu might be a wealthy young master. However, after chatting with him, she always felt Su Mu was lacking something. She thought back to Su Mu's attire from last night, and although Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen were people she recognized, that didn't necessarily mean Su Mu was also a top wealthy second generation. Actually, I'm just a sophomore college student. Last night, young Master Tsong was having a party on the second floor, and I was just dragged over to fill up the numbers. Su Mu didn't directly reveal to Chu Yao that his net worth was in the hundreds of billions, several dozen times that of the coal boss she mentioned. I knew it. Looks like I guessed correctly. Chu Yao let out a somewhat naive cry. You're only a sophomore student. Hee Su Mu, little handsome, do you have any thoughts about being a kept man? Chu Yao actually leaned in closer, her previously steady breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Not interested. The doctor told me I have a good appetite, and can eat full-course meals and chew on hearty dishes. Su Mu chuckled with a laugh, looking at Chu Yao's blushing face as he said, A bottle of Lafite, just the right amount for two. Although Chu Yao was a woman, most men simply couldn't keep pace with her drinking. I've called a designated driver for you. Since you've been drinking, don't drive. At the entrance of Jiwei Tower, Su Mu said softly to Chu Yao, How did you know I drove here? Chu Yao asked curiously. Just a guess. Su Mu was indeed guessing, but Chu Yao's ability to treat him to a meal at Jiwei Tower indicated she was quite well off, so having a car was only natural. You guessed right. Chu Yao pursed her lips. How about you come with me, and... No thanks, I've got something to do later, Su Mu declined firmly. Alright then. A trace of panic flickered across Chu Yao's eyes. She didn't even know what she had been about to suggest herself. Could it be that I've been single for too long, and now I'm developing feelings for a sophomore? Chu Yao shook her head, striving to stop her thoughts from running wild. Su Mu instructed the designated driver to see Chu Yao home safely, then booked a ride for himself. It wasn't that he had no interest in Chu Yao, but he simply wasn't the type to act recklessly. Furthermore, Su Mu genuinely had no romantic intentions at present. Upon returning home, he lay on the sofa and enjoyed a leisurely session of television. A 300-square-meter mansion valued at over $20 million, which the current Su Mu acquired without a second thought. In the past, such an achievement would have been unthinkable. Su Xiaonowei, did you sell the Koenigsegg to young Master Tsong? Qin Fen had just learned that Su Mu had sold the Koenigsegg to Zhou Tsong at the bargain price of $50 million. Yeah, Qinga, what's up? Come on. You should have come to me first. I could have offered $80 million. Why don't you sell the car to me instead? Qin Fen was practically drooling with envy. The Koenigsegg 1-1. Among his entire garage full of luxury cars, he couldn't find a single one that could rival it. I already made a promise to young Master Tsong. Sumu let out a wry smile. Chingo, I'm truly sorry. It's not about the money. Indeed. For Sumu now the difference between 50 million and 80 million was hardly significant. It was merely 30 million. He saw no reason to break a promise he had already made. Fair point. Su Xiao, next time something this good comes up, make sure I'm the first person you think of. As a top-tier rich second-generation Qin Fan naturally had a deep passion for collecting world-class supercars. Other supercars meant nothing to him but the Koenigsegg 1-1, of which only 6 existed worldwide. Even with unlimited funds he could never acquire one. Naturally, Sumu ended the call with Qin Fan and chuckled wryly. It was still early in the morning, so Sumu played a few rounds of League of Legends with his roommates. I'm done playing, it's getting late, and I have class tomorrow. Third brother, come on. That's not like you. Wang Xinyu was still somewhat reluctant to stop. I'm too tired today. Getting some rest early. Gotta go. Sumu logged out, checked the time. It was barely 5 minutes past midnight. Time to fish. Sumu felt a small surge of excitement. Opening the leisure fishing app on his phone, the fishing button glowed from gray to bright. He tapped the fishing button and cast his line. A few seconds later. Congratulations, player. You have caught a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 120 million. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago he had been thinking to himself that if any car could rival the Koenigsegg, it would naturally be the Lamborghini Veneno. Another limited edition model. Initially, only 3 Lamborghini Venenos were produced with a price tag of over 20 million each. Later, due to intense demand from wealthy enthusiasts, worldwide production was expanded by another 9 units. Even so, there were only 12 of these Venomos in the entire world. What did truly priceless mean? Last year around this time, someone offered 120 million on the black market for a Lamborghini Veneno. Unfortunately, no one was willing to sell their prized Lamborghini Veneno. After all, anyone with the means to purchase a Veneno was a billionaire. No one cared about losing 1 or 200 million. Absolutely amazing. Sumu held the Lamborghini Veneno key in his hand, his heart racing with excitement. He snapped a photo and sent it to both Qin Fan and Zhou Tsong. A Lamborghini. Su Xiao, don't tell me you sold the Koenigsegg because you already own a Veneno. Sumu gave a non-committal reply. On the other end, both Qin Fan and Zhou Tsong were utterly stunned. They knew Sumu was no ordinary person, but they never expected his background and status to be so extraordinarily impressive. Owning a limited Koenigsegg 1-1 was already astonishing, but this Lamborghini Veneno was equally a top-tier supercar that even they could only dream of possessing. Holy shit. Su Xiao, are you selling this car? Qin Fan wasn't thinking about anything else. He just wanted to buy the car from Sumu. No, Chingo, I just picked up this car. Why on earth would I sell it? Sumu replied to Qin Fan immediately. I'm offering 200 million, sell it to me. Qin Fan remained hopeful. Hearing Sumu say it was a brand new car, Qin Fan didn't hesitate at all and immediately bid 200 million. Chinga, how about this? Let me drive it for a few days first, and then you can buy it from me at the original price, 120 million. I won't ask for a penny more. With Sumu having said that, what could Qin Fan possibly say? It's a deal then. This car you can't sell to anyone else but me. Don't worry. Although Sumu also had a keen passion for supercars, he was nowhere near as obsessed as Qin Fan. Moreover, Sumu believed supercars were meant to be driven, and keeping them as mere collectibles held little interest for him. Besides, Sumu enjoyed trying out various different supercars. The Lamborghini Veneno, although magnificent, if he grew tired of driving it, he would discard it as easily as worn-out shoes. In that case, he might as well do Qin Fan a favor. By doing so, he would both strengthen his bond with Qin Fan and secure 120 million in return. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Feeling somewhat drowsy, Sumu lay down on his bed, set his alarm, and went straight to sleep. The next morning at around 8 o'clock, Sumu was awakened by his alarm. He had a class at 9:30 that morning. After a quick wash, Sumu headed toward the university. His residential compound was directly across from the campus, very close by. Moreover, he had no intention of driving a supercar onto campus to show off. Unless absolutely necessary, he believed staying low-key was the better approach. Sumu had just stepped into the classroom when Wang Xinyu charged over. Third brother, holy crap. Explosive news. Wang Xinyu was practically vibrating with excitement. What explosive news? Sumu asked with keen interest, watching the wildly animated Wang Xinyu. Isn't the League of Legends final this Saturday? Just now the official League of Legends announcement revealed the guest performer for the finals opening ceremony. Wang Xinyu grew even more fervent as he spoke. Third brother, guess who it is? Who? Sumu remained perfectly composed. He wasn't much of a star chaser, so whoever the performer was didn't really matter to him. Zhou Lunjie, Heavenly King Zhou, is the opening ceremony guest. And the most important thing of all, he's going to sing 3 songs back to back. Hearing this, Sumu simply let out an oh. No wonder he was so stirred up. After all, it was Zhou Lunjie, a pop music monarch who had reigned for a full decade. Their entire generation had grown up listening to his songs, so their adulation for him was quite understandable. So did you manage to get your hands on tickets? No. At Sumu's mention of tickets, Wang Xinyu instantly wilted. He truly hadn't secured any tickets. And if he couldn't get them before, the odds of getting them now were practically negligible. If it were merely the League of Legends final, it would have been one thing. But Zhou Lunjie's arrival had completely altered the situation. The tickets were originally divided into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. A-tier tickets were floor seats, the most expensive of all. Even at the official price, they went for 188 yuan each. B-tier tickets right next to the floor section were priced at 100 yuan each. C-tier tickets cost 680 yuan apiece. As for D-tier tickets, the official rate was also 350 yuan each. But ever since the authorities announced Zhou Luanjia as the special guest of the opening ceremony, scalpers had sent all ticket prices skyrocketing. Floor tickets had soared 20-fold, selling at 3600 yuan each. As for the D-tier tickets, originally 350 yuan, they were now being hawked at 3500 yuan apiece. Still, splurging 3500 yuan on a D-tier ticket was nothing short of throwing money away. Stuck in the very last row, you'd barely see a thing. At that price, it simply wasn't worth it. Then what are you all riled up about? Sumu gently patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder. I have a friend. He might be able to get tickets. Sumu had said this out of nowhere. Wang Xinyu's earlier disappointment instantly reignited into enthusiasm. Third brother, then what are you waiting for? Ask him right away. Wang Xinyu urged excitedly. It's only Wednesday now. By the time Saturday rolls around, the prices will probably climb even higher. Alright, I'll ask. Sumu settled into a seat, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Wang Xinyu. The friends Sumu mentioned were of course Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. But since the IG team was playing in the final, Sumu would naturally ask Zhou Tsong first. Zhou Tsong was the owner of the IG team. Surely there was no one who didn't know that, right? Brother Tsong, any tickets left for Saturday's League of Legends final? Sumu shot Zhou Tsong a message. Zhou Tsong was presumably still asleep on his end, and no reply came. Third brother, how'd it go? What did your friend say? Wang Xinyu beside him was already growing restless. He's probably still sleeping. It's fine. No rush, Sumu said calmly. That friend of mine is quite dependable. Rest assured, the moment I hear anything, I'll let you know immediately. Alright then, third brother. Step on it. I'll cover the ticket money. Just don't let it get too outrageously expensive. Wang Xinyu received a monthly allowance of 50 to 60,000 yuan, and unlike other rich second-generation kids, he didn't squander money lavishly, so he actually had some savings tucked away. He couldn't call himself a multimillionaire, but 5 or 600,000 yuan he definitely possessed. For a sophomore, there was no denying that Wang Xinyu absolutely qualified as a wealthy heir. That won't be necessary. Sumu wasn't about to let Wang Xinyu foot the bill. Besides, it was only a matter of a few tickets. Zhou Tsong wouldn't actually demand payment from him, would he? The next 2 periods were advanced mathematics. Wang Xinyu was already a hopeless slacker, and now with his head full of Saturday's League of Legends final, how could he possibly spare any attention for the lecture? Sumu, however, listened quite earnestly. Though, he couldn't exactly follow much of it either. If only I could fish up a learning skill. Sumu let out a rueful chuckle, unable to help the thought from drifting through his mind. Money and such, he no longer cared about that. What he valued now were skills. As the saying goes, mastery of many arts burdens no one. If he could genuinely accumulate a wide array of skills, even if the system vanished one day, he would never be left idle and destitute. For instance, if he possessed a master-level calligraphy skill, casually dashing off a few pieces would probably be enough to sustain him for a lifetime. But what he fished up was entirely random. That was beyond Sumu's control. Fortunately, he still had one fishing opportunity every day. Who knew, perhaps someday he'd reel in some skills. Over on the other side, Wang Xinyu was already on the verge of dozing off. He'd been grinding ranked matches the night before, but the teammates the system matched him with were all pure garbage. Not only did he fail to climb in rank, he actually dropped a whole tier. Young Master Su plays League of Legends too. Just as class was about to end, Zhou Tsong finally replied. Yeah, brother Tsong, got any tickets? Regular tickets really are all gone. Although Zhou Tsong was the team owner, ticket sales were managed by the league's official body. There was no way for Zhou Tsong to interfere. He did have some tickets himself, but those had long been distributed to the last one. All gone. Sumu couldn't hide his disappointment. If even Zhou Tsong didn't have any scoring tickets, would indeed be a tall order. Regular tickets are gone, but there are still private boxes. Zhou Tsong cut indirectly. I reserved 2 private boxes earlier, planning to set them aside for friends. Since you've asked, I'll give you one. A private box. Damn. Sick. Sumu shot back at once. Now that young Master Su himself has spoken, even if I deny everyone else, I'd never deny you. Zhou Tsong was obviously buttering up Sumu. For one, Sumu had sold him that Koenigsegg at half price, so Zhou Tsong already owed him a favor. For another, Zhou Tsong had been genuinely awestruck by Sumu's background. He had secretly looked into all of Sumu's records, yet every document indicated that Sumu was nothing more than an ordinary man. But, have you ever seen an ordinary man own a Koenigsegg 1-1? And, right after selling the Koenigsegg, he promptly picked up a Lamborghini Veneno worth 120 million yuan. Let it be known that both the Koenigsegg 1-1 and the Lamborghini Veneno were limited editions, vehicles that were priceless and simply unavailable on the open market. He had also just spoken with Qin Fun over the phone. When he learned that Qin Fun had offered 200 million for Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, yet Sumu still hadn't sold, Zhou Tsong understood full well Sumu was someone to befriend, never to offend. After all, the forces behind him had forged Sumu's ordinary man facade so flawlessly. The power at his back had to be terrifyingly immense. A private box was nothing really, although the black market price for the private box black gold cards had already been hiked to over 1 million yuan apiece. But money was merely money. To Zhou Tsong, a few million he simply couldn't care less about. to win Su Mu's goodwill with a single private box black gold card. That was an utterly incredible bargain. The class bell rang, and Wang Xinyu, who had been on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up. Third brother, how is it? Did your friend get back to you? Su Mu shrugged helplessly. My friend said the regular tickets are gone. When Wang Xinyu heard that, the excitement he had shown a moment ago instantly deflated. Oh, I see. That makes sense. With Heavenly King Zhou singing 3 songs at the opening ceremony, tickets are bound to be in short supply. Wang Xinyu muttered quietly, but then it occurred to him. Wait, just now third brother had only said the regular tickets were gone. Third brother, if the regular tickets are gone, are there other options? I don't ask for much, even standing without a seat is fine. Su Mu was speechless. Before he could respond, a boy from class 3 next door jumped up. Haha, I got 2 B-tier tickets. Awesome. That boy was Zhang, he whose family was also quite wealthy. Unlike Wang Xinyu, however, Zhang, he was used to throwing his family's money around and acted extremely arrogant. Wow. I heard B-tier tickets are selling for 2,000 yuan a ticket now. So jealous. Too bad I couldn't even get my hands on a D-tier ticket. Yeah, I was thinking about buying one from a scalper on game day, but now that Heavenly King Zhou is performing at the opening ceremony, ticket prices have shot up more than tenfold. Way too expensive. I simply can't afford it. Many people in the class looked at Zhang, he with envy. A few girls even circled around asking if he would take them to the match. Damn it. Wang Xinyu shot a glance at the smug Zhang, he grinding his teeth. Wang Xinyu truly couldn't stand this guy who he'd clashed with Zhang he before. Zhang he turned around and looked at Wang Xinyu with arrogant delight. So, did you get tickets? It was obvious Zhang he was trying to pick a fight, and Wang Xinyu's face fell the moment he heard those words. It's just a B-tier ticket. You can't even get into the inner field. I really don't see what's so impressive about that. Su Mu shot Zhang he a glance and said with undisguised scorn. What did you say? Huh, a mere B-tier ticket. If you've got the ability, go get yourself an inner field ticket. Zhang he immediately bristled at Su Mu's words. But I heard inner field tickets are being scalped for 4,000 yuan each now, and there's no supply even at that price. You simply can't get one. Zhang he looked at Su Mu with contempt. With your financial situation, I suspect you can't even afford a D-tier ticket. Zhang he's dormitory was next door to Su Mu's, so he had a rough idea of Su Mu's financial condition. Of course, he had no clue about Su Mu's present situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared act so arrogantly in front of him. After saying that, Zhang, he swaggered past Su Mu. But as the saying goes, heaven has its own way of collecting from a wretch. Zhang he carried his nose so high in the air that when he walked, he clipped a desk, stumbled, and fell sprawling at Su Mu's feet. What are you doing? It's not New Year. Why are you kowtowing to me? I don't have a red envelope for you. Su Mu laughed, unmistakably sarcastic. Zhang he's face went black on the spot. He was just about to make a fuss when Zhu Yuan walked over. Earlier, when Zhang he had caused bad blood between himself and Su Mu's dorm mates, the hot-tempered Zhu Yuan had charged straight into Zhang he's room, pinned him to the bed, and beaten him up. Now the mere sight of Zhu Yuan gave Zhang he psychological trauma. What? Looking for trouble? Zhu Yuan glared at Zhang he, and Zhang he instantly lost his nerve. Watch your step, or I'll beat you again. Zhu Yuan glared at him, looking quite imposing as he delivered the threat. Zhang he didn't dare say a word and slunk away in disgrace. People like that deserve a beating. Classic case of going 3 days without a beating and climbing up onto the roof to tear off the tiles. Zhu Yuan laughed and said to Su Mu and Wang Xinyu. You said it. Su Mu chimed in. Thanks to Zhang he's little spectacle, Wang Xinyu had temporarily forgotten about the ticket matter. After lunch, with no classes in the afternoon, Su Mu planned to take the car for a spin. Last time he hadn't yet had his fill of the Koenigsegg before it collided with Qin Fun's LaFerrari. Fortunately, he now had a Lamborghini Veneno. He planned to make a trip to Thompson Riviera today. The entire building he owned there had been rented out, with each unit fetching nearly 150,000 yuan a month in rent alone. That building had 90 apartments, and the monthly rent alone was over 13 million yuan. In a year, rent would easily reach 100 or 200 million yuan. Moreover, there was a specialized company handling these properties for him. Just after Su Mu deposited the property certificates into a bank's safe deposit box, Tang Yu, the general manager of that company, called him. When the system gave Su Mu these assets, everything was completely legal and had a legitimate paper trail. The original owner of this building was a tycoon from Jiangxiang, but he'd sold the building because his business had recently taken a turn for the worse. The new owner was, of course, Su Mu. Ever since he learned that he owned a building at Thompson Riviera, he had never actually been there. Since the general manager who managed the properties had called, he now planned to go over and take a look. He arranged to go over at 3:30 in the afternoon. Su Mu returned home and rested briefly. I might as well go to Yida Mall and spruce myself up. Su Mu looked at his clothes and couldn't help a wry smile. It didn't matter at school, but if he was venturing into society, he truly had to mind his wardrobe. He checked the time. It was just 2 o'clock. Su Mu grabbed the Lamborghini key and went straight downstairs. Yida Mall was part of the Yida Group and was considered one of the country's top-tier malls at the moment. Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno had been parked in the underground garage for almost a day, drawing a fair amount of attention. The neighborhood had no shortage of wealthy residents, and the garage was filled with luxury cars. Supercars were not rare either. But even so, it was a Lamborghini Veneno. Nothing other supercars could compare with. Damn, I spotted this in our neighborhood's underground garage. A big-shot businessman worth tens of millions snapped a photo and posted it on his Moments. For a while, quite a few replies came in. Mr. Wu, it's just a Lamborghini. Your Maybach S560 is no worse either. Right, Mr. Wu? His Lamborghini can't be much more expensive than yours, right? Mr. Wu, are you free on Sunday? Can I take you out to dinner? Though he was being flattered by many people and felt a little smug inside, Wu Tao simply posted a single reply to everyone on Moments. This is a Lamborghini Veneno. My Maybach S560 can't even afford one of his car's tires. Little did Sumu know what was unfolding elsewhere. Descending from upstairs, he drove his car directly toward Wanda Shopping Center in Haidu. The Wanda Shopping Center boasted an enormous parking lot, and the moment Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno rolled in, it triggered an eruption of exclamations from everyone present. Holy crap, what am I seeing? A Lamborghini Veneno. Damn it, since when did Haidu have a car like this? What is this supercar that expensive? Only 9 exist worldwide. Even on the black market you couldn't buy one for 120 million yuan. Tell me if that's expensive or not. Everyone stared at the Lamborghini Veneno, eager to catch a glimpse of whatever rich second generation could afford such an extravagant supercar. Everyone gazed at the Lamborghini Veneno, all wondering which wealthy second-generation heir had the means to purchase such an expensive supercar. Opening the car doors, Sumu stepped out with remarkable composure. Then everyone was left utterly astonished. He's so young. Don't recognize him, but he looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the young man who caused trouble at Furtet Bar last night? Indeed it's him. Holy hell, he's genuinely wealthy. Damn rich kid, I'm so jealous. Amidst the envious, jealous gazes of the crowd, Sumu walked into Wanda Shopping Center with perfect nonchalance. As a man, Sumu was no different from most men. Shopping was always a purposeful endeavor for him. He went directly to the upscale men's clothing section on the 3rd floor. Sumu wasn't particularly knowledgeable about clothing, but he understood one principle: expensive doesn't necessarily mean the best, but it certainly won't be bad. Without much deliberation, Sumu purchased a suit, 2 or 3 casual outfits, and a pair of leather shoes. The total came to over 500,000 yuan. However, Sumu had come to terms with it. The 2 billion in his account was simply impossible to spend through. Money not spent wasn't truly yours anyway. Any amount of money only becomes yours once you've actually spent it. As he descended from the upper floors, Sumu's eyes caught sight of the prestige watch gallery. The poor play with cars, the wealthy play with watches. I've got the car now, I just need a presentable timepiece. Sumu murmured softly to himself and made his way toward the prestige watch gallery. He had already changed into a Givenchy casual outfit, the latest design and limited edition at that. The casual wear alone had cost over 130 yuan. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on golden robes as men rely on fine attire. Sumu already had an excellent physique and handsome features, but now dressed in Givenchy, his cold and elegant aura was perfectly accentuated. The sales attendants at the Prestige Watch Gallery lit up the moment they saw Sumu approaching. They were professionally trained, so how could they fail to recognize the substantial value of Sumu's casual attire? Moreover, in Sumu's hands were also bags from Armani, Brioni, Canali, pure luxury men's brands, and these alone probably cost no less than several 100,000 yuan. Zhao Jing was the manager of the Prestige Watch Gallery, and she personally attended to Sumu. Sir, which timepiece would you like to see? We have Patek Philippe Vacheron Constantin Cartier. Patek Philippe. Sumu directly named Patek Philippe, and Zhao Jing was momentarily stunned before nodding with a smile. Very well, sir. Here we have our Patek Philippe collection. Please take a look. Is there a style that catches your eye? Let me have a look. Sumu gazed at the Patek Philippe watches displayed in the tempered glass counter and spoke softly. Of course, sir. Zhao Jing stood respectfully before Sumu, not daring to speak unnecessarily. She was well aware of the type of wealthy second generation Sumu represented. They had their own judgment and didn't need her input. If he truly liked something, he would likely purchase it without a second thought. This one, not bad. Sumu pointed to a timepiece priced at 6,800 yuan. Bring it over for me to see. Certainly, sir. The piece you've selected is a Patek Philippe handcrafted by master watchmaker Magner over 5 years in 2011, set with 12 diamonds. Zhao Jing introduced the Patek Philippe. Sumu had his eye on, but Sumu furrowed his brow. I'm telling you to bring me the watch so I can see it. Hearing Sumu's words, Zhao Jing was taken aback, but she dared not argue with him. She promptly retrieved the timepiece from the display case. Sumu took the watch, examined it briefly, then slipped it onto his left wrist. Paired with his outfit, it was a perfect match. Not bad, I'll take it. Sumu quite liked it, and 6,800 yuan was a reasonable price. Although Zhao Jing knew Sumu had the purchasing power, she hadn't expected him to be so decisive. He just looked at it and wanted it outright. This was a 6,800 yuan timepiece. Is there a problem? Sumu raised his eyes to glance at Zhao Jing, speaking calmly. No problem, no problem. I'll process the invoice for you right away. Zhao Jing snapped back to reality, her smile growing warmer and her demeanor towards Sumu becoming even more flattering. After all, Sumu had purchased this 6,800 yuan Patek Philippe without so much as batting an eye. He swiped his card, then walked out wearing the watch and carrying an array of luxury goods. As luck would have it, Yenru was just entering Wanda Shopping Center. Sumu didn't recognize Yenru, but Yenru remembered him. The two passed each other, though Yenru's gaze lingered on Sumu a moment longer. Once Sumu's figure disappeared from view, Yenru walked toward the Prestige Watch Gallery. Zhao Jing was Yenru's best friend, though she was a few years older. The moment Yenru entered, Zhao Jing had already spotted her. After all, her attention had been entirely focused on Sumu. As Yen Ru walked into the prestige watch gallery, Zhao Jing set aside her work and approached her. So do you know that person just now? Zhao Jing nudged Yen Ru with her elbow, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. No, but I've met him once before. Yen Ru smiled at Zhao Jing as she spoke. I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe how wealthy he is. A 68000 yuan Patek Philippe purchased without even blinking. Though Zhao Jing's family was quite well off, they were at most worth a few million. Nowhere near Yen Ru's family status, considering the Yen family owned over 35-star hotels across the country. Are you certain this person isn't part of your circle? His name is Su Mu. I've only seen him once at our hotel. But when I was scrolling through Douyin, I saw him with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. You know, even among wealthy second generations there are hierarchies. The likes of Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun wouldn't even spare us a glance. Yen Ru smiled, biting her lip gently as she spoke. Nevertheless, this only deepened her impression of Su Mu. Su Mu emerged from Yida Mall, his hands laden with shopping bags. As he reached the parking lot, he noticed two young attractive women standing in front of his car, dressed in a rather seductive manner, snapping photos. It was only natural for young people to have a bit of vanity. Su Mu took out his phone to check the time. It was 3 o'clock, and he still had to head over to Tangshan Yiping later. He stood to the side scrolling through 2 or 3 short videos. When he looked up, the two women were still taking photos. He frowned, let out a wry laugh, lowered his head, and scrolled through 3 or 4 more. When he looked up again, the two women were still at it, striking all kinds of poses for their photos. No matter how good Su Mu's temper was, this was too much to swallow. I say, haven't you two taken enough yet? I'm afraid your phone memory's going to run out. Su Mu walked over and said with a touch of sarcasm. The two women taking photos were no pushovers either. How could they miss the sarcasm in Su Mu's words? We're photographing our own car, why do you have to meddle? The sharp-featured woman among them immediately snapped back at Su Mu. What did you say? Your car. Su Mu's mouth twitched when he heard her words, and he couldn't help but laugh. Do you know what car this is? He let out a chuckle, too lazy to argue with these two women. He walked straight up and pressed the key fob. The scissor doors of the Lamborghini Veneno swung open. Su Mu got straight into the driver's seat, leaving the two women beside him utterly stunned. This car is his. The two women looked at each other as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through their minds. Handsome guy am I? I was joking just now. Can I add you on WeChat? The sharp-featured woman from earlier hurriedly apologized to Su Mu. Scram. Su Mu said that to her without looking back, then stepped on the gas and sped off around a corner with a drift. What's there to be so proud of? It's just a supercar. Exactly. The two women were exactly like the fox that says the grapes are sour because it can't reach them, but Su Mu felt great. They should take a look at themselves before asking to add me on WeChat. Su Mu couldn't help but grumble to himself as he drove straight toward Tangshan Yiping. The address at Lizui Ring Road, Dongpu District, Haida City, was the best, so naturally the selling price of Tangshan Yiping had risen with the tide. When the development first opened, the property price here was merely several tens of thousands per square meter. With Haida City's rapid development over the years, the once relatively small city had become a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Take Tangshan Yiping as an example. At its peak, the price reached as high as 4,000 yuan per square meter. Originally, the owner of Building A was a wealthy magnate from Jiangxiang, but now it already belonged to Su Mu. At Tangshan Yiping, a large flat on the first floor of Building A had been set aside as the workspace for Tang Yu and the others. They were hired by that Jiangxiang magnate to take care of the building for him. Now that the entire building belonged to Su Mu, they naturally came under Su Mu's command. It wasn't until yesterday that Tang Yu learned their current big boss was Su Mu, and he contacted Su Mu immediately. As for Su Mu, he had no intention of replacing them. Having someone else manage the building for him was far better than collecting the rent himself. And though being a landlord might look comfortable, it actually came with a lot of troublesome matters. Tenants who lived in the building would go straight to the owner at the slightest issue: a broken light, no electricity, a water outage. If he had to handle every petty trivial matter himself, wouldn't that drive him crazy? The meaning of Tang Yu and his team's existence was to manage the building for him. If residents had any problems, they could just go to them. The residents paid rent to them. They kept the accounts and handed the money to Su Mu. Then Su Mu paid their wages. Tang Yu and his team could be considered a small property management company. Apart from Tang Yu as general manager, there were 2 accountants, 1 assistant, and 3 maintenance workers. 7 people in total. With divided duties and cooperation, they saved Su Mu a lot of trouble. In room 103, Building A, Tangshan Yiping, Tang Yu nervously checked the time. I'll say it once more, the big boss is coming for an inspection soon, and it's his first visit. All of you brace up. If anyone makes the big boss unhappy, you'll bear the consequences. With Tang Yu saying that, the staff under him naturally took it to heart. Manager Tang, have you met our new boss? Accountant Zhang Sini was also curious about what her new boss looked like. After all, everyone knew what this building represented. An ordinary residential complex was one thing, but this was Tangshan Yiping, with an average price of 3,000 yuan per square meter. This one building alone was worth 20 billion yuan. As an insider, she knew a bit of the inside story. Earlier, the big boss from Jiangxiang had put the building on the market at an astronomical price of 20 billion yuan, and he had one more requirement: cash in full. 20 billion yuan full payment. At the time, quite a few rich people in Haidu had ideas, but the moment they heard 20 billion all cash, they were scared away. Who the hell could have 20 billion in cash? Forget ordinary people. Even the richest man in the country couldn't possibly pull out that much cash at once to buy a house outright, could he? But Sumu actually did it. So any person after all would be curious about the tycoon who could produce 20 billion in cash at once, right? I haven't seen him. Tang Yu was also a little nervous. Seeing it was almost time for the appointment with Sumu, how could he not be? Meanwhile, Sumu was stopped by a security guard at the main gate of Tangshan. Although Sumu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, those security guards really didn't recognize these luxury cars. If he wasn't a resident of the complex, they certainly wouldn't let him in. The license plate of Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno had never been registered in their system, so the guard directly blocked him. I'm sorry, sir. We have rules here. Non-residents can't enter unless a resident informs us. The security guard was a young and strong lad. From his build, it was plain at a glance that he was a veteran soldier. But the guard's attitude was still perfectly polite. After all, even if he didn't recognize the Lamborghini Veneno, just by looking at the supercar's lines, he could tell Sumu was worth a fortune, not someone a small security guard like him could afford to offend. Oh, I see. Wait a moment. Sumu wouldn't make things difficult for the guard. After all, this was his duty. Though Sumu didn't live here, he hoped the security guards of the community would act exactly like this. Security was no trivial matter. Residents of a place like Tangshan were either rich or noble. If a security problem ever occurred, that was definitely not what Sumu wanted to see. Hey, Manager Tang, come over here. I've been stopped at the main gate. Tang Yu answered the phone nervously. On hearing Sumu's words, his entire body trembled, as if he'd received an electric shock. Shit, how could I forget that? Tang Yu had only been thinking about how to welcome the big boss for his inspection, yet he'd completely forgotten about the security system at Tangshan. All right, young Master Su, please wait a moment. I'll be right over. Tang Yu hung up the phone, and without any hesitation jogged all the way to the main gate. Luckily, Building A wasn't far from here. Otherwise, just thinking about making the big boss wait more than 10 minutes at the gate. Today he would probably be in for a heap of trouble. Tang Yu jogged over in about 2 minutes. He calmed himself, walked up to the guard, leaned in, and said, Young Master Su is my new boss. The entire Building A is his. The guard naturally knew Tang Yu. Hearing that, he froze for a moment. I'm sorry, young Master Su. Please go ahead. The guard was smart enough to open the gate at once. Sumu, not putting on any airs, looked at the guard and said, It's fine. You're doing well. With that, Sumu looked at Tang Yu again and said, Manager Tang, ride with me and show me the way. Watching the black Lamborghini Veneno drive past him toward Building A, the security guard, who had just stopped Sumu, let out a sigh of relief. He had known Sumu's identity was no ordinary one, but he never imagined it could be this extraordinary. The entire Building A belonged to him. This single building alone was worth 20 billion. Envy and jealousy certainly existed, but when someone was as extraordinary as Sumu, it simply didn't inspire hatred. Take Ma Xiaoyan, the country's richest man, for example, with a net worth of over 300 billion, who among ordinary people would resent him. That's just how it works. I actually stopped such an incredible big shot. I can brag about this for a year. The young security guard's face flushed red, and he couldn't help thinking to himself, Young Master Su, this was an oversight on my part. Tang Yu sat in the passenger seat, holding his breath, his heart filled with unease. The new boss's first inspection visit had been marred by such a huge oversight. If Sumu held him accountable, his position as general manager would be lost. It's nothing serious. Sumu was not the kind of person to be petty over trifles. He wouldn't go so far as to blame Tang Yu for something like this. Building A is just ahead, right? Sumu parked the car directly at the foot of Building A, but since there were no spare parking spaces here, he had to stop it on the road. Holy crap, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? A man who looked about 30 had just stepped out of a Ferrari 458, and he stared intently at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. Even though his Ferrari 458 had an on-road price of nearly 5 million compared with the Lamborghini Veneno before him, it was worlds apart. In other words, if he were to scratch Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, his Ferrari 458 would probably be gone. Sumu parked the car and stepped out from the driver's seat. Tang Yu hurriedly got out as well, following closely at Sumu's side. You're not allowed to park on the roadside, didn't you know? Even though you drive a Veneno, I still have to remind you. Yang Su said, directly looking at Sumu's profile. Yang Su was a major streamer on the esports channel of the Donyo live streaming platform. Despite an annual salary of 10 million, he couldn't afford an expensive residence like Tangshan. However, he loved to enjoy life, and since he was in Haidu, he naturally had to live in a luxury residence like Tangshan. He had moved in last year, an 800 square meter flat with monthly rent as high as 2,000 yuan. Fortunately, with his financial situation, he could still afford the annual rent of 2.4 million yuan. Hearing the voice, Sumu turned around and happened to see Yang Su. Aren't you Yang Su, the top lane dominator of Donyo? Sumu was a veteran League of Legends player himself, though his skill was average, sitting around diamond rank. That was still pretty good. As a League of Legends streamer, Yang Su was somewhat familiar to Sumu. Your Darius is really impressive, Sumu said with a slight smile, looking at Yang Su. Oh, it's nothing, just average. Seeing that Sumu recognized him at a glance, and even praised him, Yang Su felt a bit embarrassed. You really can't park here. Yang Su pointed at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno and gave an awkward smile. Is it okay to park here? Sumu glanced at Tang Yu, who felt like dying. But upon hearing Sumu ask him that, he replied respectfully, Others can't park here, but you, young Master Su, certainly can. Moi. Young Master Su, this entire building is yours. Can't you park wherever you like? Tang Yu's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough. Yang Su had fairly good hearing, so he naturally caught every word Tang Yu had just said. For a moment he was slightly stunned. He then took a closer look at Tang Yu. Earlier, he had been so focused on the car that he completely overlooked Tang Yu. Now he remembered, wasn't Tang Yu exactly the general manager of the property management office for this very building? Since it came from Tang Yu, it had to be true. At that moment, Yang Su couldn't help but shiver and his face instantly turned crimson. Oh my god, I actually said something like that. To such a big shot. Yang Su had no idea what to do. After all, if the whole building belonged to Su Mu, wasn't he his landlord? I'm only parked here for a while. Shouldn't be a big problem, right? Su Mu asked Yang Su softly. And no problem. Yang Su was so nervous that his speech became halting. By the way, are you streaming today? Su Mu's sudden question made Yang Su a little excited. Yeah, I'm streaming. Alright then, if you get the chance, let's play together and help me rank up. Su Mu's words made Yang Su feel flattered. Okay. Yang Su nodded heavily in agreement. He generally didn't help people rank up unless they happened to be beautiful women. Once a wealthy fan sent him over 10,000 yuan in gifts asking Yang Su to help him rank up. Yang Su then asked the fan to send his WeChat and directly transferred the gift money back. However, it all depended on the person. Someone like Su Mu, a super rich man with a net worth of at least tens of billions. And his landlord. How could he dare to refuse? Su Mu had merely said it casually, but Yang Su certainly took it seriously. Meanwhile, Su Mu, guided by Tang Yu, arrived at the large flat where their office was located. Yang Su quickly got on the elevator, his heart still thumping. Back home, he couldn't wait to start his live stream. Guys, you won't believe it, but I just saw a Lamborghini Veneno. Yang Su sat in front of the camera boasting to the fans in his stream. Bullshitting, right? A Lamborghini Veneno. Are you sure that car exists in China? I don't believe it unless you show me a photo. Not necessarily. I remember Brother Su lives in Tangqing Yipin, right? That place is full of rich people. Even a Lamborghini Veneno isn't something they couldn't afford, right? I'm telling you, I'm definitely not lying. And, do you know how rich that guy is? Yang Su was excited, his face flushed red. You all know I rent at Tangqing Yipin in Building A. As luck would have it, that guy turned out to be the owner of Building A. I'm telling you, this entire building belongs to him. As soon as Yang Su finished speaking, the barrage on the screen turned into a stream of WTF. Owning an entire building was already amazing, but owning an entire building in Tangqing Yipin, how much net worth would that require? Without exaggeration, this building was previously valued at 20 billion. If you don't believe me, go check it out, and you'll know. Yang Su was excitedly bragging on Su Mu's behalf, as if the building were his own. Su Mu, meanwhile, simply followed Tang Yu and briefly inspected the work being done here. It's our first meeting, and I haven't prepared any gifts for everyone. So here's the plan, Manager Tang. Give each person a 2,000 yuan red envelope later. Deduct it from this month's rent, and just put it on the books. The moment Su Mu said that, the staff members behind him were all beaming with excitement. Their new big boss was far too generous. They had assumed he was coming to inspect their work. Even if he wasn't going to nitpick, he would probably put on a stern face and say a few harsh words. Instead, Su Mu said nothing else. After a quick tour, he simply gave each of them a 2,000 yuan red envelope. This was far more generous than their previous boss had ever been. Su Mu didn't stay long either. After a brief inspection, he got into his supercar and drove away. While Su Mu was around, none of them dared to talk too much. The instant he left, they all heaved sighs of relief. Oh my heavens, our new boss is just too handsome. With a face like that, he could easily outshine all the young idols in the entertainment circle, right? Accountant Zhang Sini couldn't help swooning. And I feel like our new boss is genuinely such a nice person. He has no airs at all, and his voice is so gentle. Most importantly, he's just too generous. Assistant Wei Ling said with stars in her eyes. Manager Tang, young Master Su is so young. Does he have a girlfriend? Zhang Sini, being quite the gossip, asked her general manager Tang Yu. How would I know? Tang Yu laughed and scolded. Everyone just focus on your work. Don't waste all day thinking about nonsense. Young Master Su is not someone ordinary people like us can ever reach. Oh, I know, Zhang Sini said out loud, but inwardly, she couldn't help thinking, if I can't be his girlfriend, being his lover would be fine too. After all, Su Mu owned a Thompson Riviera property. Setting that aside, if she could get involved with Su Mu romantically, even if he wouldn't gift her a luxury apartment in Thompson Riviera, buying her a home in another residential area of Haidu would be enough. What she couldn't obtain in a lifetime was nothing but a drop in the ocean to Su Mu, utterly insignificant. Su Mu, of course, had no idea that Zhang Sini had set her sights on him. Meanwhile, he had agreed to meet Zhou Tsong at Uemu Cafe. Uemu Cafe was the most renowned cafe in Haidu. Even the plainest cup of coffee there cost over 1,000 yuan, making it a place reserved exclusively for the city's wealthy. Coffee that others saw as precious as gold could, in the eyes of the rich, be drunk by the pot. Su Mu parked his Lamborghini Veneno in a street-side parking spot in front of the cafe. Even the waiters, long accustomed to supercars and luxury cars, couldn't help drawing in a sharp breath at the sight of Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno. Beside the Veneno, every other supercar in the lot suddenly lost its luster. Dressed in a full Givenchy casual outfit and carrying an air of quiet aloofness, Su Mu was someone the attendant at the door would not dare to slight. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask how many are in your party? I'm meeting someone over there. Su Mu smiled slightly. He had already spotted Zhou Tsong sitting not far away. Very well, sir. This way, please. The attendant's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was completely stunned. That young man in a Lamborghini Veneno was actually here to see Zhou Tsong. Well, it truly proved the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Zhou Tsong was, after all, one of the country's top-tier rich heirs. As for Su Mu, he had arrived in a supercar worth over 100 million yuan and wore casual clothes worth at least 100 or 200,000 yuan. It was hardly strange that he could be friends with Zhou Tsong. Brother Tsong. Su Mu walked over to Zhou Tsong and greeted him with a gentle smile. At the same time, he noticed a woman sitting across from Zhou Tsong. She looked not much older than Su Mu, with fair skin and delicate refined features. The Cartier watch on her wrist seemed to match her temperament perfectly. Even more remarkable, she didn't have one of those internet celebrity faces. Su Mu stole only a glance, but he couldn't help teasing himself as young Master Tsong changed his tastes. No longer into the internet celebrity look. Then again, a beauty like her could score 90 points even with no makeup on. What man wouldn't be drawn to that? Young Master Su, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Meng Shuifei, Elder Ren's daughter. Zhou Tsong stood up and said, looking from Su Mu to Meng Shuifei. Meng Shuifei studied Su Mu with some curiosity. Naturally, she already knew a few things about him. She rose to her feet and with poised grace extended her right hand towards Su Mu. Meng Shuifei, it truly is an honor to meet you today, young Master Su. Su Mu was slightly taken aback, for he had just been thinking about what Zhou Tsong had said. On instinct, he shook Meng Shuifei's hand. Elder Ren's daughter. Could it be Elder Ren of Weihua Group? Lost in thought, Su Mu forgot to let go of Meng Shuifei's hand. A faint blush rose to her face. She gave a slight tug. Only then did Su Mu snap back to reality and quickly release her hand. Su Mu smiled gently. Miss Meng, you flatter me. To be honest, Elder Ren has always been my idol. He is the benchmark among this country's entrepreneurs. By saying this, Su Mu dissolved the previous awkwardness. I heard from Brother Tsong that you own a Koenigsegg 11 and a Lamborghini Veneno, young Master Su. Although Meng Shuifei had heard Zhou Tsong and the others mention Su Mu, she was still somewhat skeptical. The other supercars were one thing, but the Koenigsegg 11 and the Lamborghini Veneno, either one was a top-tier hypercar with a global limited run of no more than 10 units. The Koenigsegg 11 now belongs to Brother Tsong. Su Mu looked at Zhou Tsong and said softly, as for the Lamborghini Veneno, I happened to come across it and bought it. Well, the way he phrased it made Meng Shuifei want to hit him. What had happened to come across it and bought it mean? How could a 120 million yuan supercar sound as cheap as cabbage? See, I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Young Master Su had truly outstanding for his age. Although Zhou Tsong loved to spar with everyone and everything online, even bluntly trashing his own hotel, by saying he had never stayed in such a terrible place, the public impression of him was that of a blunt, outspoken man who didn't take anyone seriously. But in reality, it all depended on who was in front of him. For example, the way Zhou Tsong acted towards Su Mu now made it not too much to call him Su Mu's sycophant. As for Su Mu, he simply chuckled. What outstanding achievements. I'm just lucky. That wasn't far off. He really was lucky. Transmigration, a mutated app on his phone. Things that defied all scientific common sense had all happened to him. If that wasn't good luck, what was? Hearing that, Zhou Tsong was stunned for a moment and couldn't help thinking, lucky. Does he mean he was lucky at birth? Come to think of it, I'm actually pretty lucky too. After all, Zhou Tsong was also one of the country's recognized top-tier second-generation rich heirs, wasn't he? Old Ren of the Weihua Group was beyond any doubt the benchmark among domestic entrepreneurs. As for why Old Ren's daughter bore the name Meng Shuifei, there was nothing particularly strange about it. It was perfectly normal for her to take her mother's surname. Although Old Ren ranked outside the top 100 on the domestic wealth list, no one would ever think less of him because of that. The Weihua Group had always adhered to the principle of building a real enterprise without going public to siphon money off the market, devoting itself year after year to the research and development of countless patents. With annual revenues exceeding 100 billion, if the Weihua Group ever went public, its market value would at the very least rank among the top 3 domestic companies. As Old Ren's youngest daughter Meng Shuifei had spent all these years studying abroad. Thanks to Old Ren's standing, Meng Shuifei, though only 23, found herself pursued by wealthy heirs from every corner of the globe. After all, to marry Meng Shuifei would be an extraordinary boon to any young man's future career. Moreover, Meng Shuifei was strikingly beautiful, the kind of refinement she carried evidently cultivated through a top-tier education. Yet Su Mu, for his part, harbored no particular thoughts about her. Young Master Su, this black gold card is for you. Zhou Tsong pulled a black gold card from his trouser pocket. Precisely the one officially released by League of Legends, said to grant its holder access to any League of Legends match in a private box for a full year. Su Mu didn't bother with formalities. He simply reached out and pocketed the card. This card had been issued in a limited run of only 5 with an official price of 660,000 yuan. By now, however, the card had been bid up to over 1 million on the black market. Exorbitant indeed, yet not a single owner would sell. Among China's 1.4 billion people, although wealth lay concentrated in the hands of roughly 3%, that still amounted to tens of millions of millionaires. 660,000 yuan was hardly a trivial sum to ordinary people, but to the likes of Su Mu and Zhou Tsong it signified nothing much at all. Brother Tsong's sister Fei, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off. Having secured the private box black gold card, Su Mu had no intention of lingering there to sip coffee. With time like this, wouldn't it be far more delightful to go home, play games, and sleep? Su Mu came and went in haste, yet Meng Shuifei, who had always regarded every young man with a certain disdain, found herself rather intrigued by Su Mu this time. Watching Su Mu drive away in a Lamborghini Veneno, Meng Shuifei couldn't help but furrow her brow. Su Mu had behaved far too calmly. You know, even those princes from the Emirates abroad would have cradled me in the palms of their hands. Brother Tsung, just what kind of background does this Sumu have? Sumu had certainly stirred Meng Shuefei's curiosity. That Sumu, he is no ordinary man. Zhou Tsung remarked with a sigh, but Meng Shuefei sitting across from him merely rolled her eyes at him. Sumu was no ordinary man. Did that even need saying? When Sumu got home, he dropped himself onto the sofa. Wang Xinyu, ever prompt, immediately sent Sumu a message. Third bro, wanna team up for some games? Not playing. Studying makes me happy. Stretched out on the sofa, Sumu sent Wang Xinyu the words, studying makes me happy. Holy crap. Third bro, if I hadn't been living right next door to you for a whole year, I might actually have believed you. Wang Xinyu chuckled, not buying Sumu's nonsense in the least. Oh right, the ticket matter is all settled. Sumu took out the private box black gold card, snapped a photo, and sent it to Wang Xinyu. In the dormitory, Wang Xinyu sat before his computer, and the moment he saw the photo of the private box black gold card sent by Sumu, he blurted out aloud, holy crap. His voice was so thunderous that it startled every single person in the room. What the hell? What's going on? Fourth bro, what's gotten into you? Damn it, you scared me. Wang Xinyu for his part was completely dumbfounded. Third bro, don't tell me this is the private box black gold card officially issued by League of Legends. Wang Xinyu immediately sent Sumu a voice message, his voice sounding somewhat tremulous. The other roommates had also heard what Wang Xinyu just blurted out. Except for big bro Du Kong, who rarely played games, how could the rest of them possibly not know about this private box black gold card? Officially priced at 660,000 yuan, limited to merely 5 in the entire world, and accompanied by an official promise that similar cards would never be issued again. A limited edition, out-of-print League of Legends black gold card. The black market price had been inflated past $1 million, yet no owner had ever been heard of putting one up for sale. Well, of course. Someone who could afford 660,000 yuan was hardly going to be short of that few million. When League of Legends officials first released the private box black gold card, the astronomical price of 660,000 yuan drew merciless abuse from everyone online. But the moment they went on sale, no, in fact, before they were even officially released, the cards had already been snapped up by Zhou Tsung and his circle. Zhou Tsung directly secured too. Over $1 million yuan was nothing more than his usual spending to him. Such was the essence of the true fragrance law. For when the league first launched this private box black gold card, Zhou Tsung had been the very first to stand against it, even going so far as to mock the league on Weibo for behaving as if they had never seen money before. But, damn it, of the 5 private box black gold cards, he went and grabbed 2 for himself. Holy crap. Third bro, what's going on? This card. Where did you get it? Wang Xinyu was utterly bewildered, chiefly because he knew Sumu's circumstances all too well. There was simply no way Sumu could have gotten his hands on such a thing. Haven't I told you? That friend of mine carries considerable weight. Sumu gave a soft chuckle. On Saturday we'll head over together, yeah. That's absolutely badass, third bro. Wang Xinyu was beside himself with excitement. Previously, Zhang He's getting his hands on 2 B-tier tickets had already gotten under his skin. Although Zhang He had failed to pull off his little flex in the end, Wang Xinyu still yearned to secure some tickets. He had already resolved that if worse came to worst, he would simply buy 2 A-tier floor tickets from scalpers. But the floor tickets that originally cost a mere 180 yuan had, owing to Zhou Luanjia's appearance at the opening ceremony, skyrocketed more than 20-fold by now. An A-tier floor ticket now cost at least 40 to 50,000 yuan each. Wang Xinyu could certainly afford it, but the thought that a ticket once priced at just 180 yuan had been bid up to 40 or 50,000 made his heart ache. Nobody's money had ever been blown in by the wind. Wang Xinyu might not be strapped for cash, but neither did he want such money lining the pockets of scalpers. Moreover, he could not stomach that loathsome smugness on Zhang He's face. He fully intended to spend his way to slapping Zhang He across the face. A mere B-tier ticket. What was there to be so cocky about? Before a private box black gold card, even an A-tier floor ticket counted for nothing at all. Wang Xinyu immediately posted a moment on WeChat. Going to watch the match on Saturday. Along with a photo of the black gold card, his Moments feed instantly exploded in a frenzy. Whoa, for real? That's insane. A private box black gold card. It's worth over 1.3 million on the black market. Holy crap, brother, you're a legend. To get a private box black gold card, truly deserving of the title rich second generation. So envious, brother, you. Can you bring me along? Wang Xinyu rarely posted on his Moments, but this time it was because the VIP black gold card for the private box was indeed impressive enough to show off. Of course, more importantly, he wanted Zhang He to know about it. They were in the same department, and although Wang Xinyu and Zhang He were not friends on social media, they were in neighboring dormitories. How could Zhang He possibly not know that Wang Xinyu had obtained a VIP black gold card? How is that possible? How could he get something like that? Zhang He was playing games at the time, and when he heard the news, he nearly smashed his computer. For him, let alone a VIP black gold card worth over $1 million, he couldn't even get an A-class floor ticket that cost 40 or 50,000. Brother He, if you ask me, this card is probably fake. The guys in Zhang He's dorm were naturally his sycophants. At this moment, Tao Yang looked at Zhang He and spoke flatteringly. Fake. Zhang He was stunned for a moment upon hearing Tao Yang's words, then slapped his thigh. Right? It's fake. Zhang He simply didn't believe that Wang Xinyu had the connections to obtain a VIP black gold card. After all, that kind of thing wasn't something that rich second-generation kids of their level could afford to play with. Over a million wasn't much to them, but the key point was that only 5 such cards existed globally. With so many top-tier rich second-generation kids in the country, no matter how the cards were distributed, it couldn't possibly be Wang Xinyu's turn. Tao Yang also searched online, and suddenly a headline news story caught his eye. Brother, he see what I told you. This VIP black gold card is definitely fake. Tao Yang handed his phone to Zhang He. As Zhang He looked at the title of the headline, his eyes lit up even more. Today the police cracked a case of ticket forgery involving concerts and League of Legends matches, and a large number of counterfeit tickets were seized at the scene. The news article also had pictures which clearly showed some images of VIP black gold cards. Fuck, that bastard Wang Xinyu really has no limits when it comes to disgusting me. Zhang He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Tao Yang, here's what you do. Zhang He leaned close to Tao Yang's ear and whispered, spread this matter on the school's bulletin board and forums. Brother, he brilliant. Tao Yang's lips curled upward as he chuckled slyly. On the other side, Wang Xinyu was very excited. A VIP black gold card for the private box. This was a major flex. Many people on his moments, even those he usually didn't keep in touch with, privately messaged him asking what was going on. Wang Xinyu didn't hide it, and directly said that a friend of Su Mu's had helped get it. Lao Si, come look. Zhu Yuan was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone feeling quite relaxed when he suddenly noticed a post on the forum. Damn, someone on the forum is exposing that your VIP black gold card is fake, and they even attached a news article the police released today. Zhu Yuan was dumbfounded. He had just verified the police news, and it was indeed real, released only 3 hours ago. Lao Si, do you think the VIP black gold card that Lao San got might be? Zhu Yuan was quite perceptive. The sudden appearance of this post on the school forum was clearly targeting Wang Xinyu. Fuck, which bastard posted this? Wang Xinyu frowned. After reading the post, he cursed directly. He knew Su Mu well. To be honest, Su Mu wasn't the type to save face at the expense of suffering. If Su Mu couldn't get the ticket, he would directly say he couldn't get it. Besides, it was just a League of Legends match. Watching it or not wasn't a big deal. Su Mu wouldn't joke about something like this, right? In Wang Xinyu's view, Su Mu was his best brother. Su Mu would never mess with him. I don't know. It's a small account. I checked, it was just registered. Zhu Yuan also furrowed his brows and said in a low voice. He also realized that this matter might be hard to explain now. After all, the news released by the police was real, and a large number of counterfeit tickets and VIP black gold cards had indeed been seized at the scene. He had also just compared the photos Su Mu had sent with the VIP black gold card shown in the police news, and there was almost no difference at all. Although he really wanted to believe the card was real, considering Su Mu's financial situation, a VIP black gold card worth over $1 million was indeed not something Su Mu could obtain. With that thought, the VIP black gold card Su Mu had gotten was 90% likely fake. Even a brother in the same dorm had doubts about the card being real, let alone other people. Those who had been looking up to Wang Xinyu suddenly changed their attitude. I just saw a hot search news. Your VIP black gold card is fake, right? Actually, there's no need to show off. A VIP black gold card worth over $1 million, limited to 5 globally, and as far as I know, Zhou Tsong alone has already gotten 2 right. I actually thought you were some top-tier rich second-generation kid. I never expected you to be this kind of person. You really disgust me. Wang Xinyu looked at these comments, his face turning dark, gritting his teeth. He directly posted another update on his moments. I didn't fucking beg you to lick me like dogs. Whether the card is real or not, won't you all know on Saturday? Wang Xinyu was almost exploding with rage. You're all a bunch of bastards. Lao Si, don't be angry. People are just like this. Du Kong tried to console him. Yeah, fourth brother, I also think third brother really has no reason to pull this off. Third brother isn't that kind of person. Little six, Zhou Su chimed in as well. Su Mu, however, was unaware of all this, otherwise he would have stepped forward to clarify things. That night, Su Mu didn't play games with them. Instead, he spent some time studying advanced mathematics. Although Su Mu had the intention to study, his nature as a slacker was hard to change. He flipped through the textbook for a while, and after just over 10 minutes, he fell asleep directly on the desk. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the morning. Damn, so exhausting. Su Mu stood up and went straight back to bed to sleep. The next morning, a little after 8, Su Mu's alarm clock rang. So refreshed. Su Mu had slept wonderfully. I can go fishing again. Su Mu's eyes lit up as he took his phone from the bedside table. He directly opened Casual Fishing and pressed the fishing button without hesitation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You have caught the Scholar God skill, obtaining the abilities of photographic memory and instant comprehension. Damn. Su Mu was still groggy at first, but when he saw the prompt on his phone screen, he snapped to full wakefulness instantly. Photographic memory, and the comprehension to understand everything at once. Scholar God. Su Mu's lips curled slightly. This is amazing. He had just been about to study seriously, and now he had obtained the Scholar God skill. What are study elites compared to this? In front of a Scholar God who still dares to show off. Su Mu was inwardly ecstatic, unable to help thinking this way. Su Mu had originally wanted to be a top student, but he was unfortunately the type who would get sleepy the moment he opened a book. Since he had landed the academic god skill, Su Mu was now looking forward to class even more. This morning, he still had 2 calculus classes. Yesterday, Su Mu had been completely dazed in class. He also wanted to see just how terrifying his comprehension would be now that he possessed the academic god skill. Su Mu washed up, quickly changed into a casual outfit, and walked toward the school teaching building. It was only a short distance away, so driving wasn't necessary. Besides, the Lamborghini Veneno was way too flashy. If he drove that to school, wouldn't he be a little too conspicuous? Sumu didn't mind being flashy one way or the other. He simply didn't think there was any need to reveal his net worth at school. Wang Xinyu and the others were already in the classroom and had saved a seat for Sumu. Third bro over here. Wang Xinyu hadn't slept well the entire night. Although the other side had used an alternate account, Wang Xinyu was still convinced that it was Zhang He who had done it. After all, who else could have a conflict with him? Other than Zhang He, Wang Xinyu couldn't think of anyone. Third bro, did you bring that VIP room black gold card? Sumu had just sat down when Wang Xinyu became somewhat impatient. Here. Sumu had kept it in his waistband. Since Wang Xinyu wanted to see it, Sumu casually tossed it to him. This black gold card, officially produced for League of Legends, had an initial value of 66000 yuan. It was made of aerospace grade material, light, yet full of quality. With this kind of feel, if it's fake, I'll eat it on the spot. Wang Xinyu was not a man without experience. As he held the black gold card, he could sense its extraordinary quality. Third bro, is that friend of yours really trustworthy? Of course. Why? Sumu naturally wouldn't doubt whether Zhou Tsong was trustworthy. It wasn't as if Zhou Tsong would fool him with a fake black gold card, right? Third bro, just look. Wang Xinyu then placed his phone in front of Sumu and gave a faint wry smile. Sumu glanced at Wang Xinyu's phone. What met his eyes was news about fake black gold cards. Who posted this? Sumu frowned and asked. Not sure. It's a newly registered account. Someone's looking for trouble. How could Sumu not see that the post's every line was aimed at Wang Xinyu? I suspect it's Zhang He. Wang Xinyu glanced at Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, and said softly that old bastard bears a grudge. 8 times out of 10, he's the one pulling strings behind this. Is that so? Sumu rubbed his temples and let out a soft hum. That was plausible. Wang Xinyu wouldn't have offended anyone else. Recently, his only conflict had been with Zhang He. At a time like this, the only person who would do something like this was Zhang He. No need to keep guessing. I just asked the others in his dorm, and they said Zhang He is the one scheming behind it. Zhu Yuan also said fiercely, damn it. That worthless piece of trash Zhang He. He'll tear the roof off unless he gets a beating every 3 days. Sitting to one side, Zhu Yuan was itching to throw himself in. If the calculus teacher hadn't already arrived, he might have charged straight up to Zhang He and given him a severe beating. Let's do this, class first. Leave what comes after to me. Sumu didn't care either way. As they say, rumors are utterly powerless before absolute strength. Sumu wondered if he had been too merciful to the point that certain people were getting inflated with ego. If so, what was the point of continuing to keep a low profile? While Sumu was thinking, the calculus teacher swiftly scribbled a few problems on the blackboard. Try these problems first. We'll go over them in detail in a moment. The calculus teacher was nearly 60. His name was Ma Jun, the head of the mathematics department at Haida University. Naturally, he could also be considered one of the country's leading mathematicians. Professor Ma had written a total of 3 problems. The first 2 weren't hard, anyone who had studied advanced mathematics seriously would be able to do them. As for the last one, it was a proof problem. He had deliberately set it to stump the students. It was a proof problem known as the most difficult mathematical problem to prove in 1,000 years, bar none. Sumu looked up at the blackboard. He worked out the first 2 problems without any effort. As for that last proof problem, Sumu felt it looked a little familiar just by looking at it. What the hell? Isn't this gold box conjecture? In the parallel world Sumu had come from, that proof problem called gold box conjecture had also been a problem that troubled humanity for centuries. The problem looked quite simple. Any even number greater than or equal to 6 can be expressed as the sum of 2 odd prime numbers. Any odd number greater than or equal to 9 can be expressed as the sum of 3 odd prime numbers. That entire passage was less than 100 words. But then again, whether in that previous parallel world or in this one, no one had ever been able to prove gold box conjecture. In this world, the conjecture had likewise been proposed by a Western mathematician named Goldbach, so it was also called gold box conjecture. Over the past few years, Ma Jun had also devoted himself to researching gold box conjecture. He felt that today's students were too arrogant, often looking down on others and believing they were omnipotent. That was why in the past 2 years he had presented students with this gold box conjecture every year, to warn them that there are still many things in this world that they cannot solve. Sumu raised his head and stared at the blackboard, unable to keep from frowning. Wang Xinyu was still agonizing over that post on the forum. He was in no mood to do the problems at all. Third bro, huh? Whoa. Wang Xinyu was startled when he saw Sumu pick up his pen and work through calculations on the draft paper. Third bro, can you really do such a hard problem? Wang Xinyu looked around. Among the people nearby, many were top students, yet all of them were staring at the blackboard with distressed expressions. It is indeed quite difficult, but I feel like I might have solved it. Sumu hadn't expected the academic god skill to be this formidable. It even let him crack gold box conjecture. In his original world, he had seen some proofs concerning gold box conjecture, but none of those proofs had been perfect. Now that he was looking at gold box conjecture again, and with the proofs he had seen before in mind, he conceived a way to break it down in his head. He did a full calculation on paper, and the entire problem-solving plan was incredibly smooth with not a single hitch. No third bro, that's not important. What matters is the VIP room black gold card. Wang Xinyu was still stuck on the black gold card, completely unaware that Sumu had just solved gold box conjecture, one of the 3 great mathematical problems that had troubled global scientists for centuries. Teacher, it's not fair to give us this. I've seen this problem before. This is Goldbach's conjecture, one of the world's 3 great problems. Chun-Lin, the class's acknowledged top student, stood up and said to Professor Ma on the podium. Hearing this, everyone in the class instantly burst into an uproar. I knew it. I was wondering why I had no clue at all. So this is one of the world's 3 great problems. With so many famous mathematicians unable to solve it over the centuries, how could I solve it? So it's not that I'm useless, but that the problem is too hard. In an instant, the classroom was full of complaints. However, after learning that it was Goldbach's conjecture, one of the world's 3 great problems, the students all seemed to have found a reason for why they couldn't solve it. Professor Su Mu has solved it. Tao Yang, who was sitting not far away, had just secretly heard Su Mu's conversation with Wang Xinyu. Now hearing Chun-Lin say that this was Goldbach's conjecture, one of the world's 3 great problems, Tao Yang stood up and pointed at Su Mu as he said it. Tao Yang announced in front of the entire class that Su Mu had solved the problem, actually hoping to witness Su Mu's humiliation. What? Su Mu solved it? Impossible. This is Goldbach's conjecture. How many mathematicians has it stumped over the centuries? How could Su Mu possibly solve it? Chun-Lin said with contempt written all over his face. That's right, this is Goldbach's conjecture, one of the 3 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics. How could he possibly solve it? Who is Su Mu? A girl whispered to the student beside her. He's from class 2. The one who's incredibly handsome and looks so cold and aloof. Oh, I see. The commotion in the class was considerable after all. This was Goldbach's conjecture, one of the world's 3 greatest unsolved problems. If Su Mu could truly prove Goldbach's conjecture, not only would it shock the entire school, the whole world would be astounded by him. At the podium, Professor Ma pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Which one of you is Su Mu? Professor Ma was rather curious, though he didn't truly believe Su Mu could prove Goldbach's conjecture. Su Mu offered a wry smile as he rose from his seat. Gazing upon the gray-templed Professor Ma Jun, he slightly bowed in deference. Hello, Professor. My name is Su Mu. You solved Goldbach's conjecture. Professor Ma gazed at Su Mu with keen curiosity. I have some ideas, not sure if they're correct. At this point, Su Mu chose to abandon his usual low profile. Someone wished to witness his humiliation, so he would ruthlessly slap their faces. It was only Goldbach's conjecture. Let him demonstrate it for them. Oh, is that so? Go ahead, tell us. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Professor Ma Jun's eyes sparkled with interest. He found Su Mu quite impressive. Though the problem was difficult, someone had to attempt its proof after all. It wasn't about being unable to solve it. One simply needed someone willing to try. A young person with ideas was a wonderful thing. Su Mu was undeterred. Casting a glance at the blackboard, and then at his classmates who stared at him, he strode directly toward the podium. Seizing a piece of chalk, Su Mu began to write across the blackboard with fluid, dragon snake-like strokes. Look at him, really putting on a show. I wonder how he'll handle this later. Zhang He sneered, his expression malevolent. He was particularly eager to witness Su Mu's public humiliation. After all, this was Goldbach's conjecture, which had confounded every mathematician throughout history. What made Su Mu think he could prove it? You did well on this. Zhang He praised Tao Yang beside him. Like a sycophant, Tao Yang replied, that Su Mu offended brother He last time. Today we'll make him lose face publicly and avenge brother He. Wang Xinyu and Zhu Yuan frowned, turning to glare at Tao Yang and Zhang He. Damn it, they deserve a beating. Zhu Yuan had a fiery temper. Had it not been class time, he might have rushed over and given Tao Yang a sound thrashing. This is bad. Has third brother taken leave of his senses? This is Goldbach's conjecture. Wang Xinyu said with a bitter smile. Though he believed in Su Mu, this was after all one of the 3 greatest unsolved problems in mathematics. How could someone like them, a bunch of mediocre college students, possibly produce a proof? Little did he know that Su Mu was no longer the person he once knew. Su Mu stood before the blackboard, chalk in hand, rapidly writing out the solution. At first, Professor Ma hadn't paid much attention. He didn't believe Su Mu could prove Goldbach's conjecture. But after half a minute, when Su Mu had already filled most of the blackboard with the proof method, Professor Ma froze completely. Brilliant. Professor Ma scrutinized Su Mu's solution intently, rapidly calculating in his mind. The logic was crystal clear, the method simple and easy to understand. Professor Ma had researched Goldbach's conjecture for many years. Though he hadn't made any breakthroughs, he was well versed in the relevant theories. The entire class stared in astonishment at Professor Ma's changing expression. No way could Su Mu have actually proven it. Look at Professor Ma's expression. Even if it's not complete, the solution method must be extraordinary. Wasn't Su Mu a terrible student? I remember he failed advanced mathematics last year. Su Mu is so handsome. As Su Mu completed writing his entire proof on the blackboard, Professor Ma Jun's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. The preceding logic and process were flawless. The handling of each transition was equally impeccable. Yes, that's it. Why didn't I think of that? Professor Ma was as excited as a child. This was Goldbach's conjecture after all. Following Su Mu's reasoning, he suddenly felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Correct. This is exactly how it should be. Professor Ma murmured to himself as he studied the solution on the blackboard. Though his voice was soft, the students in the front rows could hear him clearly. Holy, Su Mu really solved Goldbach's conjecture. Professor Ma's words mean the proof is correct. Professor Ma just said yes and correct. It must be right. The front row students acted as messengers, and the entire class was left in stunned disbelief. No way. Is this real? This is Goldbach's conjecture. one of the world's 3 greatest unsolved problems. Just like that, it's proven. Sumu is so handsome and so brilliant, truly amazing. Most of the girls in class were swooning. They had always coveted Sumu's looks, and now if Sumu truly solved Goldbox conjecture, his future would be limitless. Sumu, how did you come up with this method? Professor Ma gazed at Sumu, his voice trembling slightly. The entire proof was remarkably fluid. If nothing unexpected occurred, this would undoubtedly constitute a successful proof of Goldbox conjecture. Just thought about it casually. It felt like it should be this way. Sumu's answer raised no suspicion with Professor Ma. Mathematical proofs often depended on flashes of inspiration. Never mind calling it one of the world's 3 greatest problems. Such things really did require a stroke of fortune. But everyone else in the class was utterly bewildered. Listen to that. Is that any way to talk? This is Goldbox conjecture. He just thought about it casually and proved it. I used to believe God was fair until I saw Sumu. Holy, you're serious, third brother. The Goldbox conjecture proof actually works. Wang Xinyu was dumbfounded. He thought Sumu was just joking around. He never imagined Sumu was completely serious. This was Goldbox conjecture. How many renowned mathematicians throughout history and across the world had it stumped? And Sumu had just proven it. Class, Sumu's proof very likely does prove Goldbox conjecture. However, the specific details will need further verification. Professor Ma was deeply moved. As he spoke, Professor Ma took out his phone and photographed all of Sumu's answers on the blackboard. Hearing Professor Ma's words, the entire class erupted like a pot of boiling water. Professor Ma said this because he has always been a cautious man by nature. Although he believed this was the most ideal proof of the Goldbox conjecture, he could not rashly declare it as the definitive proof without gaining recognition from others. However, Professor Ma's meaning was clear. He acknowledged Sumu's proof. Profoundly excited, he dismissed the class early. He first had a brief conversation with Sumu before hastily departing. A proof of the Goldbox conjecture. If the world recognized this as the most sound proof, it would be the most sensational news in the mathematical community. Domestic mathematics has long been looked down upon internationally. The root cause, of course, lies in the scarcity of breakthroughs when tackling the most formidable challenges. Should Sumu's methodology gain acceptance, he would undoubtedly rise as one of today's most influential young figures, having resolved one of the world's 3 great problems. As Sumu's mentor Ma Jun felt he now possessed the credibility to boast alongside his distinguished colleagues. By contrast, Sumu remained largely indifferent to these developments. Fame. He certainly had no desire for it. He already enjoyed a comfortable life with a house, a car, and substantial savings. Low-profile living suited him perfectly. True renown would only bring complications. Tao Yang and Zhang He were utterly stunned. They simply could not reconcile themselves to the reality of the situation. This was the Goldbox conjecture, one of the world's 3 great problems. Just like that, a proof. This had to be some joke. They had eagerly anticipated watching Sumu humiliated, yet now the entire class had shifted their allegiance, eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Sumu, you're incredibly impressive. Solving one of the world's 3 great problems. Your future is limitless if this proof holds. Indeed. Someone previously earned an expedited promotion to associate professor after proving a conjecture. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. An associate professorship. If Sumu secured such a position, it would represent an extraordinary leap in status. Everyone calculated their own advantages, recognizing this as an opportunity to associate with someone not yet renowned. Zhang He and Tao Yang attempted to withdraw, but Zhu Yuan intercepted Zhang He, grasping his collar with an authoritative grip. What are you doing? Zhang He recoiled from Zhu Yuan, recognizing the physical disparity between his depleted frame and Zhu Yuan's muscular build. Behave yourself. If I discover you've been scheming behind my back, I'll deal with you accordingly. Zhu Yuan maintained better temper control now. In the past, he would have struck without hesitation. Zhang He's strained expression revealed his acute discomfort. But what could he do? No one could best Zhu Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan delivered a sharp slap to Tao Yang's face. You understand the reason for this punishment? Zhu Yuan pointed at Tao Yang's nose. Stop being someone's lackey. It's repulsive to observe. Tao Yang dared not challenge Zhu Yuan, who possessed the reputation for physically confronting adversaries directly. Begone. Upon hearing this, Zhang He and Tao Yang retreated sullenly. Regarding the VIP black card matter, I shall address it. Sumu also posted directly on the university forum and Tieba. I am Sumu. That VIP black card belongs to me. Its authenticity requires no elaboration. You will ascertain the truth this afternoon. Sumu's declaration carried considerable boldness. Today was only Thursday, yet the competition would not take place until Saturday afternoon. How could they know by this afternoon? How would he prove it? Was he expecting the League of Legends official account to issue a Weibo statement? Your assertion lacks substance. I suspect you simply cannot produce evidence. What financial means does Sumu possess to acquire such a million-yuan VIP card? Exactly. Who is Sumu? I've never heard of him. I have. He is the handsome second-year student with an aloof demeanor. Does physical attractiveness grant access to a card issued in quantities of only 5? Let me tell you, every current holder possesses a net worth exceeding several billion yuan. Sumu's post rapidly gained traction on the Tieba forum. 9 out of 10 commentators condemned Sumu's alleged vanity, accusing him of attempting to feign prestige through counterfeit credentials. Of course, a small minority of admiring girls chose to support Su Mu unconditionally. I believe the card is authentic. A female student commenting under the pseudonym, Be Your Peppa Pig, immediately generated considerable discussion. More importantly, Be Your Peppa Pig was none other than Yen Ru, the senior beauty queen of Haida University, the unquestioned campus goddess. Her family owned a 5-star hotel chain, making her a wealthy heiress with a net worth of at least billions. With her striking figure and luminous beauty, Yen Ru held a singular place in the hearts of many male students at Haida University. Remarkable. Brother San Goddess, Yen Ru has spoken on your behalf. Goddess Yen Ru. Who might that be? Su Mu was indifferent to such campus gossip and unfamiliar with her. Fuck Brother Sin, you genuinely don't know. She's our university's senior beauty queen, absolutely breathtaking. Not a single person on campus rivals her. Wang Xinyu was unusually excited. Despite his reserved nature, he possessed extensive knowledge of campus rumors and gossip. Oh really? What exactly did she say? Su Mu asked Wang Xinyu. Goddess Yen Ru expressed confidence in you. Is that all? That's everything. Su Mu smiled faintly. I understand. While he had expected something more remarkable, what was there to make such a fuss about? Brother Sin, doesn't being trusted by Goddess Yen Ru stir any emotion within you? Wang Xinyu leaned in, nudging Su Mu with his elbow. What sentiment could possibly arise? Su Mu chuckled. At least she demonstrates sound judgment, unlike those individuals whose perspectives remain limited. As Su Mu spoke, he gathered his belongings and walked out of the classroom with Wang Xinyu and the others. By the way, Brother San, how do you intend to demonstrate the card's authenticity this afternoon? Confidential. Su Mu laughed, observing Wang Xinyu's expectant expression. Wang Xinyu frowned and pleaded, Brother San, why keep it secret? Do tell. What rush is there? You'll know this afternoon. Su Mu deliberately held his tongue, and Wang Xinyu refrained from pressing further. After lunch, Su Mu returned home and took a nap. He had 2 more classes that afternoon and planned to drive his Lamborghini Veneno. Some individuals require a slap to the face before they realize I am not to be trifled with. Su Mu's lips curled slightly upward as he thought to himself. After a midday nap, Su Mu sat up and glanced at the post on the Tieba forum. The thread he had posted earlier was now pinned to the top, and almost everyone at Haida University had come to know about it. Who is Su Mu? Never heard of him. Damn. The black gold card for the private room belongs to him. Didn't they say the card alone had an issue price of 66000? And now it's been driven up to over $1 million on the black market. I'd love to see how he proves the card is real. Honestly, anyone who owns that card must have a net worth of at least several billion, right? Several billion net worth. Damn. If I had that much money, what would I still be doing in school? Now there are 2 options for him: prove he's a billionaire, or have the officials issue a statement confirming his card is real. Su Mu hadn't expected students to be so gossipy. It was just a black gold card for a private room. With his net worth of tens of billions, wasn't he entitled to it? If he told them that he owned an entire building in Tangshan. Huh. Su Mu curled his lips and couldn't help but smile. Su Mu went down from the building to the underground parking garage and got straight into his Lamborghini Veneno. He wondered if he had really been too low-key before. As he stepped on the gas, the Lamborghini Veneno's roar echoed through the underground garage. At the gate of Haida University, the black Lamborghini Veneno instantly drew everyone's attention. Damn, 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 what am I seeing? A Lamborghini Veneno. Damn, our school actually has this kind of top-tier rich young kid. Why are you so excited? Is this car very expensive? Take the very out of that question, okay? This is a Lamborghini Veneno, bro. A supercar worth over 100 million, what do you think? Over 100 million. Damn, awesome. Damn, there are really a lot of rich people in Haidu. If I had money, I'd drive a supercar to school too. How fucking cool would that be? The school security guard was stunned. Seeing the Lamborghini Veneno approaching, he hurriedly opened the gate for Su Mu. Setting aside everything else, a rich kid of that level was not someone a mere security guard could afford to offend. The campus was buzzing now. Within 5 minutes, nearly everyone on campus had seen photos of Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno. Haida University was quite large. From the main gate to the teaching building, it took more than 10 minutes, even by car. The rich drove to class, the poor rode bicycles. Wang Xinyu and his roommates had already reached the classroom when they saw people in the group chat posting about a Lamborghini Veneno arriving on campus. Damn, that's way too cool. A Lamborghini Veneno. Even if my old man sold everything, he probably couldn't afford this car, right? Wang Xinyu shouted excitedly when he saw the car. After all, they were young. Who didn't love supercars? And a Lamborghini Veneno at that. Hey, fourth brother, do you think this car might be third brother's? Little six, Zhou Su asked excitedly. Before Wang Xinyu could answer, Zhang He, who was sitting nearby, said in a provoking tone, third brother, my ass. If that car is Su Mu's, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. Zhang He was the type who'd tear the roof tiles off if he didn't get a beating for 3 days. When Zhu Yuan heard his words, he directly clenched his fist and shook it at him. And sure enough, Zhang He was actually afraid of Zhu Yuan. Seeing the fist shaken at him, he immediately lowered his head, shut his mouth, and said nothing. But Zhou Su was just joking. This was after all a top-tier Lamborghini Veneno worth over 100 million. If it were Su Mu's, exactly how rich would Su Mu be? To afford this car, his net worth couldn't be under 5 billion. No way. After all, the Lamborghini Veneno wasn't something you could buy just because you had money. Without status and background, how could you get this car? Don't even think about it. Others might not know Su Mu's situation, but didn't they? Although Su Mu had moved out, they had lived in the same dormitory for a whole year before that. Zhou Su remembered that Su Mu had been extremely hard up for 1 month, never ordering meat when eating. Later, after asking around, he learned that Su Mu had been so poor that month that he had only 300 yuan left for living expenses. Afterward, the whole dorm took turns inviting Su Mu to meals, which helped him get through that month. So, a Lamborghini Veneno belonging to Su Mu. Just thinking about it, it seemed impossible. But, what if it is? Wang Xinyu's eyes lit up and he muttered, "Damn, what if this car really is third brother's? Then wouldn't we be able to drive a Lamborghini Veneno too? Fourth brother, I think your what if might be even less likely than winning the lottery." Du Kong, the eldest, who had been scrolling through Douyin, chimed in. There was no malice in his words, just being realistic. After all, none of them really knew Su Mu's current situation. Meanwhile, Su Mu drove the Veneno straight to a roadside parking spot beside the teaching building. Damn, the car has come to the teaching building. It's right downstairs. In the group chat, someone was also posting real-time updates of the Lamborghini Veneno. The atmosphere in the classroom was buzzing. After all, it was a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth over 100 million. Who wouldn't want to know the owner? Many students in the class had already dashed out wanting to see with their own eyes who had driven a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 100 million onto campus. Damn. From the corridor outside the building, the Lamborghini Veneno parked in the spot was clearly visible. After Su Mu parked, he waited for about 2 minutes before opening the door and stepping out. Su Mu dressed in Givenchy casual, wear with a pair of sunglasses on his face. The most important thing was that he had stepped out of a Lamborghini Veneno. Damn, it really is Su Mu. Everyone on the corridor who saw Su Mu walk out of the car was stunned. Wang Xinyu and the others were also there. In fact, as Su Mu's roommates, they were stunned too. The Lamborghini Veneno actually belonged to Su Mu. Didn't that mean Su Mu was the top-tier rich kid? No way. This car is actually Su Mu's. Tao Yang also looked on in disbelief. Brother, do you think he might have rented the car? Tao Yang was being an idiot, and Zhang, he couldn't exactly be an idiot with him. Fuck off. Do you know what car this is? It's a Veneno. A top-tier supercar worth over 100 million. You go and rent one for me, huh? Zhang, his face turned livid, and he even felt a twinge of panic. He truly hadn't expected this Lamborghini Veneno to be Su Mu's. If he had known Su Mu was such a rich kid, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Su Mu even with 10 times the courage. What the hell, was I right? Is it really third brothers? Zhou Su pinched his arm, his whole expression dazed. Didn't someone say he'd do a handstand and eat shit? Heh, just thinking about that scene is. TSK. Wang Xinyu spoke in a loud voice, and he was standing right next to Zhang He. There was no doubt that Wang Xinyu said it to target Zhang He. Zhang He's face was livid, but he didn't dare say anything. Instead, he slinked away in disgrace. How could he still have the face to stay? Besides, if Su Mu were to target him later, how would he dare to confront Su Mu? Su Mu walked toward the teaching building as everyone watched. Wang Xinyu and the others, however, blocked the corridor entrance straight away. Holy crap. Third brother, is that car yours? Zhu Yuan looked at Su Mu and bellowed at the top of his voice. Having anticipated this, Su Mu frowned, looked up at the crowd, and said with a wry smile, "Second brother, keep your voice down. Third brother, is this a Lamborghini Veneno?" Wang Xinyu was extremely excited. To be honest, he felt he might never be able to afford such a top-tier supercar, something that only the most privileged rich heirs could play with. But he truly hadn't expected Su Mu to be one of those low-key, ultra-wealthy rich heirs. Su Mu nodded non-committally. He couldn't very well deny that the car was a Veneno, right? Even if Wang Xinyu was easy to fool, others wouldn't be. Third brother, you've been deceiving us all this time. Zhou Su also leaned in. So this is how top-tier rich heirs like to have fun. Back then I wasn't pretending to be poor. I really was poor. Su Mu had no idea how to explain. It wasn't as if he could say he had transmigrated from another parallel world, and that the phone he carried with him had also mutated, right? Even if he did tell them, they wouldn't believe him. Fine, I admit it. I inherited my second uncle's estate. Su Mu casually picked a plausible excuse and said it to them. Oh, everyone was stunned. Inherited an estate. Well, that explanation made sense after all. Which top-tier rich heir would seriously pretend to be poor the way Su Mu had? The rest of the class also crowded around Su Mu, sucking up to him one after another. Okay, stop. Tonight I'm treating everyone in our department to a night out. Su Mu wasn't a stingy person, so he said directly to the people crowded around him. Young Master Su is incredible. Tonight every bill is on Young Master Su. Young Master Su, do you happen to need a girlfriend? How about I become your girlfriend? Young Master Su, I just want to be a little pendant hanging from your leg. Su Mu was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he'd rather not have drawn so much attention. Everyone go to class first. Su Mu waved his hand and said quietly to the crowd. Since Su Mu had spoken, no one dared say anything else, and they all filed into the classroom. This class was English. The English teacher was said to be a beautiful young instructor who had just returned from abroad. After all, it was her first class, and Su Mu didn't want his own matters to cause her any embarrassment. Today was Yu Weiwei's first day teaching at Haida University. When she reached the teaching building, she saw the Lamborghini Veneno parked in a spot. No way. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno to class. Are the rich heirs in this country this showy now? Yu Weiwei's family wasn't badly off. Her father was in foreign trade and made tens of millions of yuan a year. Her mother was a professor at Haida University and a fairly well-known scholar back home. As for Yu Weiwei herself, she had studied abroad since she was a child and had come back to China right after graduation to build her own career. She could afford a Lamborghini herself, but a Lamborghini Veneno that she could only dream of. After all, ordinary Lamborghinis cost only several million yuan, at most just over 10 million. But the Veneno was simply unavailable on the market no matter how much money one had. Are people in this country so rich now? Yu Weiwei murmured under her breath, then walked straight toward the classroom. Third brother, no wonder you moved out of the dorm. So you've made a fortune. Wang Xinyu sitting next to Sumu teased him. It's not that big of a deal. Sumu didn't know what to say. Third brother, you still haven't said where you're living now. Wang Xinyu chuckled. With your current net worth, at least Tianji Villa near the school, right? You actually guessed it. Sumu smiled. I just bought it. A 300 square meter luxury flat, over 20 million yuan. Since he had already come clean, Sumu simply told him directly. Damn, you're rich. Wang Xinyu had only said it offhandedly, but not only did Sumu really live in Tianji Villa, he had also bought it outright for more than 20 million yuan. Third brother, this is a textbook case of revenge, spending after getting rich. Zhou Su chimed in, his eyes full of envy. A mansion worth over 20 million yuan was enough to make anyone envious, even in Haidu. How many people had worked their whole lives in Haidu and still couldn't afford an apartment? But how old was Sumu? He was only 20 this year, living in a mansion worth over 20 million and driving a supercar worth over 100 million. He was a certified winner in life. Hey third brother, if you're spending this much, why not buy Thompson Riviera? Dukong also asked casually. Well, my second uncle left me a building in Thompson Riviera. Sumu didn't hide it. The moment he said it, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. A whole building. Wang Xinyu jumped to his feet. Unable to control his emotions, his voice was a little too loud. Everyone in the class turned to stare at Wang Xinyu, but although they heard him say a whole building, they didn't catch which building, or where it was. Sumu owns a building. Really? Of course it's real. He came driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Is it any surprise that he owns a building? Oh my god, God is so unfair. It's bad enough that he's handsome, but he's also this smart. Even if he's smart, why is he still a top-tier rich heir? A whole building. If it's in Haida, doesn't that mean he's worth over 10 billion yuan? Everyone in the class was now calculating in their hearts, especially the reasonably good-looking female students. They were all wondering exactly what they could do to become Sumu's girlfriend. What? Yu Weiwei walked into the classroom with an English book tucked under her arm. She had heard Wang Xinyu shout while she was outside just now. A whole building. What did that mean? Holy crap. This English teacher is stunning. All eyes in the classroom were immediately drawn to Yu Weiwei. Sumu also looked up and took a glance at Yu Weiwei. She really was a beautiful teacher. She didn't look very old, at most around 23 or 24. She was tall and slender with fair skin, long hair falling over her shoulders, flaming red lips, long legs, and a slim waist. Hello everyone. I'm your new English teacher, Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei, for her part, calmly introduced herself to everyone in English. Her pronunciation was flawless and her voice was especially sweet. This English teacher is pretty good. Sumu stared at Yu Weiwei for a moment, then said quietly to Wang Xinyu beside him. Third brother, why don't you have an epic teacher-student romance with her? Wang Xinyu snickered and whispered teasingly. Damn it, do you not want to watch the game anymore? Sumu shot Wang Xinyu a sharp look. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his smile carried a hint of devilish charm. English class wasn't very interesting, though the English teacher was rather nice. She was not only pretty but also had a sweet voice. Sumu now possessed the skill of an academic prodigy, and his photographic memory allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds in English. After English class ended, Sumu spent most of his time gazing at Yu Weiwei rather than listening to the lecture. After school, Sumu also fulfilled his promise. He had 15 banquet tables set up in a hotel near the school. Their department had a total of 150 people, so with 10 per table, it was just right. Zhang He and Tao Yang didn't come though, because even if they had shown up, Sumu wouldn't necessarily have welcomed them. Amid the clinking of glasses, everyone naturally turned into Sumu's little sycophants. Actually, this wasn't surprising. It was like if the country's richest man Ma Xiaoyan were your classmate and treated you to dinner, wouldn't you suck up to him? Don't hesitate, do just flatter him like there's no tomorrow. If he even helped you pay with Huabei, wouldn't that be wonderful? Sumu may not be Ma Xiaoyan, but he was right there beside everyone after all. Besides, Sumu's wealth was absolutely top tier. A Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar of that level wasn't something you could buy with mere money. If you didn't have an impressive background, could you even buy one? I could tell from the start that young Master Su was no ordinary fish in a small pond, sure enough, he's a dragon among men. Young Master Su, you're the man. I don't know how to say it properly. Here's my toast to you. I'll down mine, and you can drink as much as you like. Young Master Su. Well, although each of them said such things, Sumu knew how many were sincere. After all, you have to speak as the occasion demands. Sumu understood this bit of life experience well. He didn't put on airs with them since they were all classmates after all. As long as they weren't like Zhang He and Tao Yang, Sumu naturally wouldn't come down hard on them. After the meal, Sumu invited everyone to Future Bar to have a blast. Holy shit. Third brother, I just remembered something. As soon as the group arrived at the bar, Wang Xinyu suddenly remembered that video, which had gone viral on Douyin that day. Third brother, you were the one who saved that beauty here that day, right? At Wang Xinyu's words, the dormitory brothers all catoned on. Yeah, that's what I was saying. How could anyone in this world look so alike? Third brother, this is where you went wrong. We're all brothers, yet when I asked you that day, you still said it wasn't you. Zhou, a little drunk, said with a flushed face. Your third brother just wanted to keep a low profile. But since some people wanted to embarrass our brothers, keeping a low profile was no longer an option. Sumu put his arm around Zhou shoulder and murmured into his ear. Exactly, third brother. You should have seen Zhang He's face when he saw you step out of the Veneno. Haha, he looked like he'd eaten shit. At Zhou Su's words, everyone burst into laughter. The bar manager naturally remembered Su Mu too, since the scene Su Mu had caused that night was no small matter. If it hadn't been for Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan stepping in later, they might very well have offended Su Mu. It wasn't until later that the bar learned his ride was a Koenigsegg 1-1. Offending someone like that would have meant they might as well close the bar. The moment Su Mu arrived today, the bar manager Bao Lei accompanied him throughout, paying ample deference to Su Mu. Su Mu had already had a little to drink earlier, and tonight was basically his show. Last time I made trouble here, that was on me. So which is your most expensive liquor? Su Mu said directly to the manager standing nearby. Bao Lei was stunned for a moment, then bent over and approached respectfully. Young Master Su, our most expensive package here is 1800. All right, that package then. Send one to every table. Huh? One to every table. Bao Lei was stunned. There were a total of 100 booths here, so if one package went to each booth, that would be nearly 9 million yuan. That's right, one for every table. Su Mu crossed his legs. Also spread the word. I'm covering the entire venue's tab tonight. To live you just need to be happy. Hearing this, Bao Lei smiled ingratiatingly. Young Master Su is truly generous. The last person who had been this extravagant here was Zhou Tsong, who had spent over 2 million in one night. However, tonight Su Mu was likely to break that record. Just sending one package to every table alone came to nearly 9 million. Not to mention, he was paying for the entire venue's consumption. After all, Future was the largest bar club in Haidu, and the total consumption for one night was at least 2 to 3 million. With Su Mu spending like that, he wouldn't get out the door today unless he dropped 5 or 6 million. Bao Lei had doubted Su Mu's financial strength, but recalling that Su Mu could afford a Koenigsegg 1-1, spending 5 or 6 million was nothing more than a piece of cake to him. Sure thing, young Master Su, you won't be disappointed. Bao Lei quickly relayed the matter. Holy shit. Third brother, how much money do you have to spend? Yeah, third brother. Even though you're rich now as your brother, I still have to remind you, keep it in moderation. Exactly. This night alone costs at least 5 or 6 million, right? Enough to buy a baby Lamborghini. Su Mu's dormitory brothers sat in one booth. They had a good relationship and spoke their minds. Su Mu naturally knew they meant well, but then again, he really had more money than he could ever spend. The key was that his money truly had simply blown in with the wind. Even spending 5 or 6 million wouldn't make Su Mu's heart ache. Never mind about any other time, but tonight let's focus on having fun. Su Mu raised his glass and toasted his dormitory brothers. Friends, I have great news to tell you all. Up on the second floor center stage, the DJ who was whipping up the atmosphere was also extremely excited. Tonight all consumption is on young Master Su. As young Master Su said, the most important thing in life is happiness. Let's all party crazy. And indeed, this DJ at Future Bar really had a talent for hyping up the crowd. The atmosphere of the whole venue ignited instantly. In the middle of the dance floor, hundreds of people were reveling. Although they didn't know who young Master Su was, someone was paying for today's tab. Wasn't that reason enough to go wild? In the middle of the dance floor, Yu Weiwei was also stunned. She looked at her best friend beside her and asked, Yaya, who is this young Master Su? I have no idea. Oh, whatever. Who cares who he is? Just have fun. Suya was Yu Weiwei's best friend, and her family was fairly well off. So to celebrate Yu Weiwei's first day of teaching today, she had dragged Yu Weiwei to Future Bar for a good time. Wait, I think I see students from our school. Yu Weiwei looked toward the booths, and as luck would have it, she happened to see Su Mu sitting there. Although today was her first day teaching Su Mu and his classmates, her memory wasn't poor. Especially Su Mu. He had actually left a fairly deep impression on her today. He was handsome, and his temperament was the rather aloof, cold type. During class, Yu Weiwei had indeed noticed that Su Mu had been staring at her the whole time. He's certainly not well behaved. So young, and already partying at a bar. Although Yu Weiwei was not old herself, and had grown up mostly abroad, when it came down to it, she was still quite conservative. If Suya hadn't insisted on dragging her to a bar today, she really wouldn't have wanted to come to a place like this. He seems to be called Su Mu. Could young Master Su be him? Yu Weiwei couldn't help thinking this to herself. Holy shit. Third brother, guess who I just saw? While Su Mu and the others sat in their booth drinking and shooting the breeze, Zhou Su kept glancing toward the dance floor. Once he was sure that the person he saw was Yu Weiwei, Zhou Su shouted with a flushed face. Who? Look how excited you are. Don't tell me you saw your girlfriend. Wang Xinyu teased. Fourth brother, we're talking about something serious. Zhou Su shot Wang Xinyu a glance and chuckled. Yu Weiwei, she's our new English teacher. Hearing that, the people sitting in the booth all perked up. Really? Where? Du Kong was the first to look up. Boss, you get all sulky when we call you a closet flirt. What are you into, Yu Weiwei? Zhu Yuan, sitting beside Du Kong, also teased him. How would I dare be interested in her? She's our third brother's girl. Du Kong glanced at Su Mu and said that much. But even as he spoke, his face was already bright red. Whether from too much alcohol or Zhu Yuan's teasing, it was hard to tell. Then again, a woman like Yu Weiwei. Any normal man would inevitably have thoughts about her, right? Su Mu's impression of her was still fairly good. But a teacher-student romance. On second thought, that felt a little perverse. The group partied late into the night. Fortunately, tomorrow was Friday with no classes all day, so it didn't matter much. Su Mu called 30 or 40 taxis and told Wang Xinyu and the others to make sure everyone was safely sent back to school. Su Mu simply got a membership card at Future and deposited 10 million yuan into it. Tonight's buyout of the venue cost about 5 or 6 million, and with Su Mu's current fortune, there was no way he would default. Waiting until they closed to settle the bill was too much trouble, so he might as well load some money into the card. Just deduct tonight's spending straight from the card. Sumu said to Bao Lei, who was standing respectfully at his side. How would Bao Lei dare have any other thoughts? Sumu was clearly an absolute god of wealth. 10 million yuan deposited without blinking. With Sumu's brazenly wealthy style, he couldn't help believing that Sumu had some major backing after all. Rest assured, young Master Su. Bao Lei nodded in agreement. He didn't dare embezzle a cent from the card. Every expense from tonight would be compiled into a list and delivered to Sumu. After all, these young masters lacked all sorts of things, but money was never one of them. As long as they came to have fun often, there would be plenty of chances to make money. If they found out he had been playing shady tricks, he would really be in deep trouble. Sumu nodded and asked the designated driver to take him home in his Lamborghini Veneno. When Bao Lei saw Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes nearly popped out. As expected of young Master Su. A Lamborghini Veneno after all. Meanwhile, when the designated driver laid eyes on the car, his body gave a shudder. Damn, he was supposed to be the driver for a Lamborghini Veneno. If it got so much as scratched or bumped, even with insurance, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Sir, I can't drive this car. The driver stared at the Lamborghini Veneno with envy in his eyes. He was dying to feel the wheel, but if anything went wrong, selling himself to Sumu wouldn't be enough to cover the loss. Is it that you can't drive it, or that you don't dare? Sumu looked at the young driver and asked directly. You don't dare? The young driver stammered. Then that's settled. Just drive it. If it's damaged, you won't have to pay. Sumu had drunk a lot, so there was certainly no way he could drive himself. Though it wouldn't be much of a problem for him, he still understood the principle don't drink and drive. Since Sumu had said that much, the young driver stopped hesitating. A Lamborghini Veneno. If he could drive a Veneno even once in his lifetime, he could brag about it forever. If he had hesitated tonight, he might never have a chance to drive a top-tier supercar like this in his whole life, right? Tianji Villa. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sumu said softly. Got it, bro. Sit tight. The young driver sat in the driver's seat with an extremely excited expression. But, excitement aside, he didn't dare drive fast. Even though Sumu had said he wouldn't have to pay for any damage, Sumu was after all drunk. If he really crashed it, that would be another story. From the entrance of Future Bar to Tianji Villa, it would take Sumu only about 15 minutes to drive there himself. It was late at night with few cars on the road, yet the young driver took over half an hour. When he got out of the car, one could clearly see his hands trembling. So we're here. Following Sumu's directions, the young driver parked the car in the underground garage. Sumu nodded and got out from the passenger seat. Stretching, he could not help feeling sleepiness surge over him. Thanks. Sumu spoke as he took out more than a dozen 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them over. Sorry for troubling you so late. Go get yourself some midnight snacks or something. The young driver took the money from Sumu's hand, his face filled with excitement. He really is rich. So awesome. He couldn't help thinking as he watched Sumu's back. He often served as a designated driver for other rich young masters in Haidu, but none of those rich second-generation heirs were like Sumu. A tip of 1 or 2,000 yuan, just like that. Being rich is really damn nice. The young driver couldn't help feeling envious. Sumu meanwhile went straight home and briefly washed up. Time to fish again. Sumu checked the time, sat on the bed, and opened leisure fishing with anticipation. He pressed the fishing button and cast the line. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You've caught 100 ownership of Minga, a Michelin 3-star restaurant worth 5 billion yuan. A prompt appeared on the phone screen, and Sumu was a little stunned. Minga is mine now. Holy shit. Sumu looked around and sure enough spotted a brown craft paper file bag at the foot of the bed. When he opened it, inside was none other than Minga's share subscription agreement. With 100 equity, Sumu had become the sole boss of Minga. Minga was the only restaurant in Haidu City to be rated as a Michelin 3-star establishment with an average per person spending of around 5 to 6,000 yuan. Of course, the per person average was only for an ordinary meal. At a place like Minga, if you wanted to eat well, spending tens of thousands of yuan was absolutely unavoidable. Sumu was practically a local in Haidu, so he naturally knew Minga. I heard that to eat at Minga you have to reserve a table in advance. Sometimes the waiting list stretches months before you can book a spot. Sumu thought about this as he put Minga's share subscription agreement directly into the drawer of the bedside cabinet. He had drunk a lot tonight, and was now drowsy beyond belief. Whatever Minga, or Hang, sleep first. He'll deal with it after waking up tomorrow. He slept until 11 in the morning. Upon waking, he discovered a message from Chu Yao. Are you free tonight? Want to have dinner together? At Minggu. The message had been sent around 10, only seen now that Sumu was awake. Minggu, that Michelin 3-star restaurant. Sumu replied. Yeah, you interested? Chu Yao responded instantly. Ever since they'd shared a meal together before, she occasionally struck up conversations with Sumu. Just the two of us. Then let me treat you. Sumu thought it was perfect timing anyway, since Minggu was now his. Well, not exactly. My bestie is bringing her boyfriend, and it would be awkward for me to go alone. Hearing Chu Yao's words, Sumu understood immediately. So she was recruiting him as a temporary boyfriend. But since he had no classes today and nothing better to do, he agreed without hesitation. Sure, what time tonight? 7 work. Just head over there directly. Chu Yao replied, and Sumu sent back an okay emoji. With nothing special to do in the afternoon, Sumu played ranked matches with his roommates. Truth be told, the genius skill made him play games far better than before. His precise calculations even made Wang Xinyu exclaim that Su Mu must be using an aimbot. While Su Mu was gaming, China's mathematical community was in shock over his previous casual mathematical operation. Old Ma, did your student really prove this? It's absolutely perfect. The entire solution process has not a single flaw. The logic is clear. The proof is simply perfect. A sophomore. How old is he at most? 20. Indeed, the student surpasses the master. This is Goldbach's conjecture. Old Ma, you've struck gold this time. Finding a student like this. Professor Ma did not immediately release the proof. He verified it again and again until he was certain this was the most elegant solution to Goldbach's conjecture. He summoned all the faculty from the mathematics department at Haida University to examine it for any issues. The conclusion was unanimous. Perfect. He spent the night writing the paper and only today revealed the news. Ma Jun's reputation in China's mathematical community was considerable. When he suddenly announced that his student had cracked and proven Goldbach's conjecture, many initially thought Ma Jun's account had been hacked. After all, this was one of the three great unsolved problems that had baffled mathematicians for hundreds of years, even deemed impossible to prove by human minds. But when Ma Jun announced his student had proven Goldbach's conjecture, who would believe it? For centuries, countless mathematicians from China and abroad had racked their brains without success. How could an inexperienced college student possibly prove it? But when Professor Ma sent them the paper, everyone was stunned. Su Mu's proof method wasn't difficult to understand. For leading figures of China's mathematical community, it was certainly comprehensible. Moreover, every step of the solution had clear logic. If one followed along, it was not hard to understand at all. Old Ma, your student is only a sophomore, right? Ask him if he'd like to pursue his PhD at our Huaqing. Wu Fei, dean of mathematics at Huaqing University, was a major figure in contemporary mathematics. He was Ma Jun's senior, and the two were old acquaintances. Old Wu, are you trying to poach my student from me? Ma Jun could clearly hear what Wu Fei was hinting at. Such an outstanding student. Who wouldn't want to mentor them? Not to mention, simply for having proven Goldbach's conjecture, Su Mu would secure a place among China's top mathematicians. Indeed, globally, Su Mu would be recognized as one of the most brilliant mathematicians. They wouldn't even need to teach him much. Just having his name attached would be tremendously prestigious. After all, they could proudly say, you know Su Mu, the mathematician who proved Goldbach's conjecture. I taught him. Old Ma, don't say it like that. It all depends on the student's own preference anyway. Wu Fei shamelessly countered. Listen, don't even think about it. Su Mu is already claimed by me. Ma Jun hung up on Wu Fei. But not 2 minutes later, Zhu Qingyan, dean of mathematics at Jingbei University, called. Old Ma, our Jingbei University mathematics department has a spot for a direct PhD track this year. That Su Mu from your school is excellent. Before Zhu Qingyan could finish, Ma Jun angrily hung up. What a bunch of old foxes. Su Mu is excellent. How could excellent possibly suffice? Such a rare talent comes along perhaps once in a millennium. He certainly wanted to keep this gem for himself. Su Mu had no idea that China's most renowned mathematicians were scrambling to contact him, and that they would offer him direct admission to their PhD programs without even an entrance exam. These veteran professors well understood what kind of global sensation Su Mu's proof of Goldbach's conjecture would cause. Su Mu's future was immeasurably bright. Holy crap, Sangu, your skills are insane. Wang Xinyu's excited roar came through the headset. Indeed, they played 10 ranked matches all afternoon and hadn't lost a single one, and they were a full 5-stack. In the past, winning even 1 in 10 would have been considered lucky. Of course, the 10 straight wins were mainly thanks to Su Mu's leadership. He could precisely calculate the enemy jungler's position and warn them in advance to prepare their defense. I'm done playing. I have something to do later. Let's continue tonight. Su Mu checked the time. It was already 6. He was about to leave for his dinner appointment. What? Single, why are you stopping? I'm about to hit Diamond 3. Wang Xinyu had ridden Su Mu's coattails all afternoon, climbing straight from Platinum to Diamond. Got a small date. Had it planned. Su Mu said casually. The dormitory instantly exploded. Holy, Sangu, which girl could possibly win your heart? That's right, Sangu, weren't you supposed to have no interest in girls? To win third brother over, she'd have to look like a celestial goddess, right? Get lost, you. My orientation is absolutely normal. Su Mu cursed with a laugh. The impression Su Mu had given everyone before was that he was handsome but aloof. Throughout his entire freshman year, Su Mu received 68 love letters, over 80 gifts, and more than 200 orders of takeout food girls had sent him. But he never read a single love letter, returned every gift unopened, and gave all the takeout to his roommates to share. Honestly, among the girls pursuing Su Mu, there were indeed beauties of campus queen caliber, but Su Mu remained unmoved. This led everyone to believe Su Mu simply wasn't interested in women. And because Su Mu was quite close with his roommates, the girls he'd rejected also spread rumors behind his back that Su Mu actually liked men. Well, Su Mu knew about all this, but he never bothered to explain. Rumors die with the wise. Some things, the more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. After tidying himself up briefly, Su Mu took the elevator down to the underground garage. The black Lamborghini Veneno sat parked in its spot. He couldn't tell whether it was the designated driver from last night who lacked skill or was too nervous, but the car had been parked right between 2 spaces. Well, it's not a big deal anyway. All these neighboring spots belong to me anyway. Su Mu let out a wry smile, murmuring softly to himself. He had purchased 20 to 30 parking spots in one go. Though he currently owned only this Lamborghini Veneno, well, could he possibly have just one car? Even a Lamborghini Veneno could get tiresome to drive eventually, right? Hey you young fellow, what's going on with you? Huh? Just as Sumu sat down in the driver's seat, a young married woman in high heels walked over. She appeared to be in her mid-30s. Don't think driving a supercar makes you special. How are people supposed to park with your car taking up 2 spaces? You really think all these spots belong to you? The young married woman wasn't bad-looking, though she did have a somewhat sharp and petty demeanor. As a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. Every single one of these spots in this area belongs to me. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. This kind of woman was clearly spoiled rotten, actually believing that carrying an LV bag made her someone important. Your man might spoil you, but I certainly won't. If you have a problem, feel free to go directly to the property management. Just ask them whether the parking spots under Building 6 Unit 2 belong to one person. After saying this, Sumu stepped on the accelerator and drove directly past the young married woman. The woman stood there stunned, somewhat frightened by Sumu's words. Each parking spot in Tianji Villa cost 500,000 yuan. There were at least 20 to 30 spots here. If they were all his, that amounted to over 10 million yuan. What a load of nonsense. All these parking spots belong to you. What even is your car worth? The young married woman couldn't help but curl her lips and mutter. Just then her phone rang. Hey hubby, I just got bullied by some young punk in our residential community's garage. No. He parked right in the middle of 2 spaces. So what if he drives a supercar? I don't think his supercar is even more expensive than your Maybach S560. Sitting in his office, Wu Tao heard his frivolous wife say this, and his eyelids twitched. Is that supercar you saw black in color? Yes hubby, it's black, and actually quite good looking. Wu Tao quickly sent over a photo he had taken earlier. Is this the one? Yes hubby, that's the one. It was driven by some young guy who looks only about 20 years old. Wang Yinling said in her sweetest voice. What the hell? You didn't get into any trouble with him, did you? No, we just had a verbal disagreement. And a bit of a confrontation. Wang Yinling caught the urgency in her husband's tone and asked, hubby, what's going on? Could this supercar of his be really expensive? Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth over 100 million. Didn't I post about it on social media last time? I didn't see it. Wang Yinling immediately lost her nerve. All she could think about was what her husband had just said. A supercar worth over 100 million yuan. Her husband's Maybach S560 cost only 3 to 4 million. Compared to this 100 million yuan supercar, it was practically worthless. Only then did she remember what Sumu had just said. All these parking spots belong to him. Of course, if you could afford a 100 million yuan car, what would buying 20 to 30 parking spots even matter? Sumu had no idea that his casual remark had completely intimidated the young married woman. He drove straight toward Mingo. Mingo wasn't far from here, but they happened to catch rush hour. Haidu was the most congested city in the entire country. Even in a Lamborghini Veneno stuck in gridlock, it was completely useless. Drive slower. If you crash into that car in front of you, you probably wouldn't have a whole person left. That's a bit exaggerated, don't you think? I consider myself a promising young man. I won't say I'm rich, but I do have a few million in assets. Behind the Lamborghini Veneno was a Land Rover Range Rover driven by an overweight man who looked to weigh about 200 kg. Around his neck hung a very thick, obvious gold chain radiating the unmistakable aura of a nouveau riche. What do you know? If I'm not mistaken, that's a Lamborghini Veneno. Worth over 100 million. You could buy 100 of your kind of Range Rovers with change to spare. In the passenger seat sat his cousin, also a supercar enthusiast. For any true supercar aficionado, a Lamborghini Veneno of this caliber was instantly recognizable at a glance. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The overweight driver panicked and quickly tapped the brakes. This is the Lamborghini Veneno. The overweight man couldn't identify the specific model, but he'd definitely heard of it. TCH, there really are a lot of rich bastards in Haidu. But what's so great about driving a Veneno? We're still stuck here in traffic with everyone else, aren't we? Cousin, the only thing I admire about you is your attitude. The normally 20-minute drive had stretched to over 40 minutes due to the traffic jam. By the time they arrived at Mingu, it was exactly 7 o'clock. However, Chu Yao along with her best friend and her best friend's boyfriend Zhang Xingyu were already waiting in the private room. I say Yao, your little boyfriend is a bit unreliable. Wei Zishuan, Chu Yao's best friend, spoke up, and one could hear the dissatisfaction in her tone. Right, he really has some nerve. We invited him out to dinner, and he's late. Does he really think he's some big shot? Zhang Xingyu glanced at Chu Yao and couldn't help but grumble. He was a small, rich second generation himself from a family that owned supermarkets with assets approaching 100 million yuan. But truthfully, Zhang Xingyu was quite the standard womanizer. His standard for finding a girlfriend was that her friends had to be attractive. Wei Zishuan was fairly pretty, but as Chu Yao's best friend Yao Yao was even more beautiful. Having dined together a few times before, Zhang Xingyu had been coveting Chu Yao for quite some time. Unfortunately, he had never found the right opportunity to make a move. Zhang Xingyu had booked the private room at Mingu, and he had intended to have Wei Zishuan invite Chu Yao out as well. For any man, showing off his status in front of women was something he'd willingly do. She's in financial management, right? If I put 2 or 3 million with her for investment management, that should make it easy to ask her out, shouldn't it? That was what Zhang Xingyu was thinking. However, Wei Zishuan told him that Chu Yao was bringing her little boyfriend along, and they could all have dinner together and get to know each other. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Xingyu's mouth. Get to know my ass. Though that's what he thought in his head, he said aloud, sure, no problem. Yao Yao, if you ask me, you don't lack chances to meet rich heirs. If it really comes down to it, just find one for yourself. Wei Zishuan looked at Chu Yao and said with a smile, as the saying goes, marrying well beats studying well. Look at me. I wasn't even as good as you in school, but now you can already see how well I'm doing, can't you? As Wei Zishuan spoke, she leaned closer to Zhang Xingyu. Zhang Xingyu chimed in, as well, yeah, if it really comes to that, I can introduce you to a few dependable guys. They're from very well-off families. That was what Zhang Xingyu said, but what he was actually thinking was no matter what, first get her to break up with that boyfriend of hers. Chu Yao let out an awkward smile. No need actually. Before she could finish, someone knocked at the door. The door opened, and Sumu walked into the private room, led by a waiter. I'm so sorry. The traffic was awful. Sumu checked the time. They had agreed on 7, and it was now 7:03, technically 3 minutes late. It's fine. I understand. Zhang Xingyu, however, was just the sort to say one thing to your face, and another behind your back. He had just been making snide remarks to get Chu Yao to break up, but as soon as Sumu arrived, he put on a warm welcome. Did you drive here? Yeah. The traffic was so bad that if I'd known, I would have taken the subway. Hearing this, Zhang Xingyu couldn't help thinking probably just some cheap mid-range car worth 100 or 200,000. And he says he'd take the subway. What a total loser. He was thinking it, but he certainly didn't say it out loud. Let me tell you, Ming Pavilion is the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu. Reservations are required to eat here. No matter who you are, you have to book ahead and wait your turn. Zhang Xingyu crossed his legs with an air of self-importance, then looked at Su Mu and said smugly, today I'm treating. Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Zhang Xingyu wanted to show off as a big spender in front of Chu Yao, so he had naturally come prepared. He had eaten at Ming Pavilion several times. For ordinary people, the prices were certainly high, but for him, they were still acceptable. He wanted to see Su Mu's expression when he looked at the menu. If he saw that a single dish cost over 1,000, would he be shocked enough to cry out? But he was doomed to disappointment. Given Su Mu's wealth, no matter where he ate or how sky-high the prices were, he probably remained perfectly calm. Besides, Ming Pavilion now belonged to Su Mu. It wasn't as if he'd be amazed while eating at his own restaurant. Brother Su, where do you work? Zhang Xingyu was still making conversation, but since Su Mu looked young, he figured it was unlikely that he held any important position in a large company. He had asked mainly to embarrass Su Mu. Me. I'm still studying. Haida University sophomore year. Su Mu wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Zhang Xingyu. That watch on your wrist is nice. It must have cost a few thousand, right? Zhang Xingyu looked at the watch on Su Mu's wrist and asked with a smile. Su Mu gave a non-committal nod, thinking that a Patek Philippe worth 6,800 yuan was hardly just a few thousand. Su Mu wasn't trying to show off. He calmly flipped through the menu. Braised sea cucumber with honey glazed stir-fried wagyu with wild mushrooms, and black pepper wok fried lobster with 3 onions, golden shrimp balls, and a dessert as well. Su Mu ordered his dishes with perfect composure, but he failed to notice Zhang Xingyu across the table gradually turning grim, looking as if he might explode. Are you some poor student who's never had good food, or what? Zhang Xingyu's mouth twitched. He wanted to say it, but held back. Every dish Su Mu had just ordered was one of Ming Pavilion's signature dishes. The honey-glazed braised sea cucumber was 188 yuan per serving. The black pepper wagyu with wild mushrooms was 2800 yuan per serving. The wok fried lobster with 3 onions and the golden shrimp balls were even pricier at 580 yuan per serving. As for the dessert Su Mu ordered later, it was also around 2,000 to 3,000. Even on his previous visits, Zhang Xingyu wouldn't have dared to order like this. Just Su Mu's dishes alone would come to 10,000 or 20,000. If Chu Yao and Wei Zishuan also ordered like that, there was no way this meal would cost him less than 100,000. He might have a 1,000 yuan monthly allowance, but he couldn't just blow it all on one meal. Zhang Xingyu's face darkened and his mind went blank. Oh, and let's also have a bottle of 2010 Romanicani. When Su Mu said that, Zhang Xingyu sitting across from him could barely contain himself. Damn it. A 2010 Romanicani costs 50 or 60,000 per bottle. Was he really trying to slaughter me like a pig? Very well, young Master Su. Zhang Xingyu nearly lost his temper, but the words rose to his lips and were swallowed back before they could be spoken. Then the waitress standing beside Su Mu, half bent at the waist with an obsequious expression, said something that left him completely stunned. Young Master Su. What young master? Zhang Xingyu's face was full of confusion. Wasn't Su Mu just a poor student? How had he become young Master Su? Huh, how do you know me? Su Mu was rather surprised. After all, he had only become the owner of Ming Pavilion last night, and today was his first visit. Logically, the staff here shouldn't recognize him. Young Master Su, this morning our general manager instructed us that you are now our boss. If you came to dine, we absolutely could not neglect you. The waitress recounted this in a calm, measured tone. Her voice wasn't loud, but the private room was small enough that everyone seated heard it clearly. Zhang Xingyu panicked. He was truly panicked. So you're actually the damn owner of Ming Pavilion. Holy crap. What is it with rich second-gans nowadays? Does he just like hearing me shoot my mouth off to him, or what? Zhang Xingyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had kept his temper just now. If he had actually said something and offended Su Mu, the consequences would have been all too predictable. Ming Pavilion might only be a restaurant, but its market value was several billion. As the owner of Ming Pavilion, how could Su Mu be a mere college student? Damn, I remember now. That watch on his wrist looked like a classic Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands. Just earlier, Zhang Xingyu had found Su Mu's wristwatch vaguely familiar, but he hadn't made the connection to Patek Philippe. Now that he learned Su Mu was actually the owner of Ming Pavilion, he suddenly recalled the Patek Philippe he had caught a glimpse of before. At the time he had wanted it badly, but the price of 600,000 or 700,000 had put him off. Wei Zixuan was dumbfounded too. She had thought from the very beginning that Su Mu was a gigolo. When she saw how handsome and young Su Mu was, she became even more convinced that Su Mu was exactly that, a kept man. He's actually the owner of Ming Pavilion. Wei Zixuan looked at Su Mu, her eyes shifting. No one knew what she was thinking. Chu Yao was stunned too. At first she hadn't thought Su Mu was a wealthy, rich second gen. Even though he had been with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan the other day, she had believed it was just a coincidence. But now, Su Mu turned out to be the owner of Haidu's only Michelin 3-star restaurant. Just how much was he worth? Several billion, tens of billions, or even more. The meal was quite awkward, but mainly because of Zhang Xingyu. Su Mu didn't mind at all. Later Zhang Xingyu received a phone call and slipped away. He was supposed to treat them to dinner, but now not even a trace of him could be seen. As for Chu Yao's bestie, she warmly gathered around Su Mu asking for his WeChat, but Su Mu simply made up an excuse and politely declined. For one thing, Wei Zixuan wasn't the kind of fairy tale beauty one might expect. For another, how could Su Mu fail to see what kind of woman Wei Zixuan truly was? Struck by Su Mu's outright refusal to add her as a friend, Wei Zixuan stormed off in a huff, leaving Chu Yao to glance awkwardly at him. I had no idea you were this wealthy. Chu Yao sighed with astonishment. After all, this was Ming Pavilion, Haidu's sole 3 Michelin-star establishment worth no less than several billion. As the owner of Ming Pavilion, Su Mu's wealth must be immeasurable. No wonder he was hanging out with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan before. He's a top-tier rich second generation himself. Chu Yao couldn't help but think the same. Su Mu just chuckled softly and let it slide without saying much. Stepping out of the restaurant, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I've been drinking, so I won't see you home. Su Mu could drive just fine now, but he was always cautious. Since he had alcohol, he wouldn't risk it anyway. No worries, I called a designated driver. Chu Yao smiled gently, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, absolutely captivating. Su Mu nodded. He'd also arranged for a designated driver. Upon returning home, he soaked in a warm bath for a while. By the time he lay in bed, it was already 10:30. Moi. As soon as Su Mu picked up his phone, someone requested to add him as a friend. Su Mu glanced at it. The person had left a note. I'm Yen Ru, add me, I need to tell you something. Yen Ru. Su Mu paused for a moment. Wasn't Yen Ru the senior campus beauty? Why would she want to add him? Su Mu hadn't paid much attention to Yen Ru before, but she had supported his posts previously, so he didn't think much of it, and simply accepted the friend request. Are you going to watch the match tomorrow? Yen Ru wasted no time getting straight to the point. Yeah. Su Mu was as aloof as ever. Can you take me along? Yeah. Huh. Su Mu had just replied with a casual, yeah, when realization hit him. He was completely caught off guard. Great. I couldn't get tickets anyway, so I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon, okay? Yen Ru didn't give Su Mu a chance to object, sending a voice message instead. Hearing Yen Ru's sweet voice, Su Mu found himself at a loss for how to refuse. What kind of situation is this? Su Mu barely read the messages before replying with a casual, yeah, never expecting Yen Ru's second message to trap him like this. On the other end, Yen Ru lay in her pajamas on the bed, smiling faintly. Still acting cold in front of me. Humph. Yen Ru wasn't much of a gamer, nor was she a fan of Zhou Tianwang, but she just wanted to get to know Su Mu. Su Mu could only laugh bitterly. But considering that Yen Ru was the most beautiful campus queen in the entire history of Haida University, he silently accepted it. I guess I can bring you along. By the way, why did you say you believed me back then? Su Mu was genuinely curious. Su Mu had never been so showy before, and no one at school knew he owned a Lamborghini Veneno. How did Yen Ru know the black gold card used in the private room was legitimate? I was just saying it off the cuff. Yen Ru giggled and sent a voice message. Alright. Su Mu paused slightly upon seeing her reply. Just off the cuff. That makes sense. After all, he had always kept a low profile whenever possible. Well, I saw you when you checked out of our hotel that day. A suite costing thousands per night isn't something an ordinary person could afford. Yen Ru didn't keep Su Mu hanging. She explained directly. Your family's hotel? Oh, I get it now. At first Su Mu was puzzled by Yen Ru's words, but he quickly understood. It was that 5-star hotel near Future Bar on the night Chu Yao had gotten drunk. No wonder. Everyone knows you're the most beautiful campus queen at Haida University, but no one would guess you're actually a wealthy heiress. After all, the hotel he'd stayed at was a 5-star chain in China worth at least several billion. That still doesn't compare to you. I couldn't afford a Lamborghini Veneno or a Koenigsegg 11. You know about Koenigsegg too? Su Mu frowned and asked. What's strange about that? The circle in Haidu is so small. Everyone in the rich second-generation community has been talking about you. Hearing Yen Ru's words, Su Mu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, letting out a bitter laugh. Really? Absolutely. Su Xiao's Koenigsegg 11 crashing into Qin Xiao's LaFerrari. That's hardly subtle, is it? Yen Ru's explanation made sense, and Su Mu nodded. Fine, I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Putting down his phone, Su Mu's brow furrowed. He didn't think fame was anything to be proud of. The truly formidable never sought the spotlight. Otherwise, they'd become targets. Su Mu's rise had been too rapid. In just a few days, his account alone held 2 billion in cash. A Lamborghini Veneno was nothing compared to a building in Tangshan Yiping worth 20 billion. Wealth was certainly advantageous, but if one lacked sufficient strength, someone like him would easily become a target for predators. Security can't be ignored, Sumu mused to himself. If push comes to shove, I'll hire some veteran special forces soldiers as bodyguards. Lost in thought, Sumu didn't realize it had passed midnight. The quiet of the 300-square-meter apartment echoed in the early morning hours. Sumu pulled out his phone and opened the casual fishing game. The familiar Starry Sea greeted him, and without hesitation, he tapped the fishing button. Though accustomed to it, he still felt a flicker of anticipation each time he fished. It was like drawing a lottery ticket, no even more thrilling. After all, until he caught something, Sumu had no idea what he might reel in. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened after 3 seconds had passed. Moi. Sumu paused but remained calm. After about 10 seconds, a notification appeared on his phone screen. Congratulations, player. You have caught a BioGuard worth 10,000 universe coins. A BioGuard, worth 10,000 universe coins. Sumu was momentarily stunned, but then elation surged through him. Checking the BioGuard's profile on the game page, he was immediately struck by its formidable capabilities. One of the leading warriors in cosmic battles, and a favorite among the galaxy's wealthiest elites, brutally powerful and unwaveringly loyal. His earlier concerns about personal security were suddenly resolved. How thoughtful of it. With this thought in mind, Sumu retrieved the BioGuard directly. An extraction button appeared on his phone screen, which he pressed without hesitation. Warrior Emoli salutes you, master. Before Sumu stood a female guardian wrapped in black leather, standing 175 meters tall, with a striking figure and delicate features. Holy shit. The Black Widow. It was merely a resemblance, but in terms of ability as a BioGuard, Emoli's strength surpassed even the Black Widow from the Avengers. Emoli. Sumu nodded slightly. From now on, call me young master. Just protect me from the shadows. Yes, young master. The moment Emoli spoke, she vanished from the room entirely. Holy shit. The following Saturday brought little to occupy the morning, so Sumu simply slept until noon. Wang Xinyu, however, was full of excitement. He'd risen at dawn and was already sending messages to Sumu. Sumu was still asleep, of course, so there was no way he could reply. After a brief wash-up, he glanced over his phone messages. Wang Xinyu had sent over a dozen WeChat messages, all asking when he would wake and what time they should meet in the afternoon. Yenru had also sent 2 messages requesting a specific time for the afternoon. The competition that afternoon was scheduled to begin at 3 o'clock, held at the Qingao Sports Center in Haidu. That area was rather far from Haidu University. Even driving there would take at least an hour. He checked the time, 11 o'clock. How about I round up the brothers for a meal first, then go pick up a Big G? Sumu currently only owned a Lamborghini Veneno, and driving that car around was far too conspicuous. Besides, supercars might be impressive for showing off, but they left much to be desired in practicality. Wang Xinyu had been whispering about a Big G in Sumu's ear for a long time, and now that Sumu had money, he was actually considering buying one for fun. Old Fourth, have you eaten? Sumu directly messaged Wang Xinyu back, though he deliberately ignored Yenru. Damn it. Brother Xin, you're finally awake. I haven't eaten yet. Wang Xinyu had been clutching his phone all morning waiting for a reply, and now he'd finally gotten one. Look at you getting so worked up. By the way, the rest haven't eaten either, right? Round up all the boys. We're going out to eat. Sumu sent a voice message to Wang Xinyu. He then headed straight downstairs and drove his Lamborghini Veneno toward the university gate. Sumu had become the absolute most talked about person at Haidu University these past 2 days. It wasn't because he'd conquered the Goldbach conjecture. That was still known only to a few. The main reason was far simpler. Sumu had arrived at school driving a Lamborghini Veneno that day. Previously, the university had a handful of wealthy second-generation rich kids, each with a net worth of at least 100 million. Several of them also drove supercars on campus, but compared to Sumu, they fell vastly short. Supercars, after all, were divided into entry-level and top tier. A Porsche 91, costing merely $1 million or $2 million, might be absolutely obliterated in the shadow of a Lamborghini Veneno. An invisible top-tier rich heir. His looks alone crushed every cute young actor in the entertainment industry. And the most important thing was, Sumu was truly generous. He'd said he'd treat the entire department to a meal and celebration, and he'd done it that very evening. Those students who learned about that night were enormously envious. A 5-star restaurant serving banquets that cost 20 to 30,000 yuan per table. And the wine alone, each bottle of Matai cost over 800 yuan. Later he'd even booked out the entire Future Bar and Club, treating everyone who spent that evening at the bar. Someone had estimated that excluding ordinary consumption, the packages Sumu gifted to every VIP booth alone amounted to nearly 2 million yuan. Adding everyone else's spending, Sumu must have spent at least 5 or 6 million that evening. To Sumu, 5 or 6 million meant little. But to most students, 5 or 6 million was an astronomical sum. Sumu pulled his car right in front of the university gate. The black Lamborghini Veneno was particularly eye-catching. What a boss. Damn, what a rich bastard. Being that wealthy must feel incredible. What's the point of being envious? Some people are born able to afford luxury cars and mansions. For people like us, we'll probably never afford a top-tier supercar in our entire lives. That's true. What right do we have to compare ourselves to wealth accumulated over generations? Envy and jealousy were certain, but it was all whispered behind closed doors. Sumu had become everyone's favorite subject of conversation at Haidu University over these past 2 days. The car was parked right at the entrance. Sumu stepped out and casually opened the scissor doors of the Veneno. That's insanely cool. If I had such a supercar, who the hell would bother coming to class? That's not fair. Just using it to show off is pretty satisfying actually. Sumu took a selfie with the car. Wearing sunglasses beside the black Lamborghini Veneno, he looked absolutely breathtaking. No way, no way. Sumu is just too handsome. A group of enamored girls supported each other, shrieking with excitement. He really is handsome. The kind of handsome that makes your legs weak. Even the girls in his own class couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at Sumu. Don't say modern girls are materialistic. Someone like Sumu, young, handsome, and undeniably wealthy, was impossible not to attract the opposite sex. To put it bluntly, Sumu didn't need to spend a single cent on them. Even if they were the ones throwing themselves at him, there would be countless girls eager to approach. But Sumu remained as aloof and cold as ever. At that moment, a girl wearing high heels and carrying an LV bag was returning to campus from outside. Shui Yuer, Haida University's most notorious social butterfly. A senior this year, she'd been recruited as a secretary at a Fortune Global 500 company even before graduation. But everyone knew she was already married. Her husband was a Ph.D. who had settled permanently in Australia. And those who knew her well understood that Shui Yuer's character left much to be desired. If one word had to describe her, it would be flighty and promiscuous. But then again, who could blame people for looking past that when she was sufficiently beautiful? Rumor had it she'd now been formally confirmed in her position, and that she'd recently purchased 2 LV bags worth 30,000 yuan each, supposedly gifted to her by her department supervisor. Of course, these were all just rumors with no concrete evidence. Sumu himself didn't care about gossip, but his dorm mates were all enthusiastic rumor-mongers. Earlier, Wang Xinyu had shown Sumu photos of Shui Yuer, but Sumu had simply shaken his head. This woman doesn't look like good news at all, but she seems pure and innocent. Wang Xinyu didn't really care. After all, someone like Shui Yuer would probably never have much interaction with him. Although Wang Xinyu was also a second-generation rich kid of sorts, Shui Yuer would definitely not look twice at someone like him. Shui Yuer hadn't returned to campus these past 2 days. She'd gone on a business trip with her department supervisor. A business trip, that is. In truth, she'd spent 2 days in a hotel room without stepping outside. She had paid little attention to campus affairs, so, although Sumu had become known to everyone, Shui Yuer was completely unaware. Her eyes immediately caught the Lamborghini Veneno parked at the university gate. Other girls might not recognize the car, but Shui Yuer was different. All these years she'd been studying luxury cars, especially top-tier supercars. As she put it herself, a woman who only sees handbags and clothes will never afford those things. To attract a tall, rich, handsome man, you first had to understand cars. Lamborghini Veneno. Shui Yuer recognized it at a glance. A top-tier rich heir. Shui Yuer was already married and her husband's family was quite well off. But in truth, she had always treated her husband as a spare option. Married. So what? As long as she met someone better, she could bid her husband farewell without a second thought. Sumu was standing right beside his car, and Shui Yuer's heart immediately raced. Such a top-tier rich heir. Encountering one was a blessing in itself. If she could get to know him, even become his woman, her entire latter life of comfort and luxury would be secured. Handsome guy, I'm heading to the Xinbai International Hotel. Could you give me a ride? Shui Yuer's voice was sweet and intoxicating. Most men truly couldn't refuse her. But Sumu's brows furrowed slightly as he looked up at Shui Yuer. Before he could speak, she had already halfway climbed into the car, her bottom nearly settled onto the passenger seat. In Shui Yuer's mind, no man could ever refuse her. Not even this seemingly cold and ruthless top-rich heir. Get out. Sumu frowned and said irritably to Shui Yuer. Huh. Shui Yuer was stunned, but her thick skin prevented her from backing down. She was already fully seated in the passenger seat. I said get the hell out. Can't you understand human language? Sumu was somewhat angered and directly shouted at Shui Yuer. He had already been the center of everyone's attention. When Shui Yuer climbed into the car, everyone had been marveling at the fact that Sumu apparently had a thing for this type of woman. But then again, Shui Yuer was pretty and she carried that innocent, pure aura that every man would find attractive. Damn, I'm so jealous. If I had a Veneno, I'd be a groom every night. First, you need a Veneno. Ouch, that hurts, bro. Many people were watching this scene. But the next moment, everyone froze. Sumu had actually told Shui Yuer to get the hell out. The goddess in everyone's eyes was apparently this powerless in front of a top-tier rich heir. Now that's what I call slick. That's the real move. If I had a supercar, I'd do the exact same thing. Point at a goddess and tell her to get lost. That feels even better than sleeping with her. Isn't that Shui Yuer? I knew it. How could young Master Su ever like a woman like her? Weren't you just saying something different a moment ago? Shui Yuer was completely stunned. Never before had any man rejected her so decisively. Sumu was the first, and he literally pointed at her nose and told her to get out of the car. But Shui Yuer didn't dare utter a word, quietly stepping out of the passenger seat. Had it been some ordinary wealthy upstart, she might have caused a proper scene. But someone like Sumu, she didn't dare provoke. A Lamborghini was one thing, but a Lamborghini Veneno at that. A supercar worth over 100 million yuan of existence that could be sought, but never truly acquired. Were there many top, wealthy young masters in Haidu? Not to mention others, Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen were already considered top-tier rich second-generation figures in the country. Yet nobody had ever heard of them possessing a Lamborghini Veneno of that caliber. To put it simply, this kind of top-tier supercar was simply unattainable for anyone of ordinary status. Status, connections, position, wealth, all were indispensable. Although Shui Yuer knew many wealthy individuals and wielded considerable influence, able to make a few calls to round up quite a number of people, she truly did not dare to give Sumu any trouble, unless she had lost her mind. Shui Yuer accepted her defeat, stepping off the car with her tail between her legs as she departed in humiliation. Sumu, however, couldn't help but spit with disdain. What kind of trash is that? He genuinely looked down upon Shui Yuer. Moreover, he had learned about this person through Wang Xinyu's account. As it was daytime, there were still quite a number of people gathered at the school entrance. The incident of Sumu berating Shui Yuer and ordering her out of the car spread like wildfire in an instant. Shui Yuer was one of Haida University's recognized campus beauties, naturally commanding her own flow of attention. As for Sumu, need one even ask? Driving a Lamborghini Veneno as his personal vehicle, wherever he went he became the focal point of every scene. Holy shit. Xiao Lu, sitting in Wang Xinyu's BMW 5 Series, couldn't help but burst out with a holy shit right from the start. What's going on? So excited about what? Wang Xinyu, driving the car, turned his head to ask Zhou Su. Dang, as expected of third brother. When it comes to being smooth, third brother is truly unmatched. Zhou Su had also seen this news in the group chat earlier and immediately sighed as he spoke. What's the situation? What's third brother up to now? The entire dormitory was present, and upon hearing it was about Sumu, all leaned in with curiosity. You know Shui Yuer, right? Zhou Su teasingly posed the question to everyone. Moi. After all, she was a campus beauty. How could one not know? Just now, third brother at the school entrance. Zhou Su briefly recounted what had happened, and everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. I'm genuinely impressed by third brother. Shui Yuer is that kind of stunning beauty. If she wanted to get into my car, I'd without hesitation head straight to a hotel. Wang Xinyu, equally intrigued, quipped as he drove. Fourth brother, aren't you afraid of someone like Shui Yuer? Du Kong, hiding his mischievous nature, gave Wang Xinyu a meaningful look. Though the words remained unspoken, those who knew. That's true. But honestly, third brother mentioned before that he truly isn't interested in girls like Shui Yuer. Wang Xinyu sighed. Indeed, when it comes to bold moves, all of us combined in the dorm still can't match third brother. At the school entrance, just after the campus beauty Shui Yuer had left, Yin Ru walked over. She had messaged Sumu, but received no reply. The appointment was for yesterday afternoon, though she had looked into the competition schedule. It started at 3 in the afternoon. Since no specific time was arranged, and Sumu hadn't responded in the morning, she simply decided to wait at the school entrance. Coincidentally, just as she arrived at the school entrance, she witnessed Sumu pointing at Shui Yuer's nose and ordering her out of the car. Yinru couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, a knowing smile playing across her face. As expected of the cold prince. Actually treating the campus beauty like that. Not showing any chivalry at all. Yinru spoke these words on the surface, but deep down she thought nothing of the sort. She knew Shui Yuer, but if she were a man she would look down on Shui Yuer just as much. Sumu's berating of Shui Yuer proved his excellent taste. Yinru let out a relieved sigh, adjusted her dress, and walked towards Sumu. The onlooking passers-by were all stunned. Just after the campus beauty Shui Yuer left, another campus beauty, Yinru, arrived. Indeed, this was the charm of a top-tier wealthy young master. Let's wait and see. Yinru will definitely get scolded away, just like Shui Yuer. That can't be possible, can it? Is Yinru goddess really comparable to Shui Yuer? Don't tell me you still don't know. Actually, Sumu isn't cold toward girls. He simply doesn't like women at all. What? No way. The surrounding crowd all curiously turned their gazes toward this direction. Everyone wanted to see how Sumu would scold the goddess Yinru in tears a moment later. Sumu. Yinru walked right up to Sumu and called out to him directly. Sumu, seeing Yinru, also froze for a moment. To be honest, Yinru was even more beautiful than in the photographs. Especially her outfit today, a white long dress adorned with scattered floral patterns paired with her tall and graceful figure. Simply breathtaking. Yinru. Sumu smiled faintly and asked in return. Why didn't you reply to my message? No time. Sumu was somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed seen the message Yinru sent, but he hadn't cared much and simply skipped over it. Now suddenly being questioned by Yinru, Sumu truly felt a bit awkward. But fortunately Sumu had a thick enough skin, and besides, Sumu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have no actual relationship with Yinru, did he? Since there was no relationship, why must he reply to her messages? Sumu didn't even want to find an excuse, just answered with no time, to dismiss Yinru entirely. Yinru also pursed her lips, feeling utterly frustrated inside. However, she managed to smile, and asked, can I sit in your car? Of course. Sumu nodded indifferently. This was the difference between Yinru and Shui Yuer. First and foremost, the matter of manners. Shui Yuer hadn't even asked directly, trying to dive into the car. As for Yinru, she first sought Sumu's opinion. Receiving Sumu's answer, Yinru bent down and sat inside the car. Sumu couldn't help but give a slight wry smile, then got into the driver's seat himself. All the students who had gathered to watch the show were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's the coldness? Where's the aloofness? Weren't we told Sumu doesn't like women? So why? Yinru sat in the passenger seat and nothing happened. Not only that, it looked like the two were having quite the pleasant conversation. Mom, I've lost my love. Some male student was completely stupefied. Yinru was the universally acknowledged dream girl of all male students at Haida University. Unlike Shui Yuer, Yinru stood alone at the top tier among all the campus beauties. To put it this way, Yenru virtually had no haters. She was the most ideal romantic interest in every male student's heart. Holy shit. Sumu likes Yenru. Same campus beauty Shui Yuer got ordered by young Master Su to get scolded and rolled out of the car, but Yenru. It seems she quite matches young Master Su's standards. Wang Xinyu was driving out of the school when he caught a glimpse of Yenru sitting in the passenger seat. No way. Third brother actually didn't reject a girl for the first time. Obviously rejecting Shui Yuer was only proper. But if it were rejecting Yenru goddess, then third brother really must not like women at all, right? Everyone was stunned. They had assumed that Yenru would receive the same treatment as Shui Yuer since no one had ever heard of Su Mu having any connection with any of the school's goddesses. But now Su Mu was sitting in the car chatting and laughing with Yenru. How different this was from what everyone had imagined. As expected of goddess Yenru, even someone like Su Mu can be tamed. What a stark contrast. Shui Yuer was told to get lost to her face, while Yenru. How could Shui Yuer even compare to goddess Yenru? Exactly. Whispers spread among the crowd. Wang Xinyu drove up beside Su Mu. Third brother you. Haha. Wang Xinyu was dumbfounded too, wondering since when Su Mu had gotten together with Yenru. Su Mu shot Wang Xinyu a glare. Though he said nothing, his expression said it all. Well, let's grab something to eat first. I checked and Jiwei Tower is right on the way to the Qingao Gymnasium. Talk about convenient. Su Mu said to Wang Xinyu. You got it. Hearing that Su Mu was treating everyone to Jiwei Tower, the dorm mates were all thrilled. After all, Jiwei Tower was among the top-tier Chinese restaurants in Haidu. Xu Yao had taken Su Mu there once before, and Su Mu found the taste quite agreeable. Have you eaten yet? What do you think? Yenru smiled softly as she looked at Su Mu. Alright then, one more won't make a difference. Su Mu chuckled, pressing down on the accelerator as the car shot forward with a launch start. Slow down. Yenru was startled, her face turning slightly pale. Third brother really is something else. He tells Shui Yuer to get lost, then leaves with Yenru. TSK tisk, so enviable. Wang Xinyu sighed in admiration before following along. At Jiwei Tower, Su Mu reserved a private room directly. Yenru sat quietly beside Su Mu without saying much, but she looked like a particularly obedient little wife. Since they had to drive afterward, no one drank alcohol. The dishes ordered were all Jiwei Tower's signature specialties, including the 6 roommates, and Yenru. There were 7 people in total, and Su Mu ordered 16 dishes. That meal alone cost nearly 20 to 30,000 yuan. After all, this was Haidu's most luxurious Chinese restaurant, where even a simple stir-fried vegetable dish cost several hundred. Yet the flavors were truly unforgettable. I'm going to the restroom. Yenru wiped her mouth, stood up, and said to Su Mu. Su Mu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. While Yenru was present just now, the dorm mates had been rather reserved, each wanting to leave a good impression on her. The moment Yenru stepped out of the private room, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, third brother, you're incredible. Even goddess, Yenru has been conquered by you. Wang Xinyu had been holding it in for too long. The moment Yenru left, he blurted it out. Yeah, third brother, I thought you really weren't interested in women. Turns out you just couldn't stand those vulgar, ordinary girls. So envious. Third brother, you're the true winner in life. Hearing all this, Su Mu couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. She's just a friend. Got it. Understood. We know. Su Mu. Meanwhile, Yenru had gone to the restroom and touched up her makeup. Just as she stepped out of the restroom, a young man in his 20s walked toward her from the opposite direction. Yenru didn't pay any attention, but the young man's eyes were fixed on her, completely captivated. As Yenru walked past him, he stood frozen in place. A rare beauty. Luo Jun couldn't help but inhaled deeply, catching the faint, alluring fragrance lingering around Yenru. He watched Yenru enter the private room before snapping back to his senses. The private rooms at Jiwei Tower weren't completely enclosed. They were partitioned off with screens. Through the screen, Luo Jun happened to catch a glimpse of Yenru's profile. Perfect. Luo Jun was something of a wealthy second-generation heir with family assets in the tens of millions. He was here today to dine with friends, having just arrived. Without even using the restroom, Luo Jun returned to his own private room, looking completely dejected. Hey, whose do you think that Lamborghini Veneno outside is? No idea. Haidu has so many top-tier rich second-generation heirs. They're simply not on our level. True, but we're still much better off than most ordinary people, right? That's right, ha ha ha. Inside the room, 3 men and 2 women were chatting merrily. As Luo Jun walked in, everyone could tell something was off about him. Why do you look like you've lost your soul just from going to the bathroom? What's going on? One of the livelier girls asked Luo Jun. Damn, I just saw a goddess. The absolute perfect kind. Luo Jun only then snapped out of it, and couldn't help but exclaim to everyone. Let me tell you, I have this feeling of love at first sight. Luo Jun said somewhat dreamily. Is she really as beautiful as you say? The group asked, looking at Luo Jun's dazed expression. You'll see for yourselves. As Luo Jun spoke, he instinctively glanced towards Su Mu's private room. Although there was a room's distance between them through the screen, he could just make out Yenru sitting beside Su Mu. Everyone stood up and followed Luo Jun's gaze. After all, she was the most stunning campus belle in the history of Haidu University. Yenru's beauty was truly breathtaking. Not bad at all. She's really beautiful. Aren't those all students in that room? They look pretty young. Brother Jun, if I were you, I'd go over there and flash your status. Let me tell you, today's college girls are all gold diggers. With your tens of millions in assets, that little girl would follow you obediently, wouldn't she? Exactly. Brother Jun, you don't even need to say anything. Just toss your Maserati keys in front of her, and I guarantee she'll ditch that pretty boy beside her in a second. The people in the room offered Luo Jun their advice. Luo Jun was starting to waver. He had also heard that the prettier college girls were the more wild they played. Although Yenru didn't seem like that kind of gold digger, what if she was? After all, he was worth tens of millions. Not to mention he had just bought a 100-square-meter school district apartment in Haidu and drove a Maserati Quattraport. He was only 28 this year, and with his situation, he completely crushed his peers. He looked at the other people in Yenru's room. They all seemed so immature. A bunch of young brats barely past 20, probably still in college. What did they have to compare with him? With that thought in mind, Luo Jun grabbed his Maserati keys and prepared to head over. However, before Luo Jun could even leave the room, a server rushed in from outside. Honored guests, I'm terribly sorry to disturb your meal. May I ask whose Lamborghini Veneno is parked outside? We're clearing the drain out there, and your car is parked right on top of the manhole cover. Could you please move it? The server's voice was quite loud, and everyone in the dining area heard it clearly. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't want to show off like this either. But this kind of thing was understandable. He stood up and walked out of the private room. The car is mine, sorry about that. I didn't notice earlier. I'll go move it now. Boom. Luo Jun's mind went blank. He had seen it clearly. Honestly, he had just been silently disparaging Sumu a moment ago. Seeing Yenru sitting beside Sumu and seeing how handsome Sumu was, he had momentarily dismissed Sumu in his heart as nothing but a kept man, a pretty boy. What's the use of being handsome? Can you eat good looks? Luo Jun had thought to himself earlier. But now he was completely dumbfounded. Handsome? No. This man also owned a Lamborghini Veneno. Damn. So the Lamborghini Veneno outside is his. Brother Jun, listen to your brothers. There are plenty of women out there. Sure, she's beautiful and pure looking, but you saw it too. She's a gold digger. Luo Jun let out a bitter laugh and sat back down in his seat. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think too much about anything else, he just felt fortunate. Thank goodness he hadn't rushed over just now. Otherwise, trying to compete with a top-tier rich second-generation heir for a girlfriend would have cost him a slap to the face, so painful it would sting for days. Sumu finished parking the car. By the time he came back, he drew a lot of attention. He's really young. To be driving a Lamborghini Veneno at such a young age. Damn, I'm jealous. A Lamborghini Veneno. That's a supercar worth over 100 million. By all logic, he should be a top-tier rich young master, right? Why haven't we seen him before? There are plenty of hidden rich people. Do you think everyone is as flashy as Zhou Tsong? Look at Ma Xiaoyun's son. Can you find any recent photos of him online? That's true. After all, as a rich young master driving a Lamborghini Veneno, he attracted attention everywhere he went. Luo Jun had lost his nerve. He slipped away before Sumu even returned. Mainly, he couldn't swallow his pride. How could he have thought of competing with a top-tier rich second generation like that for a girlfriend? How is that any different from a toad lusting after swan meat? Sumu had no idea that simply moving the car had scared off a wealthy, promising young man worth over 10 million. But on second thought, it made sense. Even if Sumu weren't around, how could Yenru have ever taken a liking to Luo Jun? After all, Yenru was a young lady from a wealthy family. Her family business was worth at least several billion. A rich man worth over 10 million. In Yenru's eyes, could 10 million even count as rich? I'm going to pick up a G-Wagon later. It happens to be on the way. Sumu returned to the private room, sat down, and made a casual remark to everyone. Holy crap. Third brother, seriously. Wang Xinyu was the most excited. He had thought about buying a G-Wagon before. But his old man only gave him a budget of 1 million, so he couldn't afford a G-Wagon. Want to take it for a spin later. Great. Hearing Sumu say that, Wang Xinyu nodded vigorously. With a G-Wagon, who would drive a BMW 5 Series. Wang Xinyu tossed the car keys directly to Zhu Yuan. Second brother, you're a good driver. Take my car later. Zhu Yuan caught the keys and gave Wang Xinyu an okay gesture. Yenru sat beside Sumu without saying much. A new fully loaded G-Wagon cost only 2 or 3 million. For someone like Sumu, whose supercars were worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million each, buying a G-Wagon wasn't even a question. After coming out of Jiwei Pavilion, Yenru sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, and suddenly said to Sumu, speaking of which, playboys drive G-Wagons. What are you thinking? Sumu was taken aback for a moment. The saying playboys drive G-Wagons wasn't wrong, but he wasn't a playboy. Besides, if he wanted to be a playboy, why would he need to buy a G-Wagon at all? The main thing is a supercar is fine for showing off, but it's not practical. Sumu chuckled. I can't exactly keep driving the Veneno around so flashily all the time, can I? A G-Wagon would be a bit more low-key. Hearing that, Yenru couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Listen to you. Driving a G-Wagon is low-key. Do you have to be so hard on people? Yenru chuckled. Actually, she was fine with it, but ordinary people would probably cry their eyes out if they heard Sumu say that. So driving a G-Wagon is low-key. Then those of us who drive mid to low-end cars worth 1 or 200,000 must be low-key beyond all measure. And what about the brothers without cars? Sumu actually hadn't thought that far, he was just speaking from his own situation. After all, what he usually drove was a Lamborghini Veneno. If he ever drove the G-Wagon out, people who knew him would all think he was being low-key. With that, the group drove straight to the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Haidu. It was a little past 1 in the afternoon, and the sales staff in the dealership were resting. But when they saw the ostentatious Lamborghini Veneno pull up, everyone snapped to attention. Holy crap, is that a Lamborghini? It looks a lot like a Veneno. Wait, does Haidu have a Veneno? A Lamborghini Veneno? You mean that legendary car worth over 100 million? Oh my god. Now that's a top-tier rich young master. The BMW 5 Series following behind pulled up and stopped. Su Mu and his group walked into the Mercedes-Benz dealership. The sales manager came forward in person to greet him. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. All the sales staff bowed slightly towards Su Mu and his group, their attitude extremely respectful, even a little fawning. Hello, I'm Song Yi, the sales manager here. How may I help you? Do you have a G-Wagon? Su Mu asked him. Yes. Song Yi stepped forward and attended to him very carefully. A rich second generation driving a Lamborghini Veneno was not someone he could afford to offend. This is the new 2020 G-Wagon equipped with. Song Yi habitually began introducing the model to Su Mu. But Su Mu looked at him directly and said, alright, I'll take this one. Huh. Song Yi was stunned. He's buying it just like that. He wouldn't even listen to the specs, and he wouldn't even ask the price. A fully loaded G-Wagon like this would cost around 2.8 million out the door. 2.8 million. He didn't ask at all. Right. The man had come driving a Lamborghini Veneno. If he was willing to spend over 100 million on a supercar, how could he possibly care about a 2 or 3 million yuan G-Wagon? Most people when buying a car would at least pick out a model they like, compare prices, and then think it over carefully. Su Mu simply couldn't be bothered. He had just suddenly wanted to buy a G-Wagon. It happened to be on the way, and the dealership happened to have one in stock. That was all that mattered. So he simply bought it. Alright sir, please wait a moment. Song Yi reacted quickly. After all, as the sales manager of a Mercedes-Benz dealership, he had at least that much composure. Su Mu handed Song Yi his ID card and bank card. The card was the black gold card given to him by ICBC, full of class. Third brother, your bank card looks a little special. Wang Xinyu had sharp eyes. He noticed that the bank card Su Mu handed to Song Yi was black. Oh, the ICBC president gave it to me a couple of days ago. Su Mu mentioned casually. Wang Xinyu nodded enviously. He had no idea what the black gold card represented. But Yin Ru, standing by the side, frowned slightly. She had heard her father mention that the ICBC head office had recently issued a black gold card, and fewer than 5 people in all of Haidu owned it. It was fair to say that anyone who owned this card had to have a net worth of at least 10 billion. When Yin Ru's father talked about this black gold card, he was full of envy because even he wasn't qualified to have one. Just as I thought. Su Mu's background is absolutely not simple. Yin Ru was shaken inside. Song Yi dared not delay. He drew up the car purchase contract at top speed and then swiped the payment right in front of Su Mu. Young Master Su, here are your car keys. Song Yi handed Su Mu the car keys and the purchase contract among other things with both hands. Su Mu nodded, took the keys, and tossed them straight to Wang Xinyu. Let's go. Wang Xinyu took the car keys with great excitement. The group walked straight out of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Su Mu had been there for just over 10 minutes, and with 2.8 million spent drove away in a brand new G-Wagon. Which family's young master is he? A salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz dealership moved over to Song Yi and marveled. Why do you need to know which family he's from? Let me tell you, this one is not someone we can afford to offend. Song Yi frowned and murmured softly. Today was the summer split finals. Both competing teams were enormously popular. IG had been in formidable form this year, and RNG was no less strong. Su Mu watched the match as well, but he did not have any particular favorite team. If pressed, he probably favored RNG a little more. A team made up of 5 Chinese players was bound to be more likable than one with 2 Koreans in its roster. What was more, RNG had a player like Crazy Little Dog. There was no denying that Crazy Little Dog's ability to maintain such brilliant form for so many years since Season 3 was truly remarkable. Besides, anyone who played ADC knew just how insane Crazy Little Dog's mechanics were. Su Mu was not one of Crazy Little Dog's blind fanboys, but frankly speaking, if not for Crazy Little Dog, RNG would probably be, at best, a second-rate team. It was precisely Crazy Little Dog who had dragged them into the ranks of the country's top teams. Over at Haidu Qing'ao Sports Arena, the crowd was enormous. After all, this was the summer split finals, a summit clash between the nation's 2 mighty teams, so it naturally drew a massive crowd of League of Legends fans. Of course, many had come because of Zhou Luanjie. As everyone knew, Heavenly King Zhou was also a League of Legends enthusiast, and he had even founded his own LOL team over on Treasure Island. This time the LPL had officially invited him to be the performing guest at the finals opening ceremony, and he was to sing 3 songs in a row, naturally attracting countless Heavenly King Zhou fans. Let it be known that Zhou Luanjie was the only Heavenly King level singer who had remained a sensation in the country for a decade. His fan base numbered in the hundreds of millions. It was fair to say that young people of Su Mu's generation had virtually grown up listening to Zhou Luanjie's songs. Su Mu was comparatively indifferent. Wang Xinyu, however, was a classic devoted fan. Damn, a Lamborghini Veneno. Su Mu drove over, but with so many people around, he did not dare go fast. Most of the people on the street were young, and when they saw the Lamborghini Veneno Su Mu was driving, they began whispering to one another with envy. As expected of Haidu, seeing a Ferrari 458 earlier was already something, and now there's a Lamborghini Veneno. There really are too many rich people. Damn it, why wasn't I born into a rich family? Reincarnation really is a skill. Some are born into luxury, while the rest of us have to run ourselves ragged just to make a living. With the Lamborghini Veneno around, even the G-Wagon behind it, and the BMW 5 Series that Zhu Yuan had driven over were instantly overshadowed. Compared with the Lamborghini Veneno, even the G-Wagon became no more than a supporting player. Damn, the rich really have it made. They roll up in a supercar, while we have to buy tickets from scalpers. So jealous. On the roadside, a stout young man and a lean young man, brothers from Huizhou, had also come all the way to watch the match. They had failed to get tickets earlier, but neither wanted to give up on the game. After a private discussion, they decided to come over and see how things went. However, because Heavenly King Zhou was performing at the opening ceremony, ticket prices had shot up tenfold. Even D-class tickets were now going for 1,800 yuan apiece. Cousin, we can't afford it. The younger-looking boy beside him could not help feeling deeply disappointed. He too was a Zhou Luanjie fan, and of course a 5-year veteran of League of Legends. He had finally made up his mind to come, only to find he could not afford a ticket. We've already made it all the way here. Wouldn't it be a shame not to go in? The plumper young man Gao Wei was the older of the two. Gazing at the Lamborghini Veneno parked in the distance, he could not help gritting his teeth. How about this? Gao Wei leaned close to his cousin Zhou Xian's ear and whispered, "Damn cousin, are you crazy? Would someone like that rich second generation even pay attention to us?" Zhou Xian stared at the Lamborghini Veneno in the nearby parking space and said loudly. There was no denying that his cousin's idea was a bit far-fetched. How will we know if it works unless we try? Gao Wei frowned, feeling unwilling to give up. Even D-class tickets, the scalpers are charging 1,800 each. 2 tickets would cost us 3,600. There's no way we can afford that. Gao Wei sighed and went on. 3,600 is a lot to us, but to a rich kid of that level it's nothing. As long as we're the first to go over, we just might have a chance. At Gao Wei's words, Zhou Xian was dazed. He still thought it was unreliable. A rich second-generation heir might have money, but that money did not just fall from the sky. They had no connection with that rich kid at all. Why would he spend money buying tickets for them? Cousin, I still think it's a bad idea. Didn't you always say the richer people are the stingier they get? Zhou Xian muttered quietly. But I also said the richer a rich second-generation heir is, the more face he cares about at a moment like this. Gao Wei rolled his eyes, then started walking towards Sumu. Sumu had just parked. He got out of the car with Yen Ru stretched languidly and looked quite pleased. You know what, there really are a lot of people here. He casually remarked to Yen Ru. Haidu Qingao Sports Arena was on the city's outer ring, and usually not many people came here. But with the finals and Heavenly King Zhou's star power, plenty of people had flocked over to join in the excitement. Wang Xinyu also parked his car, walked over wearing an excited expression. Third brother, this G-Wagon really drives differently. It feels amazing. He had already started to feel a bit dissatisfied with his BMW 5 Series and could not help thinking he should not have hesitated back then. Although his old man had only given him 1 million with a loan, it would still have been enough for a G-Wagon class handling the whole experience. It was a completely different level. The G-Wagon could not compare with a Lamborghini Veneno, but in ordinary people's eyes it was unquestionably a luxury car. What was more, Sumu's was a fully loaded top-spec G-Wagon worth 2,800,000 yuan. If you like driving it, then take it out for now. Sumu smiled at Wang Xinyu. But when I need the car, you'll have to be my driver. Hearing this, Wang Xinyu's face flushed red with excitement. Damn, third brother, really? You're not messing with me, are you? After all, it was a newly picked up car. How could he just let someone else drive it? What's our relationship? Sumu patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder and said softly. While back in school, Wang Xinyu had taken great care of Sumu. Although Wang Xinyu was a rich second-generation heir, he had sincerely called Sumu third brother back then. When Sumu ran into trouble, Wang Xinyu was always the first to lend a hand. As the saying goes, a favor of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Now that Sumu had money, he naturally could not forget the brothers who had helped him. Of course, he was not simply giving the car away. Sumu did not need to use it right now, and leaving it in the garage would have been a waste, so he might as well let Wang Xinyu and the others have some fun with it. Third brother is awesome. Wang Xinyu flattered him excitedly. The group gathered together and headed toward the entrance of Qingao Sports Arena. Meanwhile, the two down on their luck brothers Gao Wei and Zhou Xian came running straight towards Sumu. Hello, young master. Gao Wei, being bolder, jumped right in front of Sumu and greeted him very respectfully. Sumu was startled by Gao Wei and Zhou Xian suddenly jumping out. What was this all about? What's wrong? Something I can help you with? Sumu frowned slightly and asked. Well, my cousin and I came from Huizhou, but we didn't manage to get tickets. The scalpers' prices are way too high, and we're both still students. We really can't afford them. Gao Wei glanced cautiously at Sumu, smiled wryly, and said, So, young master, would you be willing to help us brothers out with 2 tickets? After he spoke, the 2 cousins bowed deeply to Sumu. You came from Huizhou. Sumu paused. His mother was also from Huizhou, though his parents had never gone back since he was very young. Sumu had been to Huizhou a few times over the years, and had always held a good impression of the people there. Yes. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian both nodded in response. Tell you what, we won't take them for nothing. Once we earn some money, we'll pay you back. Gao Wei said that with absolute sincerity. How much are the scalpers charging for the tickets? D-class tickets have gone up tenfold. They were originally 180, but now they're 1,800. Zhou Xian also sighed. Normally Sumu would not have needed to bother with such matters. He was hardly the type to let his charity run wild. But he was in a good mood today, and these 2 brothers were from Huizhou. He could not let them have made the trip for nothing. Lousy, go get 2 tickets. Got it, third brother. Wang Xinyu was in a good mood too and agreed without hesitation. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had gotten 2 D-class tickets from a scalper. You 2 are in luck. My third brother is in a good mood today. Take them. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian were stunned. Gao Wei had simply wanted to try his luck, nothing more. As for Zhou Xian, he had never imagined that a top-tier rich second-generation heir like Sumu would pay them any attention. With the tickets in their hands, both brothers were overcome with excitement. Even though they were only D-class tickets, each one was worth 1,800 yuan. Thank you, thank you. The two brothers bowed to Su Mu in gratitude. Su Mu waved his hand. Hope you two enjoy your time in Haidu. Su Mu had no airs at all, which left the two brothers rather astonished. After Su Mu and his group had walked far away, Gao Wei and Zhou Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, who was that young master? Do you know, cousin? How would I know? But he really is pretty amazing. Honestly, this is what a top-tier rich second-generation heir should be like. No kidding. Every time I think about those self-righteous rich kids back home, the ones who buy a GT and act like they're all that, compared with this young master, they're a total joke. I didn't know you were so charitable. Yen Ru mused that if she were in such a situation, she would typically turn a blind eye. Though she was not short on money, a few thousand yuan being no more than the price of a lipstick to her, she was not about to squander it thoughtlessly. She would hardly help just any stranger she happened to meet. It's mainly because I'm in a good mood. Su Mu chuckled. But these things also depend on affinity. Those two brothers seemed decent enough, and they were quite sincere in their attitude. Yenru nodded at his words. That's true. Such matters do come down to fate. She echoed his sentiment. As they queued for security checks, Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan approached. Young Master Su. Qin Fan spotted Su Mu in the crowd, looked up, and waved at him. Su Mu was just passing through security, assisted by a young pretty attendant. She had already sensed something extraordinary about Su Mu, and his handsome looks had made her quite taken with him. Now that Qin Fan appeared and greeted Su Mu, the entire room's attention focused squarely on him. Who could be unaware of Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan? Both were notoriously high-profile rich heirs, true top-tier scions of the nation's elite. Yet Qin Fan had taken the initiative to greet Su Mu, addressing him as Young Master Su, which stirred considerable curiosity. Young Master Su, is there any top-tier heir in Haidu with the surname Su? I'm not sure. I don't think so. It's normal that ordinary people like us don't know. After all, our circles are different. After clearing security, Su Mu waved to the approaching Zhou Tsong, and Qin Fan a slight smile, curving at his lips as he greeted them. Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, what a coincidence. As Su Mu spoke, the young security attendant's mouth fell wide open in disbelief. He's actually the young Master Su, Qin Fan mentioned. To be acquainted with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan, he must at least be a top-tier rich heir, right? The security girl's mind wandered, her focus inevitably faltering. His roommates turned back, saw Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan approaching, and froze on the spot. They all knew Su Mu was wealthy, but he had told them his money came from inheriting his second granduncle's estate. If that were so, how could he have become acquainted with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan so quickly? Even if he knew them, why were they on such familiar terms? Yen Ru, however, was not surprised. Su Mu possessed an ICBC black card. His net worth was at least in the tens of billions. What was so strange about a rich heir of that standing knowing Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan? Moreover, she also knew that Su Mu had already sold his previous Koenigsegg 11 to Zhou Tsong at half price for 50 million yuan. Indeed a coincidence. Zhou Tsong walked forward, passing through security, and came straight to Su Mu's side. Young Master Su, Qin Fan and I are heading backstage shortly. Won't be able to keep you company today. Zhou Tsong was the major owner of the IG team, and today's finals were crucial for them. As the boss personally coming to oversee the match certainly boosted morale. Okay, Su Mu didn't intend to have them stay by his side anyway. Those two were far too conspicuous. He was hoping to keep a low profile. If they came along, subtlety would be out the window. Still, thanks to Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan's appearance, Su Mu had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention. Bro damn, this young master is familiar with both Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. He really is a top-tier rich heir. Of course, that guy drives a Lamborghini Veneno. Zhou Tsong may be rich, but even he doesn't own a hypercar like that. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian had followed and witnessed the whole greeting exchange. Su Mu and his group entered the Qingao Gymnasium. The place was packed, nearly every seat filled. The staff led them directly to a private box on the second floor. After all, it was a black card luxury box with an official price of 6,600 yuan. Inside there were sofas, a coffee table, and an 85-inch television. Fruit platters and all kinds of imported snacks lined the coffee table. A dedicated attendant was on hand to serve tea and water, everything one could want. This is the real deal. Wang Xinyu sat on the sofa, his face brimming with excitement. He knew watching the match from a private box would be different, but the disparity in treatment was simply staggering. Down below, whether floor seats or B-tier tickets, it was bound to be a crowded squeeze. But here in the box, utterly comfortable. Air conditioning, television, sofas, coffee table, and personal attendants. After all the money's been spent, when you throw cash at them, wouldn't they treat you like a god? Zhou Su said elatedly. Fourth brother posted on Moments. They all said the card was fake before. Now it's time to see them eat their words. Hearing this, Wang Xinyu nodded. Indeed. Though Su Mu's high-profile appearances over the past 2 days had already helped Wang Xinyu prove the box's black card was genuine, recalling those earlier slanders still burned him up. Hold on, let me take a few photos and post them on Moments. Wang Xinyu nodded, pulled out his phone first, snapped the box, then turned toward the stadium and took more shots. He was careful not to capture Yen Ru in any of the photos. After all, he knew better. Yen Ru was the only woman present besides the staff, or should such photos circulate, it would not reflect well on her. Thanks to third brother, watching the match from this box is absolutely amazing. Wang Xinyu deliberately tagged Su Mu and posted the photos on Moments. You little rascal, if you're going to post, why tag me? Su Mu scolded with a grin but casually gave the post a like. Within just minutes of the post going live, Wang Xinyu received a flood of sycophantic replies. Awesome. I want to watch the match from a box too. So jealous. I wish I had a third brother too. Brother, your third brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? How about me? Wang Xinyu looked at the comments and chuckled dismissively. A bunch of fair-weather friends. When it was exposed on forums that his box black card was supposedly fake, these very people had said otherwise. Now suddenly they'd all turned into sycophants spouting honeyed words sweeter than sugar. Why bother getting upset with such people? Vision. Su Mu smiled slightly and said the word vision to Wang Xinyu. Indeed, their horizons were simply different. Their circles would never overlap anyway, so there was truly no reason to get angry over the ramblings of such people. Yes, third brother is right. Wang Xinyu echoed. The match was said to start at 3, but that was actually when the opening ceremony began. The real match probably wouldn't start until 4. Still, the opening ceremony performance was quite spectacular. The main highlight was Zhou Luanjie, who was the finale act. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the Heavenly King's live performance. The preceding singing and dancing performances were passable, but Su Mu found them rather dull. He was, however, thoroughly engrossed in conversation with Yen Ru. His roommates, being perceptive, deliberately seated themselves far away from the two. Third brother truly lives up to his name. He even managed to win over the goddess Yen Ru. If you had third brother's looks and his money, I bet you could do it too. Lao Sen really is the ultimate winner in life. The brothers sat off to the side watching Su Mu and Yen Ru chat, animatedly whispering among themselves. Time passed quickly. Zhou Luanjie finally took the stage as the closing act. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere in the venue clearly shifted. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. The fans were absolutely frenzied. After all, he was a heavenly king who had dominated the Chinese music scene for over a decade. Nearly every young person had grown up listening to his songs, and calling themselves his fans was no exaggeration. Watching Zhou Luanjie take the stage, Su Mu couldn't help but recall the similarly legendary heavenly king who had reigned for over a decade in his original parallel world. The two really are strikingly similar. Su Mu murmured as he listened to Zhou Luanjie sing, but his singing is clearly not as good as that other heavenly king's. Yen Ru, seated beside him, heard it clearly despite his low voice. Another heavenly king. Who's that? Yen Ru looked at Su Mu, biting her lip gently as she asked softly. No one. I just dreamed of a heavenly king singing, and in the dream, he was performing a new song that was especially beautiful. Su Mu immediately snapped back to himself and offered a quick explanation. Amazing. Wang Xinyu was a diehard fan of Zhou Tianwang, and seeing his idol perform live was absolutely bliss. The opening ceremony concluded and the competition officially began. After all, this was the League of Legends Summer Finals, the true highlight of the day. Third brother, who do you think will win? RNG probably. Why? IG is pretty strong too, you know. Mad Puppy's in better form. As the match got underway, Su Mu and Wang Xinyu discussed the prospects of both teams. The match began unfolding exactly as Su Mu had predicted. RNG's ADC Mad Puppy was at the top of his game, completely demolishing IG's bottom lane. Game 1, RNG claimed an easy victory. Holy shit. Mad Puppy's Kai'Sa is insane, right? If they don't ban Kai'Sa, IG is in deep trouble. Game 2 commenced, and IG, being stubborn, declined to ban Kai'Sa. Unsurprisingly, the result aligned with everyone's expectations. RNG secured another win, 2-0, earning themselves match point. RNG's been in incredible form this year. Wang Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. I wonder if they can clinch the World's Championship this year. I think it'll be tough. Su Mu offered an objective assessment. Why? RNG is definitely in great shape, but they've become a bit arrogant. Besides, their mid lane is somewhat weak. Compared to the other top-tier mid laners, RNG's mid is struggling. Su Mu spoke matter-of-factly. RNG had fallen just short at Worlds every single year. Why? Because they only had one person who could carry the team. After so many years, why hadn't they changed their 4-protect-1 strategy? It wasn't that they refused to change, it's that the other players simply couldn't step up and carry. Game 3 began with IG attempting to shut down Mad Puppy's Kai'Sa, and they managed to claw back one game. However, in Game 4, the coach pulled another bewildering draft, releasing Kai'Sa once again. If you dare to release her, I'll dare to pick her. Mad Puppy instantly locked in Kai'Sa, and the arena erupted in cheers. This is the final game. Su Mu smiled faintly and murmured. That confident? Yen Ru glanced at Su Mu and asked. Mad Puppy's in too good form today? What kind of brain-dead moron would release Kai'Sa? It wasn't just Su Mu saying this. Backstage, Zhou Tsung had come to oversee the match, and even he was left speechless by the coach's draft decision. What the hell? Does this Korean coach have mush for brains? What the actual? Originally, having tied the series had put Zhou Tsung in a decent mood. Now seeing the draft for Game 4, he felt like marching onto the stage and kicking the coach off himself. Terrible draft. The match continued, but Zhou Luanjie hadn't left. He also possessed a VIP black card for the private lounge, and truthfully, he was a devoted League of Legends player himself. Zhou Luanjie had made his way to the lounge to watch the match. When Su Mu went to the restroom and returned, he happened to cross paths with Zhou Luanjie emerging. This was the second-floor VIP section, inaccessible to ordinary people. Though Zhou Luanjia was a titan of the Mandarin music scene, he was well aware of what it meant for someone to possess a VIP black card for the private lounge, the status and identity it represented. Zhou Luanjia gave Sumu a brief, not essentially a greeting. Sumu, taken aback for a moment, stared at him. You're Zhou Luanjia. Yeah. Zhou Luanjia nodded. I thought you'd left already. A faint smile tugged at Sumu's lips as he spoke to Zhou Luanjia. Since we're running into each other, would you mind giving me an autograph? Though Sumu wasn't one to fawn over celebrities, this was Zhou Luanjia, the titan of the Mandarin music world. Sure, Zhou Luanjia didn't know Sumu, but he wouldn't dare to offend him either. It was just an autograph after all. Zhou Luanjia always carried a signing pen with him. He glanced at Sumu and asked, where should I sign? How about on the shirt? Sumu was wearing a Versace casual jacket today, light blue, quite suitable for signing. Versace's latest collection this year. Your physique is really impressive, it looks fantastic on you. Zhou Luanjia recognized immediately that Sumu was wearing Versace's new casual jacket this season, because he owned one himself. A Versace casual jacket costing over 50,000, certainly sky high for ordinary folks. But among the wealthy, it was merely a piece of casual clothing. Zhou Luanjia was well aware that Sumu came from considerable wealth. Would it be somewhat extravagant to sign on a 50,000 yuan casual jacket? But then again, he was the titan of the Mandarin music world. With his signature on it, the jacket wouldn't exactly lose its value, would it? Zhou Luanjia picked up the pen and signed his name on Sumu's back. Jia Go, I'm Sumu. Pleasure to meet you. Sumu extended his right hand toward Zhou Luanjia and said. Though Zhou Luanjia had never met Sumu before, upon hearing him introduce himself, he was slightly taken aback. He had heard of Sumu. After all, Haidu wasn't that big a city, and Sumu had become quite the name among Haidu's second-generation rich circles in recent years. It would have been hard for Zhou Luanjia not to know about him. Moreover, Zhou Luanjia was also a supercar enthusiast. When he learned that Sumu owned both a Koenigsegg 11 and a Lamborghini Veneno, Zhou Luanjia had taken special notice. However, Sumu was rather low-key. No family background disclosed, not even any photographs. Zhou Luanjia had no reason to investigate Sumu given they had no prior connection. Meeting here this time, it could only be described as fate. So your young master Su. Zhou Luanjia clasped Sumu's hand, and his demeanor noticeably shifted to something more respectful. Though he previously suspected Sumu's background might be no ordinary matter, he was after all a titan of the Mandarin music scene. He certainly didn't treat every person with such deference. But for a top-tier second-generation rich like Sumu, Zhou Luanjia understood exactly how to act. You're too kind. Sumu replied with a gentle smile. By the way, I heard the 3 songs you sang earlier. They're all your new releases this year, right? Sumu brought up casually. Zhou Luanjia nodded in acknowledgement. Times have changed. Getting older. I feel like I'm running out of inspiration. Zhou Luanjia let out a wry smile. He wasn't merely being modest. In truth, he genuinely felt that his new songs from the past couple of years couldn't compare to the ones he'd released in his youth. I have a couple of original songs here. Diego, would you be interested in giving them a listen? Sumu had no intention of pursuing a career in music, of course, but occasionally plagiarizing, borrowing songs from his previous world, served as a form of solace. Oh, young master Su writes songs too. Zhou Luanjia raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly expectant if he was being honest. He simply didn't think a top-tier second-generation rich would be capable of writing anything particularly outstanding. Just something I cobbled together. What do you say, Diego? Would you like to take a look? Sumu had picked up on the subtle hint of skepticism in Zhou Luanjia's tone, but he didn't mind at all. After all, he was a second-generation rich, and across from him stood Zhou Luanjia, the titan of the Mandarin music world in this era. Declaring he could write songs in front of him, most would see it as nothing more than showing off before an expert. But then again, Sumu wasn't writing them himself. He was merely acting as a courier, so it didn't really matter. All right then. Zhou Luanjia couldn't very well refuse Sumu, so he agreed. Sumu gathered his thoughts. He was about to unleash Zhou Tianwang's Blue and White Porcelain from his previous world. Compared to the songs of this world, Blue and White Porcelain was nothing short of a game-changing masterpiece. Sumu looked at Zhou Luanjia and cleared his throat softly. With that, allow me to embarrass myself. Sumu could actually sing quite well. He had performed Blue and White Porcelain countless times before, and even in this new world the memories remained vivid. Zhou Luanjia was fairly patient after all. The person standing beside him was Haida's newly mysterious young wealthy man Sumu. Zhou Luanjia didn't dare to offend him easily. The white porcelain blank strokes of blue light to dark. The peony painted on the vase, just like your first makeup. As soon as Sumu began singing, Zhou Luanjia's eyes lit up. Though Sumu wasn't particularly professional, it couldn't conceal the song's divine essence. He couldn't quite explain why, but he felt as though this song was tailor-made for him. The sky is azure awaiting the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The kitchen smoke curls upward across the river thousands of miles away, inscribing Han Dynasty calligraphy at the bottle's base, emulating the ease of dynasties past. The song was only halfway through yet. Zhou Luanjia was utterly spellbound. So songs can be sung like this. After all, the music of this world differed significantly from the songs of Sumu's previous world. Sumu had casually sung a few lines in front of Zhou Luanjia, inadvertently opening a new door to Mandarin music for him. Young Master Su, would you consider selling me this song? Name your price. Zhou Luanjia was certainly not short on money. What he lacked was his deep affection for this particular song. Why name a price? If Diego likes it, I'll just give it to you. Sumu smiled. but I do have one request. Go ahead. Zhou Luanjie raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't worried about Su Mu asking for money, but this request, it did make him somewhat apprehensive. Some friends and I are all Jie Ji's fans. Jiegu, could you perform this song live for us later? Su Mu suddenly felt the urge to show off. After all, this was Zhou Tianwang. Having him dedicate a performance would certainly draw plenty of envy. That's your only request? Zhou Luanjie was somewhat dumbfounded. He'd expected something far more demanding. If Jiegu finds it too troublesome, then forget it. Su Mu didn't wish to impose. No trouble at all. Zhou Luanjie was genuinely fond of Su Mu's song, so he agreed without hesitation. Young Master Su, please send me the song first. I'll arrange things right away, Zhou Luanjie said excitedly. He had felt for the past 2 years that his song quality had been declining, which was why he'd been releasing fewer and fewer new tracks. Finally encountering a song that seemed crafted just for him, Zhou Luanjie certainly didn't intend to let it slip away. That would be absolutely wonderful. Hearing that Zhou Luanjie had agreed, Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. Su Mu walked straight to Zhou Luanjie's private room and copied down blue and white porcelain on a piece of paper. The match was still going on, but Zhou Luanjie had explained the situation directly to the League of Legends officials. If it had been any other small-time singer, the League officials probably would not have bothered. But this was Zhou Luanjie after all. If he volunteered to sing once more after the match, they could not have wished for anything better. Once the officials got the news, they immediately notified the 2 commentators at the scene. The 2 commentators were utterly dumbfounded when they heard it. Heavenly King Zhou was going to sing again. Word was that the League officials had spent a full $1,000,000 just to invite him to sing 3 songs. That was still a friends and family price. If not for the fact that Heavenly King Zhou was also a League fan, he would probably have charged even more. But they had not heard he was going to perform again. A favor performance. No matter what, with the notice handed down from above, the 2 commentators were absolutely thrilled. During the game pause, they announced the news directly to the audience. The crowd at the venue had been growing restless because of the pause, but after hearing this news, almost everyone erupted in cheers and jumped for joy. Holy shit. After the match, Heavenly King Zhou is going to perform a new song. I'm crying. I could never get a ticket to Zhou Luanjie's concert, but who would have thought that coming to this match would let me hear 4 songs from Brother Zhou at once? Damn it, what a loss. If I had known, no matter how expensive scalper tickets were, I would have made it to the venue. Zhou Luanjie hummed along with Su Mu 2 or 3 times. After all, as a heavenly king, his musical talent was no mere boast. Blue and White Porcelain is actually quite hard to sing. It is the kind of song that sounds catchy at first, but goes off-key the moment you try to sing it. But after all, he was the heavenly king of the Chinese music scene, and Blue and White Porcelain could not have suited him better if it had been tailor-made for him. The plain porcelain is traced in blue brush strokes, thick, then faint. The peonies painted on the vase are like your first makeup. The sky blue glaze awaits the rain, and I am waiting for you. Wisps of cooking smoke rise 1,000 miles apart across the river. At the bottom of the vase, Han clerical script imitates the drifting elegance of a past dynasty. Su Mu sang quite well, but compared with a professional, he was still a far cry from it. Zhou Luanjie committed the full lyrics to memory in the shortest time possible. Once he had the melody down, he sang 2 or 3 unaccompanied rounds, and already there was much more charm in his voice than in Su Mu's. Su Mu had been out of the room for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that Zhou Luanjie had almost got the song down, Su Mu looked at him and said, I will head back first. If you have any questions, just contact me on WeChat. Zhou Luanjie nodded and gave an mm. Su Mu returned to the private room, and sure enough, Wang Xinyu was just as worked up as Su Mu had expected. Holy shit. Third brother, did you hear that? Zhou Luanjie is going to perform a new song after the match. Su Mu nodded non-committally. I know. I wrote that new song for him. When Su Mu said that, Wang Xinyu and the others were all left speechless. Third brother, that joke is not funny at all. Exactly. Third brother, if you said you were brilliant, none of us would argue. But if you say you can write songs, well, that is a bit much. It had to be said that when Su Mu used to go to KTV with them, he never really sang. In their memory, Su Mu was supposed to be tone deaf. Don't believe me? Then look at this. Su Mu curled his lip and pointed at the autograph Zhou Luanjie had left on his back. I am serious. When I was coming back from the bathroom, I happened to run into him, and I wrote him a new song along the way. Su Mu said with a sly grin. Wang Xinyu was stunned. The signature on Su Mu's back really was Zhou Luanjie's. Holy shit. Third brother, are you saying Zhou Luanjie is also in a private room on the 2nd floor? Wang Xinyu suddenly became excited. Yeah, in the room right next door? Su Mu pointed at the adjoining room, and in an instant everyone in their private room was thrilled. Yen Ru was fairly calm. She was not a hardcore fan, but she listened to Zhou Luanjie's songs often enough. I studied songwriting over the summer, casually wrote a song, and felt it fit Zhou Luanjie perfectly. So I brought it up to him. To my surprise, he liked it a lot. Su Mu sounded incredibly cool when he said this. Really? Are you for real? Wang Xinyu was starting to believe Su Mu, but then he remembered that Su Mu could not even sing before. Writing songs seemed a bit impossible, did it not? Of course it is real. If you do not believe me, just listen later. Su Mu's lips curved upward as he softly hummed a few lines from Blue and White Porcelain. That song is so good. Yenru had not spoken much, but after Su Mu casually sang a few lines, her eyes lit up, and she quietly said to him. Wang Xinyu and the others were dumbfounded. Hadn't Su Mu always been an off-key singer? But his singing sounded amazing. Third brother, I have to say, after one summer vacation, you have changed so much. Zhou Su also sighed in amazement. It was one thing for Su Mu to become a top-tier rich heir, but now even his singing sounded this good. Everyone could not help thinking of one phrase. A complete transformation. Indeed, Su Mu had been so thoroughly transformed that they almost did not recognize him. People always change for the better, right? Su Mu smiled faintly. There was logic in what he said. Su Mu smiled faintly, and what he said made sense. The match continued. IG held an advantage on the Rift. They did not want to give up. If they lost this game, the series would be over. RNG would take the Summer Finals title 3-1. If IG won, they could drag the match into a fifth game, and then the outcome would still be unknown. But the more IG played it safe, the higher their chances of losing. After all, they were up against RNG's Mad Dog. By 40 minutes into the game, Mad Dog was already on a full 6-item build. Although the rest of RNG were behind on items, with Mad Dog around, damage was not a problem. After one team fight, Mad Dog's Kaisa picked up a direct quadra kill, and the momentum swung completely to RNG. Both commentators were going crazy. Just now, that team fight could only be described as a clash of gods. Mad Dog was in fantastic form today, playing at maximum intensity. The quadra kill only ignited the atmosphere even more. As the old saying goes, the first charge carries the spirit, the second weakens it, and the third exhausts it. After taking the lead, IG did not quickly expand their advantage, which only backed them into a corner. RNG took advantage of the opportunity to secure Baron, then split pushed with a 4-1 formation, directly breaking IG's high ground in all three lanes. Although IG resisted with all their might, the outcome was already set. 5 minutes later, RNG wiped out IG once more and closed out the game. 3-1. They won the Summer Finals BO5. Most of the fans in the arena were RNG fans, so seeing RNG take the championship made everyone ecstatic. But there was something even more exciting on top of that. Right after the match ended, Zhou Luanjie stepped onto the stage. A new song has been added at the last minute. It was written by a good friend of mine. At his request, I am performing it live for his brothers, and of course for everyone here. Zhou Luanjie took the stage, first explaining why he was adding a new song on the spot. Then he picked up his guitar and played and sang. Lines like, "The plain porcelain body is traced in blue brush strokes, thick, yet fading, the peonies painted on the vase are like your first makeup, and the sky blue glaze awaits the rain, and I am waiting for you, wisps of cooking smoke rise 1,000 miles apart across the river, at the bottom of the vase." Han clerical script imitates the drifting elegance of a past dynasty. Truly worthy of his name as the heavenly king of Chinese pop, Zhou Luanjie had only come into contact with the song less than half an hour ago, yet he performed Blue and White Porcelain almost flawlessly. Holy shit. So you really wrote it, third brother. Hearing Zhou Luanjie's announcement, Wang Xinyu looked at Su Mu with excitement. Of course. Did you think I was joking? Su Mu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu. Isn't it simply too good? This song is going to blow up across the internet. The person who wrote it is an absolute genius. The mood and imagery. I feel as if I am standing in a beautiful Jiangnan landscape, painting with the delicate blue and white porcelain leaping off the paper. The feeling is incredible. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. The atmosphere exploded. By the time the song ended, almost everyone in the arena was intoxicated. You are really amazing. Yanru particularly loved this kind of song. She moved a little closer to Su Mu. Thank you. Su Mu smiled softly and said in a gentle voice. Well, in any case, no one in this world knew the song was something he had taken. Since he was already in a parallel world, why shouldn't Su Mu follow the principle of taking what he liked? Because the series lasted only 4 games, it was exactly 8 o'clock after the match. Everyone who came to the venue today was especially excited. First, their favorite team had won the championship. Second, not only had Zhou Luanjie sung 3 songs at the opening ceremony, but after the match, he had also delivered a song that could be called a classic. As for the fans who had not managed to get tickets and could not be there, they were all filled with regret. If I had known, I would have tightened my belt and skipped dinner for 3 months just to get a ticket from a scalper. Holy shit. The person who wrote this song is definitely a musical genius. I love it, I love it. This song was practically tailor-made for Zhou Luanjie. I want to hear it again. The atmosphere at the venue was absolutely explosive. Meanwhile, Yang Su had also come to the venue today to watch the match in person. Besides him, quite a few League of Legends streamers had also shown up in person, such as Teacher Piao and Decima. After unexpectedly meeting Su Mu at Tangshan Epingyang, Su had been streaming diligently. He had also been waiting for Su Mu to do a queue with him. But Su Mu was so busy, how could he possibly remember a casual promise? The match was over and Zhou Luanjie had performed the new song live. Today could be considered a perfect ending. Most of the spectators had already left, and Su Mu took his group downstairs. Just as they were about to leave, Yang Su happened to be in front of them live streaming with his phone. Guys, I am telling you, today was definitely not a wasted trip. Even though I am still hurting over the money. I bought the floor ticket from a scalper for 48,000 yuan, and he would not take 1 yuan less. Yang Su was emotional too, mainly because he was a crazy fan of Zhou Luanjie. Hearing a new song live, and such a good one at that, made it all worth it. The phone camera was pointed at himself, and through the small preview screen, Yang Su could see what was behind him. Wait, isn't that Yang Su, the top lane overlord? Holy shit. It really is him. Let's go say hi. Wang Xinyu and Zhou Su recognized Yang Su at a glance. At the same time, Yang Su also saw Su Mu on the small preview screen. Holy shit. Yang Su froze and let out a curse. There were hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream. When they heard Yang Su shout, holy shit, all they sent were question marks. Hey Yang Su. Wang Xinyu walked straight over to greet him. Su Mu stood beside Wang Xinyu, looked at Yang Su and gave a slight shake of his head. It was a small movement, but Yang Su understood it at once. Young Master Su does not want to be exposed. Yang Su did not dare to keep the stream going any longer and ended it immediately. The abrupt sign-off made the hundreds of thousands of fans in the stream explode with confusion. Holy shit. What is going on? Why did the streamer suddenly go offline? Yeah, what did that holy shit mean? The streamer did not explain. Although the live stream had been ended, there were still a large number of bullet comments. The others in the dorm had not noticed Su Mu's small gesture, but Yenru, whose attention had been fixed on Su Mu all along, did notice his slight shake of the head. Then Yang Su hurriedly, ending the stream, made Yenru pause. Could Su Mu perhaps be hiding yet another secret? Yenru could not help wondering. Su Mu had never said that he owned an entire building at Tangshan Ipin. After all, that was not the kind of thing anyone could easily find out. Since Su Mu had not mentioned it, Yenru and the others naturally knew nothing. But Yang Su knew very well. Since last time he met Su Mu, he had been hoping day and night that Su Mu would come and support his livestream. He never expected to run into Su Mu here. However, he had seen Su Mu's slight gesture. Rich people, after all, did not like to be too flashy, and they especially did not like being exposed. That was why Yang Su turned off the stream right away. If he angered Su Mu over something like this, he would be done for. What could a small streamer like him do against an ultra-rich heir like Su Mu? Yet Yang Su was quite shrewd. He pretended not to know Su Mu, which was a very smooth move. Hello everyone. The internet is too laggy over here, so I have turned off the stream. Yang Su said with a smile to Wang Xinyu and the others. Wang Xinyu walked alongside Yang Su, chatting cheerfully. As for Su Mu, the corners of his mouth curved up as he smiled and followed the crowd out of the venue. Su Mu, you know that streamer, right? Yenru was standing fairly close to him, her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked. Huh, yes I do. He is a League of Legends streamer, and he plays top lane champions really well. When Yenru asked, Su Mu answered frankly and naturally. Yenru gave an O and lowered her head thoughtfully. She did not speak again. She was a smart woman. So she knew that since Su Mu was unwilling to say, there were some things she should not ask. After watching the match, the group enjoyed a barbecue at a roadside stall. It was past 11 when Su Mu finally returned home. After washing up the Filipino maid he had hired brewed him a pot of tea. Life should be enjoyed. With a net worth of 20 to 30 billion, why deny himself the finer things? Su Mu had always believed that money only truly becomes yours when you spend it. If it just sits in your hands, untouched, it's worthless. For his 300 square meter flat, he had hired a maid through a professional domestic service agency. The maid from the Philippines was young, pretty, and diligent. It was just that her broken Chinese was a bit hard on the ears. Still, basic conversation was manageable. Su Mu paid her 20,000 a month mainly for cleaning and general housework. Nothing else for now. Go get some rest. Sitting on the sofa, Su Mu glanced at his maid and waved her off. All right, Xiao Yi. The maid replied with utmost respect. Oh, it's Xiao Yi, not Sa Yi. Forget it, go practice your Mandarin. Su Mu smiled wryly. Her Mandarin was so off that he was at a loss for words. The maid went off to rest, and Su Mu sipped his tea listening to music, feeling quite at ease. Back home yet? Yenru sent him a message asking if he had arrived safely. He had just got in, having some tea to unwind. Su Mu had a rather good impression of Yenru. With most girls he was indifferent and aloof. But Yenru, he found her quite appealing. If the chance ever came, she wouldn't be a bad choice as a girlfriend. You really know how to enjoy life. Hearing that he was relaxing with tea, Yenru laughed and sent a voice message. Of course. I tell you, next time you come over I'll treat you to some tea. This stuff is really something. Then it's settled. I'll drop by when you're free. The tea Su Mu had bought was no ordinary tea. It was top-grade Longjing with an annual yield of less than 10 jin. A single liang cost 100,000 yuan, and even with money, it wasn't always available. If not for Chen Jinping's introduction, even the head of the Haidu Industrial and Commercial Bank couldn't get it for him. He bought half a jin at once, enough to last him 2 or 3 months. Su Mu wasn't a big tea enthusiast. He only brewed some when he felt tired and needed to recharge. After chatting with Yenru for a while, midnight had already passed. Let's see what good stuff I can fish out today. Though he had already reeled in many treasures, every time he went fishing he still felt a little thrill. It felt like drawing a lottery, except what Su Mu pulled out was far more valuable. Opening the casual fishing page, the Starlight Fishing Ground appeared, as usual. The fishing button had returned to its normal color. Without hesitation, Su Mu pressed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill Peerless Calligraphy and Painting. Click to learn it instantly. A master-level skill. Peerless Calligraphy and Painting. Su Mu froze for a moment. Awesome. He clicked to learn and instantly felt a flood of knowledge pouring into his mind. With my looks and this skill, I truly deserve the saying, a jade-like man among mortals unparalleled in the world. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he teased himself. Compared to luxury cars, mansions, or cash, Su Mu valued skills far more. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach him to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. A skill once mastered is an invisible asset. Peerless Calligraphy and Painting, a master-level skill. Think about it, in 5,000 years of Xia Kingdom history, how many could truly be called masters? A single piece of their calligraphy or painting could fetch tens of millions at auction, and that was on the low end. One character worth 1,000 pieces of gold was no joke. Su Mu was more than satisfied. He rose from the sofa, stretched, and headed to the bedroom. The next day was Sunday, and he slept straight until noon. The maid's cooking was decent, and Su Mu felt the money was well spent. 20,000 a month for this level of care was quite a bargain. Sumu, what are you doing this afternoon? Just as he finished his meal, Yenru's message came in. No plans. Why? What could Sumu possibly have on his plate? No classes today. He'd probably just stay home and play games. There's a calligraphy and painting exhibition at the cultural center. Interested in checking it out? Yenru sent a voice message. Calligraphy and painting exhibition. Sumu was taken aback. He had just fished out the peerless calligraphy and painting skill last night, and now Yenru was inviting him to an exhibition. Yeah. Besides works from masters past and present, quite a few of Haidu's own painting and calligraphy masters will be there. Yenru had studied music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. That was why she was the most elegant campus belle at Haidu University. Her grace wasn't an act, it was cultivated from a young age. Sure, I'll take a look. Since he had nothing else to do, Sumu decided it wouldn't hurt to go. Sumu was no pretentious art lover. In fact, before this, he had never truly engaged with calligraphy or painting in any proper sense. But now with the peerless calligraphy and painting skill, his level of mastery in the art was extraordinarily high. For one, he had nothing on this afternoon. For another, since Yenru had asked, he agreed without hesitation. Alright, then meet me at the school gate at 2. Seeing that Sumu had agreed, Yenru immediately set the time. I'm sure. After finishing his meal, Sumu sprawled out on the sofa. The maid brought him a cup of coffee along with desserts and fruit. Now this is comfort. He sighed contentedly, and while relaxing browsed online for information about renowned calligraphers and painters in the country. But honestly, it wasn't arrogance. He just felt that the works of today's so-called masters were merely SOSO. They were better than ordinary people, but to truly be called masters, they didn't quite make the cut. All surface, no depth. These people only grasped the shallow, not the essence. Sumu was indeed a little disappointed. Then again, if becoming a true master were so easy, the Xia kingdom wouldn't only have produced a handful of them over thousands of years. With that thought, he smiled wryly. If his current level were ever revealed, he would at least be hailed as a grand master, wouldn't he? After resting a bit, he had agreed to meet Yenru at 2. He told the maid to wake him at 1:40. Shirao, time to get up. The maid knocked on the door. Her Chinese was terribly broken, but her voice was rather sweet and charming. It's Xiao Yi. Sumu shook his head and said to the maid, practice your Mandarin properly this afternoon. If I hear you call me Shirao Yi again, just wait until I get back. The maid Nana lowered her head after the scolding, her face a little pale, and nodded emphatically. Alright, go on with your chores. Sumu let out a helpless chuckle, then headed out the door, driving his Lamborghini Veneno to the school gate to wait for Yenru. It was Sunday, and there were still plenty of people at the school gate. As Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno pulled up, it instantly drew everyone's gaze. Damn it, that rich bastard Sumu really makes people jealous and envious. I heard that goddess Yenru went to watch the match with Sumu yesterday. How insanely lucky. What do you know? In our eyes, Yenru may be a goddess, but in Sumu's eyes, she might just be someone to toy with. Exactly. A poor man's goddess, a rich man's plaything. Damn. Sumu had become the talk of Haidu University over the past couple of days. After all, driving a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth over 100 million, was not something ordinary rich kids could hope to match. With a top-tier supercar like this, whether you could afford it was one question, whether you could even get your hands on one was another. For example, only 9 Lamborghini Venenos were produced worldwide. Someone once offered 120 million yuan on the black market and still couldn't buy one. Similarly, Qin Fun had previously sounded Sumu out about buying this Lamborghini Veneno for 200 million yuan. But Sumu hadn't even enjoyed it yet. How could he possibly sell it to Qin Fun? Yenru, meanwhile, had been brought to school by the family butler. Very few people at school knew that Yenru was actually a wealthy heiress worth billions, because she had always been exceedingly low-key. But now quite a few people were slandering her as a gold digger and the like. Although Yenru said nothing, she used reality to teach everyone a lesson. When the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up at 2, drew a fair amount of attention. Whoa, could there be another ultra-rich heir at our school? A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wouldn't the out-the-door price be at least 10 million? More than that. This one looks like a collector's limited edition, so it must be worth at least 20 to 30 million. 20 to 30 million. Oh my god. That's definitely an ultra-rich heir's setup. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop at the curb, and the butler got out to help Yenru open the door. The butler looked to be in his 50s or 60s, yet his bearing made it clear he was no ordinary person. He'd been at the waist with an extremely deferential manner. Holding the door with his right hand, and making a please gesture with his left, he said, young lady, we've arrived. Yenru nodded, put down the magazine in her hand, and slowly stepped out of the car. When Yenru stepped out of the car, everyone was stunned. Whoa, it's actually Goddess Yenru. Goddess Yenru is a rich heiress too. No wonder Sumu, who pointed at Shui Yuer's nose and told her to get out of the car, could chat and laugh so casually with Yenru. So Goddess Yenru is actually that kind of top-tier heiress. They're well matched in family status, a golden couple. Sumu was not surprised by Yenru's family background, since Yenru had told him before that she had seen him at her family's 5-star hotel. Sumu was just a bit curious why Yenru had stopped concealing her background. Today she had styled her hair in a bun and wore a purple dress, giving her a very graceful look. She walked straight towards Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, and Sumu opened the scissor door of the passenger seat for her. You look really beautiful today. Thank you. Yenru bent down and got into the car. From a Rolls-Royce Phantom to a Lamborghini Veneno. By voluntarily revealing her identity, Yenru had ignited the gossip instinct of the whole school. Damn incredible. I told you all. How could Shui Yuer compare with Goddess Yenru? Goddess Yenru doesn't need to marry into a wealthy family, as she herself is already a young lady of a wealthy family. Those bastards who slander Goddess Yenru better come out and take their beating. Even though Goddess Yenru has fallen for that rich bastard Su Mu, I still say the goddess must not be slandered. When Shui Yuer learned that Yenru was a genuine wealthy heiress, her face went stiff on the spot. To be honest, she had certainly harbored a grudge after Su Mu pointed at her nose and told her to get lost yesterday. But she definitely dared not say anything against Su Mu. Later, when she learned that Yenru had sat in Su Mu's passenger seat and gone to watch the match with him, Shui Yuer immediately directed her resentment at Yenru. She refused to accept it. Why, if they were both campus beauties, did Yenru always have to be more popular with everyone than she was? Not daring to target Su Mu, she turned her attacks squarely on Yenru. Most of the posts slandering Yenru on the school forum were orchestrated by Shui Yuer, calling Yenru a gold digger, pretending to be aloof and virtuous, and so on. In short, however nasty it could be made to sound, that was how Shui Yuer said it. Although Yenru had plenty of supporters, she had gotten into Su Mu's luxury car yesterday, and some people, having lost their reason, chose to follow the crowd in slandering her. But no one expected that Yenru, who had remained silent all along, would slap the faces of her slanderers in such a manner. In the car, by the way, why did you reveal your cards too? Su Mu was still curious about what Yenru was thinking. Some people don't appreciate being shown respect, so can I give them a proper slap in the face? Yenru smiled slightly. Besides, compared with you, I'm still far behind. Hearing this, Su Mu smiled, but didn't explain anything. By the way, what made you think of visiting a calligraphy and painting exhibition? Su Mu was curious. After all, few young people these days were interested in calligraphy and painting. I started learning calligraphy and painting when I was little. On the one hand, it was a requirement from the elders at home. On the other hand, I genuinely enjoy it. Yenru looked at Su Mu and said this with a faint smile. Oh, I see. Su Mu gave a non-committal nod when he heard that. Indeed, for an heiress from a wealthy family like Yenru, her family would have focused on cultivating personal character from a young age. Thus, children of established clans were generally not what ordinary people imagined. As for those arrogant show-off rich heirs, they generally came from newly rich upstart families. If the elders in a family lacked refinement, how refined could the next generation they raised be? But families like Yenru's were the kind with genuine inherited depth. The elders in such families generally demanded quite a high standard of conduct from their descendants. The Haidu City Cultural Center was located on the outer ring road of Haidu City. Although it was a little out of the way, Haidu was, after all, the nation's economic capital and one of the world's leading metropolises, so transportation was still quite convenient. The calligraphy and painting exhibition held at the Haidu City Cultural Center today was organized by the Haidu City Calligraphy and Painting Association. Its purpose was twofold: to promote the association and to let Haidu's calligraphy and painting enthusiasts exchange ideas. Of course, when literati got together, it was inevitably nothing more than mutual flattery and boisterous self-congratulation. If Yenru hadn't asked him to come, Su Mu really wouldn't have come to a place like this. Of course, in addition to the members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, many wealthy people had come today as well. Since ancient times, it has been perfectly normal for merchants to affect cultural refinement, so there was nothing unusual about it. However, Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno was indeed quite conspicuous. Numerous luxury cars were parked in the lot. BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes were hardly a rarity. There were also plenty of Bentleys and Rolls-Royces. Yet the moment the Lamborghini Veneno drove in, it instantly obliterated every luxury car in the parking lot. Whose young master is this driving a Lamborghini Veneno? People who drive this kind of car are all youngsters. And which youngster has any interest in calligraphy and painting? This is purely showing off wealth. Not necessarily. Today's exhibition features many masterpieces. Perhaps he's here for the antiques and calligraphy works. After Su Mu parked the car, many around him secretly cast glances his way. When Su Mu and Yenru stepped out of the vehicle, quite a few people were taken aback. Isn't that girl the daughter of the Yen family? Oh, she really is. Who's that boy beside her? Never seen him before. Which family's young master is he? Do you recognize him? No idea, never seen him. He drove over in a Lamborghini Veneno. By all accounts, he should be a top-tier rich second generation, right? But indeed, he doesn't look familiar. The wealthy circle of Haidu was small, and many people knew Yenru. As for Su Mu, however, no one recognized him. It doesn't matter that no one knows him. After all, he drove here in a Lamborghini, so he's definitely someone not to be offended. Inside the cultural center, it was quite lively. Today was Sunday, and there were especially many visitors. Quite a few ordinary people, though not accomplished in calligraphy and painting, could be considered enthusiasts. This exhibition truly was a feast for their eyes. Ruru, you're here. A young man wearing glasses, looking refined and gentle, spotted Yenru approaching and walked over excitedly to greet her. Guoming, we're not that familiar. Just call me Yenru. Yenru furrowed her brow, especially with Su Mu right beside her. She really didn't want Su Mu to misunderstand that there was anything between her and Guoming. Guoming, vice president of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, was 36 this year and had achieved some success in calligraphy and painting. Last year, a single piece of his calligraphy or painting could sell for around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and his personal worth was now around tens of millions. Yenru was considered his junior fellow apprentice because Lu Chuanshu, the former president of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, had been the teacher to both him and Yenru, just not during the same period. Regardless, they came from the same school. At first, Yenru was fairly polite to Guoming. After all, he was older than her and had studied calligraphy and painting under teacher Lu Chuanchu from a young age, so she still respected him. Every time she saw Guoming, Yenru would address him as senior brother Gua. Later, however, Guoming got the wrong idea. He thought Yenru might have feelings for him, so he happily confessed his feelings to her. Yenru was startled at the time and laughing told Guoming that there was no possibility between them. After all, Yenru was only 20 years old and Guoming was a full 16 years older. With Yenru's family background, what could she possibly want from Guoming? Was it because he was old? But Guoming fully displayed his skill at pestering. He constantly sent Yenru messages and bought her gifts. Eventually, Yenru directly blocked him, and as for the gifts he bought, she had them all returned untouched. Coming here today, Yenru knew there was a chance she would run into Guoming. After all, he was now vice president of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, and since today's exhibition was hosted by that very association being a vice president, he would certainly show up. But Yenru hadn't expected to encounter him so soon. And this is... Guoming also noticed Su Mu beside Yenru. Su Mu was young, handsome, and standing rather close to Yenru. Guoming furrowed his brow and an inexplicable flame of anger unconsciously surged in his heart. Although Guoming had some achievements in calligraphy and painting, many people thought little of his character. Indeed, Guoming was petty, stingy, and above all, he had always been narrow-minded. Guoming had always considered Yenru his own, so when he saw Su Mu standing beside her, the two walking and chatting and laughing, his face immediately fell. Yenru also noticed the change in Guoming's expression, but she merely chuckled, directly linking her arm through Su Mu's and leaning against his arm. "Let me introduce you. Su Mu, my boyfriend." When Yenru said boyfriend, her tone was noticeably heavier. Hearing this, the muscles on Guoming's face twitched twice. He looked Su Mu up and down, unable to help frowning. Su Mu stood nearly 185 meters tall with a physique far better than even those fitness trainers. As for looks, needless to say, he could easily crush those young idols in the entertainment industry. Not to mention Su Mu was about the same age as Yenru. When the two stood together, any ordinary person would sigh and call them a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. However, Guoming was somewhat furious. He had liked Yenru for many years and had always regarded her as his own woman. Now Su Mu's sudden appearance made him directly hate Su Mu. "Oh, brother Su Mu came here today. I suppose you're also someone who appreciates calligraphy and painting." Guoming looked at Su Mu with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He knew today's youngsters all too well. Every one of them was restless and impetuous. Like calligraphy and painting. Bullshit. He would bet that Su Mu didn't even know how to hold a brush. Su Mu could see what was going on. Facing Guoming's provocation, he smiled slightly. "Not bad, I know a little, just a little." Hearing this, Guoming furrowed his brow. "Brother Su, how about you have a look and appreciate this painting?" Guoming deliberately raised his voice a few decibels. He pointed to a peony painting in front of him as he spoke. After all, Guoming was the vice president of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association and fairly well known in calligraphy and painting circles. Many people looked over, and before long a dozen or so calligraphy and painting enthusiasts had gathered around. Su Mu also frowned, thinking to himself that Guoming was clearly trying to make a fool of him. If he couldn't say anything at all or said something completely irrelevant in front of so many people, Guoming would surely humiliate him. "Alright, let me take a look." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Mu's mouth as he turned to look at the peony painting Guoming had mentioned. However, he only glanced at it briefly before turning back and saying, "Done." "So, brother Su, what do you think?" Seeing that Su Mu had only taken such a casual glance, Guoming thought to himself that he had guessed right. Su Mu simply didn't understand it at all. "Do you really want me to say it?" Su Mu's lips curled up slightly as he asked Guoming softly. "Let's hear it." Guoming was also eager to see what Su Mu could possibly come up with. This peony painting was painted by his teacher Lu Chuanchu at the age of 60. If put up for auction now, it would absolutely fetch no less than 3 million. "If you ask me, this peony is painted like a load of crap." Su Mu laughed lightly. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Hiss. Everyone involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Yenru was the same. As Lu Chuanchu's disciple, how could she not know that this was her teacher's masterpiece? Moreover, many wealthy collectors had previously offered over 2 million for this peony painting, yet her teacher refused to sell. For one thing, Lu Chuanchu considered this peony painting one of his few masterpieces and wanted to keep it in his own collection. For another, if he really were to sell at a price below 3 million, would simply be an insult to Lu Chuanchu. "Hey, young as you are, you sure have a big mouth." The voice sounded somewhat weathered. Hearing it, everyone couldn't help turning around. "Master Lu. Master Lu." Looking at the old man, everyone bowed and respectfully greeted him as Master Lu. Yenru's expression was rather awkward. She couldn't help thinking to herself, "Oh no, why did teacher have to come today?" Teacher Su Mu said that without thinking. He actually doesn't understand calligraphy and painting at all. Yenru knew very well how influential her teacher Lu Chuanchu was, so she didn't want to see Su Mu offend him. But Su Mu frowned. "What you said isn't right. Ambition isn't a matter of age, and in calligraphy and painting, being young doesn't mean I know nothing. This peony painting is yours, isn't it? Forgive me for being blunt, but this peony painting is indeed a load of crap." Yenru had prepared a way out for Su Mu, but unfortunately Su Mu had directly confronted the old master. The peony with its broad and full petals is revered as the sovereign of all flowers, symbolizing perfection, deep affection, prosperity, and elegant grandeur. At first glance this peony painting indeed exudes such magnificence, leaving one breathlessly awestruck. However, in the eyes of true connoisseurs this peony painting is utterly pretentious. How dare a young pup spout such arrogance? I think you know nothing but pretend to be learned. Junior sister, Yin, your boyfriend really is. Heh. Su Mu's words fell exactly in Guoming's favor. With Lu Chuanshu present, this was an opportunity too good to miss to thoroughly humiliate Su Mu. Yin Ru was somewhat bewildered. She understood Su Mu quite well. But this was her teacher Lu Chuanshu's peony, painting a work praised by all the masters of calligraphy and painting nationwide. How could it be utter nonsense in Su Mu's eyes? Young people today are so arrogant. Do you even know whose work this is? This is Grandmaster Lu's masterpiece. Yet you call it nonsense. I think you immature youngster are the one who knows nothing. What family did you crawl out of? Where were you taught manners? Master Lu's personal creation. How could someone like you possibly understand it? The crowd chimed in, joining the criticism against Su Mu. Guoming watched everyone pounce on Su Mu, a smug smile, curling his lips pleasure at his scheme succeeding. Just a brat who hasn't even grown hair on his upper lip daring to compete with me for a woman. Knows nothing about how to conduct himself in society, but that's fine. This will let Yin Ru see his true colors. Such thoughts ran through Guoming's mind, yet Su Mu showed no sign of wavering amid the surrounding accusations. The peony, the king of flowers, magnificent and elegant. Everyone knows this. But a genuine peony must carry an earthy, vulgar charm. Su Mu chuckled. Everyone in our country adores peonies precisely because they represent wealth and nobility. Such opulence inevitably brings a trace of vulgarity. This peony painting is too refined, lacking that earthly appeal. It's too bold, yet missing that touch of vulgarity. So I say it's worthless. Am I wrong? Su Mu's voice was deep and articulate, his reasoning clear. The crowd fell momentarily speechless upon hearing his words. Yet even so, this was still Master Lu Chuanshu's work, renowned throughout the nation. How could it possibly be as terrible as Su Mu claimed? You're just picking faults where none exist. That's no way to appreciate art. Appreciate? A green boy like him would appreciate what? Nothing. Frankly, I think Master Lu's peony is absolutely perfect. Are you just looking for trouble? If you're so capable, why don't you paint one yourself? All talk, no substance. Did you really think yourself some connoisseur? With Lu Chuanshu present, everyone went to great lengths to flatter him. Yet nobody noticed that after Su Mu pointed out the painting's flaw, Lu Chuanshu himself fell completely silent. Indeed, most people merely pretended to appreciate art. But as one of the few recognized masters of Chinese painting in the nation, Lu Chuanshu could not possibly be ignorant of the truth. When he first finished this peony, he had sensed something lacking, but couldn't pinpoint what. Now that Su Mu had articulated it, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. The student has surpassed the master, truly. Lu Chuanshu looked up, gazing at Su Mu with unmistakable admiration. Pray tell, young sir, what is your surname? Lu Chuanshu spoke suddenly, and his tone suggested he wasn't offended at all. In fact, he seemed to agree with Su Mu. Su Mu. Su Mu met Lu Chuanshu's gaze calmly, and replied, without deference or presumption. Young Master Su has remarkably keen insight. I imagine you must have your own thoughts on painting peonies. Lu Chuanshu smiled faintly. Why not paint one right now, and let all of us witness your mastery? Though Lu Chuanshu showed no outward anger, Su Mu had publicly called his masterpiece worthless before so many people. It was impossible for him to feel friendly toward this youth. Artists have always been prone to jealousy of one another, a tradition as old as time itself. Yes, Su Mu had pointed out a flaw, but surely it was merely a minor blemish. The entire painting hardly deserved the label of utter nonsense. Lu Chuanshu was after all a grandmaster of Chinese painting, especially renowned for his peonies, which everyone praised. That Su Mu would call his work worthless was genuinely face-savingly insulting. So he proposed that Su Mu paint on the spot. If Su Mu failed to produce a work or made excuses, the incident would spread as proof that a naive youth dared insult a national master truly arrogant beyond measure. As for whether Su Mu could actually paint a peony, Lu Chuanshu hardly believed a person of such tender years could produce anything worthwhile. How old was he? Probably barely 20. Even if he'd started learning to paint from the moment he left his mother's womb, it would only be 20 years of practice. Lu Chuanshu had begun studying peony painting at age 8, and now he was 68. 6 decades of dedicated cultivation. Could Su Mu possibly surpass him? Are you asking me to paint? Su Mu furrowed his brow, slightly asking softly. Indeed. Since you have such unique insight, your peony paintings must be excellent. Lu Chuanshu's words carried a hint of treacherous flattery. If Su Mu couldn't paint or produced something mediocre, the crowd would surely tear him apart with their words. Fine. I'll paint. Su Mu's lips curved upward in a faint smile as he readily accepted. He could read Lu Chuanshu's intentions perfectly. That old fox, clearly attempting to destroy him through false praise. But since the old man had thrown away his own dignity, Su Mu would show him what true mastery of both calligraphy and painting meant. Su Mu agreed readily, but the surrounding crowd was far from pleased. So arrogant. Master Lu is merely being modest with you, yet you actually take yourself seriously. I'd love to see what great work you can produce. Probably some scribbled nonsense. What masterpiece could a 20-year-old kid produce? Just showing off for attention. Yin Ru stood beside Su Mu, her face etched with worry. She was already regretting bringing him here. She knew well the immense influence her teacher Lu Chuanshu wielded as a national painting master. Though she didn't know Su Mu's background, she suspected that offending Master Lu would surely bring unavoidable trouble. Guoming also grasped his teacher's intent and grew even more smug. So talented at drawing attention. Keep it up. Let's see how long your act lasts. Such thoughts ran through Guoming's mind. Meanwhile, Su Mu walked leisurely toward a nearby writing desk. He casually picked up a brush, dipped it into ink, and with a flick of his wrist the brush tip danced across the paper. The crowd watched Su Mu's unrestrained strokes, stunned into silence. Is this it? Does he still have the audacity to claim Master Lu's peony is worthless? Su Mu painted with apparent carelessness. The peony on the paper. Well, what exactly resembled a peony? Blobs of black ink. What kind of peony is this? Haha, truly vulgar beyond description. Vulgar indeed. But is this even a peony? I wouldn't take this even if someone paid me 100,000. I owe an apology. I was wondering earlier whether Master Lu's work truly had flaws, but seeing this. Haha, this is ridiculous. Yenru stood beside Su Mu. Looking at his painting frankly, she couldn't bear to watch. Her teacher's peony at least resembled an actual peony. Magnificent, elegant, and grand. What was Su Mu's attempt? Blobs of black ink. Su Mu himself seemed entirely indifferent to the crowd's remarks. His brush never stopped. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. From the moment he picked up the brush until he finally set it down and stretched, barely 10 minutes had passed. Yenru, give me a sip of that mineral water. Su Mu glanced at Yenru with a faint smile and said softly. Yenru paused, then handed him the bottle. Su Mu took a large gulp, then before all eyes directly sprayed the water onto the freshly completed peony painting. TCH. You. Guoming leaped forward, impatiently eager to condemn Su Mu. But before he could speak, the entire crowd erupted into commotion. Yenru stared at Su Mu's peony painting, and in the next instant her mind went completely blank. How is this possible? Guoming too was rendered speechless. Everyone present, including Lu Chuanchu, hailed as the national painting master, stood utterly dumbfounded. Those black ink blobs from moments before had transformed into buds on the verge of blooming. Then before everyone's astonished eyes, flower after flower burst open in vivid color, magnificent and dignified, peonies in full splendor. Magnificent and dignified, grand and imposing, yet carrying that very earthy, vulgar charm. And most astonishing of all was the technique, truly supernatural. Grandmaster. Lu Chuanchu's gaze hardened in disbelief. He could not fathom that a youth barely past his 20th year had already achieved the realm of a grandmaster in Chinese painting. Someone said they wouldn't take this even for 100,000. Yenru, then I shall gift it to you. Su Mu looked at Yenru with a gentle smile and spoke softly. Huh, gifted to me. A brilliant smile of excitement flashed across Yenru's face. If this peony painting were auctioned, the starting price would be no less than 10 million yuan. Perhaps even more. Indeed, it's yours. After all, it's hardly valuable. Su Mu's casual remark left everyone nearby turning red with embarrassment. Damn it. If a masterpiece by a national grandmaster isn't valuable, then what on earth is a? Su Mu, however, was quite carefree. He simply walked straight out the door. Nothing worth seeing here. A group of pretentious dilettantes. How could they possibly produce anything good? Even Lu Chuanchu's works were in Su Mu's eyes utter nonsense. As for the others, they were even more worthless. Guoming was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't quite believe it, so he pinched his thigh with his hand and immediately winced. Impossible. How old is he? The Grandmaster realm. Teacher, could you have misjudged? Guoming looked at Lu Chuanchu and asked quietly. Misjudged? How could I possibly have misjudged? Besides, only a grandmaster could make the ink remain cohesive without dispersing, and only a grandmaster could possess such miraculous painting technique. Didn't you see that with your own eyes? Lu Chuanchu gave a cold snort and rebuked Guoming. Over by the entrance, Yenru saw that Su Mu had already reached the door. She carefully rolled up the peony painting, held it in her hand, and prepared to leave. Several wealthy men nearby blocked Yenru's path. I'll pay 1 million for this painting. I want it. 1 million. You actually have the nerve to say that. Miss Yen, I'm willing to offer 3 million. How about selling me this painting? 3 million, and you want to buy a grandmaster's work? You must be dreaming. I bid 8 million. Miss Yen, why not sell it to me? Just moments before, everyone had been criticizing Su Mu. Now, instead, they were all scrambling to buy the peony painting in Yenru's hands. I'm sorry, but no matter how much you offer, I won't sell it. Yenru smiled faintly at the crowd, and holding the scroll in her hand, hurried out after him. Su Mu really was a delightful surprise. A grandmaster. Even Lu Chuanchu, known as a master of Chinese painting, had never reached the grandmaster level. Just how old was Su Mu? If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she truly would not have believed that Su Mu's achievements in traditional Chinese painting could be so staggering. Talent indeed was something that no amount of envy could grant. Why did you come out too? Are you angry? Yenru did not answer Su Mu. Instead, she looked at him and asked. Angry? They're hardly enough to make me angry. Su Mu chuckled. It's simply that those who follow different paths cannot cooperate. When Su Mu said this, Yenru nodded. Most of the people who came today were vulgar pretenders to refinement. With Su Mu's discerning eye, he naturally looked down on them. I can't believe you can paint so beautifully. Yenru looked at Su Mu with barely contained excitement. Speaking of it, your painting technique really is miraculous. Just how did you do it? When she first saw Su Mu pick up his brush and paint directly onto the paper, what he painted, to be honest, wasn't even as good as the child next door's drawing. But when Sumu finished when he spat a mouthful of water onto the painting, she was stunned by what she saw. The peonies blossomed, springing vividly to life on the paper. Truly miraculous. The ink coalesces without dispersing. The realm within that is profound. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sumu's mouth as he looked at Yenru and said softly. Sumu had left, but every member of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association had been shaken to the core. The Haidu City Calligraphy and Painting Association had always been overshadowed by the Imperial Capital Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the reason was simply that Haidu had never produced a grandmaster in calligraphy or painting. Over in the Imperial Capital, there was Yin Shuha, a grandmaster of calligraphy. There was Qi Xinhai, a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting. With these two grandmasters in command, the Imperial Capital Calligraphy and Painting Association status as the country's undisputed leader was well-deserved. However, the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association had been developing very well over the years. After occupying second place for so long, it had naturally long coveted the top position. If Sumu could be the president of our Calligraphy and Painting Association, perhaps the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association would surpass the Imperial Capital one within a few years. That's right. He's so young. A 20-year-old grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting. His future achievements are incalculable. But I estimate Sumu probably won't come to be our president. He is a young man of great promise and quite proud. Many people were privately discussing Sumu. After all, today he had stunned the entire hall with his skill, and a single painting had made his name known throughout the world. Sumu naturally knew nothing of what the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association people were thinking. But even if they actually invited him to be their president, he would not accept. If he had that kind of time, Sumu would rather simply stay home and enjoy life. Yenru sat in the passenger seat and secretly stole a glance at Sumu's profile from the corner of her eye. How much more is he hiding? During the entire year at university, no one had known that he was the scion of an ultra-wealthy family. Just his personal worth alone probably amounted to billions, right? But he is after all a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting. Yenru knew what that meant. His future achievements would be beyond measure. Like her teacher Lu Chuanshu, although he was merely a master of Chinese painting, his influence across the country was astonishingly immense. Since your Chinese painting is that good, your calligraphy must be excellent too, right? Yenru looked at Sumu with admiring eyes and asked. Calligraphy? I merely know a thing or two. Sumu was quite modest. After all, he could hardly tell Yenru that he was peerless in both calligraphy and painting, and that no one alive could compare to him, could he? Though it wasn't as if saying so would have been impossible, Sumu was in the end not someone who liked to show off. Last time you also said you only knew a little about painting. As she was thinking this, Yenru suddenly froze. She was startled by her own sudden thought. Could it be that Sumu's calligraphy had also reached the level of a grandmaster? Impossible, impossible. A person's energy is limited. Since Sumu paints so well, his calligraphy level can't possibly be that of a grandmaster, right? Yenru immediately dismissed in her mind the idea that Sumu was also a calligraphy grandmaster. Indeed, from ancient times to the present, geniuses unmatched in both calligraphy and painting did occasionally exist, but they were extremely rare. Even such figures as Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy, and Tang Yin, the sage of painting, had only achieved grandmaster status in their own specialized fields. Wasn't Sumu only 20 years old today? For him to become a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting at such an age was already a sign of extraordinary talent. If he were also a calligraphy grandmaster, then God would be truly too unfair. However, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Sumu's mouth. You've really guessed it. This young master here is peerless in both calligraphy and painting, haha. After Sumu said this, Yenru was stunned. Really? Why do I find that hard to believe? Yenru genuinely did not believe that Sumu could be peerless in both calligraphy and painting. After all, he was only 20 years old. How could he possibly achieve grandmaster status in both calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting at the same time? I was just fooling you. Sumu smiled, looked at Yenru, and said softly. They had not really seen much of the exhibition, and since it was still early, Yenru treated Sumu to some afternoon tea. After all, Sumu had given her an invaluable peony painting, so inviting him to tea was the least she could do. Having finished their afternoon tea, Yenru took a phone call and left early. Sumu, for his part, got into his supercar and drove straight home. The Filipina maid Nana had spent the whole afternoon diligently practicing her Mandarin. Seeing Sumu return, she bowed respectfully and said, "Young master." Sumu cast a glance at her. "Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Go brew me a pot of tea." "Yes, young master." Nana had spent the entire afternoon earnestly practicing her Mandarin, and her hard work had not been in vain. At least she no longer said "Sa Yi" instead of "young master." Sitting on the sofa, Sumu watched the live stream with great ease and contentment. He casually sent a few small gifts. Although Sumu was not short of money, he was not the type to lavish a fortune on every streamer. Those who routinely threw money around in live stream rooms were usually shills planted by guilds, their only purpose being to lure genuinely wealthy people into tipping. Sumu hardly needed to seek the thrill of being a tycoon in online live streams. He had always thought that gifting these streamers tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan was sheer folly. Either that or their motives were impure. Of course, if Sumu happened to come across a decent streamer, sending the occasional rocket was not a big deal. After all, a single rocket only cost 1,000 yuan, a drop in the bucket to Sumu. Yenru meanwhile received a phone call from her father Yenyu. Yenyu had learned of Yenru taking Su Mu to the calligraphy and painting exhibition that afternoon. He had also discreetly investigated Su Mu's background, but when he saw Su Mu's profile he was stunned. Just a week ago he had been an ordinary man, but now Su Mu seemed as though he had become a completely different person. A Koenigsegg 1-1 and a Lamborghini Veneno with a net worth of at least several billion. Just who is this Su Mu? Yenyu grew even more curious about Su Mu's identity. Not long before someone had told him that Yenru had taken a young man to the calligraphy and painting exhibition, and that young man was actually a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting. That truly stunned Yenyu. He had known that Yenru had gone to the exhibition with Su Mu that afternoon. So could Su Mu, only 20 years old, actually be a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting? Impossible. How could that be? Yenyu could no longer sit still. If Su Mu were merely rich, that was one thing. After all, the Yin family owned 30 or 45-star hotels across the globe with assets of at least several billion. Where money was concerned, once there was too much of it, it was simply a number. A few million, tens of millions, or even 100 million might still make a difference. But once the figure surpassed 2 billion, more of it no longer made much real difference. Yenyu took a fairly philosophical view of this. However, if Su Mu was truly a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting, that was an entirely different matter. No amount of money could buy skill, let alone grandmaster-level skill. In their circle, who did not understand what kind of influence a grandmaster of traditional Chinese painting could command. For one thing, there was Lu Chuanshu of Haida City. Though he had not yet reached the level of a grandmaster, his influence was already astonishingly immense. When Yenru arrived home, Yenyu hurried over to greet her. Is that the peony painting Su Mu gave you? Dad, you already know. Obviously. Quite a few of the people there today were my friends. Yenyu was also something of a calligraphy and painting enthusiast, and he would write calligraphy or paint whenever he had free time. But naturally, an amateur could never compare with a professional. Yenyu could hardly wait to unroll the painting scroll in Yenru's hands. A magnificent peony painting, graceful and opulent, immediately came into view. Perfect. Yenyu couldn't help exclaiming, as expected of a grandmaster's work. This peony painting is elegant and luxurious without the least hint of vulgarity. It is indeed an even finer piece than Master Lu's peony painting. Yenyu was a collector with a remarkably keen eye. He could tell at a glance that Su Mu's peony painting was far more vivid and expressive than Lu Chuanshu's. Truly worthy of a grandmaster's work. Yenyu couldn't help exclaiming as he stared at the peony painting. When are you bringing your little boyfriend home to meet me? Yenyu looked at his daughter and suddenly spoke. Huh? Yenru was momentarily taken aback. Dad, what are you talking about? He's not my boyfriend yet. Yenru said that, though her cheeks flushed slightly and she felt a little shy. That young man Su Mu is so remarkable. If he becomes my ideal son-in-law, I'd certainly be satisfied. Yenyu teased. Standing to the side, Yenru didn't say much, but her face was rosy and she couldn't help letting her thoughts wander into fanciful daydreams. Su Mu meanwhile sipped his tea and enjoyed the fresh fruit prepared by his Filipina, made while watching a live stream, thoroughly entertained. Third brother, a bunch of Korean bastards, showed up at school. Wang Xinyu directly called Su Mu via video and blurted out the moment it connected. A bunch of Korean bastards. Su Mu chuckled and said, yeah, the Taekwondo club invited them over from Korea, but those bastards are really troublesome. Wang Xinyu curled his lips and said, Chinese martial arts are on the decline. Third brother, do you have Douyin? That Hunyuan Wuji Master Ma Bao calls himself a Tai Chi grandmaster. What a load of bullshit. He was KO'd 3 times by an amateur boxer in 30 seconds. Su Mu was momentarily stunned. He had seen videos of Ma Bao on Douyin before, and his way of courting attention was simply treating people like fools. Isn't it normal for a charlatan like that to get KO'd? Su Mu chuckled. But now those Korean bastards are using this incident to make a fuss. Wang Xinyu gritted his teeth and said hatefully, those goddamn Korean bastards really know how to cause trouble. They saw the video of Ma Bao being KO'd and openly declared that Chinese martial arts are trash. They even said their Taekwondo club is setting up a stage. Any Haida University student who practices Chinese martial arts can come and challenge. Well, no wonder Wang Xinyu was so indignant. Those Korean bastards really are damn despicable. How hateful. I don't know Chinese martial arts. If I did, I'd definitely teach those bastards a lesson. Wang Xinyu frowned and said with a bitter smile, but second brother plans to go challenge them tomorrow. Second brother is going to challenge them. Su Mu was taken aback upon hearing this. Zhu Yuan did have a good physique, but he seemed to rely only on brute strength, right? Those bastards are despicable, but since they dare to talk big, maybe they do have some real skill. Yes, second brother is now watching videos to learn Chinese martial arts. Wang Xinyu burst out laughing at his own words. Indeed, how could Chinese martial arts be learned so easily? Moreover, in these peaceful times, Chinese martial arts have been declining day by day, and the country has defined them as skills for physical fitness. For many years, Chinese martial arts have been put on stage as performances. Over time, in many people's eyes, they have become nothing but performing arts. However, one must know, Chinese martial arts have never been performing arts. As the saying goes, 10 years of Tai Chi keeps you indoors, 1 year of Xingyi kills a man. Chinese martial arts have always been killing techniques. In the old days, martial artists had to sign a life and death pact before duels. As the saying goes, in literature there is no first, in martial arts there is no second. Martial duels have always decided both victory and life itself. Going to the challenge stage tomorrow. Sumu asked with keen interest. Why not practice a couple more days first? Wang Xinyu had the call on speakerphone, and Zhu Yuan, who sat nearby watching videos, heard Sumu's words. Third brother, no need. Those bastards. If one comes, I'll beat one. If two come, I'll beat both. Zhu Yuan laughed heartily and said, all right then, what time tomorrow? I'll go over and take a look too. Sumu, however, was worried that something might go wrong. After all, fists and feet have no eyes. Moreover, since those Korean bastards dared to boast, they were clearly coming prepared. After hanging up the phone, Sumu joined his brothers for a few rounds of gaming. Holy crap, third brother, how did you predict that so accurately? How did you know the enemy jungler would pass through there? Intuition. Sumu replied with a cocky grin. He played 9 ranked matches that night, carrying every single game, and helping his brothers all climb to diamond tier. It's getting late, let's call it a night, Sumu said before logging off. After showering, he lay in bed just as midnight passed. Let's see what kind of good stuff I can fish up. Sumu opened the casual fishing feature where the fishing button had refreshed from gray back to bright. There was 1 free fishing opportunity per day resetting after midnight. Sumu didn't hesitate and pressed the fishing button, casting his line out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations. You have acquired the unrivaled martial arts skill. Click the learn button to master it instantly. Holy crap. I asked for wine and got something even better. This is amazing. First, the dual mastery of calligraphy and painting, now unrivaled martial arts. A true master of both pen and sword. Even better, this unrivaled martial arts skill couldn't have come at a better time. Now my safety is even more guaranteed. Sumu clenched his fist and clicked the learn button. Just like before, he could sense his body subtly transforming. His muscles became more agile and responsive. Though I'm probably still not on Mo Lee's level, right? Sumu couldn't help but compare himself to Mo Lee. Even though he now possessed unrivaled martial arts and could single-handedly take on an entire battalion of special forces. After all, Mo Lee was a biochemical guard, a warrior of the cosmic battlefield. Sumu felt a surge of excitement and tossed and turned in bed for a long time before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Sumu got out of bed bright and early. The Filipino maid Nana had prepared his breakfast, a glass of milk and egg and 2 slices of bread. After breakfast, Sumu walked toward school. He didn't drive his Lamborghini since being too flashy wasn't exactly a good thing. At school today was the day for freshmen to pick their clubs, and the campus sports field was especially lively. Back in his freshman year, Sumu had to work part-time, so he never joined any clubs. However, people like Zhu Yuan and Wang Xinyu had joined the school's martial arts club. Still, compared to the Taekwondo club next door, the martial arts club had far fewer members. First, because the Taekwondo club's uniforms looked incredibly cool. For today's college students, that alone was enough. Second, because Hailu University's Taekwondo club was established in collaboration with South Korea and actually boasted quite a few black belt Taekwondo experts. On the other hand, the martial arts club's uniforms weren't as flashy. Moreover, they spent their days practicing simple basics like horse stance. Occasionally, they'd teach some forms only to be mocked as mere parlor tricks. The martial arts club's president was named Yuan Tai. He was a local of Hailu and came from a family with a martial arts heritage. Yuan Tai had practiced martial arts since childhood and had decent talent, but he looked rather thin and frail, not exactly the image of a master. During today's club recruitment, the martial arts club had originally planned to attract at least 50 new members. However, it just so happened that Ma Bao, a self-proclaimed Tai Chi grandmaster, was knocked out by an amateur boxer. As a result, many who had intended to sign up for the martial arts club switched to Taekwondo instead. To be honest, Chinese martial arts are indeed harder to get into than Taekwondo, Sanda boxing, and the like. But Chinese martial arts are killing arts. Every move is vicious and ruthless, and each technique is aimed at taking a life. Usually, if a Chinese martial artist fails to control his strength, killing someone is a common occurrence. But the harder they are to learn, the more devastating their power once truly mastered. Something Taekwondo or Sanda can never compare with. The Taekwondo club had always been one of the biggest clubs in the school, very popular among the girls. The Taekwondo club pitched its tent right next to the Chinese martial arts club. Over there, a huge number of freshmen were signing up who, compared with the dismal recruitment at the Chinese martial arts club, it was practically a knife to the heart. The club recruitment event was held in tents set up on the plaza below the school library. With nearly 20,000 freshmen at the school, the place was packed with people and exceptionally lively. I want to join the Chinese martial arts club. A girl with a ponytail surrounded by several boys pouted and said, Mumu, I think you'd better not go to some Chinese martial arts club. Hey, have you seen that video on Douyin? That so-called head of the Hunyuan Wuji school, the Tai Chi grandmaster Ma Bao, was knocked out cold by an amateur boxer. Yeah, right. That bullshit about Chinese martial arts is all garbage. Just three-legged cat tricks to fool kids. Exactly. Mumu, let's go to the Taekwondo club. I heard their president is a third dan black belt. Yesterday I saw him leap 3 meters into the air, do a somersault, and smash a wooden board with a kick. It was so cool. Mumu was a freshman in the Department of Journalism and Communication this year. Her name was Li Mumu, and she was beautiful. Her sparkling big eyes were the perfect mark of a campus beauty. Although school had only just started, many boys had already gathered around her. But Li Mumu looked down on all of them. Ever since she was little, she had loved wuxiao films, and she liked the kind of man described as fair as jade on the mortal road, a young master unmatched in his generation. Of course, the ideal would be a young gentleman equally skilled in letters and martial arts. During today's club recruitment, Li Mumu had planned to join the Chinese martial arts club, but hearing what the people around her said, she really began to hesitate. Chinese martial arts really were not what she had imagined. Then, is Taekwondo really that amazing? Li Mumu was still very innocent. She blinked and asked the people around her. Of course it is. Way more amazing than this crappy Chinese martial arts club. One of the boys shifty-eyed and weaselly said in an unpleasant tone. Nearby Wang Xinyu was also helping recruit new members for the Chinese martial arts club. He happened to overhear that shifty-eyed boy running down the Chinese martial arts club. Clenching his fist, he spat fiercely, "Pah! What a load of crap. A spineless dog that worships everything foreign." But after all, this was club recruitment, so Wang Xinyu had no need to invite trouble over someone like that. The Taekwondo club, on the other hand, had gone to great lengths. They set up a challenge platform right in the center of the square. Damn it, that's going too far. Wang Xinyu watched the Taekwondo members set up the platform with his own eyes and ground his teeth in anger. I thought they were just saying it for fun, but they actually went through with it. Zhu Yuan clenched his fists as well. Damn it, they're pushing us too far. Watch me go over there and teach them a lesson. Second brother, if you ask me, don't go making trouble. You're more than a match for someone like Zhang He, but these Taekwondo people aren't that simple. Wang Xinyu was afraid something might happen, so he pulled Zhu Yuan back and said, besides, with our club president here, those Taekwondo people aren't going to have it so easy, right? I just can't swallow this. What the hell is Taekwondo that it gets to be compared with our Chinese martial arts? Zhu Yuan said, still unwilling to let it go. Today our Taekwondo club has set up this ring with the purpose of making friends through martial arts. The president of the Taekwondo club was Gu Rongwei, and he had grown up in Korea since childhood, possessing truly formidable Taekwondo skills. Gu Rongwei, barely 20 years old this year, was already a third-degree black belt master. Today, to set up this ring, he had even invited all his senior brothers from Korea. Claiming to make friends through martial arts, wasn't he actually just showing off? Especially since his words carried an undertone of mockery toward traditional Chinese martial arts. What the hell, this pisses me off. Zhu Yuan was also furious. Seeing that sellout Gu Rongwei, who worshipped foreign things, infuriated him. Besides, why would anyone be a sycophant for Korea, of all places? What utter nonsense Taekwondo was. If he knew traditional martial arts, he'd want to go up and slap Gu Rongwei across the face. On the ring, Gu Rongwei grew even more insufferably arrogant. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, but I'm saying that except for the Taekwondo club, everyone else in our school only knows superficial martial arts, all just for show, not worth attending at all. The moment he said this, everyone from the traditional Chinese martial arts club was stunned. So arrogant. Were they not afraid of being proven wrong? However, the Taekwondo club side was packed with crowds, and many freshmen who had just joined the club also applauded enthusiastically for Gu Rongwei on stage. President, how about I go up and try? Zhu Yuan was quite eager, and ignoring Wang Xinyu's persuasion, he walked to Yuan Tai, the president of the traditional Chinese martial arts club, to ask. Sure. Yuan Tai also wanted to assess the Taekwondo club's strength. As the club president, he couldn't go up directly. Having Zhu Yuan test the waters would let him gauge the situation. Alright. Hearing Yuan Tai agree, Zhu Yuan walked toward the ring with urgency. What a load of nonsense. I'll compete with you. Zhu Yuan was still quite hot-tempered, and the moment he stepped forward, he instantly ignited the atmosphere on site. With the ring set up, what's the point if no one fights? Gu Rongwei looked at Zhu Yuan and smiled slightly pleased. He knew Zhu Yuan was just a hothead who didn't understand traditional martial arts at all. His build looked intimidating, but Gu Rongwei wasn't like Zhang He. His third-degree black belt was definitely not like those worthless third-degree black belts in China. This was an honor he had earned step by step through his own hard work. As Zhu Yuan stepped onto the ring, Su Mu just happened to walk over. Third brother, you're here. Wang Xinyu also saw Su Mu walking over and immediately went to greet him. I couldn't stop, second brother. But that scumbag Gu Rongwei really isn't a good person. Just looking at him makes me angry. It's fine, it's good to let second brother suffer a bit. Su Mu smiled, slightly glancing at Gu Rongwei on stage. Indeed, there was something to him. Although second brother Zhu Yuan had a good build, if they really fought, he shouldn't be a match for Gu Rongwei. But with him here, it wouldn't be a big deal anyway. Zhu Yuan's hot temper really needed someone to knock him down a peg. Now in school it's nothing serious, but when he enters society, this temper of his won't do. On the ring, Zhu Yuan and Gu Rongwei stared at each other. Below the stage, the onlookers who loved a good show all shouted, fight. Come on, fight. Big guy, you're not my opponent. Gu Rongwei said with a laugh, looking at Zhu Yuan. Who are you calling a big guy? Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after fighting. I'm going to beat you so badly, even your own mother won't recognize you today. Zhu Yuan retorted coldly. Looking to die, Gu Rongwei was provoked by Zhu Yuan and directly kicked toward him. Zhu Yuan was, after all, just an amateur. How could he possibly defend? He was kicked 5 or 6 times in a row by Gu Rongwei and started to appear flustered. Below the stage, the people from the Taekwondo club also started jeering. Is that it? We thought you'd be much better. Such amateur moves, what right do you have to challenge our president? Get down, stop embarrassing yourself. That's right, trash, get down quickly. Lucky I didn't choose the traditional Chinese martial arts club, or I'd really regret it. Yes. Many girls, seeing that Zhu Yuan was completely unable to fight back, sighed below. On the traditional Chinese martial arts side, some new members who had already signed up also shouted about wanting to quit the club. Gu Rongwei was quite ruthless, showing no mercy at all. If Zhu Yuan hadn't had a sturdy body, he probably would have been knocked down already. Even so, his body was covered with bruises, black and blue all over. Zhu Yuan was unwilling to give up and charged toward Gu Rongwei. However, Gu Rongwei delivered a roundhouse kick directly hitting Zhu Yuan's thigh. Unable to hold on any longer, Zhu Yuan fell onto the ring. Su Mu stood below the stage, his gaze focused, and his expression gradually turning grave. However, since he wasn't a member of the traditional Chinese martial arts club, and the club's president Yu Wentai was right there, he remained silent. Yu Wentai couldn't sit still anymore, and directly stood up shouting toward the ring, "Alright, I'll fight you." Yu Wentai directly jumped onto the ring, but Gu Rongwei just laughed. "Yu Wentai, I'm tired. For this round, let my senior brother fight you." Before Gu Rongwei even finished speaking, a Korean man, wearing a Taekwondo uniform with a black belt around his waist, walked onto the ring. Park Jae-won, a Taekwondo master from Korea. He had won international competition championships multiple times. Moreover, Park Jae-won was a ruthless and merciless person. Whenever he fought in the ring, his opponent's lightest fate was having a few ribs broken. Although Yu Wentai had been learning traditional martial arts since childhood, he was only at an intermediate level. How could he possibly be a match for Park Jae-won? Here Yu Wentai forced himself to face Park Jae-won, but in less than 2 minutes Yu Wentai was kicked off the ring by Park Jae-won's flying kick. Look, this is traditional martial arts, just amateur tricks. Gu Rongwei swaggered onto the stage with extreme arrogance. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the entire traditional Chinese martial arts club was Yu Wentai. Now that Yu Wentai had lost, who could possibly be his opponent? Moving on, the ring remains open. This round I'll fight personally. Who wants to challenge me? Gu Rongwei stood on stage particularly arrogant. Below the stage, Wang Xinyu slammed the table. "I hate this. Why wasn't I born a martial arts master? If I were one, I'd definitely beat this kid until his mouth swells." For a moment, no one below the stage dared to accept the challenge. After all, the fates of Zhu Yuan and Yu Wentai just moments ago were still fresh in everyone's memory. "Sigh, I guess I have to do it myself." Su Mu sighed softly, looking at the battered Zhu Yuan. "Huh, third brother, you'll go." Wang Xinyu was standing right next to Su Mu, making sure he hadn't misheard. "Yeah." Su Mu nodded. Although he wasn't a member of the traditional Chinese martial arts club, he was still a citizen of the Xia Kingdom. He couldn't just stand by and watch their own martial arts be humiliated by trash like Taekwondo, could he? "Third brother, I'm not trying to say anything, but this kid is ruthless." "You." Wang Xinyu tried to persuade Su Mu, but the next second Su Mu slightly bent his legs, and with one leap directly jumped onto the ring. Gasp! Everyone below the stage was stunned, especially Wang Xinyu and Zhu Yuan. They knew the ring was at least 5 or 6 meters away, yet Su Mu just lightly jumped and actually landed directly on the ring. "Su Mu, please teach me." Su Mu leaped onto the platform to the astonishment of Gu Rongwei, who was already there. "You're not from the Chinese martial arts club, are you?" "Hee, if you're challenging a master of Chinese martial arts, does it really matter whether I'm in the club or not?" Su Mu stared at him and said coldly, "Su Mu? Are you that Su Mu who drives a Lamborghini Veneno?" Gu Rongwei was also stunned, thinking that as a top-tier rich second generation, what was he doing here, causing trouble? But under the circumstances, he couldn't back down either. If he really cowered, wouldn't it mean their Taekwondo club was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, a mere paper tiger? "If you're looking for a beating, don't blame me for being rough with you," Gu Rongwei said viciously to Su Mu. Below the stage, all the members of the Taekwondo club were cheering for Gu Rongwei. "President, crush him. He's just driving a Lamborghini Veneno, don't let him get cocky." "President, let's show him the most vicious strike." "Yeah, President, give him a roundhouse kick." Yenru came a bit early today. As the vice president of the student union, she had to be present for the club recruitment event. She had originally opposed the Taekwondo club setting up the ring. However, Gu Rongwei had cultivated a close relationship with student union president Wang Rue, securing school approval. As she arrived, Yenru spotted Su Mu already on the platform. "Why did he go up there?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern as Wang Xinyu hurried over. "Third brother. Seems to be a master." Wang Xinyu was completely dumbfounded. That leap Su Mu had just made seemed to require absolutely no effort. Over 5 or 6 meters. And he jumped straight onto a 2-meter-high platform. Calling it lightness skill wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it? This Gu Rongwei is quite formidable. Yenru knew about Gu Rongwei. She glanced at Zhu Yuan sitting nearby, whose face still bore bruises. Yenru truly hadn't meant to laugh, but she couldn't help it. I have a stomachache today, not in the best condition." Zhu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. On the platform, Gu Rongwei simply refused to believe Su Mu was any kind of martial arts expert. "Since he's looking for a beating, I'll oblige." Gu Rongwei thought viciously and charged straight towards Su Mu. He seized the right moment, intending to end it in one move, aiming to kick Su Mu off the platform with a high side kick. Su Mu stood perfectly still. To onlookers, Gu Rongwei indeed had some skill, but to Su Mu his movements were excruciatingly slow. "Too slow." Su Mu murmured softly. Below, all the Taekwondo club members were shouting encouragement for Gu Rongwei. Seeing Su Mu standing motionless, they assumed he had been scared silly. "Let him act tough, he's probably terrified now. Driving a Lamborghini doesn't make you invincible. On this platform he'll be lying down." The president doesn't seem to be holding back. Reality tells us don't show off or lightning will strike you. No one favored Su Mu. Even Wang Xinyu and the others watched him with great worry. "Damn it. Why is third brother frozen? If that high kick connects, he'll be dead or crippled." Wang Xinyu shouted out anxiously. Yenru looked at the scene on the platform, too afraid to watch. "No." She lowered her head, unable to bear seeing Su Mu beaten. Bang. The next second, a thunderous crash. Everyone present froze in shock. Sumu simply twisted his body and kicked Gu Rongwei away with a single blow, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters to land heavily on the platform. All the Taekwondo club members were dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open in sheer terror. How was this possible? How could their president Gu Rongwei be the one lying on the ground? After all, he was a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Wang Xinyu was also stunned. Then he let out a loud cheer of approval. Zhu Yuan was so excited he tried to stand up, but Wang Xinyu quickly pushed him back down. Yen Ru was equally stunned. She hadn't dared to look earlier, and when she finally glanced at the platform, Gu Rongwei had been kicked flying. What happened? Gu Rongwei clearly had the upper hand just now. In truth, most people couldn't see what had just occurred. Sumu's speed was simply too fast, making it impossible for anyone to see how he delivered the kick that sent Gu Rongwei flying. Is that all? Trash. Sumu looked at the petrified Taekwondo members and called them trash though. No one dared to contradict him. You? I'll fight you. Park Ji-young jumped onto the platform. He first ran to Gu Rongwei's side, crouched down to check on him, and then stared at Sumu's back. Foreigner, you're asking for death. Park Ji-young was directly enraged by Sumu's words, snarling viciously at him. Meanwhile, all of Gu Rongwei's Korean senior disciples jumped onto the platform. With Park Ji-young added, there were 10 Koreans in total. You're not worthy, Sumu said coldly. How about this? I'll give you a chance. All of you come at me together. Sumu's words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Holy crap. Is he really this arrogant? He wants to fight 10 people alone. 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. Doesn't he know that a flurry of blows can beat even a seasoned master? I think he's asking for death. Remember, everyone Gu Rongwei recruited are true Taekwondo masters. Forget the rest, just Park Ji-young alone should be able to handle Sumu right. Park Ji-young was furious. Sumu said he wasn't worthy, and asked his fellow disciples to join in. This was an immense insult. He couldn't tolerate it. Asshole. Park Ji-young charged at Sumu, executing a spinning triple kick that drew gasps of amazement from everyone around the platform. All flash and no substance. Sumu sneered and struck out with a single kick. Boom. Park Ji-young was launched off the platform in an instant, crashing to the ground and falling into a deep unconsciousness. Hiss. Everyone collectively gasped. Sumu's attack had been devastatingly simple and direct. Not a single wasted movement. One kick had sent the Korean Taekwondo expert Park Ji-young flying. On the platform, all the Korean disciples Gu Rongwei had invited were stunned. Park Ji-young was their senior disciple, and they knew exactly how powerful he was. That spinning triple kick of his was something no ordinary person could withstand. Sumu not only blocked it, but also kicked Park Ji-young into an unknown state of life or death. Stop wasting time. Come at me together. Sumu looked at the remaining Koreans on the platform, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're looking for death. The Koreans, enraged by Sumu's words, charged at him as one. 9 of them rushed forward together. But Sumu remained completely calm. His strikes were precise and lethal, 1 slap per opponent. Every Korean who charged forward was instantly knocked unconscious, never even given a chance to resist. Holy crap, I knew it. Third brother really is a master. Wang Xinyu shouted excitedly. Zhu Yuan, still seated, was equally thrilled. Damn it, 1 slap each, that was incredibly satisfying. Let's see these foreigners look down on our Chinese martial arts now. Awesome. As Zhu Yuan spoke, his face began to ache. But at a moment like this, what was a little pain? He was too excited. Yen Ru smiled, watching Sumu standing tall on the platform, thinking to herself, he's truly this formidable, unmatched in both pen and sword. 1 versus 10. A crowd lay fallen on the fighting platform, with only Sumu still standing. The remarkable thing was that Sumu's moves were exceptionally simple. Just 1 slap, and it was over. But in reality, it wasn't that simple at all. Gu Rongwei and his gang were all Taekwondo black belt holders at 3rd degree or above, possessing genuine martial arts skills. The reason Sumu could knock someone unconscious with a single slap was primarily due to his incredible speed and devastating power. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Nothing can withstand it. It was not without merit. So is this it, eh? Sumu's voice was not loud, but it carried with crystal clarity. The Taekwondo club members fell completely silent, unable to utter a word. Sumu was simply too strong. Fighting 10 men felt as easy as playing with children. Is this the power of a traditional martial arts master? Sumu is just too monstrous. What the hell? Fighting 10 people, and he didn't even break a sweat. If anything, I think he could take on 100. Bullshit Taekwondo, I'm quitting. They call traditional martial arts showy, yet we got completely dismantled. I'm done too. I'm leaving the club. I'll join the Traditional Martial Arts Society instead. Taekwondo is absolute garbage. The incoming freshmen gazed at Sumu on the platform with utter admiration. Even those who had already registered for the Taekwondo club began urgently requesting to switch. After all, with traditional martial arts proving so dominant, who in their right mind would still study Taekwondo? Meanwhile, the Traditional Martial Arts Club, previously empty with only a handful of members, was now bursting at the seams. Sumu's performance had been nothing short of astonishing, instantly transforming the Traditional Martial Arts Club into the hottest organization on campus. No need to rush, everyone. Form a line to register. Wang Xinyu stood nearby, organizing the new members, and unable to conceal his excitement on his face. Sumu jumped down from the fighting platform. As for those who had fainted on the platform, Sumu didn't even spare them a glance. He always knew his limits. Though traditional martial arts were designed as lethal techniques, at his level his control over force was extraordinarily precise. These men had only suffered temporary unconsciousness. None of them were seriously injured. You're actually this powerful, eh? Yen Ru approached Su Mu and looked up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with a trace of admiration. Just average. They're the ones who are too weak. Yen Ru found it hard to believe Su Mu's casual remark. Too weak. He could knock someone out with a single slap. They were human beings, not 10 pigs. Furthermore, even if they were 10 pigs, taking them all down in such a short time wouldn't be easy, would it? Third brother, what the hell? You're absolutely legendary. Wang Xinyu rushed over as soon as he saw Su Mu descend from the platform. Third brother, how much have you been hiding? I had no idea you were this capable. Though Zhu Yuan bore bruises and swelling across his face, he couldn't suppress his excitement. After all, Su Mu had single-handedly demolished the Taekwondo club, dealing a devastating blow to their arrogance. Moreover, it proved that traditional martial arts were far from mere decorative displays. A master of traditional martial arts was truly capable of facing 10 opponents alone. Second brother, you really mustn't be so reckless in the future. Su Mu gazed at Zhu Yuan's battered face and couldn't help but laugh. Third brother, if I had known you were this formidable, would you really expect me to have charged up there and embarrassed myself? Zhu Yuan pouted, his expression resembling that of a wronged spouse. Heh. Su Mu smiled. There was nothing more for him to do there, so after exchanging a few words with Wang Xinyu, he departed. Su Mu had no interest in managing club recruitment affairs. Besides, he hadn't joined any club himself, so there was no need for him to participate. On the Taekwondo club side, an ambulance had been called. However, by the time it arrived at the school, Gu Rongwei and the others had already regained consciousness. What's the situation? Gu Rongwei's face darkened as he asked his assistant. After his assistant recounted what had happened while he was unconscious, Gu Rongwei clutched his chest and fainted once more. It was only natural. He had set up this platform specifically to humiliate the traditional martial arts club, yet Su Mu's appearance had utterly crushed the Taekwondo club's dignity. Wasn't this shooting themselves in the foot? What else could he do? Su Mu had faced 10 opponents single-handedly and won with ease. They hadn't even been given a chance to strike back. The school authorities would naturally not seek to punish Su Mu. For one, the platform had been set up by the Taekwondo club themselves. They had even broadcast arrogantly that they intended to challenge all the traditional martial arts masters on campus, claiming that traditional martial arts were nothing but showy techniques. Furthermore, Su Mu had become the school's most prized asset. Others might not have known, but the university's leadership was fully aware that Su Mu had proven the Goldbach conjecture, one of the world's 3 greatest unsolved mathematical problems. Unless something unexpected occurred, Su Mu's future achievements in mathematics would undoubtedly be the highest in the entire history of Haida University. This was an honor. It was not only Su Mu's personal honor, but also the honor of Haida University. It seemed that Su Mu had been quite conspicuous in recent days, driving a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 100 million yuan into the campus. Even without knowing Su Mu's true background, anyone using common sense could tell his family was far from ordinary. A Lamborghini Veneno. That was far more than mere wealth could procure, a supercar of such rarity. Meanwhile, Su Mu had no concern about the school seeking trouble with him. To be frank, the school leadership was likely scrambling for any excuse to curry favor with him, let alone offend him. With nothing left to attend to at school, Su Mu prepared to return and rest. At that moment, Chu Yao sent him a message. Are you free? I have an investment opportunity that looks promising. Would you like to learn more? Chu Yao worked at a financial management company, which Su Mu already knew. Sure. I happen to have nothing to do right now. Send me your location, and I'll come find you. Su Mu figured it wouldn't hurt to visit Chu Yao and learn more about investment and financial management. Alright, I'll send you the location. Upon hearing Su Mu agree, Chu Yao quickly replied. Inside Chu Yao's office sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly overweight, but unmistakably wealthy from his attire and demeanor. President Pan, I've brought the person you requested, though whether he'll actually make a purchase is beyond my control. Pan Shi was a renowned real estate developer local to Haidu. He was also a client of Chenghui Finance. 2 years earlier, he had developed a residential complex in the ecological park on the outskirts of Haidu. However, the location was far too remote from the city center, and absolutely no one wanted to buy property there. He had exhausted every marketing strategy imaginable, yet the results were predictably disappointing. Though Haidu was a city where land was priceless, the ecological park area was simply too remote to hold any real value. At launch, the price was set at 35,000 yuan per square meter. In the first week, only 1 unit was sold, and the buyer revoked the purchase the very next day, demanding a full refund. Pan Shi was left dumbfounded. He eventually slashed the price to 31,000 per square meter. But human nature being what it is, people only buy when prices rise, not when they fall. The more he reduced the price, the fewer buyers appeared. While property prices in other areas soared like rockets, his residential development continued its precipitous decline, eventually plummeting to 11,000 per square meter. Yet still hardly anyone was interested. Under normal circumstances, he could have endured the slump. However, his company was currently facing a severe economic crisis. The banks had ceased all assistance, and were even demanding full repayment of his loans within a specified deadline. Real estate developers everywhere operated heavily in debt to banks. Now that the banks had abandoned him to his fate, Pan was truly desperate. He had come today intending to withdraw his 20 million yuan investment from Chenghui Finance to repay his debts. Previously, another project manager had handled Pan Shi's account, but that person had already resigned. The company had assigned Chu Yao to take over the matter. Naturally, the company did not wish to lose Pan Shi, so upper management had explicitly instructed Chu Yao to use any means necessary to retain him. Chu Yao had reluctantly engaged in discussions with Pan Shi. Upon learning that he needed to liquidate his ecological park properties to ease his financial pressure, something unexpectedly occurred to her. Su Mu's face suddenly appeared in her mind. The eco park is indeed quite far from the city center, but on the other hand, the environment there is still rather decent. Besides, the city is developing so rapidly these days. Who knows if the center of gravity of Haidu might shift in that direction in the future. Pan Shi was not particularly anxious at first either. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he would have liked to wait and see. After all, in the field of financial management, Chu Yao did have an eye for things. If Su Mu had the capital to acquire the residential area in the eco park and was patient enough to wait a few years, he might just make a fortune. Of course, there were risks as well. After all, it was a business venture, real estate at that. Risks were inevitable. The Tianqi Manor in the eco park spanned 2,000 mu and was divided into 4 zones. There were 1,000 commercial apartment units, 300 townhouses, and 20 villas. Over all these years, fewer than 100 commercial apartments had been sold. Because of the residential project in the eco park, Pan Shi had become a laughingstock among all the real estate developers in Haidu. He had invested nearly 2 billion into the eco park alone. Originally, he had hoped to reap huge profits from Tianqi Manor, but now he just wanted to offload it at no loss. That said, the area had already proven to have no market appeal. No real estate developer in Haidu was willing to wade into that troubled water. In short, he simply couldn't find a buyer. As for the young Master Su that Chu Yao had mentioned, he had never heard of him. Is there any wealthy man in Haidu with the surname Su? Pan Shi was considered part of the old money in Haidu. In his generation, those who had made their fortunes in real estate were now basically all on the Forbes rich list. He had been on the list himself in the earlier years. But in recent times, with the rise of the internet economy, the list had already been taken over by those emerging tech tycoons. Su Mu, for his part, first returned to his residential complex, retrieved his car from the underground garage, and then followed the location Chu Yao had sent him. The financial company where Chu Yao worked was called Chenghui Finance. It wasn't a big firm, but since its business was managing fortunes for the wealthy, the office still had to maintain a decent appearance. The company's office was located inside the Haidu World Trade Tower, a landmark building in Haidu. It was also home to dozens of Fortune 500 companies. Su Mu didn't overthink it, and simply drove straight into the underground parking garage of the World Trade Tower. Meanwhile, Pan Shi had been waiting for over 10 minutes, and was growing a bit restless. Is this young Master Su you mentioned still coming or not? If he is, I'm leaving. President Pan, please hold on. Let me ask. Chu Yao did not dare to offend Pan Shi either. No matter how down on his luck he was still not someone a small project manager like her could afford to provoke. Hello, young Master Su. Oh, alright. I'm on the 33rd floor. You can come straight up and ask for me. When Chu Yao heard that Su Mu had already arrived at the underground parking garage, she let out a sigh of relief. Su Mu got on the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor. In just a few minutes, he walked into the offices of Chenghui Finance. Sir, who are you looking for? The receptionist at the front desk was quite pretty and had a pleasant voice. Su Mu gave her a slight smile. I'm looking for Chu Yao, Manager Chu. Hearing that he was there for Chu Yao, the receptionist immediately smiled and said, certainly, let me take you there. So he's that young wealthy master from the hero rescuing the beauty video the other night. He really is handsome. Manager Chu is so lucky to have met such a rich and handsome man like him. Well, if you were as pretty as Manager Chu, you could too. Shut up. In the office, quite a few people had taken notice of Su Mu. Largely because of that short viral video on Douyin, almost the entire company now knew of Su Mu's existence to some extent. They weren't sure if he was actually a rich second-generation heir, but since he could stand alongside people like Zhou Tsong and Qin Fin, no one would believe he wasn't one. Manager Chu. The receptionist knocked on the door and called out respectfully. Come in. As Su Mu stepped into Chu Yao's office, he immediately spotted Pan Shi sitting on the sofa. Young Master Su, let me introduce you. This is President Pan of Pan's Real Estate. With a slight blush, Chu Yao walked over to Su Mu and promptly introduced Pan Shi. Pan Shi rose from the sofa and couldn't help but size up Su Mu. So young. He looks like he's only about 20, right? Whose young master is this? Does he actually have that much money? Pan Shi wondered inwardly. Su Mu gave Pan Shi a slight nod. About the project you mentioned. Su Mu couldn't help but frown slightly as he asked. After all, with Pan Shi right there were some things he couldn't ask directly. Young Master Su, President Pan developed a residential area in the eco park. Do you know Tianqi Manor? Chu Yao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Tianqi Manor. Su Mu was briefly taken aback and frowned. I've heard of it, but that place is pretty remote. I heard it's been nearly 3 years since Tianqi Manor opened, and only a few units have been sold in total, right? After all, Su Mu was a true native of Haidu, so he knew a thing or two about local affairs. He had looked into Tianqi Manor before. The environment there was decent, but the location was too far from downtown, sparsely populated, and few people were willing to live there. President Pan is looking for someone to take over Tianqi Manor now at cost price. Earlier, Pan Shi had told Chu Yao that he didn't ask for a profit. He just wanted to recover his initial investment. He had invested 2 billion back, then now he simply wanted to get those 2 billion back. Selling at cost price. Su Mu was a little caught off guard. After all, it had been 3 years since Tianqi Manor launched, and at cost price it wasn't really expensive. In fact, for Pan Shi, it was already a heavy loss. After all, from the moment construction was completed, there had been various maintenance costs, all of which required money. But the eco park area is really too remote. Sumu pondered for a moment, then gave a slight smile. 2 billion is a bit steep, to be honest. Sumu wasn't stupid. For the eco park to actually take off, it would likely take another 5 or even 10 years. He could afford to wait, but over so many years the manpower, resources, and money he'd have to pour in wouldn't be small either. His money might come easily. One could even say it flowed in like a flood, but he didn't do business that would lose money. Young Master Su means that if the price were lower, you'd be willing to take it over. Pan Shi was caught off guard by Su Mu's tone. He was in desperate need of money right now. If he could unload that troublesome Tianqi Manor project, he would sell it for a lower price if he could just get rid of it. That depends on how much of a discount President Pan is willing to give me. The corners of Su Mu's mouth curled up slightly as he said softly, 9 billion. Pan Shi took off 100 million directly. How about this, 8 billion? If that works, we can sign the contract right now. Su Mu didn't want to haggle with Pan Shi. When money could solve a problem, he preferred not to make things complicated. Bargaining was a waste of time, and he didn't have that kind of energy to spare. If it weren't for Chu Yao's involvement, Su Mu really wouldn't have bothered with the mess that was Tianqi Manor. 8 billion is fine, but young Master Su, I'm short on cash right now. If you can pay in full, then we have a deal at 8 billion. Pan Shi said with some reluctance. Deal. Su Mu replied with a faint smile. 8 billion yuan was by no means a small amount. Su Mu's account had just under 2 billion yuan. After spending tens of millions over the past few days, he still had more than 9 billion left. Of course, Su Mu did not buy Tianqi Garden just to do Chu Yao a favor. Although he did have a good impression of Chu Yao, 8 billion yuan was far more than her goodwill was worth. Although the eco park area was far from the city center, it had a pleasant environment and considerable potential. In the parallel world Su Mu had previously been in his country's economic capital, had once had a white elephant just like Tianqi Garden. Later, however, the government relocated several key schools there and built a subway line to the area, turning it into highly sought-after school district housing overnight. From 1.0 yuan per square meter, the housing price suddenly multiplied tenfold. The developers back then also raked in money hand over fist. Su Mu had no idea whether the Haidu government would do the same thing, but truly thinking it over, it was not entirely impossible. After all, Haidu's permanent resident population had already exceeded 30 million. The burden on the city was simply too heavy. In recent years, Haidu's development focus had already started shifting toward the outer ring areas. With the eco park's pleasant environment, it was not impossible for it to receive priority attention. He was gambling as well. If the Haidu government was truly planning to develop the eco park area, he would make a fortune. Bought for 8 billion yuan, it would probably appreciate at least 20-fold by then. It might even be more than that. Pan Shi was also awed by Su Mu's calm composure. 8 billion yuan. It was absolutely no small amount. There were a dozen or so well-known real estate developers in Haidu, and it was not as if none of them had ever taken an interest in Tianqi Garden. However, when they learned that Pan Shi was asking at least 8 billion yuan and demanded full payment, they all shook their heads and backed out. 8 billion yuan. With that money, they could invest in building a residential complex themselves. Oh, why would they take over Tianqi Garden, that troublesome mess? Then young Master Su, when shall we sign the contract? Pan Shi was somewhat excited, mainly because Tianqi Garden's mess had been the most vexing issue on his mind for the past 2 or 3 years. How should he put it? Tianqi Garden was like chicken ribs to him, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. He wanted to find someone to take it over, but unfortunately no one wanted it. Now that he was in financial trouble, it would be ideal if Su Mu was willing to take Tianqi Garden off his hands. If he could recoup 8 billion yuan in funds, his problems with the bank would be solved. He was still a bit worried, mainly because the contract had not been signed. If Su Mu changed his mind, all his joy would have been in vain. Here's what we'll do, let's go to Tianqi Garden and look around. Bring your company's legal department along. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract tonight. Having spent 8 billion yuan to buy an entire residential complex, Su Mu would still at least take a look. Besides, for a deal involving 8 billion yuan, the contract naturally could not be signed casually. It was only then that Su Mu realized he had risen so fast that he did not even have a proper legal advisor by his side. Fine, we'll do exactly as young Master Su says. Pan Shi was all smiles, but he was also afraid that the longer they delayed, the more likely something would go wrong. If Su Mu suddenly changed his mind and did not buy, he would be in trouble. Pan Shi then directly called his assistant and told him to prepare quickly and bring the company's legal department to Tianqi Garden sales office. After hanging up, Pan Shi looked at Su Mu and said, young Master Su, why don't you come with me? No need, I'll drive over in a bit. Su Mu declined Pan Shi's invitation without the slightest hesitation. Alright then, I'll go to Tianqi Garden first and wait for young Master Su. Pan Shi then hurriedly left for Tianqi Garden. As soon as Pan Shi walked away, Su Mu glanced up at Chu Yao. Sensing his gaze, Chu Yao's face instantly flushed. What made you think of me? Well, you're the only one around me with that kind of capability. Chu Yao smiled and said. That was true. Although Chu Yao was in the financial management business and came into contact with quite a number of wealthy people, most of them were worth tens of millions at best. A few hundred million at most. Tianqi Court might be a troubled mess, but it was worth at least 2 billion yuan. None of the people she had known before had the capability to swallow it. Xu Yao did not know Su Mu all that well, but she knew he was the big boss of Ming Pavilion and drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 100 million yuan. 2 billion yuan was a large sum, but she figured it was probably no big deal for Su Mu. Besides, she had essentially been pushed into this by her boss. At a loss for what to do, she had reached out to Su Mu. Fortunately, Su Mu did not let her down. 8 billion yuan. A figure ordinary people would never dare imagine sounded almost casual when said by Su Mu. Actually, I'm only acting as an intermediary. The ecological park area may be a little remote, but it's really not bad. Xu Yao looked at Su Mu and explained, and from what I know, Pan Shi spent a fortune building Tianqi Court back then. The quality of the houses there is definitely top tier in Haidu. Xu Yao naturally had no intention of setting Su Mu up. If Tianqi Court were not genuinely a project worth investing in, she would not have recommended it to him. But then again, if you buy there, you need to be prepared to take a loss. The government currently seems intent on developing the outer ring, but it's hard to say when development will reach the ecological park area. Xu Yao was fairly honest. Before Su Mu signed the contract with Pan Shi, she analyzed the pros and cons for him. You don't actually think I bought Tianqi Court just to do you a favor, do you? Su Mu sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, looked at Xu Yao, and said with a gentle smile, "That's not what I meant." Xu Yao was briefly startled, then smiled a little awkwardly. The ecological park area has a decent location. It's a bit far from the city center, but its development prospects are promising. If I were the Haida government, I would first move several key schools from the city over there, then extend a subway line all the way out. Su Mu said this, and Xu Yao was stunned. Indeed, if the future really turned out the way Su Mu said, Tianqi Court's value would be astonishing. Never mind doubling. Even a tenfold increase would not be excessive. Which houses have the highest prices in Haidu right now? Aren't they the school district houses? If the Haidu government really moved a few key schools over, the average price at Tianqi Court might exceed 100,000 per square meter. Hearing you say that, I'd like to buy one there too. Xu Yao said, clearly having plans of her own. How about this? If it really does become a school district area, pick any residence in Tianqi Court you like, and I'll give it to you. Su Mu wasn't stingy. Without Xu Yao's introduction, he wouldn't have thought of buying Tianqi Court at all. Though this was also a long-term investment, who knew if the Haida government might one day think of developing the ecological park area. Are you serious? Xu Yao couldn't help feeling expectant when Su Mu said he would give her a house. Tianqi Court has quite a few villas, you know. If I pick a villa, then don't say I'm greedy and regret it. What is there to regret? Su Mu chuckled. If Tianqi Court really becomes school district property, my 8 billion yuan will be worth at least 20 to 30 billion yuan by then. Giving you a house is nothing. You said it. I'll remember that. Xu Yao looked at Su Mu, bit her lip, and said softly, then I'll just wait for the Haida government to develop the ecological park area quickly. Hopefully, just like you said, they'll move some key schools over and build a subway line too. Xu Yao said that, but honestly speaking, if the Haidu city government plans to develop the ecological park area, it will likely take at least 2 or 3 years. And if it truly turned out the way Su Mu predicted, it would be simply perfect. However, relocating key schools was not an easy task, involving numerous complications. As for opening a subway line to the area, Xu Yao still felt it was highly unlikely. The ecological park was too remote and sparsely populated, making a subway connection hardly worthwhile. But regardless, the ecological park area was indeed a promising location worth investing in. As for when it would bear fruit, they would simply have to wait. Let's go, Su Mu said with a faint smile, looking at Xu Yao. Since Xu Yao had been the one to introduce this opportunity, Su Mu naturally brought her along when going to view the property. I'll borrow a legal team from someone. Su Mu directly called Zhou Tsong, who had just woken up on the other end. Young Master Su. What's wrong? Brother Tsong, I found a residential area I'm interested in. Could I borrow your legal department? Su Mu asked. Oh, a residential area? Which one? Zhou Tsong was also curious about which residential project Su Mu had taken an interest in. Over at the ecological park, Tianqi Yuan. Have you heard of it, Brother Tsong? Damn. Young Master Su, do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it? How did you end up taking over that mess of Tianqi Yuan? When Zhou Tsong heard Su Mu mention Tianqi Yuan at the ecological park, his brows furrowed and his voice involuntarily rose. Mainly because I think the area is quite decent and it's cheap. How much is old Ghost Pan asking? Zhou Tsong naturally knew of Pan Shi. In Haidu circles, everyone privately called him Old Ghost Pan. 18 billion paid in full. Rich? Zhou Tsong said with a touch of envy. Alright, I'll notify the legal department to head over right now. Zhou Tsong didn't say anything else. Tianqi Yuan was indeed worth that price. At least Old Ghost Pan hadn't swindled Su Mu. As for borrowing a legal team, that was a trivial matter. Then great, I'll thank you in advance, Brother Tsong. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. That sounds wonderful. How about this? I'll invite Qin Fun, and we'll go enjoy some private cuisine tonight. Sure, Brother Tsong, you arrange it. Su Mu hung up the phone and glanced at Xu Yao beside him with a faint smile. Xu Yao was taken aback. Brother Tsong. You mean Zhou Tsong? She knew Su Mu was acquainted with Zhou Tsong, so it was hardly surprising. Dinner together tonight. Ah, sure. Xu Yao hesitated for a moment before immediately agreeing. Su Mu pressed the accelerator and the roar of the Lamborghini Veneno was truly captivating. Let's go check out Tianqi Yuan. As Su Mu drove out of the underground parking garage, a red Mercedes happened to be coming up the ramp. Damn. Can you even drive? Su Mu reacted swiftly, otherwise he would likely have been rear-ended by that small Mercedes. Phew, that scared me to death. Chu Yao was startled as well, mainly because of how close they had been. If not for an experienced driver, there would have been no way to avoid it. I didn't expect your driving skills to be this good. Of course my driving skills aren't just talk. Su Mu was unfazed. However, the two people in that red Mercedes were quite shaken. How are you driving? What's the rush? A man in his 30s sat in the passenger seat dressed in a suit. He looked like a company executive. President Zhang. I got too nervous when I saw that car. The driver was a young man barely past 20. Zhang Yi's driver. It's just a Lamborghini. What's there to be nervous about? Overreacting. Zhang Yi didn't recognize it as a Veneno and instead scolded his driver. The driver dared not speak, but thought to himself, fuck, that's a Lamborghini Veneno, you idiot. If I had really crashed into it, your company would be finished. Though he thought this, he dared not say it aloud. He knew Zhang Yi well, small-minded and petty. If he had said it, he might have lost his job. Ecological Park. It was truly far from the center of Haidu City. Su Mu had spent over an hour driving on the Ring Expressway to reach here. I'm starting to regret this. It's too remote here, isn't it? Su Mu couldn't help but give a wry smile. He wasn't joking, to be honest. He truly felt somewhat regretful. Pan Shi is such a shrewd old fox. How could he have chosen this place in the first place? Su Mu murmured to himself. I've actually heard about this, Chu Yao said thoughtfully upon hearing Su Mu's words. A few years ago, the Haidu City government did intend to develop this ecological park area into a new district, but later it was said that there was insufficient funding. With Chu Yao's explanation, Su Mu finally understood. Where there's no profit, there's no motivation. That old fox Pan Shi must have known in advance that the Haidu City government planned to develop the ecological park. Otherwise, he would never have spent 2 billion building Tianxi Yuan here. But when the city government later abandoned the original plan, it was that old fox Pan Shi who ended up suffering the consequences himself. Hearing you say that, I actually think the development of the ecological park is only a matter of time. Su Mu chuckled as he drove and arrived at the entrance of the Tianxi Yuan sales office. Pan Shi had already brought his legal team and was waiting there. I heard someone bought out our entire place. Yes. The chairman came here in person. I just heard from the manager that the chairman sold our entire property to a top-tier rich young master for 18 billion. 18 billion? No way. Didn't we invest nearly 20 billion here alone? At 18 billion, wouldn't the chairman suffer a huge loss? There's definitely a loss, but I heard the buyer paid in full. 18 billion. So wealthy. Besides, didn't you see how delighted the chairman was? The chairman has long wanted to get rid of this mess called Tianxi Yuan. Around the Tianxi Yuan sales office, many people were discussing this behind the scenes. After all, they had been on the market for nearly 3 years, yet had only sold fewer than 100 units. Now in all of Haidu, whoever was in real estate knew Tianxi Yuan was a disaster. Who would dare take this on? Was he either incredibly wealthy or completely indifferent to money? Regardless, everyone was eager to see which rich second-generation heir could be so extravagantly bold. 18 billion. And paid in full. Only a top-tier rich second generation could produce such a sum all at once. As soon as Su Mu's car arrived, it instantly drew everyone's attention. Holy shit. This car is so cool. Is this a Lamborghini? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What's wrong? Is this car expensive? Why so dramatic? If I'm not mistaken, this is a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth over 100 million. Tell me, is that not expensive? A hypercar worth over 100 million. That explained everything. To ordinary people, 8 billion was an astronomical figure, but to a rich second-generation young master like him, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Sometimes I really feel like rich people's money just flows in like a flood. Damn rich bastards, how great it must feel to be loaded. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Meanwhile, the staff at the Tianxi Garden sales office were whispering among themselves, but Pan Shi hurried out of his office. Make sure you all behave nicely. If anyone offends young Master Su, you know the consequences. Pan Shi warned the salespeople. Yes. The salespeople all straightened up. With the chairman giving such an order, they were no fools. How would they dare offend a top-level rich young man like Su Mu? Pan Shi led his people out of the sales office to greet them. Su Mu and Chu Yao stepped out of the car, leaving the saleswomen utterly dumbfounded. They knew a top-tier rich young man was coming, but not that he would be this young. Su Mu looked no more than 20, yet he possessed wealth that ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime. No, in 10 lifetimes. Hello, young Master Su. Despite their shock, the saleswomen bowed respectfully to Su Mu and chorused the greeting as he walked over. Young Master Su. When Pan Shi saw Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially doubted Su Mu's financial strength. But after seeing Su Mu's ride, he naturally cast aside that doubt. When someone's car was a hypercar worth over 100 million, 8 billion probably meant little to him. But who exactly was this young Master Su? Why hadn't he seen him before? Chairman Pan. Su Mu smiled slightly and greeted him. Young Master Su, let's go see the property first. My legal department is already preparing the contract. All right. As Su Mu spoke, a Mercedes business van pulled up. Huh. People from the Yida Group. Pan Shi froze at the sight of the Yida Group logo on the van. Young Master Su, are you with the Yida Group? No, I'm friends with Shoutsong. I haven't set up my own legal department yet, so I'm temporarily borrowing the Yida Group's legal team from Brother Tsong. Hearing this, Pan Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Right, he was quite familiar with the Yida Group. As the leading real estate enterprise in the country, the Yida Group had always been the type to never move without profit. If Su Mu were truly from the Yida Group, he would have to reconsider whether to sell Tianxi Garden. But looking at it now, Su Mu really was a sucker. Pan Shi now regarded Su Mu as a sucker to be taken. He had done his research. The Haidu city government was unlikely to develop the ecological park area within the next 3 to 5 years. That meant Tianxi Garden would have to wait at least 5 or 6 years for any development. With such a huge mess, even with careful budgeting, yearly costs here would amount to tens of millions. 5 or 6 years, another 2 or 300 million thrown in. And what if development still didn't reach this area after that? The investment would be astronomical. The Yida Group's legal department was well equipped. After receiving Zhou Tsung's call, they immediately set out for Tianxi Garden. Along the way, they ran through the contract mock-up. But honestly, none of them approved of Su Mu taking over Tianxi Garden. Even though the price of 1.8 billion was 200 million less than the 2 billion Pan Shi had invested, they still weren't optimistic. Young Master Su, I'm Jin Zhuang, sent by young Master Tsung. Hello. Su Mu nodded to him, returning the greeting. Jin Zhuang was a top-notch graduate with a PhD from Harvard Law School. He walked up to Su Mu and said, Young Master Su, young Master Tsung asked me to tell you that Tianxi Garden is a mess. You need to think it over carefully. Zhou Tsung was afraid Su Mu would be tricked, so he had instructed Jin Zhuang to make sure to warn him. I understand. Su Mu nodded. Thank Brother Tsung for me. You've all worked hard today. I'll send you each a big red envelope later. Since Su Mu had said that, Jin Zhuang naturally understood what he meant. Then thank you, young Master Su. Jin Zhuang then led his people to meet with Pan Shi's legal department. As soon as Jin Zhuang left, Pan Shi approached with an ingratiating air. Jin Zhuang had been whispering to Su Mu, but this old fox was no fool. From Jin Zhuang's expression, he could guess something. Brother Su, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? Pan Shi probed with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. To tell you the truth, while driving over I did feel a bit of regret. This place is just too remote, isn't it? Su Mu looked at Pan Shi with a helpless expression. It is somewhat remote, but I've heard the Haidu city government plans to prioritize the development of the ecological park area in the next 2 years. If it weren't for my current cash flow crisis, I wouldn't bear to part with it. Pan Shi was of course spouting nonsense. Su Mu echoed. Yeah, that's right. If I hadn't been sold on the development prospects here, I wouldn't have taken it over. 1.8 billion is no small sum to me either. Though Su Mu said this, he secretly cursed, you old fox. If there really was news that the government intended to develop the ecological park, would you willingly sell it to me? Forget 1 or 2 years. Even if it took 5 or 6, that old fox Pan Shi would stubbornly hold on and never let go. After all, if the Haida city government truly had favorable news, how could that wily fox release his grip? For one thing, the ecological park's development would offer him no hope for at least a decade. Su Mu was no greenhorn. He knew what to say to whom and how to say it. Pan Shi took Su Mu and Chu Yao on a tour of the Tianxi Garden compound. What could one say? It truly lived up to its reputation as a residential project built with an investment of 2 billion. It was just too remote. Had it been in the city center or at the junction of the inner and outer ring roads, the price per square meter at Tianxi Garden would be at least 1.0 yuan. Brother Su, rest assured, the residential communities I develop are all top-notch. On this point, Pan Shi was confident. Real estate developers, especially in a place like Haidu, dared not cut corners. Well, we've been out quite a while. The contract should be ready by now. Shall we go back and sign? Hearing that, Pan Shi's face immediately lit up with excitement. Great. Brother Su, I'll be the host tonight. How about a drink together? Since Su Mu had pulled out 1.8 billion, it was only natural for Pan Shi to host him a meal. Well, Chairman Pan, I have plans tonight. Could we make it another day? This was Su Mu's polite refusal. Su Mu knew Pan Shi well enough. The man was hardly a good person. Su Mu didn't want a closer relationship with him. Besides, if the contract was just signed, and then the Haida city government announced it would focus on developing the ecological park, he would have a hard time facing Pan Shi. Fine. Since young Master Su has plans, let's do it another day. Pan Shi was only being polite on the surface. He was a stingy man. His offer to treat Su Mu had been nothing more than a casual remark. At the sales office, the legal teams on both sides raced against the clock to finalize the contract. How is it? Su Mu walked up to Jin Zhuang and asked. No problem, young Master Su. Jin Zhuang was a professional after all, so when he said there was no problem, Su Mu nodded. Chairman Pan, give me your account number. Su Mu looked at Pan Shi with a faint smile. All right, young Master Su, just a moment. Pan Shi was also stunned by Su Mu. Although 1.8 billion yuan was nothing to Su Mu, it was still 1.8 billion in cash. Could he really not need even a moment to prepare for it? Su Mu then found the number of Chun Jinping, the president of ICBC, and called him directly. President Chun, transfer 1.8 billion to this account in a moment. That's right, I've taken over Tianxi Garden. Young Master Su, Tianxi Garden is a real mess. You need to think this over carefully. Chun Jinping was stunned. How could he not know Tianxi Garden? That place was simply too remote. There was absolutely no investment value in it. President Chun, I've made up my mind. The contracts here are already signed. While still on the phone, Su Mu signed his name wherever a signature was needed. Sure thing, I'll transfer the funds for you right now, young Master Su. Chun Jinping naturally did not dare to offend Su Mu. For one thing, the money was Su Mu's own. For another, Su Mu's background was certainly no simple matter. He had already verified that. When Pan Shi heard Su Mu mention President Chun, he was slightly taken aback. He knew all the presidents of the major banks in Haidu, and the only one surnamed Chun was Chun Jinping, the president of ICBC. Young Master Su, is that President Chun Jinping of ICBC? Pan Shi asked curiously. Sumu nodded noncommittally while Pan Shi's expression twisted into a wry smile, tinged with a faint bitterness. He had previously wanted to contact Chun Jianpeng as well to see whether ICBC might possibly give him some support. But Chun Jianpeng had avoided meeting him and would not even answer his calls. He also understood that his current situation was if not exactly the kind that made even ghosts fret already close to it. Still, it seemed Chun Jianpeng really did place great importance on Sumu. Although he did not know Sumu's identity or background, he knew with absolute certainty that Sumu had formidable backing. He could tell even with his ass. He signed his name on the contract without hesitation. The contract was made in quadruplicate. Pan Shi and Sumu each took one copy of the contract, and the legal departments on both sides each took one as well. The moment the two parties finished signing, Pan Shi received a notification that the funds had arrived. A full 1.8 billion yuan, or not a cent less. The sheer speed of it left Pan Shi dumbfounded. After all, when it came to transfers involving such enormous sums, especially one as massive as 1.8 billion, banks were always notoriously slow. But this time Sumu had only made a single phone call, and the president of ICBC personally handled the matter. From this it was clear that Sumu's background was absolutely staggering. Then again, he was a young man who drove a supercar worth over 100 million yuan as his daily ride. In Sumu's mouth, 1.8 billion sounded no more significant than 18 yuan. With the contract signed and the money credited, the deal was complete. Pan Shi did not linger. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Sumu, he left directly with his people. Meanwhile, the entire sales department of Tianxi Garden was placed under Sumu's command. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. No one had eaten yet. Sumu, generous as ever, gave everyone in the sales office a red envelope with 10,000 yuan as a first meeting gift. 5 lawyers had come in total, those from Yida Group's legal department, plus Jin Zhuang. Not being stingy, Sumu directly transferred 1 million yuan to Jin Zhuang. Attorney Jin, this million is your fee. It's getting late, so I won't hold you up any longer. Sumu's magnanimity left even a lawyer as seasoned as Jin Zhuang utterly dumbfounded. 1 million. Outrageously high as their fees were, they would never charge $1 million for a private side job. Young Master Su, isn't this a bit too much? Jin Zhuang said it was too much, but the expression on his face could not be hidden. After all, that was $1 million, and it was now sitting in his account. At first, when Zhou Tsong called and told him to bring people over, he was somewhat reluctant. After all, the ecological park was too remote, driving there and back would take 2 or 3 hours. By the time they finished the work and headed back, it would likely be after office hours. But it was Zhou Tsong, the young master of the Yida Group, who had arranged it, and they did not dare disobey. Now, though, it seemed they had been lucky to come. This young Master Su was truly wealthy and generous. Drafting the contract had been a bit troublesome, but it was not difficult. They had earned $1 million from this one trip. Even if it was split among 5 people, it was still $1 million. Divided equally, each person would get 200,000 yuan. You're too kind, Attorney Jin. Without you today, I'm not sure how I would have gotten this contract signed properly. I may need to trouble you again in the future. $1 million isn't much, just a small token of appreciation. Please take it. Since Sumu had put it that way, Jin Zhuang naturally did not refuse again. Besides, he had not really planned on refusing in the first place. After all, who does not want money? Especially a fee of 1 million. Then I thank you, young Master Su. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Here's my card. Jin Zhuang handed Sumu his business card with great deference. All right, then drive safe on the way back. I'll treat you all to a meal when I have the time. Sumu patted Jin Zhuang on the shoulder. Right then, young Master Su will be heading back. Jin Zhuang then led his people away. Brother Jin, what do you think this young Master Su's background is? He really throws his money around. In the car, the few members of Yida Group's legal department were quite excited. They had walked away with $1 million in fees from just one trip. Although it might not seem like an enormous amount to them, the key thing was that the money had come far too easily. You lot. What kind of background young Master Su has? Is that something you should be concerned about? Jin Zhuang put on a stern face and scolded them. Indeed, Sumu was a friend of their young master, and he had casually thrown out 1.8 billion. Judging by that display, even their own young master, Zhou Tsong, might not be more lavish than Sumu. A top-tier rich young heir. Not the kind of person ordinary people like them could fathom. Sumu put away the contract, feeling rather pleased. Let's go. I'll treat you to afternoon tea. Ming Pavilion. Okay. Sumu flashed Chu Yao an okay gesture. For ordinary people, going to Ming Pavilion required a reservation. Some even had to book 2 or 3 months in advance before they could get in. But what kind of man was Sumu? He was the big boss of Ming Pavilion. Other people needed reservations for meals and afternoon tea. Did he really need one too? Sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Yao could not help but blush. Just now she had been at Sumu's side the entire time. Although she had not said much, her gaze had been fixed on Sumu the whole while. The aura Sumu carried had truly captivated her. He was calm, composed, and unruffled by anything. Even the ideal of a graceful young gentleman could hardly have been more than this, could he? At Ming Pavilion, Sumu took Chu Yao for afternoon tea. With Pan Shi's funding issues resolved, Chu Yao had done him a great favor. As for Sumu, he naturally couldn't cash out the tens of millions he had invested in Chenghui Financial. Chu Yao had earned herself considerable merit, and when her boss learned she was with Sumu, he naturally dared not say a word. Sumu had spent 1.8 billion to purchase Tianxi Court in the Eco Park, and he knew about that too. 1.8 billion. Even after more than a decade of hustling in Haidu, he still didn't have that kind of money. Sumu was wealthy, and as the boss of a financial management company, he naturally wanted to stay in his good graces. If Sumu happened to be in a good mood, it could mean deals worth hundreds of millions. But if you ask me, buying Tianqi Court is definitely not a loss. Chu Yao took a sip of coffee and couldn't help smacking her lips in admiration. This cup of coffee alone cost 3,000 yuan, extravagantly expensive to say the least. But since Sumu was treating, she wouldn't stand on ceremony. Just wait and see, it's only a matter of time before the Haida city government decides to develop the eco park area. Sumu, for his part, didn't really mind. He had planned this as a long-term investment anyway, so he would just let it sit. As for his current finances, he had only a little over 100 million left in his account. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money at the moment. Besides, who knew? One of these days he might just fish up billions of cash out of nowhere, and then he truly wouldn't need to worry about money at all. But 8 billion. TSK Tisk, are you really not the least bit heartbroken? Chu Yao studied Sumu's expression, hoping to catch a flicker of reluctance on his face. But as always, Sumu remained perfectly composed. Hey, you know what they say? Money is just a bastard. If it's gone, go earn some more. A faint smile curved at the corner of Sumu's mouth. Money. As long as I want it, it flows in like a flood, rushing in with a rush. Hearing that, Chu Yao rolled her eyes at him. Still, she supposed ordinary people like her could never truly understand the life of a top-tier rich young master like Sumu. Want to grab dinner together tonight? Can I come along? Chu Yao knew that Sumu had already arranged to have dinner at a private restaurant with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan that evening. She definitely wanted to go. Those private restaurants frequented by the top rich young masters. If an ordinary person had no extraordinary stroke of luck, they probably wouldn't have a chance in a lifetime to step into one right. Of course you can, Sumu said with a gentle smile. Then I need to go home and change first. Chu Yao was wearing her professional business suit a little too formal for the occasion. She was accompanying Sumu, loosely counting as his date for the evening, and she wanted to doll herself up a bit so she wouldn't embarrass him later. Why bother with all that? Sumu looked at Chu Yao with a smile. There's a Yida Mall right nearby. Let's go buy you a set. My treat. That's not really appropriate. A faint blush crept onto Chu Yao's cheeks. She had already been basking in Sumu's generosity today. First the afternoon tea at Ming Pavilion, and now he wanted to buy her clothes as well. She wasn't anyone special to him, so it really did feel inappropriate. Why are you being so polite with me? If you hadn't helped make the connections today, Tianqi Court would never have fallen into my lap. Consider this my thank you. Only after Sumu said that did Chu Yao nod and agree. But speaking of the houses at Tianqi Court, she gave a soft chuckle as if making an offhand remark. It seemed deliberate, yet was unintentional. It seemed casual, yet held intention. Either way, Chu Yao had thought of it, and simply said it. Don't worry about that. If Tianqi Court really gets designated as a school district, you can go pick any apartment you want, anyone at all, and I won't go back on my word. Sumu laughed heartily. Hearing Sumu say that, Chu Yao involuntarily bit her lower lip. A thought drifted through her mind. That day she really had drunk far too much. Otherwise, if one day something were to happen between them. Being a young woman, her thoughts naturally wandered a little. But then again, who could blame her? Sumu was so extraordinary. Not only was he young, but the key thing was that he was handsome. And being handsome wasn't even the main thing. The real point was that he was a top-tier rich young master. Moreover, Sumu didn't carry the slightest trace of that spoiled, arrogant air common to so many rich second-generation heirs. He was amiable and courteous. Let's go. Sumu took a sip of coffee, rose to his feet, and looked at Chu Yao. There was a Yida Mall right near Ming Pavilion, and since this was the city center, it was packed with luxury brands. Girls loved shopping, but Sumu couldn't quite keep up with that kind of energy. Chu Yao was in a dilemma of her own. Too cheap clothes had no style, but the expensive ones made her worry that Sumu might think she was trying to fleece him. Dazzled by all the choices? Yeah, a little. I really haven't gone shopping in ages. I just wear this outfit to work every day, and on weekends all I want to do is lie in bed and not go anywhere. Chu Yao gave a faint wry smile and said softly, Isn't there a Chanel over here? Didn't someone say that when you don't know what to wear you can never go wrong with Chanel? Sumu stood up, his gaze landing on the Chanel boutique, not far away. Chanel? Isn't that too expensive? Chu Yao bit her lower lip and murmured involuntarily. It's alright, not that expensive really. As he spoke, Sumu had already started walking toward the Chanel boutique. Before Chu Yao could fully react, she saw Sumu striding ahead and quickly hurried after him. It had to be said that as a world-renowned women's fashion brand, Chanel had a fairly strong presence in the domestic market. From perfume and lipstick to handbags and clothing, Chanel could transform a woman from head to toe into a darling of fashion. As a professional manager, Chu Yao's income was quite decent. With a monthly salary of over 50,000 plus her annual bonus and incentives, she probably took home close to 1 million yuan a year. She did own some Chanel pieces herself, but after all, Chanel items were luxury goods. In a whole year, she would only buy 1 or 2 of the cheaper pieces. As for Chanel's new seasonal collections, even the relatively affordable ones cost 20 or 30,000 per piece, while the pricier ones went for 70 or 80,000. As for limited editions, the minimum was 100 or 200,000. Given her income level, all she could do was look. This is way too expensive, isn't it? Chu Yao looked at Sumu, shook her head, and whispered. It's fine, I'm the one paying anyway. Sumu didn't care in the slightest. Pointing at a white dress, he said to the sales associate in the store, That dress there. Get one for us to try on. The sales associate had initially been looking down her nose at them. Seeing that Su Mu was so young, and that Chu Yao was wearing a plain business suit, she hadn't figured them for people who could afford anything. Adding to that, the subtle expression on Chu Yao's face when she walked in had convinced the sales associate that she wasn't the type with real spending power. She had been about to sneer that if they couldn't afford it, they shouldn't bother trying it on when her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the wristwatch on Su Mu's arm. As a Chanel sales associate, she did have a sharp eye after all. She recognized it at a glance as a classic Patek Philippe. That watch must be worth 7 or 800,000, right? Shocked inwardly, the sales associate instantly swapped her expression. Of course, sir, madam. Please wait a moment. Naturally, Su Mu had no idea that his wristwatch had inadvertently made a snobbish sales associate do a complete about-face in her attitude. But Chu Yao standing beside him sensed something. Women are a bit more perceptive about such things. Just earlier, that sales associate had looked irritated by their arrival. How could her attitude suddenly change so dramatically for no reason? That wristwatch of yours is really quite something, isn't it? Chu Yao glanced at the watch on Su Mu's left wrist and offered a soft smile. Patek Philippe, pretty solid, right? The main thing is the design is really nice. The corner of Su Mu's mouth curled upward slightly. His voice wasn't loud, but the nearby sales associate heard him and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Few good thing I didn't offend them earlier, or I'd be in serious trouble. The sales associate couldn't help thinking to herself. As for Chu Yao, she simply hummed an acknowledgement, nodded, and softly murmured to herself, no wonder. The moment Chu Yao changed into the dress, her entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. Chu Yao truly possessed that rare quality of a woman endowed with remarkable aura. When Su Mu caught sight of her emerging from the fitting room, he couldn't help but pause, momentarily stunned. Beautiful. Su Mu gazed at Chu Yao and remarked with a gentle smile. Sir, your girlfriend is absolutely full of elegance. The shop assistant knew precisely how to read the room. The dress adorning Chu Yao was Chanel's newest autumn collection, priced at 88,000. What do you think? Su Mu asked Chu Yao casually. What opinion could Chu Yao possibly have? She had just glimpsed the price tag. 88,000. That was nearly equivalent to 2 months of her salary. I quite like it, it's just that the price is. Before Chu Yao could finish her sentence, Su Mu directly cut her off. Alright, this one. We'll take it. An 88,000 dress was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, for Su Mu, it was merely a fraction of his wealth. The shop assistant's demeanor grew even more sycophantic. As payment was being processed, the young sales associate attempted to add Su Mu on WeChat, only to be firmly rejected by him. Although this salesgirl was rather pretty, she clearly belonged to the type with obvious plastic surgery and a sharp tongue. How could Su Mu possibly have any interest in someone like her? Chu Yao walked out wearing the dress, and along the way she indeed drew the admiring gazes of many men. This woman is truly full of elegance. Her companion, though, the guy beside her, is quite handsome too, but he looks rather young. This guy doesn't look like some wealthy young master, though. How could such a beautiful woman end up with him? What's she thinking? Well, he has looks, doesn't he? Su Mu was entirely unaware of how those people were discussing him when his phone suddenly rang. Young Master Su, I spotted your car. Are you at the Wanda Mall? The call was from Zhou Tsong. He operated a wine bar nearby specializing in high-end wines. His business was quite thriving. Throughout the year, earning over 10 million was quite effortless. Since there was a dinner gathering tonight, and Su Mu was treating, Zhou Tsong had planned to bring a couple of bottles of premium wine. As luck would have it, he had spotted Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno in the parking lot. After all, a supercar worth over 100 million parked there was far too eye-catching. Zhou Tsong recognized it at a glance. However, today, he had driven his Koenigsegg 11 over, and the moment he parked it right next to Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Holy crap, a Lamborghini Veneno and a Koenigsegg 11. There are this many rich bastards in Haidu. I admit I'm jealous. Whose cars are these? A Koenigsegg? That's not something ordinary people can afford to buy, right? Are you kidding me? That's absolutely obvious. The moment Zhou Tsong stepped out of the car, all those people who had been whispering instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed in astonishment. Holy crap, so those are Zhou Tsong's cars. No wonder. He's that kind of top-tier rich second generation. We ordinary folks simply can't compare. But Zhou Tsong parked right next to the Veneno. Does he know the owner, or is this a deliberate provocation? Must be that they know each other, right? Someone who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno has to be a top-tier young master, right? Little did they know that Zhou Tsong's Koenigsegg 11 was originally Su Mu's property. Zhou Tsong asked Su Mu to wait at his wine bar. Without delay, Zhou Tsong entered the mall and made his way directly to the wine bar on the first floor. As Su Mu descended from the third floor, he happened to encounter Zhou Tsong on the first floor. Brother Tsong, over here. Su Mu called out to Zhou Tsong. Young Master Su. Zhou Tsong followed the voice and looked over. Upon seeing Su Mu, his expression carried a hint of eagerness. Those people who had just witnessed Su Mu with Chu Yao and had been jesting in their hearts that Su Mu might be some kept man were now completely dumbfounded. Keep man my foot. This was a top-tier rich young master. Knowing Zhou Tsong wasn't the remarkable part, but when had anyone ever seen Zhou Tsong be so deferential to someone else? Even bordering on sycophancy. Looking at Chu Yao beside Su Mu, she simply stood by his side, not uttering a single word, appearing every bit the obedient wife. A man like this, how could he possibly be a kept man? No wonder he could find such a beautiful woman as his girlfriend. This is a true big shot. You damned bastard, you weren't saying this just now. You misheard. Su Mu followed Zhou Tsong as they headed toward the wine bar together. Young Master Su, if you ever feel like drinking any wine in the future, feel free to come take a look at my place. Basically, if there's a wine you want to drink, I have it. Zhou Tsong grinned. His wine bar had established partnerships with the top 10 French wine chateaus. Any high-end wine available on the general market could be found at his establishment. Of course, even those wines unavailable on the market, he had them too. Alright then, brother Tsong. If you get your hands on any good wine, just give me a call, and I'll send someone to pick it up. Now that Su Mu had grown wealthy, he occasionally wanted to sample some fine wines. Since Zhou Tsong operated this kind of business, supporting his enterprise was only natural. Then it's a promise. A subtle smile graced Zhou Tsong's face. As they conversed merrily, the wine bar's manager brought over 2 bottles of wine packaged in oak wooden boxes. The 1990 Romanée-Conti. I've kept 5 bottles in my collection, never having the heart to drink them. Since young Master Su is treating dinner tonight, I thought I had no suitable gift to offer, so I came to grab a couple bottles. Let's savor them properly tonight. Hearing Zhou Tsong say this, Su Mu laughed heartily. Beside them, Chu Yao was momentarily stunned. The 1990 Romanée-Conti. Each bottle probably cost a staggering 150 to 160,000 yuan. What's more, wines of this caliber existed in absolutely limited quantities, perhaps no more than a few bottles remaining in the world. One could say that drinking one bottle meant one less bottle. The world knew of the legendary 1982 Lafite, but when it came down to it, the 1990 Romanée-Conti was in no way inferior. For wines of this tier, there were naturally countless counterfeits circulating domestically. However, since this wine came from Zhou Tsong, there was absolutely no possibility it was fake. They were all top-tier rich young masters. This kind of embarrassment was something Zhou Tsong simply could not afford. Young Master Su, shall we get going? Zhou Tsong checked the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. The private dining restaurant he had booked was some distance away. Driving there would probably take another half hour or so. Sure. Su Mu stood up, straightened his clothes, and followed Zhou Tsong out of the mall. In the parking lot, many passers-by were taking photos in front of the 2 top-tier luxury cars. After all, one was a Lamborghini Veneno, the other a Koenigsegg 11. To speak without any exaggeration, the combined value of these 2 top-tier supercars could purchase every single vehicle in the entire parking lot. Brother Tsong, the Koenigsegg's been fixed. Su Mu spotted the Koenigsegg 11 parked beside his car. I picked it up yesterday. Zhou Tsong nodded. Young Master Su, I've really taken advantage of you here. If your car hadn't been in that crash, it would have been practically brand new. Zhou Tsong had assumed Su Mu maintained the car so well, but Su Mu chuckled. It was essentially a brand new car right off the lot. If Brother Qin hadn't crashed into it like that, I wouldn't have had the heart to sell it to you in the first place. Zhou Tsong. Beside them, Chu Yao had been listening, utterly dumbfounded. This Koenigsegg 11 belongs to Su Mu too. Chu Yao thought to herself, naturally shocked beyond words. She gently bit her lower lip, stealing a sidelong glance at Su Mu with the corner of her eye. Her face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Su Mu and Zhou Tsong walked toward the cars while chatting, and the gathered onlookers couldn't help but be astounded. Zhou Tsong slid into the Koenigsegg 11, while Su Mu and Chu Yao climbed into the Lamborghini Veneno. As expected, the friends of top rich young masters are also top rich young masters. Just sports cars, I'm really not envious at all. I know Zhou Tsong, but who's the owner of that Lamborghini Veneno? Never seen him before. Those hidden big shots are truly impressive. Did you see Zhou Tsong's expression just now? I felt like he was being somewhat sycophantic. Now that you mention it, I did feel something was a bit off earlier. Now that you say it, it really was. The lives of the wealthy become casual conversation topics for ordinary people. Without the ability to live a wealthy lifestyle, fantasizing about it is always harmless. Zhou Tsong drove ahead as the guide, with Su Mu following closely behind. The Koenigsegg and the Veneno one after another couldn't have been more flashy. Whoa, what's wrong? Why so excited? On the road, a young couple sat in a Cadillac. The man was driving, and upon seeing the Koenigsegg and Veneno ahead, an excited expression involuntarily spread across his face. Those 2 supercars ahead. What about supercars? Aren't you also planning to buy one? I think these 2 cars look pretty cool, honey. How about you just get something like this? How many women really understand cars? At most, they can judge whether a car looks flashy or not. Do you know how much this car costs? Buy? Me? I'm buying nothing. The man got somewhat worked up. Though he couldn't afford such top-tier supercars, being able to encounter both of these legendary cars on the road at the same time was already a feast for the eyes. Oh, how much? Honey, aren't you worth several million? You can't afford it. The woman was also stunned. In her mind, supercars were only 1 to 2 million, or at most 4 to 5 million. The one in front is called the Koenigsegg 11, worth around 100 million. The one behind is the Lamborghini Veneno, probably at least 100 million more. The key point is, for these top-tier supercars, even if you have the money, you can't buy them. There are only a few of these in the entire world. After the man explained this, the woman's eyes were also filled with shock. She never imagined a supercar could sell for over 100 million. The 2 cars entered the Ring Road Highway, and Zhou Tsong unconsciously increased his speed. Could he be trying to race me? A slight smile tugged at the corner of Su Mu's mouth as he murmured softly. Does he not know I'm called the god of racing? Su Mu couldn't help but floor the accelerator, instantly speeding up. 120 miles per hour, 150 miles per hour, 200 miles per hour, 280 miles per hour. Zhou Tsong was also stunned. Just now he had managed to pull about 5 or 6 kilometers ahead of Su Mu. He thought Su Mu would need at least 10 minutes to catch up, right? But in about 2 minutes the black Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow and zoomed past him to take the lead. Whoa. He's going over 300 miles per hour, right? That's insane. Zhou Tsung didn't dare drive that fast. Though he had been driving supercars on the highway since age 15, he had never exceeded 200-something mph. Any faster, and one careless move would mean destruction. Rich second generations drive supercars to show off, not to risk their lives. He still had billions in family assets to inherit. He wasn't about to throw that away. After overtaking Zhou Tsung, Su Mu finally slowed down. Whoa, that scared me to death. Chu Yao gripped the handle tightly, her face somewhat pale. Just now she had glanced at the speedometer. The speed had reached 330 miles per hour. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Su Mu glanced at Chu Yao, whose complexion wasn't good, and reduced the speed to around 120 miles per hour. Do all rich second generations like street racing? Chu Yao asked with a pout. Street racing? No, not really. Su Mu chuckled. Think about it, a rich second generation's life is precious. I'm not willing to leave this prosperous world just yet. Oh. Chu Yao didn't dare say much more. She couldn't very well scold Su Mu for driving fast, could she? Besides, she hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Zhou Tsung caught up as well, not daring to race Su Mu again. This guy, does he have a death wish? Zhou Tsung couldn't help but mutter. Haidu East Suburb No. 1 Courtyard Villa District. Zhou Tsung and Su Mu entered the Villa District one after another. The private chef restaurant is actually inside East Suburb No. 1 Courtyard. Su Mu couldn't help but become intrigued by this private chef restaurant that Zhou Tsung had recommended. You see, East Suburb No. 1 Courtyard was considered a top-tier villa residential area in Haidu. The average price per square meter here was around 4,000 yuan. The entire district had only 26 standalone villas, with each villa worth over 100 million on average. It could be said that everyone who lived here was either wealthy or prestigious. Looks like this private chef restaurant has quite the background. Su Mu couldn't help but think to himself. Following behind Zhou Tsung, they drove deep into the villa district. In front of a villa that appeared to be about 300 square meters in size, there was a small parking lot. Parked on it was a Lykan Hypersport looking extraordinarily flashy. This rare world-class supercar from France, with its all-carbon fiber body, looked incredibly cool. Only 7 were produced globally, with the original selling price at 70 million. This car, is that the Lykan Hypersport? Getting out of the car, Su Mu looked at the bright red supercar before him and softly uttered. Yep, this car belongs to Qin Fun. He knows that one of us is driving the Lamborghini Veneno, and the other the Koenigsegg 11, so the kid brought out his Lykan Hypersport from his collection. Tisk, you have no idea. He spent a full 200 million to buy this car back then. There was an unmistakable tone of envy in Zhou Tsung's words. He and Qin Fun were different. Though they were both only sons in their families, Qin Fun was clearly the pampered type. Zhou Tsung really couldn't compare to him. You see, back then his old man had firmly concealed the family's true circumstances, so Zhou Tsung had believed throughout middle school that his family was an especially poor, ordinary household. As for Qin Fun, he had lived in silk and jade since childhood. Spending 100 million on a game was a regular occurrence for him. But in the end, although Zhou Tsung and Qin Fun had known each other for quite some years, Zhou Tsung really didn't have a clear picture of what Qin Fun's family actually did. This was also what Zhou Tsung respected about Qin Fun. Fortunately, Qin Fun as a person was actually not bad, at least in how he treated Zhou Tsung, and Su Mu's attitude was quite decent. Yep, I want this car too, but I just haven't come across one. Though the Lykan Hypersport did release newer models later. If I find one, money wouldn't be an issue. Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim as he admired the car. Zhou Tsung stood beside Su Mu, his facial muscles twitching. Damn, this guy is even more insane than Qin Fun. Zhou Tsung couldn't help but murmur to himself. This private chef's restaurant is run by a family of Imperial Palace chefs. You know Jiwei restaurant, right? Zhou Tsung smiled at Su Mu and asked. Su Mu nodded without giving a clear answer. As Haidu's most renowned Chinese restaurant, Su Mu had been there twice. Uncle Luo was the head chef at Jiwei restaurant back in the day. After he left, the quality of their dishes has gone downhill year by year. Hearing Zhou Tsung say this, Su Mu understood. He had eaten at Jiwei twice recently. Su Mu had to admit that Jiwei's cooking was truly exceptional, living up to its reputation as Haidu's top Chinese restaurant. However, hearing Zhou Tsung's words, Su Mu found himself looking forward to this private chef establishment. Since Zhou Tsung and the others spoke so highly of this place, there must be something uniquely special here. This place can't be cheap, right? Su Mu glanced at the villa before him and said with a chuckle. Zhou Tsung nodded in agreement. Uncle Luo made quite a fortune during his years there. When this real estate development first launched, he bought this villa for 60 million. But with Haidu's housing prices surging these past 2 years, you can't get a villa in this area for that price anymore. As Zhou Tsung spoke, he held up 3 fingers. 300 million approximately. Su Mu nodded without saying much. 300 million was nothing to him. However, Chu Yao beside him was slightly taken aback. This villa costs 300 million. What a windfall. Following Zhou Tsung into the villa, they found that the so-called private chef restaurant was essentially just a residential home. Luo Ziwei retired from Jiwei restaurant 5 years ago. He had originally planned to buy a villa, leaving himself with tens of millions that would be more than enough for his retirement. But later he got into stock trading with others and lost all his retirement savings. Going back to Jiwei was out of the question. He was already over 60 and couldn't handle the work anymore. Eventually he decided to start his own private chef restaurant. After all, his reputation over the years wasn't built on nothing. Once he opened, quite a few wealthy patrons actually came. Once you've developed a taste for Luo Ziyue's cooking, going back to Jiwei feels rather bland. But since this was a private chef operation and Luo Ziyue was already over 60, he naturally couldn't serve too many customers. He only cooked one table of food every evening, and what he made depended entirely on his mood. In a good mood, a table full of hearty dishes. In a bad mood, just vegetarian fare. But no matter what he cooked, the taste was simply extraordinary. Even the top-tier rich young masters like Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan respectfully called him Uncle Luo. There had to be something genuinely special about him. Uncle Luo, let me introduce a new friend, Su Mu, young Master Su. As several people walked over, they happened to meet Luo Ziyue in his chef's attire. Zhou Tsong greeted him and introduced Su Mu. Hello, Uncle Luo. You can just call me Xiao Su. Su Mu wasn't pretentious at all. Besides, if Zhou Tsong called him uncle, how could he possibly be impolite? Luo Ziyue did look over 60, so calling him Uncle Luo was only proper. Oh, hello. Luo Ziyue also examined Su Mu. This young man was quite impressive, polite and well-presented. Unlike that Qin Fan kid perpetually with dark circles looking exhausted all day. Alright, I've heard about you. Since young Master Su is treating today, I'll cook a few of my signature dishes. Luo Ziyue quite liked Su Mu and smiled as he spoke. Then I'll have to savor Uncle Luo's craft carefully. Su Mu smiled faintly and agreed. Without further words, Luo Ziyue went to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Tsong led Su Mu to the private room. There's only one private room here. Uncle Luo only cooks one table per day, so if you want to eat here in the future, you'll need to make a reservation in advance. Zhou Tsong said with a smile. Su Mu nodded. Inside the private room, there were several people besides Qin Fan. Meng Shuofei was also there. Sitting next to Qin Fan was a man who appeared to be nearly 40 with a rather handsome stubble, very masculine. Here's our main guest. Qin Fan wasn't tall, but he looked quite shrewd. He stood up, and everyone in the room followed suit. Su Mu felt somewhat awkward. He was probably the youngest person in this entire private room. Even Xu Yao was probably 2 or 3 years older than him. Everyone please sit. We're all insiders here. Su Mu wasn't shy, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips as he said gently. Thank you, young Master Su, for treating us today. I specially brought 2 bottles of excellent wine. Zhou Tsong placed the 2 bottles of 1990 Romanicani on the dining table, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim a few words of admiration. Song Ji, you're being so generous today. I asked you for half a year before, and you never brought them out. Qin Fan teased with great interest. After all, this was 1990 Romanicani. There were at most 1,000 bottles left in the entire world. In the domestic market, there probably weren't even 100 bottles. Red wine of this caliber meant once a bottle was opened, it was gone forever. Get lost, you kid. How much good wine have you drunk at my place? Be honest with your conscience. Zhou Tsong cursed with a laugh, and everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Meng Shuofei's gaze fell on Xu Yao. As far as she knew, Su Mu didn't seem to have a girlfriend, did he? Who's this? Meng Shuofei asked Xu Yao with a deliberately provocative look. Xu Yao felt extremely awkward. There were 7 people in the room, including her, and she was the only one who had come with Su Mu. She knew Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan. Although she didn't recognize the others judging by their attire and demeanor, they were clearly top-tier rich second generations. If Meng Shuofei hadn't asked, she had planned to just eat quietly without saying a word. Now, of course, Meng Shuofei was looking straight at her and asking. This left her not knowing what to say. Sister Shuofei, let me introduce you. My girlfriend Xu Yao. Su Mu could see that Meng Shuofei was deliberately making things difficult for Xu Yao. Since Xu Yao had come with him, he couldn't let her be put on the spot. Hearing Su Mu say this, Xu Yao slightly pressed her lips together, her blush deepening even more. Meng Shuofei furrowed her brow and simply said, oh, in acknowledgement. Zhou Tsong couldn't help but murmur to himself watching this scene. Could Meng Shuofei have taken a liking to Su Mu? But didn't I tell her that Su Mu probably wasn't her type? Meng Shuofei had met Su Mu once with Zhou Tsong before. That day he could sense that Meng Shuofei felt something different about Su Mu. However, he could also tell that Su Mu didn't seem to have any feelings for Meng Shuofei at all. Men understood men best. If it were him, he wouldn't feel anything for Meng Shuofei either. After all, Meng Shuofei was the daughter of old Master Ren. If he actually got involved with Meng Shuofei, nothing he did afterward would be comfortable. For people like Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan, Meng Shuofei had never even crossed their minds. Well-matched backgrounds. Don't make me laugh. Imagine bringing home a tiger of a wife to control you. Now that would truly be miserable. This was what Zhou Tsong thought, and Su Mu was no exception. Young Master Su, let me introduce you. This is the eldest son of Yang Heavy Industries, Yang Hao. He's the oldest among us, so we all call him Hao Ji. Zhou Tsong introduced the middle-aged man sitting next to Qin Fan. Yang Hao smiled at Su Mu and nodded. Young Master Su, it's truly an honor to finally meet you in person. Hao Ji, you're too kind. Although Su Mu hadn't heard much about Yang Hao personally, he knew about Yang Heavy Industries, the leader of domestic heavy industry. A Fortune Global 500 company with a market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion. Yang Heavy Industries was indeed one of the most influential enterprises in the country. As they were talking, about 10 minutes passed, and Luo Ziyue came with 2 servers carrying the dishes. Wow, Uncle Luo, you're in such a good mood today. Qin Fan glanced at the dishes and said with a sycophantic smile. Since young Master Su is here for the first time, I naturally have to treat him properly. Luo Ziyue laughed and instructed the servers to place the dishes on the table. Uncle Luo, I'm not trying to complain, but you're really playing favorites. When I first came you served me a whole table of vegetarian dishes. Qin Fan joked, his smile rather bright. Tisk, if you're going to talk like that, then don't come back to mooch off meals anymore. Luo Ziyue said directly to Qin Fan. No, Uncle Luo, I was wrong. Qin Fan quickly backed down. He had a refined palate and had been to every high-end restaurant in Haidu, but the only dishes that truly left him craving more were the ones Luo Ziyue cooked. You rascal. You come to mooch every day, yet I never see you gain any weight. Luo Ziyue shot Qin Fan a look and chuckled. There are still a few dishes coming. Start eating. With that, Luo Ziyue left the private room and headed back to the kitchen. As they ate and chatted, everyone at this gathering was shrewd enough to know which words were appropriate and which should remain unspoken. The dinner went rather smoothly, and through the clinking of glasses, Su Mu won over the recognition of these top-tier wealthy heirs. However, Meng Xuefei seemed to have some friction, with Chu Yao raising her glass to offer Chu Yao several rounds of drinks. But Chu Yao was no pushover. As a professional manager, she could hold her liquor quite well. It was unlikely that Meng Xuefei could get her drunk. One had to admit Luo Ziyue's culinary skills were truly one of a kind. Previously, Su Mu had thought the head chef at Jue Lu was among the finest in the culinary world, and there were probably few in China who could surpass his skills. But after tasting Luo Ziyue's cooking, Su Mu couldn't help but recall that saying, beyond every mountain there stands another peak, and beyond every person there exists someone greater. Indeed, Luo Ziyue's cooking was truly different. Even a simple stir-fried vegetable became remarkably more savory in his hands. Uncle Luo's cooking is truly irresistible no matter how many times you've had it. Zhou Tsong couldn't help but remark. Just then Luo Ziyue brought over another 5 dishes that made one's mouth water at the sight. Uncle Luo, why not sit down and have a drink with us? Su Mu asked with a smile. No need. You young people should enjoy your meal together. What would an old man like me be doing joining you? Luo Ziyue chuckled warmly. Eat and drink well. If you're still hungry, just say the word. With that, he strolled out of the private room with his hands clasped behind his back. Young Master Su, this Uncle Luo really treats you well, Qin Fan remarked with a whistle. After all, Luo Ziyue's private kitchen did not accept custom orders. What dishes were prepared depended entirely on the old man's mood. When he was in a good spirits, you might get some proper dishes. When he wasn't, boiled cabbage was all you'd get. Yet despite coming here many times before, they had never seen the old man treat them so generously. For their group of 7, he had prepared a total of 15 dishes. Not only were there balanced meat and vegetable courses, but he also told them to ask for more if they weren't satisfied. Exactly right. For all our visits, Master Luo has never spoken to us quite this way. Go ahead and be jealous. Young Master Su just seems so approachable. The group teased Su Mu good-naturedly. All Su Mu could do was smile and raise his glass to them all. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, and by the time they emerged it was already dark. Everyone had drunk considerably, so driving was out of the question. Zhou Tsong had arranged for designated drivers in advance. With 7 people and 5 cars, he called 5 drivers at once. When those 5 drivers saw the cars, they were completely stunned. Even the least impressive ones were Lamborghini Aventadors, Meng Xuefei's car. The most expensive was Qin Fan's Lykan Hypersport. Though its fame might not match the Koenigsegg or the Veneno, Qin Fan had paid 200 million yuan to acquire it. Holy shit. Zhou Tsong, Qin Fan. These are the top-tier rich heirs from Haidu hanging out together. My eyes are being blinded. Those 5 cars alone must be worth 3 or 400 million yuan, right? 3 or 400 million. That's nothing. These tycoons probably wouldn't even notice. The 5 designated drivers whispered amongst themselves as they watched people emerging from the villa, but they fell silent the moment they saw them. Such remarks were fine to mutter among themselves, but if word reached the ears of those powerful figures, they would be in serious trouble. Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, Brother Hao. Let's get together again sometime. Su Mu said as he got into the car. As for Chu Yao, Su Mu asked Yang Hao to help see her home. Yang Hao drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom with plenty of seating. While Su Mu did not worry about Yang Hao causing any trouble, he still instructed the designated driver to follow him to Chu Yao's place first. All 5 cars merged onto the Ring Expressway heading back into the city. When they reached Chu Yao's home, Su Mu waited until he saw her go upstairs before departing. He arrived home around 11, the effects of the alcohol largely worn off. I'm home, Su Mu messaged Chu Yao. Chu Yao had just finished showering and was lying in bed, phone in hand, lost in thought. Seeing Su Mu's message, she replied immediately. Yeah, are you feeling better now, eh? Sober up now, feeling much better. Su Mu smiled and sent a voice message. Get some rest early. You have to work tomorrow. Okay, I know. Chu Yao replied. Though lying in bed, she found it hard to fall asleep. Today had been quite the eye-opening experience for her. First, Pan Shi knelt before her in the morning, forcing her to seek Su Mu's help. Su Mu simply waved his hand and threw in 1,800 million to take over Tianxi Manor outright. In the afternoon, Su Mu took her to Minggu for afternoon tea and then to buy a Chanel dress. And tonight's dinner was something she would never forget. When Meng Xuefei deliberately made things difficult for her, Su Mu quickly came to her defense by saying she was his girlfriend. Chu Yao couldn't help but feel a stir of affection. But Chu Yao knew well that becoming Su Mu's girlfriend was no easy task. Sigh. Chu Yao sighed and decided to post on her moments. Hope tomorrow's self will be even better. Chu Yao was already quite excellent, but compared to Su Mu, she felt she still had room to grow. To be worthy of Su Mu, she truly needed to become even more outstanding. Meanwhile, the Filipino housekeeper Nana brought Su Mu a pot of tea. Young master, please get some rest early. Nana had put in great effort studying Chinese over the past couple of days, and her Mandarin had improved significantly. Not bad, you've improved. Sumu nodded at Nana. Alright, go rest too. Sumu sat on the sofa feeling lazy and unwilling to move. After a couple of sips of tea, Sumu felt much clearer-headed. It's been a few days since I came here, and life is quite pleasant, isn't it? Sumu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and couldn't help but sigh. Having wealth meant having worries too. He had only been here a few days, yet he could barely keep track of how many assets he now owned. Sold the Koenigsegg 11 to Zhou Tsong, and the Lamborghini Veneno isn't bad either. Oh, and there's still a G-Wagon at Wang Xinyu's place. Sumu went through what he currently possessed. Luxury cars, of course, were not worth much to him. As for real estate, the luxury flat he now lived in was valued at over 20 million yuan. There was an entire building at Thompson Riviera, and today he had spent 1,800 million to purchase the entirety of Tianxi Manor. These were all fixed assets, and under no circumstances would Sumu consider selling them. As for his skills, his mastery of calligraphy and painting, peerless Chinese martial arts, the scholar god ability, and the driving god skill had all made him increasingly perfect. The only problem is my cash reserves are running low, Sumu sighed. It's almost midnight. Let's see what I can fish up. Sumu sat on the sofa drinking tea and browsing the news. Once past midnight, he unhesitatingly opened leisure fishing. Let's see what I catch today. Sumu directly tapped the fishing button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You have fished up a diet milk tea recipe, value priceless. Holy shit. Sumu was utterly stunned when he saw the prompt on the screen. Diet milk tea recipe. Are you telling me to open a milk tea shop? Sumu checked the information about the diet milk tea. Diet milk tea, all natural and eco-friendly, with absolutely no side effects and zero rebound. Drink 1 cup daily and effortlessly shed 2 to 3 gene. After 30 days you will regain a healthy fit figure. This is some kind of advertisement, isn't it? Su paused, staring at the description. The diet milk tea has effects this incredible. Even without any business sense, Sumu understood exactly what this meant. The world had enjoyed nearly a century of peace, and living standards across every nation had risen steadily. Take China for instance. The quality of life now was leagues beyond what it had been 20 years ago. As prosperity grew, so did the number of overweight people. It was not that being fat was inherently bad, rather excessive weight was undeniably harmful to one's health. According to big data statistics among the nation's 1.4 billion population, 300 million were overweight, including 100 million classified as obese. How massive was China's weight loss market? One need only look at the gyms and weight loss centers proliferating across the country to find the answer. Being overweight in an era that idolizes thinness was indeed a sorrowful plight. Boys fared somewhat better, but girls who were overweight endured relentless mockery and ridicule from others. Sumu recalled several overweight girls in his class who had become so deeply insecure that they withdrew entirely from social interaction. This recipe is truly priceless. Sumu tapped to extract the formula, and within a second the diet milk tea recipe materialized in his mind. These ingredients are remarkably inexpensive. A slight smile touched Sumu's lips as he noted that the recipe called for only common fruits and vegetables. This is like money falling into my lap. Sumu was in urgent need of funds, and with this diet milk tea, it was as if he were collecting cash with a sack. At 100 yuan per cup, 10 cups would yield 1,000. 10,000 cups meant 1 million. With so many overweight people nationwide, he could easily sell 1 or 200 million cups annually. 100 million cups equated to 10 billion. After deducting costs, Sumu stood to profit at least 7 to 8 billion from just that volume alone. And this was merely the domestic market. On a global scale, annual net profits could easily exceed 100 billion. Do you grasp the magnitude? That translates to over 300 million in pure income every single day. This is a money tree. Sumu could not help but exclaim. I simply must open this milk tea shop. 100 yuan per cup is far too cheap. Let's set it at 200. The results speak for themselves, and this is my exclusive product. I'll take it or leave it. Sumu had never considered himself a philanthropist. If he was running a business, profit had to be the guiding principle. With the diet milk tea's proven efficacy, there was no shortage of market demand. This is such a vast market that I cannot possibly monopolize it alone, and besides, the world is a treacherous place. Sumu understood this well enough. He was not short of money, nor did he believe there was any virtue in having too much. The difference between hundreds of billions and trillions was negligible to him. A person only lives once, and even indulging in the most extravagant lifestyle, hundreds of billions would suffice. The cake was far too large for him to consume alone, at least not currently. Hadu was manageable, but he had heard tales of the young masters in the imperial capital, each more ruthless than the last. Sumu did not dwell on it too deeply. First, he needed to verify whether the diet milk tea's effects lived up to the claims. After freshening up, Sumu settled into bed and drifted off quickly. He slept soundly through the night. When he awoke, the clock showed barely past 8. With no classes that morning, Sumu planned to visit the university district. Near Hadu University alone stood over 20 institutions home to more than 1 million college students. The university district thrived with commerce. Everyone in China understood that students' money was the easiest to make. Such a massive market naturally bustled with business activity. Sumu finished breakfast and instructed his Filipino maid Nana to tidy the house before heading out to the university district. Many establishments in the university district remained closed until afternoon. After all, everyone knew college students were the laziest. Hadn't there been jokes about how Chinese students never ate breakfast? One entrepreneur targeted the student breakfast market with his fried rice. But after a month, he declared failure, because damn students simply did not eat breakfast. Most college students did not wake up until noon anyway. Sumu had a clear objective: acquire a milk tea shop, so he could sell his diet milk tea that very day. Yet in the early morning, few shops were open. The university district was vast, dotted with dozens of milk tea stores of every size. What the hell has everyone got so lazy? Sumu muttered, noting that barely a single shop had opened along his route. Oh, this one looks decent. Sumu spotted a milk tea shop about 100 meters ahead, its upscale decor and refined atmosphere catching his eye. That's the one. Sumu strode toward the shop, named Wankaka. Hello, what would you like to drink? The employee behind the counter was a striking young woman in her mid-20s, her polished appearance suggesting she was the owner. Are you the owner? Sumu asked with a faint smile, looking at Yuanya. I'm the boss, not the boss's wife. Yuanya chuckled. The distinction between boss and boss's wife, though subtle, revealed her unmarried status. I'm looking to buy this shop. What is your price? Since she was the owner, Sumu wasted no time on pleasantries and went straight to the point. You want to buy my shop? Yuanya was momentarily stunned and smiled. How much are you offering? 50 won for the shop, and it's mine. 50 won. Yuanya had assumed he was merely a nearby college student and expected no more than 50 to 60,000. She had opened the shop just last summer, spending 10 won on rent and another 10 won on renovations. Only days old, if Sumu was willing to pay 50 won for it, she would naturally agree. A young man running a milk tea shop. Yuanya asked curiously. Why can't a man run a milk tea shop? I will pay 50 won for your shop, and you stay on as manager. I will give you an annual salary of 1 million plus bonuses on top. The moment Sumu finished speaking, Yuanya was completely floored. 50 won for the shop had already shocked her, and now he was offering 1 million a year salary with additional bonuses. What was his angle? Could he be after me? Yuanya looked up at Sumu, studying him carefully. He is quite handsome, but I fear his brain may be lacking. Such thoughts swirled through Yuanya's mind. An annual salary of 1 million. Yuanya asked Sumu in a dazed tone. The business at the milk tea shop was well decent enough. However, with dozens of milk tea shops just in the university town area, all things considered, they could only make perhaps 1 or 200,000 yuan per year. If Sumu were truly offering her 1 million yuan annual salary, she would accept without hesitation. 1 million yuan salary. Sumu nodded. Then what are you after? Yuanya wondered about Sumu's motives. This wasn't about breaking even. If he ran only milk tea shops, he'd likely lose everything and more. First, just tell me if you'll take it. Sumu chuckled, turning the question back on her. If it's really 1 million a year salary, I certainly have no reason to refuse. Yuanya shrugged and gave a wry smile. All right, we'll keep selling milk tea, but at a uniform price of 200 yuan per cup. Sumu nodded calmly as he spoke. 200 yuan per cup. Yuanya froze, then blurted it out loud. Are you out of your mind? 200 yuan per cup, and the customers here are all college students. How could anyone spend so much on milk tea? Yuanya had a point. Everyone says money from college students is easy to make, but they're not fools. And beyond them, how many people nationwide would actually pay 200 yuan for a cup of milk tea? What if it's a slimming milk tea? Sumu anticipated her reaction and chuckled. Slimming milk tea. Yuanya stared at Sumu, taken aback. 1 cup of slimming milk tea helps you lose 2 to 3 gene, made with all natural ingredients, and completely safe. No rebound effects. Drink it for a month, and you'll get your healthy figure back. Sumu's bold claims left Yuanya skeptical. Is it really that miraculous? How could that be possible? The thing about milk tea was that it was already quite calorically dense to begin with. Just drinking milk tea without gaining weight was already a challenge, let alone slimming down. Slimming milk tea. It sounded unreliable. No effect. I'll reward you 1 million yuan. Sumu knew full well many would question his product's efficacy, but he had already prepared his countermeasures. During the trial period, anyone who consumed the slimming milk tea and saw no results would receive a 1 million yuan reward from Sumu after a month. The stipulation was clear. Consumption had to be continuous for an entire month. Even at 30 cups monthly, averaging 2 gene per cup, the total weight loss would reach at least 60 gene. More importantly, the tea's defining feature was that it would reshape the body to a healthy standard without causing excessive thinning. Regular consumption also helped maintain that form. The formula worked for everyone regardless of age, gender, or body type. If it's truly effective, then Yuanya found herself growing convinced by Sumu's unwavering confidence. Who would turn down free money? 1 million yuan reward with 0 results was unprecedented. And if this slimming tea delivered on its promises, the market potential was almost beyond imagining. 2 to 3 gene per cup justified the 200 yuan price tag. She knew friends who spent over 50,000 yuan annually on weight loss programs alone. Such methods did work, but lasting results required sustained commitment through running gym sessions, swimming. Stop any of these, and weight quickly returned. If Sumu's claims held true, rapid results entirely natural with no side effects, no rebound, this product would sell like wildfire. At 200 yuan per cup, 30 cups monthly came to only 6,000 yuan. Even achieving just 20 gene of weight loss would likely dominate the slimming market. Has your slimming milk tea received certification from the Health Commission? Yuanya asked Sumu. Not yet. For now. Sumu hadn't anticipated this concern. That won't do, Yuanya frowned. Even if it's just milk tea without health commission approval, it can't be sold legally. This is simple, just a phone call away. Su Mu found Yuanya quite capable, meticulous, and responsible. He trusted her to manage his milk tea business. Besides, he had other matters demanding his attention, little time to oversee the shop himself. All right then, Yuanya agreed with a nod. Su Mu asked Yuanya to coordinate advertising efforts, making certain the slimming milk tea promotion launched within the next couple of days. Agreed. Yuanya nodded, approving Su Mu's plan. Su Mu transferred 1 million yuan directly to her account. 500,000 covers acquiring your milk tea shop, and the remaining 500,000 will fund the initial promotional campaign. Though Su Mu's liquid assets were limited, he could afford this sum. Don't you worry, I might abscond with your money. Would I? Su Mu countered with a look. True enough. Yuanya wouldn't. Any sensible person knew better. Beyond the million yuan annual salary bonuses and incentives would come separately. More crucially, if the slimming milk tea performed as miraculously as Su Mu claimed, the implications were self-evident. How many people nationwide struggled with their figure? Over 100 million. Globally, at least 1 billion individuals sought weight loss solutions. What an extraordinary market. According to Su Mu, anyone could benefit from this slimming formula. Overweight individuals could lose weight, while slimmer people could sculpt their figures. For everyone, this appeal was irresistible. Priced at 200 yuan per cup, with such transformative results, who would decline? Even at triple the cost, few would turn it down. Su Mu agreed and dialed Zhou Tsung's number. Hello? Who's this? Zhou Tsung, who had stayed up late the night before, was still groggy. Still half asleep and irritable from the wake-up call, Zhou Tsung answered. Brother Tsung, it's me. Su Mu responded with a wry smile. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Had it been anyone else, Zhou Tsung would have snapped back immediately. But recognizing Su Mu's voice sobered him somewhat. Young Master Su, what's going on? Brother Tsung, I have a slimming milk tea I'm planning to get certified by the Health Commission. Su Mu outlined the opportunity, then added, Brother Tsung, this is a massive market too large for one person to handle. How about you become our distributor? The retail price stays at 200 yuan per cup, but I'll offer you an internal rate of 100 yuan per cup. Zhou Tsung was initially groggy, but as Su Mu explained the potential, he became fully alert. Is your slimming milk tea reliable? Absolutely reliable. Then I understand. Rest assured I'll handle this. I'll come see you this afternoon. Just make sure everything is ready. Got it, Brother Tsung, thanks for your help. Su Mu hung up with a slight smile and glanced at Yuanya. Yuanya brought over a lemon tea for Su Mu, having overheard parts of his conversation. Boss, that Brother Tsung you mentioned. How influential is he really? Zhou Tsung, you should know him, right? Su Mu took a sip of his lemon tea and stood up. Right, hurry up with the promotions. The business needs to take off within these next couple of days. Zhou Tsung listened to what Su Mu said and was utterly dumbfounded. Weight loss milk tea. If this was real, the market potential would be enormous. And the profit margin was absolutely staggering. Although Su Mu was selling it at 100 yuan per cup, the market price was 200 yuan per cup. A pure profit of 100 yuan per cup. If the effects were truly as miraculous as Su Mu claimed, there would be no shortage of sales. Even as a distributor, they could sell at least 100 million cups per year. That's tens of billions in pure profit. The key point was how effortlessly they made money. It was as if Su Mu was literally handing them cash. But then again, Su Mu would never give away money for nothing. Once this product hit the market, there would certainly be no shortage of covetous eyes. Their purpose was to help Su Mu fend off all those people. Because this wasn't just Su Mu's money, it was their money too. That saying was right, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. With tens of billions handed to them annually for free, Zhou Tsung naturally took this matter very seriously. He had no friends at the Health Commission, but he knew people who could help. Zhou Tsung got out of bed, dressed, washed his face, and dialed his friend's number. Sun Jianhong. His father was the director of the Ha-Du Health Commission. This was exactly the kind of thing to go to him for. Brother Tsung, what brings you to call me today? I have a question. A friend of mine developed a milk tea and he wants the Health Commission to issue a safety certification for it. That's simple. Have him prepare all the milk tea ingredients, and as long as the product is fine, we can get it done this afternoon. Alright then, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Having connections made everything easier. Under normal procedures, the entire process would take at least 2 or 3 months. But once the right person was found, as long as the product passed inspection, it could be completed in half a day. Meanwhile, Su Mu was returning to campus. There were 2 calculus classes scheduled for the morning. Professor Ma had been carefully verifying Su Mu's proof of the Goldbach conjecture for the past few days. There was not a single flaw. Throughout the entire process, the logic was clear and completely airtight. The domestic mathematics community had been equally stunned. When they learned that the person who produced this proof was merely a sophomore at Ha-Du University, disbelief was written all over their faces. They had read through the proof again and again. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with it. A genius. In an instant, several of China's most renowned mathematicians were moved to act. Wu Fei, dean of the mathematics department at Huaqing University, and Zhu Qinyan, dean of the mathematics department at Jingbei University, both contacted Ma Jun immediately to express their desire to recruit Su Mu as their student. But both were certainly turned down flat by Ma Jun. Professor Ma was already one of the most eminent mathematicians in China, and over the years he had cultivated no fewer outstanding students. But a prodigy like Su Mu was truly rare. For one, Ha-Du University could never compete with Jingbei University and Huaqing University when it came to recruiting top students. Want to poach someone from me? Don't even think about it. Professor Ma had already applied to the university for an exception to fast-track Su Mu into the combined master's and doctoral program. Basically, as long as Su Mu was willing, he could stay at Hadu University all the way through to his doctoral graduation. While teaching, Professor Ma kept glancing over at Su Mu, but it seemed Su Mu wasn't paying much attention to the lecture. A genius naturally somewhat different from ordinary people, Professor Ma thought to himself, but Su Mu had his head planted firmly on the desk. Su Mu had woken up earlier than usual that morning, was busy looking for a milk tea shop, and now was here attending calculus class. Before class, Su Mu had already flipped through his calculus textbook. Those obscure and baffling calculus problems from the past were now a breeze for him. When did advanced mathematics become so simple and easy to understand? Su Mu chuckled to himself, thinking the very same thing. What Professor Ma was saying was basically the most fundamental material from the textbook, dry and tedious. Moreover, Su Mu could grasp it in a single glance, so there was no need to listen again. The longer he listened, the sleepier he became, and Su Mu began to doze off. Zhang, he seated not far away, happened to notice Su Mu nodding off. Over the past 2 days, Su Mu had been stealing the spotlight, too much, filling Zhang he with intense jealousy. They say jealousy can make a person lose all reason. Seeing Su Mu dozing off, he suddenly remembered how much Professor Ma despised students falling asleep in his class. As Professor Ma was lecturing on stage, Zhang, he shot up from his seat. Moi. Zhang He's abnormal behavior caught Professor Ma's attention. What's wrong? Professor Su Mu he. Shoo. Before Zhang he could finish his sentence, Professor Ma put a finger to his lips in a gesture urging him to stop talking. Speak quietly, don't wake Su Mu up. When Professor Ma said this, not only was Zhang He stunned, but the entire class fell silent. Was this really the same stubborn old Professor Ma? In the past, any student caught sleeping in his class would be harshly scolded and shown the door. But then again, Su Mu was clearly different from them. How could we possibly compare ourselves to Su Mu? He proved the Goldbach conjecture, and is now Professor Ma's most prized student by far. I heard Professor Ma applied to the school to let Su Mu directly enter his doctoral program. No way. Is that really true? I'm so jealous. That's nothing. My classmate at Huaqing University has been calling these past 2 days asking if I know someone named Su Mu. I heard their mathematics department dean Wu Fei has been obsessing over Su Mu lately. Exactly. I also have a classmate at Jingbei University who asked me if I knew Su Mu. Their dean Zhu Qinian seems eager to recruit Su Mu as well. Zhang He's face turned as dark as charcoal, looking particularly wretched. Zhu Yuan happened to turn his head and glance at him, and unfortunately Zhang, he caught his eye. He quickly lowered his head, calming himself considerably. Just now he had acted on impulse, only thinking about exposing Su Mu for sleeping in class. He had forgotten that yesterday Su Mu had single-handedly dismantled the Taekwondo club members. 1 versus 10. Su Mu was far more formidable than Zhu Yuan. He was fortunate that Professor Ma had told him not to speak otherwise. If he really provoked Su Mu again, he would be in deep trouble. Damn it, I was being incredibly foolish. Who is Su Mu to oppose him? Zhang He finally saw sense. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, though unwilling, he ultimately had to accept it. What else could he do but accept it? In terms of looks, Su Mu's appearance could outshine all the pretty boys in the entertainment industry. In terms of academics, Su Mu had proven the Goldbach conjecture and had a boundless future ahead. In terms of status and background, Su Mu drove a Lamborghini Veneno. No matter what you compared, Su Mu utterly dominated him. Professor Ma's attitude alone spoke volumes. But then again, a man like Su Mu was simply beyond envy. I used to believe God was fair, but now I know that's a load of crap. Exactly. Not only is he ridiculously handsome and filthy rich, but why does he have to be so brilliant too? Zhang He really overreached himself. Who does he think he is to compete with Su Mu? If I were Su Mu, I'd be the one causing trouble for him, not the other way around. The students in the class whispered among themselves, their words laced with envy and admiration. Yet there was no real hatred, mainly because Su Mu carried himself with humility and treated his classmates quite well. Take that one day, for instance, when he treated the entire department to a meal and then took everyone to the Future Bar for a wild night. The bill for that single evening alone was estimated at 5 or 6 million at least. With Su Mu being so generous to those around him, everyone was eager to curry favor with him rather than resent him. Su Mu felt as if he had merely dozed off in class, yet when he woke up, school was already over. Professor Ma then approached him with great concern and said, Su Mu, don't push yourself too hard while studying at night. If it's too much, you're welcome to use my class to get some proper rest. A sharp intake of breath. The students nearby couldn't help but gasp when they heard Professor Ma's words. Damn, Professor Ma really dotes on Su Mu. Think about it. Su Mu is the top prospect every mathematical authority in the country is vying for. If Professor Ma doesn't treat him well, he could easily turn around and go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Exactly. Even Su Mu was a bit embarrassed by the professor's special treatment. But to be fair, everything Professor Ma taught in class became clear to him with just a single read, making the lectures dreadfully dull. After grabbing a quick bite at the cafeteria with his roommates, Su Mu received a call from Zhou Tsong. Brother Su, have you eaten yet? Just finished. Good. I've contacted the people from the health commission. You just need to prepare the materials. If all goes well, we can get it done today. Zhou Tsong took the weight loss milk tea business quite seriously. If it were only about Su Mu's own benefit, he would have helped, but perhaps not with such enthusiasm. But since Su Mu had agreed to let them act as agents and gave up such a substantial slice of the profits, this was no longer just Su Mu's concern alone. Of course, Zhou Tsong understood Su Mu's intention. A weight loss milk tea that was all natural, free of side effects, fast-acting, and with no rebound. Once such a product hit the market, it would undeniably attract a massive wave of attention. Haidu was easy. Those were all their own people. However, those young masters from the imperial capital were not so easy to deal with. Anyone with half a brain knew just how enormous the weight loss market was. If the people from the imperial capital really took an interest, things wouldn't bode well for Su Mu. Although Su Mu was on good terms with Zhou Tsong and the others, all of them calling each other brothers, how many would actually stand by Su Mu if the imperial capital made their move? But if they were bound together by a chain of shared interests that changed everything. With annual profits in the tens, or even hundreds of billions, the stakes were too high. Once they were fully invested, even if the imperial capital tycoons came sniffing around, even if Su Mu agreed, they certainly wouldn't. The pie only had so many slices, every extra player meant hundreds of millions, or even billions less for them. No one would stand against money, especially not when it came to annual profits of tens, or even hundreds of billions. No problem, I'm free this afternoon. Su Mu chuckled. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Tsong. No trouble at all. Since when do brothers need to say thank you for something like this? Zhou Tsong replied with a hearty laugh. After hanging up, Su Mu headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Many of the ingredients in the weight loss milk tea formula were ordinary, everyday fruits and vegetables. Apples, passion fruit, purple sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and celery. In short, the ingredients were simple, and the preparation was straightforward. However, the mixing ratio was quite particular. Su Mu gathered all the necessary raw materials, and picked up a juicer as well. Once everything was ready, Su Mu called Zhou Tsong. Brother Tsong, I've got everything ready. Alright, head straight to the Health Commission. I'll meet you there. Got it. Su Mu borrowed the Big G from Wang Xinyu, loaded up all the supplies, set the navigation, and drove directly to the Health Commission's Research Institute. Zhou Tsong hadn't come alone. He'd brought Qin Fun and Yang Hao along. Zhou Tsong was well aware that the weight loss milk tea market was far too vast for just him and Su Mu to handle alone. They were the top-tier rich young masters of Haidu. If they joined forces, even the young lords of the imperial capital would have to think twice before making a move. Brother Tsong, are you serious? Qin Fun had just woken up when Zhou Tsong called him over. The moment he heard about the effects of the weight loss milk tea, he was instantly wide awake. Yang Hao was also stunned for a moment, rubbing his chin. If the weight loss milk tea Su Mu mentioned is really that miraculous, the value of this thing would be immense. Exactly. The entire weight loss market, not even globally, just the domestic one, is estimated to be worth over $1 trillion. Zhou Tsong nodded. Su Mu said he'll let us be agents. We source from him at 100 yuan per cup, and the market price is set at 200 yuan per cup. That price can't be changed. That's 100 yuan profit per cup. After deducting operating costs, there's still 70 to 80 yuan in pure profit per cup at least. Qin Fun murmured softly. If this stuff really works, that well, we won't have to worry about the market at all. Exactly why I'm saying this. Zhou Tsong frowned thoughtfully. If we brothers all band together, even if someone tries to make a move on this product, they'll have to weigh the consequences, right? Yang Hao nodded along upon hearing Zhou Tsong's words. With tens, or even hundreds of billions in profit every year, to be frank, Su Mu was practically handing it to them for free. Since Su Mu was willing to share such profits, they naturally understood what he meant. I'm telling you, Su Mu is definitely not that simple. I have a bold theory. The weight loss milk tea is just the tip of the iceberg. Su Mu definitely has plenty of other money-making opportunities up his sleeve. As Zhou Tsong said this, Qin Fun and Yang Hao nodded in agreement. Actually, what I'm more curious about is Su Mu's background. Yang Hao said quietly to Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. As far as I know, Su Mu holds a dedicated bank card from the Xiaoguo Industrial and Commercial Bank. You should all understand what that exclusive bank card means, right? Both Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun were completely stunned by Yang Hao's revelation. An exclusive ICBC bank card? No way. Across the entire Xiaoguo, fewer than 5 people hold one of those, don't they? Precisely. But it seems Su Mu himself isn't fully aware of what he holds. As Yang Hao said this, the three of them fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere grew noticeably heavy. Indeed, Su Mu's background had always been something they couldn't quite figure out. From what they knew, Su Mu had been nothing more than an ordinary person just a week ago. But the current Su Mu was completely different from before, like a completely different person entirely. A crown prince who wandered among the common folk, only recently discovered. Probably the illegitimate son of some important figure. Perhaps Su Mu came from one of those mysterious places. Standing at the entrance of the Health Commission Research Institute, Zhou Tsong and the other two couldn't help but speculate about Su Mu's identity. However, the more they speculated, the more unreliable their guesses became. The illegitimate son of an important figure. How did that even come up? But compared to the truth, their speculations were actually relatively reasonable. At least if Su Mu claimed he had crossed over from another parallel world and obtained a fishing system capable of fishing for all things in the universe, that would truly be the most unreasonable theory of all. Su Mu didn't waste any time. After preparing all the necessary materials, he drove directly toward the Health Commission Research Institute. Songji, Haoji, Qinji. Su Mu parked his car and greeted them with a smile. Young Master Su. The three responded promptly, wearing smiles on their faces as they replied. Sorry about the traffic on the way, Su Mu said with a smile as he began carrying things out of the car. Zhou Tsong and the others came forward to help. Just these things, eh? Zhou Tsong was stunned. He had expected some traditional Chinese medicine or something similar. After all, it was a weight loss milk tea, which technically could also be considered a kind of medication, right? But what were all these things Sumu brought? Apples, cucumbers, celery. Anyone would think Sumu had come here to cook instead. Young Master Su, is that weight loss milk tea really that miraculous? Yang Hao was still somewhat skeptical. Seeing the things Sumu had brought, he became even more confused. These were all common fruits and vegetables in daily life. Although cucumbers, tomatoes, and the like were indeed foods essential for weight loss, it seemed rather impossible for them to have the weight loss effect Sumu had described. Didn't I say? Purely natural with absolutely no side effects. A slight smile curved Sumu's lips as he looked at the three of them. This is indeed quite natural. Qin Fan laughed as he spoke. In any case, since they had already come, wouldn't trying it be the best way to know if it worked or not? The four of them walked into the Health Commission Research Institute together. Although Sun Jianhong hadn't come in person, he had made all the necessary arrangements. The Health Commission had sent dedicated personnel to receive them. After all, Sumu was the top, wealthy young master of Haida City. Zhou Cong and Qin Fan especially were well known to just about everyone. The energy and power behind these people were not something just anyone could afford to offend. Young Master Sun has given instructions that as long as there are no issues with the product's security certification can be granted. The one receiving them was a middle-aged man named Qi Wenfeng, who specialized in this area at the Health Commission. These are just some fruits and vegetables. What possible problems could there be? Qin Fan laughed, lifting the bag of fruits slightly as he spoke softly. While that's true, we still need to go through the proper procedures. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. As an experienced official, what Qi Wenfeng said was quite reasonable. Sumu certainly wouldn't make things difficult for others. He knew better than anyone whether his own products had any problems. True gold fears no fire. Going through the procedures was nothing to worry about. As long as they didn't hold things up and refuse to process his requests, it didn't matter either way. Sumu also took out a juicer and mixed the ingredients according to specific proportions. Adding milk, he simply put everything into the juicer and blended it. Zhou Cong and the other two watched the entire process. Honestly speaking, they were completely bewildered. It was that simple. And this was what Sumu called weight loss milk tea. He wasn't messing with them, was he? Done. Sumu filtered the milk tea and poured out 2 cups. Young Master Su, is this really done? Qi Wenfeng was dumbfounded. He had thought Sumu would add some special ingredients. Just blending these fruits, vegetables, and milk together. Was it really necessary to come all this way just for some security certification? There was no need for that. Wasn't this just wasting their time? It's done. Sumu laughed. Songji, how about you try it? Sumu handed Zhou Cong a cup of milk tea. Zhou Cong hesitated, saying with a full face of disgust, I don't think I need to. How about you drink it, Qin Fan? Songji, I'm already so thin. If I drink this too, do you want me to turn into a monkey? Qin Fan flatly refused. I say, Songji, you should drink it. Look at your figure. You're clearly putting on weight. Qin Fan eyed Zhou Cong with a big laugh. Sumu just smiled and drained his cup of milk tea in one go. Since Sumu had drunk it himself, it would be rather inappropriate for Zhou Cong to keep making excuses. He picked up the cup on the table, furrowed his brow, and drank down the milk tea in one gulp. Moi. Zhou Cong had expected it to taste terrible, but the flavor was actually quite good. Vegetables, fruits paired with rich milk fragrance. Even if this milk tea has no effect, it probably wouldn't sell poorly. Zhou Cong smacked his lips, licking the milk tea from his lips. Delicious. Holy shit, Songji, is it really that tasty? Qin Fan was also stunned. He could tell Zhou Cong wasn't saying that on purpose. Moreover, Qin Fan knew Zhou Cong quite well. Zhou Cong was extremely particular about food. There weren't many milk teas that could earn his praise. I'm telling you, with this taste, not to mention 200 yuan per cup. Even 2,000 yuan per cup, there would be plenty of people buying it. For Zhou Cong to say this much, it was quite a high evaluation of the milk tea. Do you feel anything? Qin Fan didn't care whether the milk tea tasted good or not. What mattered was the effect of the milk tea. No matter how delicious the milk tea was, selling it for 200 yuan per cup in the mass market would have absolutely no market. Ordinary people couldn't afford to consume milk tea at such a high price. Even if there were, it would only be a few. Feel anything? It just feels like my abdomen is getting a bit warm. Gotta say, it's quite comfortable. Your fat is burning quickly. Songji, you're somewhat slightly overweight. As for me, drinking this milk tea would also have a body sculpting effect. With Sumu saying this, Zhou Cong felt somewhat embarrassed. Over the years since returning to China, he lived a nocturnal lifestyle, attending endless social engagements every day. His figure had grown more bloated with each passing year. But this wasn't really a big deal. As a man, as long as he had money, why bother with figure? Take himself, for example. He wasn't particularly handsome, his figure was just so-so, but he had never lacked beautiful women by his side. To put it this way, if he wanted to, he could be the groom every single night. But if one could have a healthy and good figure just by drinking milk tea, that would simply be wonderful. Zhou Cong could clearly feel the changes in his body. So now he was already somewhat inclined to believe that this seemingly ordinary milk tea could indeed help with weight loss and body sculpting. Is it really that miraculous? Qin Fan and Yang Hao also murmured softly. Let's weigh ourselves and see. They had all weighed themselves before coming. If it was really, as Sumu said, effective in 5 minutes, then Zhou Cong's current weight must have decreased somewhat. No matter how much was said, only facts were the truth. Shall we weigh ourselves then? Zhou Cong also wanted to know if the cup of milk tea he just drank had any effect. He smiled at Sumu and said, Sure. Sumu was nonchalant about it. The corner of his lips lifted slightly as he nodded with a smile. Zhou Tsong had weighed 80 kilograms before coming. That is 160 caddies. At about 1.75 meters tall, this weight made him a bit overweight. The effect might be there, but it can't be as broken as you make it sound, young Master Su. Zhou Tsong muttered to himself as he stepped onto the electronic scale. Holy crap! Zhou Tsong froze when he saw the figure on the scale. 78 kilograms. He had lost a full 2 kilograms, for caddies lighter than before. Tisk tisk, brother Tsong, you're 80 kilograms now. Qin Feng glanced at the weight and couldn't resist teasing him. When he first met Zhou Tsong had only weighed 130-odd caddies. But a few years later, he was already up to 160. Damn it, do you think everyone is like you, eating all day without gaining any weight? Zhou Tsong looked at Qin Feng and cursed back with a laugh. How is it? Yang Hao stood off to the side, slightly frowning, watching the beaming Zhou Tsong and asking, if this scale isn't broken, then I've lost 4 caddies. The effect is astonishing. At that, Qin Feng and Yang Hao were both stunned. How much time had passed? About 5 minutes, and the effect was already this obvious. Zhou Tsong felt no discomfort at all, nor any sign of diarrhea. The milk tea was just an ordinary blend of fruits, vegetables, and milk. Su Mu hadn't added anything to it. This was truly miraculous. How does this milk tea do it? Qi Wenfeng was dumbfounded too. At first, when he heard that a friend of Zhou Tsong's had developed a fast-acting weight loss milk tea, he hadn't believed it. What weight loss milk tea? It was nothing but a gimmick. He had never heard of anyone being able to lose weight by drinking milk tea. When he saw the ingredients Su Mu had brought for making the milk tea, to be honest, he was even more convinced that the so-called weight loss milk tea was a joke. The entire preparation process was monitored by him from start to finish. Su Mu really hadn't added anything. Just such an ordinary cup of milk tea with ingredients costing less than 5 yuan. Yet the effect was simply astonishing, wasn't it? Qi Wenfeng himself was the sort of man who had put on weight in middle age. There was no helping it. He had too many social engagements and no time to exercise. When he was young, he had a model figure. Now he was just a greasy middle-aged man. Young Master Su, let me have a cup to try. Qi Wenfeng felt an itch in his heart. If this weight loss milk tea really worked, so well, his figure could still be saved. And then there was his wife. Qi Wenfeng's wife was very beautiful, and before giving birth her figure was absolutely smoking. But women after giving birth, most of them lose their figure. It wasn't that Qi Wenfeng disliked his wife's figure, it was just that who wouldn't want their own wife to have a hot, sexy body? Okay. Su Mu used the juicer to make 5 more cups. Qi Wenfeng then called over several staff members from his department. They weighed themselves first, and after Su Mu finished making the milk tea, the group picked up their cups with lingering skepticism. Can milk tea help you lose weight? Impossible, right? Let me tell you, a cup of milk tea has an astonishing amount of calories, equivalent to eating 15 bowls of rice. Director Qi, aren't you trying to sabotage me? You know I've been dieting recently. I tell you, I've refused to eat anything at night these days. But hungry as I am, the results are still pretty good. I lost 5 caddies in a month. Really? That's amazing. I can't do that. If I don't eat dinner at night, I simply can't fall asleep at all. The staff members Qi Wenfeng had called over were all somewhat plumper people from his department, men and women combined. 8 of them in total. With him, that made 9. You all start drinking, I'll keep blending. Su Mu strained the milk tea, poured it into 5 disposable cups, looked up at Qi Wenfeng, and said with a faint smile. Qi Wenfeng raised his cup and sniffed it. The fresh fragrance of fruits and vegetables was indeed different from ordinary milk tea. Let's see the effect. He had just weighed himself as well, 85 kilograms, 170 caddies. It really is time to lose weight. Qi Wenfeng sighed, unable to help thinking this. Normally, he couldn't be bothered to weigh himself, mainly because he didn't want to face the truth. But now that he saw he was already 170 caddies, he was taken aback. Qi Wenfeng took the lead and drank his milk tea. Seeing their director drink, the other people in the department naturally followed. Honestly, this milk tea tastes pretty good. Sweet without being cloying, the freshness of milk blends with the light fragrance of fruits and vegetables. How can it be this delicious? I feel warm inside, as if my fat is burning. Could this milk tea really have a weight loss effect? I also feel a warmth in my abdomen, as if the fat is burning rapidly. Qi Wenfeng said nothing, but he could clearly feel his body changing. He looked at the time on his phone. Su Mu had said earlier that the effect would be visible in 5 minutes. Zhou Tsong had just lost 4 caddies from drinking 1 cup, but Qi Wenfeng was still somewhat doubtful, because he hadn't seen Zhou Tsong's weight before he drank it. That was all based on Zhou Tsong's word alone, so it was hard to say the milk tea truly had such a remarkable slimming effect. True or false, they would know in another 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Mu made 4 more cups. Seeing how highly Qi Wenfeng and the others praised the milk tea, the remaining 4 people couldn't wait to pick up their cups and drink. Delicious. The taste really is excellent. If such delicious milk tea can also help you lose weight, then even 200 yuan a cup isn't expensive. But the ingredients are just ordinary fruits and vegetables. Can it really have such a powerful weight loss effect? Yeah, and besides, if it really works, we can go back and mix our own. As the health commission staff chatted on the side, Su Mu overheard them talking about making it themselves. Mix their own. How should I put it? The recipe is still the same recipe, but can the effect really be the same? The proportion used in the preparation is what matters most. If Su Mu didn't tell them, no one would ever know. It's just like cooking the same dish. Can an ordinary person's cooking compare to that of a chef at a star-rated hotel? Qi Wenfeng, however, didn't overthink it. He looked at his phone. 5 minutes had already passed since he finished the milk tea. Let's see how it works. Qi Wenfeng stepped directly onto the scale. Everyone looked over at it. The director weighed 85 kilograms before. The staff member holding the record book glanced down, then looked at the scale, utterly dumbfounded. 83.5 kilograms. Lost 3 caddies. Holy crap. Is this for real? The effect is too powerful. Just 5 minutes, and he lost 3 caddies. I lost 2 caddies. I lost 3 caddies. Holy crap. Holy crap. I lost 4 caddies. Among the first 5 people, including Qi Wenfeng, each had lost at least 2 caddies. The one who lost the most had shed 4 caddies. This milk tea is truly amazing. The staff members who had been somewhat resistant to trying it moments ago now had excitement written all over their faces. The effect was as astonishing as Su Mu had said. Everyone who tried the milk tea, including Zhou Tsong, lost at least 2 jin. Su Mu remained calm, but Zhou Tsong and the others were anything but. With such an astonishing effect, once it hit the market, it would surely be sought after by everyone. Overweight people could drink it to slim down. Thin people could drink it to shape their figure. The key point was that the milk tea's flavor was absolutely unique, exceptionally delicious. I just can't figure out why ordinary fruits and vegetables could produce such an amazing effect. Zhou Tsong smiled the happiest. See, I told you young Master Su wouldn't joke about something like this. Recently, he had been facing a financial crisis, and the old man had said he wouldn't help solve the problem. He was racking his brains over what to do when Su Mu's weight loss milk tea suddenly lit up his eyes. If he could become an agent for this milk tea, the money he owed the bank would soon amount to nothing. Although Qin Fun and Yang Hao were not short of money, they wouldn't mind having more. Besides, this money was just too easy to make. Director Qi, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhou Tsong stepped forward, looking at Qi Wenfeng with a chuckle. Qi Wenfeng naturally understood the enormous profit potential of this milk tea. He had seen the raw ingredients, just ordinary fruits and vegetables from everyday life. The cost was low, estimated at no more than 2 yuan per cup. He had just heard Su Mu and the others say that the milk tea would be sold at 200 yuan a cup. That was a 100-fold profit. But compared to the astonishing effects, the price of 200 yuan per cup was utterly negligible. Although he was also tempted by the milk tea, he understood exactly who he was dealing with. Zhou Tsong, Qin Fun, Yang Hao, and Su Mu, whom he was meeting for the first time. These were all top-tier rich young masters in Haidu. If he dared to entertain any crooked thoughts, he would probably die a miserable death. Naturally, if our tests show no problems, we can complete the safety certification as early as today. Qi Wenfeng nodded, his manner somewhat reserved. The necessary tests must certainly be done. Hearing this, Zhou Tsong also nodded. All right then, if there's nothing else, we'll be heading off first. Nothing else. Qi Wenfeng naturally wouldn't dare trouble Zhou Tsong and the others. Su Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time making the weight loss milk tea, and fortunately, its effects were astonishing. Since there was nothing more to do, Su Mu looked at Qi Wenfeng and said, Director Qi, I won't take the stuff back. I just bought this juicer, so I'll leave it here for everyone to use. Then we really thank young Master Su. Qi Wenfeng was a cunning old fox, after all, spouting one polite platitude after another. Don't mention it, it's the least I can do. Su Mu chuckled softly and left the Health Commission Research Institute with Zhou Tsong and the others. As soon as Su Mu was gone, everyone who had witnessed the miracle of the weight loss milk tea crowded around the juicer. Apples, cucumbers, tomatoes, a bit of celery, and some milk. That's everything, right? Right. Shall we try it? Let's try. Everyone there was extremely excited. They had witnessed the entire process of Su Mu making the weight loss milk tea with their own eyes. The effects of the weight loss milk tea were plain to see, and its taste was quite good. They didn't need to think hard to understand what the market behind it meant. In short, if they could really recreate the weight loss milk tea, why would they still go to work? They could go home and sell milk tea. Not to mention too much, but earning 2 or 300 million yuan a year would be no problem. But when they juiced the milk tea using the same method, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap, this tastes terrible. No, you added too much celery just now. He only put in a small stalk of celery. No, I see now the ingredients aren't the key. The key is the proportion of the mixture. Qin Fun chuckled, looking at Su Mu. Young Master Su, once this weight loss milk tea comes out, won't gyms all across the country go out of business? Gyms, hey? Frowning slightly at Qin Fun's words, Su Mu said, a large-scale shutdown might be true, but that doesn't mean weight loss milk tea can replace the effects of a gym. How should I put it? Many people go to the gym for that feeling of pushing past their limits, that source satisfaction in muscles after lifting iron. As for overweight people, how many of them do you think are willing to actively go to a gym? Su Mu chuckled. Besides, whether gyms die or not, what's that got to do with us? Ahem. Qin Fun coughed lightly. I have 3 high-end fitness clubs in Haidu. However, Qin Fun still knew clearly what could make him money. He had opened 3 gyms in Haidu in total, and on average each gym could bring him over 10 million yuan in pure profit a year. At most, the 3 could yield 50 to 60 million in profit. But if he became an agent for the weight loss milk tea, he would make at least several billion in profit a year. Turn down money. He wasn't an idiot. Old Qin, if you ask me, the impact on your gyms probably won't be big anyway. Zhou Tsong chuckled. Your gyms are all high-end with a great environment and lots of variety. The people who go there to work out, I've seen them. They all have good figures. Overall, people really go to your gyms to enjoy the pleasure of fitness. Yang Hao also spoke with some concern. Young Master Su, I see that the raw materials for this weight loss milk tea are common fruits and vegetables, and the method is simple. Won't it be too easy for others to copy? What Yang Hao said was also what Zhou Tsong and the others were worried about. Don't worry about that. The ingredients may be the same, but without knowing the mixing ratio, it won't have any weight loss effect at all. At Su Mu's words, Zhou Tsong and the others understood. No wonder Su Mu wasn't worried about people knowing the raw ingredients of the recipe. So the crux of the matter lay not in the ingredients, but in the mixing ratio. No one else in the world will ever know this ratio, but me. With that, Zhou Tsong and the others felt relieved. A monopoly business indeed. Young Master Su, do you have anything going on later? How about we go soak in a hot spring together? Zhou Tsong and the others lived quite a carefree life. As they walked out of the research institute, Zhou Tsong looked at Su Mu with a smile and asked, "No, I bought a milk tea shop this morning. From now on, let's call this milk tea Wang Kaka." Su Mu was too lazy to name the milk tea anyway. Since the milk tea shop he bought was called Wang Kaka, he planned to use that name from now on. Wang Kaka. It sounds like a weird name. But since young Master Su says so, it doesn't really matter what it's called. Yang Hao nodded in response. Indeed, it didn't matter what the milk tea was called, the key was its effect. As long as the weight loss effect was astonishing, any name would do. Zhou Tsong and the others went to soak in hot springs, while Su Mu drove back to the school area. Third brother, are you planning to open a milk tea shop? Why open such a thing? Can it make money? Wang Xinyu was stunned when he heard Su Mu say he had taken over a milk tea shop in the university town and asked, "A cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan. Do you think it makes money?" Su Mu chuckled while Wang Xinyu was dumbfounded. What milk tea can be sold that expensive? What if it's a milk tea that can help you lose weight? A weight loss milk tea. Wang Xinyu fell into deep thought. If it was a weight loss milk tea selling at 200 yuan a cup really wasn't expensive, but was that possible? Could drinking milk tea really help you lose weight? Just wait and see. Su Mu then led Wang Xinyu and the others toward the university town. Yuanya was indeed efficient. In the morning, Su Mu had told her to handle the promotional work, and she had managed to get quite a lot done that afternoon. Flyers, posters, and such. "Boss, you're here." Seeing Su Mu walk in, Yuanya stopped what she was doing and hurried over to greet him. "Not bad." Su Mu nodded. "By the way, if all goes well, the safety certificate from the Health Commission should be ready today." Yuanya was slightly taken aback at these words. But that made sense. As the saying goes, it's easy to get things done when you know people. Since Su Mu knew Zhou Tsong, obtaining a safety certificate was a simple matter. "Third brother, you really did open a milk tea shop." Wang Xinyu stood beside Su Mu and chuckled softly. "I wasn't joking with you," Su Mu laughed. "I'm counting on it to make money for me. Boss, when do we start business?" Yuanya looked at Su Mu and asked. "No rush." Su Mu had originally planned to open for business that very day, but Zhou Tsong had said he would find a celebrity endorser for the milk tea brand. Although Su Mu felt the endorsement didn't really matter, the product quality spoke for itself and word of mouth would do the job. Having an endorser or not was pretty much the same. But Zhou Tsong said directly, "Young Master Su, you don't get it, do you? This milk tea of yours is going to take the world by storm. Image is crucial. You don't want it to look like it came from some small workshop." At Zhou Tsong's words, Su Mu just hummed in agreement. Since Zhou Tsong was handling the endorsement matter anyway, Su Mu simply told him to hurry it up. Zhou Tsong was short on money himself, so he would definitely take this seriously. "Young Master Su, rest assured. Leave it to me. Besides, there's no need to rush making money right this moment." Since Zhou Tsong had said so, Su Mu figured he had a point. "Let's call our milk tea brand Wang Kaka. Go register the trademark and so on. As for the official opening, it'll probably take a few more days." Su Mu looked at Yuanya and smiled. "I'm planning to find a celebrity to endorse our milk tea." Hearing this, Yuanya was also taken aback. A milk tea shop needs a celebrity endorser. Well, that made sense. Theirs was no ordinary milk tea. After giving some instructions, Su Mu walked out of the shop with Wang Xinyu. "Third brother, want to go play a couple of rounds?" "No, I'm going back to rest. By the way, you drive the car back to school later and bring it over whenever I need it." "Sure." Wang Xinyu took the keys to the G-Wagon from Su Mu, his face brimming with excitement. After being busy for most of the day, Su Mu returned home and asked Nana the Filipina maid to brew him a pot of tea. "Young master, be careful, it's hot." "Not bad. Your Mandarin has been getting better and better lately." Su Mu gave Nana a thumbs up. "All thanks to your guidance, young master." Nana stood beside Su Mu and said softly, "All right, go back to your work. I'll call you if I need anything." "Yes, young master." Nana gave a slight bow and replied deferentially. Su Mu was quite at ease. He lit a cigarette and took a gentle sip of tea. So poor. He glanced at the balance in his bank account, still over 100 million, and couldn't help sighing. Compared with the time when he had 2 billion in his account, he was indeed relatively poor now. Then again, after all, he owned a Tangchun Yiping property worth 20 billion, not to mention the Tianxi Garden Estate. I wonder when the Haida city government will get around to developing the ecological park area. If they move a few key schools over there just like in the parallel world, that would be absolutely fantastic. Su Mu gave a wry smile. Tianxi Garden was a long-term investment, while the weight loss milk tea could indeed bring him astonishing profits in the short term. No rush, take it slow. Su Mu took a deep drag from his cigarette, then stood up and stretched. He had gotten up early that morning and hadn't rested at noon, so now he was tired. He went to the bedroom and slept, not waking up until after 8 in the evening. Nana, young master." Nana, who had been mopping the floor, hurried to the bedroom door upon hearing Su Mu call her. "Have you made dinner?" "Since you were still asleep, I just made some pasta for myself." "Okay, I see." Do you want me to cook something, young master? No need. I'll go out to eat in a bit. Just as Su Mu woke up, Yen-Ru happened to send him a message. I'm having a gathering with friends. Do you want to come? Su Mu had originally planned to just make do at home, but since Yen-Ru had invited him to her friend's gathering, and he was bored, he agreed without hesitation. Send me your location. I'll head over in a bit. Seeing Su Mu's instant reply, Yen-Ru sent the location directly, Qiangue KTV's Xinshidai Commercial Street, Haida City. Okay, see you in a bit. Su Mu got up, tidied himself up, and drove straight towards Xinshidai Commercial Street. In a private room on the third floor of Qiangue KTV, Yen-Ru sat on the sofa playing with her phone. She rarely came to places like this, but today it was her best friend Dai Xianxian who had organized the gathering, so she found it hard to refuse. Yen-Ru, remember, I told you I'd fix you up with a tall, rich, handsome guy. Today he's come all the way from the imperial capital, just for you. Dai Xianxian sat beside Yen-Ru with a smile on her face, while Yen-Ru was taken aback. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I told you earlier, would you have come? Dai Xianxian chuckled. Let me tell you. You must have heard of Long Jingtian, the third young master of the Long family, right? After seeing your photo, he's been obsessed with you. He came all the way from the imperial capital to meet you. It would be unreasonable of you to refuse, don't you think? When the Long family of the imperial capital was mentioned, Yen-Ru's expression shifted slightly. The Long family, one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital, was a veritable behemoth. Yen-Ru had heard of Long Jingtian too. He was a playboy, a profligate young master, and an infamous scoundrel in the imperial capital. Are you trying to set me up, eh? Yen-Ru frowned and snapped in a low voice. How am I setting you up? Yen-Ru, don't say your sister doesn't think of your best interests. If you marry into the Long family as their daughter-in-law, you'll have a lifetime of luxury and endless fine food and clothing. A smile curled at the corner of Dai Xuanxuan's mouth and a hint of cunning gleamed in her eyes. They were said to be best friends, but in truth they were merely acquaintances since childhood. Yen-Ru treated Dai Xianxian as a friend. However, Dai Xianxian had never regarded Yen-Ru as a friend. Dai Xianxian was somewhat jealous of Yen-Ru. For one thing, Yen-Ru came from a better family. For another, Yen-Ru was far more beautiful than her. Since childhood, Dai Xianxian had always lived in Yen-Ru's shadow. No matter what she compared, she could never outshine Yen-Ru. Earlier, through a friend, Dai Xianxian had come to know Long Jingtian, the third young master of the Long family, in the imperial capital. She had attended university in the imperial capital, so naturally, she knew what kind of person Long Jingtian was. To put it bluntly, he was a pervert. He had tormented at least 50, if not 100 young women. But after all, he was a member of the Long family, one of the 10 great clans of the imperial capital. What ordinary person would dare to offend the Long family? Dai Xianxian deliberately sent Yen-Ru's photo to Long Jingtian. The moment Long Jingtian saw it, his eyes went wide with lust. He immediately asked Dai Xianxian to introduce Yen-Ru to him. Her scheme having succeeded, Dai Xianxian then brought Long Jingtian from the imperial capital to Haidu. Although Yen-Ru had always been in Haidu, she had heard of the notorious young scions of the imperial capital. Unlike most rich second generations, Long Jingtian was said to have risen from being an illegitimate child lacking discipline in his childhood. Moreover, among the 3 generations of the Long family, Long Jingtian was the only boy, so the elders doted on him and let him do whatever he pleased. Yen-Ru stood up abruptly from the sofa. Although her Yen family certainly could not afford to offend the Long family, they were not so easily bullied either. That pervert Long Jingtian. She didn't need to think to know what would happen if she fell into his hands. Yen-Ru right. The private room door was pushed open and a young man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in Versace, walked in from outside. Long Jingtian was decent looking, but thinking of his notorious perverted reputation in the circle, Yen-Ru frowned. Miss Yen, do you have other matters? I flew all the way from the imperial capital to Haidu. Won't you at least give me this much face? Holding a bottle of imported liquor, Long Jingtian said, Miss Yen, I have admired you for a long time. How about we sit down and have a few drinks? Yen-Ru looked at Long Jingtian, frowned, and said, sorry, I don't drink. Are you going to refuse me like this, Miss Yen? With a smirk, Long Jingtian sat on the sofa, wrapping his arm around Dai Xuanxuan's waist, and said, Miss Yen, I suppose you already know who I am, right? I, Long Jingtian, have never failed to get a woman I want, no matter who she is. Long Jingtian had always been arrogant and domineering. Even in the imperial capital, no one could control him, let alone in Haidu. Young Master Long, please behave yourself. Yen-Ru wanted to leave, but she was blocked by the bodyguards Long Jingtian had brought. Haven't I told you? I've never failed to get the woman I want. Long Jingtian picked up a glass and took a small sip. If you're sensible, Miss Yen, come sit beside me. Otherwise the Yen family will have no reason to exist. At these words, Yen-Ru was startled. What do you want to do? What I intend to do depends on what you're going to do, Miss Yen. Long Jingtian chuckled, staring directly at Yen-Ru. What a beauty indeed. Long Jingtian licked his lips and reached out to grab Yen-Ru's arm. Meanwhile, Su Mu was not far from Xinshidai Commercial Street. Upon receiving Yen-Ru's message, he had come straight over. After parking his car, Su Mu went straight up to the 3rd floor of Qiangue KTV under the envious gazes of the crowd. When he reached the door of Yen-Ru's private room, he was stopped by someone. My friend asked me to come. Move aside. Su Mu frowned slightly and looked over the 2 men standing at the door, burly with sunglasses on their faces, obviously professional bodyguards. Our young Master Long is handling business inside. Get lost if you don't want to die. Long Jingtian's bodyguards were extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. Young Master Long. Handling business. Sumu was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, Yen-Ru said exactly this private room. The private room had good soundproofing, but as Long Jingtian reached for Yen-Ru's arm, she cried out loudly. Ah! Hearing Yen-Ru's voice, Sumu's face darkened, and he charged straight into the room. You get lost. Sumu lashed out, and with 2 slaps sent Long Jingtian's guard dogs sprawling to the ground. Then he kicked open the door of the private room. Long Jingtian, sitting on the sofa, instantly pulled a long face. Are those men outside dead? Long Jingtian shouted disdainfully at Sumu with a dark expression. Seeing Sumu appear in time, Yen-Ru shoved aside the 2 bodyguards in front of her and ran straight to Sumu's side. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yen-Ru's face was pale. If Sumu hadn't arrived in time, she would likely have been humiliated by Long Jingtian. Yen-Ru leaned against Sumu, appearing quite intimate. Seeing this, Long Jingtian glared at Sumu and gritted his teeth. I advise you not to meddle. I, Long Jingtian, have never. Before he could finish, Sumu grabbed the liquor bottle from the tea table. Smack! The liquor bottle smashed directly onto Long Jingtian's head. Dumbass. Sumu looked at Long Jingtian, the corners of his mouth curling up as he murmured softly. Sumu's movement was startlingly fast. Long Jingtian's 2 bodyguards didn't even react. Long Jingtian's head was covered in a mixture of blood and liquor, and his expression gradually twisted into a ferocious scowl. What the hell are you standing there for like dead men? Long Jingtian howled like a mad dog. Only then did his 2 bodyguards snap into action and rush over to subdue Sumu. But how could Sumu be compared to them? Slap, slap. With 1 slap for each, Sumu knocked them to the ground. Stay away from Yen-Ru from now on. If you don't want to die, go back where you came from. Sumu delivered the harsh warning to Long Jingtian, who trembled slightly all over. Only after watching Sumu take Yen-Ru away did Long Jingtian dare to go berserk. Useless. Useless. You're all fucking useless. When had Long Jingtian ever suffered such humiliation? Having a liquor bottle cracked over his head. Being called a dumbass to his face. Find out. Find out who he is for me. Long Jingtian howled madly while his bodyguards, having just scrambled to their feet, covered their faces with their hands, too terrified by Long Jingtian to dare speak. Dai Xianxian was also scared senseless. She had been in the imperial capital all along and hadn't returned recently. How could she possibly know Sumu? Long Jingtian turned around and slapped Dai Xianxian across the face. Bitch, get the hell out. Covering her face with her hand and lowering her head, Dai Xianxian dared not say a word. She slipped out of the private room. Sumu, thank you. If Sumu hadn't appeared in time today, Yen-Ru truly wouldn't have known what to do. No need for thanks. Sumu chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Who was that person? Long Jingtian was clearly no ordinary figure, so Sumu frowned and asked. A profligate young master from the imperial capital, the 3rd young master of the Long family, Long Jingtian. Alas. Sumu, you shouldn't have struck so harshly. Yen-Ru frowned and said the Long family is after all one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital. Provoking them will likely bring serious trouble. From the imperial capital. Sumu was briefly taken aback by Yen-Ru's words, but then he chuckled. He's nothing more than a spoiled playboy. It's no big deal. If I hit him, I hit him. Sumu did not seek trouble, but neither would he cower from it. Long Jingtian had harassed Yen-Ru first. Since Sumu was there, how could he have simply looked the other way? Even if Long Jingtian were the Jade Emperor himself, Sumu would still teach him a thorough lesson today. The Long family's influence is considerable. We must not underestimate them. Yen-Ru said, her tone full of worry. Don't worry. If they don't come after me, so be it. But if they truly provoke me, I'll make sure they bite off more than they can chew. Sumu still had Mo Li as a hidden card. If the Long family dared to scheme behind his back, Sumu wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson as well. Come on, I'll take you home. Sumu paid Long Jingtian no mind at all. So what if it was one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital? Could they possibly intimidate someone who was playing with a cheat code? Meanwhile, Long Jingtian had been sent straight to the hospital to have his wounds dressed. As the saying goes, bad news travels fast. A brawl had broken out at Xiangwei KTV, and the man beaten was a young master from the imperial capital. The news spread like wildfire through Haidu's circle of rich second-generation heirs. Holy crap. Explosive news. What now? What explosive news? You all know Long Jingtian, right? The 3rd young master of the Long family from the imperial capital. What happened to him? He came to Haidu. At Xiangwei KTV, someone bashed his head open with a liquor bottle. Seriously? Who did it? That's insane. I heard the person is young and quite handsome. The key thing is he drove there in a Lamborghini Veneno. Haidu's rich second-generation circle was small, and over the past few days Sumu had become the talk of it. Although most people had never seen Sumu, almost everyone knew that he drove a Lamborghini Veneno. A Lamborghini Veneno. There was only one in all of Haidu, wasn't there? Zhou Tsong and his 2 companions had finished their hot spring and were playing cards in the club when they saw the news. All of them were stunned. Young handsome Lamborghini Veneno. That has to be Sumu. Zhou Tsong gave a wry smile. Long Jingtian, the 3rd young master of the Long family from the imperial capital. I've heard he has quite a few twisted fetishes. Qinfen was also taken aback. Though they had no real dealings with Long Jingtian being rich second-generation heirs themselves, they certainly knew who he was. This is trouble. How did Sumu end up provoking that freak? He's the only male heir across 3 generations of the Long family. Sumu beating him like that is going to bring huge trouble. Qinfen and Zhou Tsong exchanged bitter smiles, both thinking, damn, Sumu really knows how to find trouble. Yang Hao, however, remained very calm. Taking a sip of tea, he said softly, I don't think so. Don't you find it possible that Su Mu's own background might be even greater? Yang Hao's words left Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen stunned. Brother Hao, setting that aside, Long Jingtian is still from the Long family of the imperial capital. Can Su Mu really withstand that? Zhou Tsong voiced his concern. Yang Hao replied, you all underestimate Su Mu. I think if the Long family truly dares to provoke him, they'll be courting their own destruction. After Yang Hao said this, Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen fell silent for a moment. Let's hope so. Zhou Tsong nodded, sighing inwardly. As for Su Mu, he truly didn't give Long Jingtian a second thought. What so-called third young master of the Long family? Just another cowardly bully who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. If they're foolish enough to provoke me. Heh. Once Mo Li was brought into play, never mind a single Long family. Even if the 10 great families of the imperial capital joined forces, Mo Li alone would be enough to slaughter them all. After seeing Yenru home, Su Mu headed back to his own place. But midway a truck came barreling toward him, seemingly intent on running him over. Frowning, Su Mu swerved into a drift and dodged it. The truck came to a stop, and out climbed 40 or 50 people, each holding a machete over 20 centimeters long. They moved this fast. Su Mu hadn't expected them to retaliate less than an hour after he had beaten Long Jingtian. Kid, you got lucky just now, but since you laid a hand on the Long family's third young master, the Long family paid us to take your life. This stretch of road was remote, which was why these men acted so recklessly. The man in the lead looked utterly ferocious, his body covered in tattoos. He announced at once that he was going to kill Su Mu, and he didn't bother hiding the truth. He named Long Jingtian right away. Take my life. With the likes of you. Su Mu stepped out of the car completely unruffled. Kid, I hear you can fight, but you're just one man. I don't think you. Brother Biao was an underworld boss and Haidu, a ruthless figure who had pull with both the authorities and the criminal world. The Long family had investigated Su Mu's background and directly offered 100 million yuan for his death. Brother Biao accepted without a moment's hesitation. Who told you I'm just one man? Su Mu curled his lips into a smile. Brother Biao froze at those words. His eyelids twitched as a sense of dread suddenly welled up inside him. Mo Li, young master. Go easy. Break their arms and legs, teach them a lesson. Yes, young master. Mo Li had appeared beside Su Mu as if out of nowhere. When Brother Biao saw her, he was briefly stunned, then burst into laughter. What do you think you can do? One woman. Do you really think you can turn the world upside down? But the very next second, he was utterly dumbfounded. Mo Li appeared before him in an instant, so fast, she moved like a phantom. Mo Li seized Brother Biao by the throat. The man weighed nearly 200 jin, yet she lifted him clean off the ground with one hand around his neck. If the young master hadn't ordered otherwise, you'd already be a dead man. Mo Li's icy voice sent terror straight through Brother Biao. Oh! A scream rang out as Mo Li snapped Brother Biao's arms and legs. Everyone he had brought stood frozen in shock. It had all been too fast. Before they could even react, Brother Biao was already writhing on the ground. Mo Li plunged straight into the crowd. In less than a minute, every single one of Brother Biao's men had their limbs broken. It was a truly brutal sight. What a hassle. If the young master hadn't ordered me not to kill anyone, they wouldn't have survived a second. Mo Li glanced at the men writhing on the ground and thought to herself. As for Su Mu, this was his first time witnessing Mo Li in action. To be honest, he hadn't expected her to be this absurdly powerful. Even he, with his unparalleled martial arts mastery, would probably not last 2 exchanges against her. Haha, with Mo Li around, the Long family amounts to nothing. A grin spread across Su Mu's face as he burst out laughing. Su Mu did not go looking for trouble, but he certainly was not afraid of it. Long Jingtian had brought his doom upon himself, so Su Mu could hardly be blamed. As for the Long family, their blatant retaliation against him had thoroughly angered Su Mu. I do not bully others unless they provoke me. If someone crosses me, I will repay them tenfold. This matter will not end here. When the time came, Su Mu would make the Long family repay every bit of it. Tell the one who wanted me dead that Su Mu has remembered this debt. Let him weigh his next move carefully. Su Mu walked over to Biao Ge, stepped directly on Biao Ji's hand, and said with a cold snort. Biao Ji's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. Had he known Su Mu had such a formidable female bodyguard, he would never have dared to provoke Su Mu even if it killed him. A woman barehanded, moving like a ghost. And all of them were grown men clutching machetes. In less than a minute, everyone lay on the ground wailing. Just who was this woman so terrifyingly powerful? The Long family has crossed him, their good days are probably over. Biao Ge lay on the ground, gnashing his teeth, watching helplessly as Su Mu drove away. What else could he do? Su Mu was simply someone he could not afford to provoke. If Su Mu had not shown mercy, every one of them, himself included, would be dead. At the first hospital of Haida City, Long Jingtian was lying on a hospital bed, teasing the young nurse who was looking after him. Su Mu, where did that nouveau riche come from? He dares to hit me. Today will be your death day. Long Jingtian gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just thinking about Su Mu made his blood boil. He had just received a call from his father who said he had contacted the underworld boss of Haidu and had him take men to cut Su Mu down and avenge him. Leaning back on the hospital bed, Long Jingtian checked the time and thought to himself, Su Mu must have already been chopped into 8 pieces and thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish by now. Young master, bad news. The master has ordered us to leave Haidu at once. The helicopter he dispatched has already arrived at the hospital. Long Jingtian's bodyguard rushed in from outside the ward, his face full of fear. What's going on? I haven't yet seen Su Mu chopped into 8 pieces. How could I bear to leave? Long Jingtian said disdainfully. Young master, every man the master sent had his limbs broken. They say Su Mu has a female bodyguard, who moves like a ghost. The bodyguard panicked. If Long Jingtian met with harm in Haidu, he himself would not live either. What? Impossible. A woman took down 40 or 50 machete-wielding men in less than a minute. Are you fucking kidding me? Long Jingtian wore a face full of disbelief. This wasn't a sci-fi movie. How could a woman be that powerful? Young master, it's true. The master ordered us to protect you and evacuate Haidu immediately. The bodyguard's face was likewise full of terror. If Su Mu really had such a powerful person by his side, and he came to settle accounts, Long Jingtian would definitely not get away. Su Mu, I want you dead. Long Jingtian growled unwillingly under his breath. But at that moment, a graceful, slender woman quietly appeared in the ward. Who are you? Get out. The young master sent me to check on things. Since you're looking for death, our young master thinks you have no need to keep living. Emoli. A 10-centimeter dagger had appeared in her hand. The instant her words fell, she moved, hand rising, blade falling. Long Jingtian and all his bodyguards clutched at their throats. You? Long Jingtian crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open, face full of terror, but he had already stopped breathing. Su Mu had barely been home for long when Emoli came back right behind him. Young master, the man has been taken care of. Dead. Dead. Emoli's expression was icy with no change at all. Though she was the one who had killed them, in her eyes, it was nothing more than crushing a few stinking bugs. Well, dead is dead. A twitch crossed Su Mu's face, and he told Emoli to stay hidden. How to put it? Killing someone was something Su Mu had never thought he would do. But Long Jingtian deserved to die. If Su Mu had just been an ordinary man, then it would be Su Mu who was dead today. The strong devour the weak. There is no pity in the world of the strong. Besides, a man like Long Jingtian did not deserve pity. At least it's a lesson for the Long family. Su Mu remained very calm, drinking tea and smoking. Su Mu was calm, but Haidu's wealthy circles were far from it. The Long family has made a move against Su Mu. So fast. You know Biao Ge, right? The Long family offered 100 million to have Biao Ge take Su Mu's life. Su Mu is indeed a bit arrogant, but isn't the Long family being way too domineering? The Long family of the imperial capital, aren't they always like that? The Haidu rich circle was only so big, and the news that the Long family had offered 100 million to take Su Mu's life spread immediately. But before they could react, Emoli's strike utterly terrified everyone. Damn, Su Mu is no ordinary man. I heard from a friend that Biao Ge led 40 or 50 men, each holding a machete, to attack Su Mu. But a woman who moved like a ghost suddenly appeared at Su Mu's side and wiped out all of Biao Ge's men. Really? A woman? That incredible. It's true. I heard Biao Ge and all the men he took with him had their limbs broken. The scariest part is the whole thing took less than a minute. While the chat group was still discussing Biao Ge's incident, the latest news about Long Jingtian also arrived. Oh my god, you guys won't believe this. Long Jingtian and his bodyguards were killed in the hospital. Their throats were slit in one stroke. Damn, are you serious? Did Su Mu order it? Not sure. If they say it was a woman, then it was definitely Su Mu's doing, no question. Originally, no one thought much of Su Mu's chances. After all, the Long family was one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital with influence spreading all over the country. As for Su Mu, although he appeared to have some powerful force behind him, he kept it hidden and mysterious, so everyone assumed that even if he did have backing, it probably wasn't that strong. But with just one round of confrontation, the strength Su Mu displayed stunned everyone. A total victory. Damn, Long Jingtian is dead. Qin Fan stared at the messages in the group chat, dumbfounded. No way, really? It's true, a single cut to the throat, the kind that no one could possibly survive. Qin Fan shuddered and touched his own neck with his hand. Did Su Mu do it? Yang Hao also frowned. Whether Long Jingtian lived or died didn't matter. The key was that if Su Mu had done it, then Su Mu's background was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. It was a woman in a black leather jacket, her moves swift and decisive. She must be one of Su Mu's people. Too ruthless. But Long Jingtian really did deserve to die. Zhou Tsung's facial muscles twitched a few times. Still, at this point, Su Mu has picked a huge grudge with the imperial capital's Long family. Imperial capital's Long family. From where I stand, Su Mu truly doesn't give a damn about them. A smile curled at the corner of Yang Hao's lips as he said lightly, wasn't I right? Su Mu's background is definitely not as simple as what we've seen. With a bodyguard of that caliber by his side, even the imperial capital's Long family can't do a thing to him. The Long family of the imperial capital. Long Qishuan, father of Long Jingtian, was the current head of the family. He had dispatched Brother Biao there, but he also learned immediately that Brother Biao and his men had been severely injured by Su Mu's female bodyguard. I truly underestimated that brat. Long Qishuan immediately ordered his people in Haidu to airlift Long Jingtian back. Yet he never anticipated Su Mu would act with such swiftness. Before he could even exhale in relief from settling his arrangements, his phone rang. It was a call from Haidu. Master, the young master. He's dead. What? Hey, what happened? Upon hearing the news, Long Qishuan stood frozen in shock. He had orchestrated everything in the shortest time possible, yet his opponent moved with such terrifying speed. A woman, an incredibly dangerous one, moving like a ghost. Both the young master and his bodyguards were slain in a single stroke to the throat. Long Qishuan hung up the phone utterly stunned. His entire three-generation family had only one male heir in Long Jingtian. Without a son, he would never have become head of the household. Now that Long Jingtian is dead, will the Long family line end? Sumu, you killed my son. I will kill your entire family. Long Qishuan growled through clenched teeth. But anyone could utter empty threats. The fact that Sumu hadn't sought revenge against him was already generous. If Long Qishuan dared provoke Sumu again, Sumu wouldn't hesitate to send Mo Li to slaughter the entire Long family in the imperial capital, the Fourth People's Hospital in the imperial capital. In one ward, a young woman with disheveled hair lay on a hospital bed, her arms covered in scars and several visible wounds across her face. Despite her injuries, her facial features suggested she had once been quite beautiful. Shiqi Long Jingtian is dead. That monster is finally dead. Qin Shiqi had been violated by Long Jingtian a year ago. Throughout the past year, she had lived in a daze confined to the Fourth People's Hospital. As a father, Qin Dong felt powerless to protect his daughter from such humiliation. He was a well-known figure in the imperial capital with a net worth exceeding hundreds of millions. But this was Long Jingtian from the Long family. He couldn't afford to anger the Long family. He had considered assassination before, but Long Jingtian's guards were mercenary soldiers of elite military caliber. Ordinary killers stood no chance against him. Yet who could have predicted that today Long Jingtian would be struck with a liquor bottle in Haidu, and within 2 hours the entire capital would learn he'd been killed by a single throat-cutting blow. Truly satisfying, truly satisfying. That damned Long Jingtian is finally dead. Qin Dong rushed to the hospital immediately to share the news with his daughter. Over the past year, Qin Shiqi had barely spoken. As a father, how could he not understand what plagued her? Perhaps Long Jingtian's death would finally help his daughter heal. Dead? As expected, upon hearing her father's words, Qin Shiqi's eyes widened as she whispered in disbelief. It's good that he's dead. Good. Many young women had suffered at Long Jingtian's hands. Qin Shiqi was merely one among them. With Long Jingtian dead, many in the imperial capital nearly set off fireworks to celebrate. Sumu remained unaware that his demise brought relief to so many. Seated on the sofa, Sumu sipped tea and smoked. Long Jingtian was dead, killed by Mo Li. Sumu harbored no fear of the Long family's retaliation, yet the fact that someone had died still left an uneasy feeling within him. In either world, his original or this parallel one, Sumu had always prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. His person had killed Long Jingtian, and regardless of who that man was, Sumu still felt somewhat troubled. Yet if Sumu knew the full extent of Long Jingtian's crimes over the years, he might think differently. Had he understood the depth of those transgressions, Sumu would likely feel that death came far too easily to the man. Sumu, Long Jingtian is dead. I know. Yenru sent Sumu a message the moment she learned of the news. Why aren't you surprised? Should I be surprised that a spoiled rich kid died? Sumu chuckled and replied. Everyone says your person killed Long Jingtian. Yenru remained uncertain whether Sumu himself had ordered the killing, knowing full well it was a woman in leather clothing who moved like a phantom. Though familiar with Sumu, Yenru had never encountered such a woman at his side. Sumu smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying. Sumu, listen to me. Now that Long Jingtian is dead, whether you ordered it or not, you've made an enemy of the imperial capital's Long family. Perhaps you should consider going into hiding. Yenru genuinely worried for Sumu's safety. No need. If the Long family refuses to see sense, I'll destroy them outright. Hearing this, Yenru was speechless. She didn't know how to respond. That was the Long family of the imperial capital, one of the 10 great families of Colossus. Could Sumu truly hold the imperial capital's Long family in such contempt? Simply annihilate them if they showed disrespect. Such domineering words. Don't worry, the imperial capital's Long family isn't something I need to take seriously. It's getting late. Get some rest. Sumu glanced at the time. 10 minutes remained until midnight. His words carried genuine concern. Zhou Tsong, Qin Fun, and others also messaged to inquire, their messages subtly suggesting Sumu should leave and lay low. Yet Sumu remained entirely unmoved. They were merely the imperial capital's Long family. What use were they against someone with his advantages? No need, I'm fine. Rest assured. If the Long family refuses to see reason, we'll see who falls first. Hearing this reassurance, Qin Fun and the others relaxed. Should the Long family truly move against Sumu, they would secretly provide support. First, they genuinely considered Sumu a friend. Second, someone like Long Jingtian deserved death. In their eyes, if Sumu had orchestrated the killing, it would be eliminating a scourge for the people. Third, whatever Sumu possessed could bring them enormous wealth. Meanwhile, Sumu paid none of this mind, reclining on the sofa and enjoying his tea and leisure. Time for my daily fishing session. After midnight, Sumu opened the leisure fishing feature and the fishing button activated. Let's see what treasure I reel in today. Sumu pressed the fishing button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You've caught a French hypercar Lycan Hypersport, legendary edition, valued at 230 million. Holy crap, that's amazing. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the notification on his phone screen. Qin Fun owns a limited edition Lycan Hypersport, but mine far surpasses his. This is the legendary edition. Only one exists worldwide. When Sumu had seen Qin Fun's Lycan Hypersport that day, he later looked it up and discovered that beyond the initial 7 limited editions, there was indeed a single legendary edition. Brother Qin, I recall you have a Lycan Hypersport, right? Yeah, why do you ask? Last time I mentioned it to my family, they kept an eye out for me. My new car, just arrived. Sumu sent a photo of the car keys to Qin Fun, leaving him stunned on the other end. Wait, there are only 7 Lycan Hypersports in the world. To my knowledge, none of the owners have sold theirs recently. Those are the limited editions. You forgot about the non-sale legendary edition Lycan Hypersport that came out later, Sumu explained. Hearing this, Qin Fun immediately understood. Damn, you're the real boss, Qin Fun said, while sending an envious emoji. His envy was genuine, not jest. He genuinely envied Sumu. Although it was just a supercar, it had remarkable collectible value. Unique worldwide, it was also a never-for-sale limited edition. But in Sumu's eyes, a supercar was merely a supercar. Compared with skills and black technologies, he preferred those far more. Sumu had been busy all day, and at night he had to deal with the Long Jingtian incident. He was truly exhausted in both body and mind. After taking a hot shower, he went straight to bed and fell asleep. He slept soundly without a single dream, and woke up naturally the next day. The safety certification for the weight loss milk tea had already been approved, and Shi Wenfeng called Sumu to say he would deliver it in person. Sumu had no time to meet him, so he simply told Shi Wenfeng to send the safety certificate directly to Wankaka milk tea shop. Naturally, Shi Wenfeng did not dare to say anything more and agreed with a smile. His father-in-law was in the public security department of Haida City. Given the huge disturbance in Haidu last night, ordinary people might not know, but how could he possibly be unaware? First, at Qiangue KTV, Sumu used a liquor bottle to crack open the skull of Long Jingtian, who had come from the imperial capital. Then the Long family spent 100 million to hire Biao Gu to kill Sumu, but Sumu's mysterious female bodyguard stepped in and took down 40 or 50 grown men armed with machetes. Immediately afterward, at Haida City First Hospital, Long Jingtian and all his bodyguards had their throats slit in one stroke, dying on the spot. All evidence pointed to the female bodyguard besides Sumu, but the matter was directly suppressed. The Haidu Public Security Department had even prepared to arrest the major criminal, only to be forcibly halted. No one is allowed to touch Sumu. No one knew who issued the order. They only knew that the message had come down from the top of the top of the top. After receiving the notice, Haidu's upper echelons immediately cancelled all operations against Sumu. It was obvious that someone was protecting him, which meant Sumu's background was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface. When gods wage war, mortals suffer the fallout. Since the higher-ups forbade them from acting, Haidu's upper echelons were more than happy to stay out of it. If they were not allowed to interfere, and could not interfere anyway, then they simply would not interfere. Sumu slept soundly all night. How could he know any of this had happened? That said, although Biao Ji's 40 or 50 men had survived the night before, all of them had suffered broken arms and legs. As for the city's first hospital, Long Jingtian and his several bodyguards were all killed with a single slash to the throat. With such a major case occurring in Haidu, there was no way the higher-ups could ignore it. He had been quite arrogant yesterday, so there was no way they could not trace it back to him. Could it be that Zhou Tsung and Qin Fun suppressed this matter? Sumu had risen abruptly with shallow roots, and he had not asked anyone for help. In a case involving deaths, even if he had sought connections, it probably would not have worked right. So he simply let it go, since the things that happened afterward were not his doing. It was true that Mo Li was one of his people, but who had actually seen Mo Li? Given Mo Li's abilities, unless Sumu personally brought her out, no one could possibly find her right. Sumu had already planned it all out last night. If anyone really came to question him, he would simply deny everything. After all he had never said, he ordered the kill. But since no one asked, Sumu did not bother with it anymore. Still, he understood that with Long Jingtian dead, the feud between him and the Long family of the imperial capital was surely enormous now. Then again, Sumu did not take the Long family seriously at all. If the Long family did not know their place, he would not mind having Mo Li make a trip to the imperial capital. In the end, this world was still one where the strong preyed on the weak. Had Long Jingtian committed few disgraceful deeds over the years, yet nothing had ever happened to him. The Long family might be a deeply entrenched aristocratic clan, but in Sumu's eyes they were nothing more than that. Damn. Su Xiao, I heard from Qin Fun that your family got you a one-of-kind Lycan Hypersport. When Zhou Tsung woke up in the morning, he had chatted with Qin Fun about the information he had gathered, especially the order from the top of the top of the top, prohibiting anyone from making a move against Sumu. Zhou Tsung knew about it, and naturally Qin Fun knew about it too. But Qin Fun had been holding it in all night. When Zhou Tsung came to chat with him, he said directly, I already knew about that, but did you know Sumu acquired yet another god-level supercar? Another god-level supercar? What do you mean? Zhou Tsung genuinely had no idea. Sumu had only messaged Qin Fun last night, so of course, Zhou Tsung did not know. Last night Sumu was showing off his supercar to me like it was no big deal. I swear I'm honestly dying of envy. When Zhou Tsung heard Qin Fun say that Sumu's family had gotten him the never-for-sale one-of-kind Lycan Hypersport, he was completely dumbfounded. He still remembered what Sumu had said that night, when they dined at Luo Ziyue's private kitchen restaurant the moment Sumu saw Qin Fun's Lycan Hypersport. Back then Sumu said that if he ever encountered one he would obtain it no matter how much it cost. At the time Zhou Tsung thought Sumu was just talking, but how many days had passed since then? Sumu had actually acquired a Lycan Hypersport. And not just any. It was the only one in the world. The Lycan Hypersport that had always been touted as never for sale, the ultimate limited edition. Yeah, didn't I say that day? If I ever came across a god-level supercar like that, I would definitely get my hands on it. Sumu thought Zhou Tsong had something important to discuss with him early in the morning, but it turned out to be just this. How much did you pay for it? Not much, just about 230 million. I'm speechless. Amazing. Zhou Tsong felt he could no longer continue the conversation with Sumu. A god-level supercar worth 230 million was actually called not much by Sumu. The word just is really something. Zhou Tsong let out a bitter laugh. But thinking about it, it made sense. If Sumu could spend 1.8 billion to buy the mess that was Tianchi Court, spending 230 million on a supercar he liked was indeed not expensive. By the way, Su Xiao, the safety certification for the weight loss milk tea has been processed. Zhou Tsong casually added. I know. Director Chi just contacted me. I told him to send the documents directly to the milk tea shop. Sumu smiled. By the way, Brother Tsong, who are you planning to get as the spokesperson? How about Zhao Lushir? Over the years as the discipline inspector of the entertainment industry, Zhou Tsong had come to know quite a few female celebrities. But the entertainment industry changed too fast. The younger generation of actors was rising, and recently the post-98 actress Zhao Lushir had won widespread popularity among netizens thanks to her regional accent. Zhao Lushir, the actress who says Ka Tu Lu Pai. Sumu had some impression of Zhao Lushir. She had a bit of baby fat and looked like a very lively actress. Yeah, that's her. She's suitable. I've seen her on Douyin, so let's go with her. Since Sumu thought she was suitable, Zhou Tsong naturally had no problem with it. Alright, I'll contact her agent right away. If all goes quickly, our milk tea shop can officially open within a week. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun had also planned to lease 5 or 6 storefronts in the city center where foot traffic was heavy and more conducive to selling milk tea. Sumu naturally had no objections. He was not short on money, and besides, for every cup of milk tea they sold, he would earn a steady profit of about 100 yuan. Moreover, many follow-up matters would not require his attention, so why not? Alright, Brother Tsong, just arrange it as you see fit. Sumu put down his phone, and the Filipino maid Nana had prepared breakfast for him. After eating, Sumu leisurely made his way toward the school. At the teaching building of Haida University, Wang Xinyu spotted Sumu walking into the classroom and waved at him excitedly. Third brother over here. Sumu smiled and walked over to Wang Xinyu. What's got you so worked up? Third brother, do you know 2 huge things happened last night? What huge things? Sumu was caught off guard for a moment, then asked with genuine curiosity. You know Brother Biao, right? The underworld boss of Haida City. The kind who has connections in both the black and white worlds. Word is last night he took 40 or 50 men all armed with machetes to slash someone. But apparently the other side sent just a single woman, and she took down all of them in under a minute. Every single one of them had all 4 limbs broken. Wang Xinyu recounted the story with great conviction, as if he had witnessed it all himself. No way, right? That sounds way too far-fetched. Before Sumu could say anything, Zhou Su, seated nearby, chimed in. A single woman, not a female, goes taking down 40 or 50 grown men armed with machetes in under a minute. Even movies wouldn't dare film that. Zhou Su shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Whether it's true or not, I asked around. The second municipal hospital really did take in 40 or 50 people with broken limbs last night. When Wang Xinyu said that, Zhou Su fell silent. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sumu's mouth. If he told Wang Xinyu that the man Brother Biao had wanted to slash last night was him, he wondered what Wang Xinyu would think. And what's the other big thing? Sumu sat down looking at Wang Xinyu as he asked softly. I'm not sure if this one's true either. The first municipal hospital had a death last night. Zhou Su chuckled upon hearing this. Fourth brother, come on. When does a hospital ever not have someone die? No, I mean, someone was murdered. Wang Xinyu said with a dramatic pause. I heard it was some young master from the imperial capital along with his bodyguards. All of them had their throats slit in one stroke. Dead beyond dead. Well, no way. Are you serious? One slash to the throat. That intense. Zhou Su was stunned too. I don't know either. I only heard about it. I checked the news this morning, and there's nothing at all. Obviously. How could something like that ever be reported? It would cause a panic among the public. Zhou Su said that, and Wang Xinyu nodded in agreement. True. Even if something like that really happened, it would never be reported. Third brother, don't you think so? Wang Xinyu looked at Sumu with a smile, and asked casually. Sumu nodded. Pretty much. If he knew both of those things were connected to me, he'd jump out of his seat. Sumu couldn't help thinking to himself, though he didn't say it aloud. The class was boring. Sumu glanced at what the teacher was saying, and realized he already knew all of it. Before the class ended, Sumu found an opportunity, and slipped away. After leaving the school, Sumu headed to the commercial street in the university town. Yuanya had already arranged to have the storefront renovated, and she had started on the promotional work yesterday. Boss, you're absolutely amazing. As soon as Sumu walked in, Yuanya rushed over to greet him. Sumu was caught off guard. Amazing. How so? Director Chi of the Health Commission personally delivered the documents, and was extremely polite to me. Tisk, honestly, I've never seen an official be so courteous to us ordinary folks. Yuanya had been at the milk tea shop all morning, and when Director Chi came over, his attitude had been genuinely respectful. Although Yuanya was just the shop manager, she was still one of Sumu's people. And seeing how young and beautiful Yuanya was, Chi Wenfeng naturally let his imagination run. He figured Yuanya must be more than just a milk tea shop manager. A top-tier rich young man like Sumu. How could he possibly keep such a stunning manager by his side without making a move? Even if Yuanya had no relationship with Su Mu now, that didn't mean she wouldn't in the future. If he hadn't understood Su Mu's power yesterday, fine. But after the huge incident last night with the higher-ups determined to protect Su Mu, it had become clear to him that someone like Su Mu was not someone he could afford to offend. Even a servant before a prime minister's door holds rank, let alone when that servant is as young and beautiful as Yuanya. Also, it's nothing special. Su Mu chuckled. Director Qi is a public servant of the people. It's only natural for him to treat ordinary folks like us well. Although Su Mu said that Yuanya wasn't actually fooled, she knew exactly how troublesome it was to get a safety certification. If they had gone through the normal procedure with smooth sailing at every step, it wouldn't be possible in less than half a month. And if 1 or 2 stages got held up, it would take 2 or 3 months at minimum. Su Mu had only gone to the Health Commission yesterday afternoon, and today Director Qi personally delivered the documents to the milk tea shop. That wasn't just fast, it was riding a rocket. By the way, other than this store, we also have 5 or 6 stores over in the downtown pedestrian street. But those are agency stores run by Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. Su Mu sat on the sofa, sipping the milk tea Yuanya had brought him. Well, sounds good. Although Yuanya hadn't yet witnessed the true power of the weight-loss milk tea, she was already thoroughly convinced by Su Mu. After all, a rich second generation at Su Mu's level wouldn't waste time joking around with her. If it wasn't about the weight-loss milk tea, then what was Su Mu after? Was he after her good looks, trying to chase her? There was no need for all this trouble. Not to mention Su Mu was a top-tier rich young man, with a face that outshone every fresh-faced celebrity in the entertainment industry. If Su Mu pursued her, how could she possibly refuse? Oh right, I discussed it with Zhou Tsong, and we're planning to have Zhao Lushir endorse our milk tea. Any objections? Su Mu looked up at Yuanya and asked with a faint smile. Oh, no objections, no objections. Yuanya said somewhat nervously. Zhao Lushir was a good choice. She had a positive public image, and lately her fan base had been growing rapidly. Besides, she was chosen by both Su Mu and Zhou Tsong. What objections could she possibly have? Alright then, come check out the shoot when we film the commercial, and share your thoughts too. Su Mu said it casually, and Yuanya nodded in agreement. As for offering opinions, Yuanya naturally understood that Su Mu was just saying that for the sake of it. What opinions could she possibly give? Zhao Lushir was after all a professional actress, and the commercial would likely be directed by a professional director. If she, an amateur, tried to offer advice to the professionals, wouldn't she just be seen as sticking her nose where it didn't belong? Still, going over to take a look wouldn't be a problem. Well then, you go ahead and get busy. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Su Mu stood up and said with a gentle laugh. Take care, boss. Yuanya straightened up, gave a slight bow towards Su Mu, and said with the utmost respect. With nothing pressing to do, Su Mu headed straight home. When Nana the Filipina maid saw him return, she brewed a pot of tea and brought over a plate of freshly cut fruit. Young master, please have some tea. Nana had been working hard on her Mandarin recently. Ever since Su Mu offered her a gentle reminder last time, she had been afraid that he might really dismiss her because of her awkward accent. She came from the Philippines to work as a maid in Xia country, and she had previously served in other wealthy households. Yet those rich men all looked respectable on the surface, but in private, they were like beasts in human clothing. She had escaped that place in time too. If Su Mu had not found her, she might already have gone back to the Philippines. Su Mu treated her very well. He did not ask for much, just cleaning the house and helping with breakfast from time to time. 20,000 yuan a month was quite a high salary for a Filipino maid. Nana also respected Su Mu deeply, for he had never treated her as a mere servant. Thank you. Go and attend to your tasks. I'll call you if anything comes up. Su Mu leaned back against the sofa and said to Nana with a gentle smile. All right, young master. Nana was taken aback, then straightened up and bowed slightly to Su Mu. Su Mu meanwhile was considering how to plan for the future. The number of businesses under his name was growing, but on the whole they were still scattered. Besides, he did not have many people he could rely on. Yuanya counted as one, but she was only the manager of a milk tea shop. Tang Yu managed the property at Tangshanipin for him, which also counted as helping him out. It looks like I need to register a company and hire some people to manage my assets full-time. Just as this thought crossed Su Mu's mind, Tang Yu happened to call him. Master Su, most of this quarter's rent has already been collected, but one tenant's rent has not come in yet. What's the matter? Has that tenant run into some trouble recently? Su Mu was not one to be unreasonable. If the tenant really had encountered some problem, postponing the rent until next month would be fine. No, it's nothing like that. That tenant is a senior executive at Dilu Group. He usually puts on airs, and whenever someone asks him for the rent, he simply says the landlord should come over and collect it in person. Tang Yu gave an awkward smile. He was also helpless. Even though he knew the man was blatantly trying to stiff them on the rent, what could he do? After all, wasn't he just a minor clerk hired by Su Mu? Is that so? Su Mu frowned slightly upon hearing this. He knew about Dilu Group. It was a real estate giant, a state-owned enterprise, and one of the country's top 500 companies. By all reasoning, a senior executive of Dilu Group should be rolling in money. Although the rent at Tangshanipin was around 200,000 yuan a month, a quarter's rent came to 600,000. Still, as far as Su Mu knew, a senior executive at Dilu Group could earn as much as 1,000,000 yuan a month. What was more, some executives abused their positions so that through corruption alone they could easily pocket tens of millions of yuan every year. Exactly, Master Su. He keeps dragging it out and refuses to pay. I really have no way to handle it. Tang Yu was genuinely stuck. He could hardly afford to offend a tenant over rent, could he? Enough, I understand. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll head over there. An executive with an annual income of over 10 million who still acts as a deadbeat. Really? Sumu nodded to Tang Yu in acknowledgement. He truly did not know how to describe such a person. If he could not bear to part with the money, then he should not have rented such a nice place. Since he had rented it, how dare he try to default on the rent? Sumu was no philanthropist. If anyone truly tried to dodge rent on him, he would unceremoniously throw every last thing they owned out the door. He also instructed Nana to prepare some simple dishes. He would just grab a few mouthfuls to fill his stomach. Over the past few days he had eaten too much rich food and done little exercise, and his figure was beginning to show signs of putting on weight. Luckily, with the slimming milk tea around, Sumu did not need to worry about getting fat. After the meal, he skipped his nap. He went straight down to the underground garage, got into his one-of-a-kind, not-for-sale Lykan Hypersport, and drove toward Tangshan Epine. This time Sumu knew the way well. When he arrived at the entrance of Tangshan Epine, the same security guard who had stopped him last time was at the gate. Last time the guard had blocked Sumu's way, and after learning his identity, he had been shaken. Fortunately, Sumu had not made trouble for him, and had instead praised him for being dedicated to his duty. Because of that, the guard often bragged to his colleagues, friends, and relatives. The gist of it was that he had blocked the most impressive owner of Tangshan Epine, and the man was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Whenever he reached the part about the Lamborghini Veneno, he would say with great relish, "You know the Lamborghini Veneno, don't you? It's an ultra-luxury supercar worth over 100 million. Totally awesome." In any case, from that day onward, he grew even more alert and dutiful. Every time a luxury car entered or left the community, he would take note of it. Whenever a car did not belong to a resident, he would go up and ask. Of course, his attitude was even more cautious. After all, who among those who could afford luxury cars was an ordinary person? Take Sumu, for example. He owned an entire building. When Sumu arrived in the Lykan Hypersport, the car naturally looked extraordinarily cool. After all, it was a supercar worth 230 million yuan. If it were not incredibly cool, who would be willing to spend so much money? Moreover, the Lykan Hypersport was produced in an extremely limited run. There were only 8 in the world, including Sumu's. And before Sumu, only one person in Xia country, Qin Fen, had owned one. Even he mostly kept it in his collection and did not drive it out. So when Sumu drove up to the gate, he was stopped once again. The young guard did not recognize Sumu's car, but he could see at a glance that it was some kind of supercar, and the owner of such a car was certainly not a simple figure. Damn, there are really too many rich people. This car looks like it has a full carbon fiber body. It must be worth at least tens of millions. The young guard muttered inwardly. Sumu rolled down his window with a wry smile. "Hello, we meet again," he greeted the young guard. The guard saw Sumu, his body jolted, and he quickly stood up straight. "Oh, it's you, Master Su. You switched cars." Without hesitation, the guard raised the barrier and let him in. "I got bored of the Lamborghini Veneno, so I changed to a new car for a fresh experience." Sumu chuckled and casually tossed him half a pack of cigarettes. "Thanks for your hard work. There's still half a pack left. Don't mind it." How could the young guard possibly mind? Catching the half-pack Sumu threw, he beamed. "Then thank you very much, Master Su," the young guard replied. Sumu said nothing more, pressed down on the accelerator, and drove into the compound. "Wow, this is Panda, the specially supplied brand." The young guard could not help exclaiming. "No wonder you're Master Su. You smoke the best cigarettes, drive the most amazing cars, and even grow tired of the Lamborghini Veneno. Who knows how much this new car cost?" Once Sumu had disappeared from sight, the young guard took out his phone to look up the car. Holy crap. So that's the one. Looking at the search results, he immediately found the exact car. Lykan Hypersport, another top-tier supercar worth over 100 million. The guard muttered to himself, his face full of envy. As for jealousy and resentment, to be honest, ordinary people seldom felt those toward the ultra-rich. After all, the gap was simply too enormous. But if he learned that Sumu's world-class supercar was worth 230 million yuan, he would probably have been stunned senseless. Sumu was coming over, so Tang Yu had naturally prepared to welcome him. Seeing the Lykan Hypersport driving over its sleek and dazzling exterior caught his attention. "This car looks extremely luxurious. I'd say it's not inferior to young Master Su's Lamborghini Veneno, right?" In China, very few people recognized the Lykan Hypersport, unless they were supercar enthusiasts like Sumu. Most had no idea what it was. But whose car is this? Tang Yu was seeing it for the first time and couldn't help frowning. Someone who can afford a top-tier supercar like this should be able to afford a house. As Tang Yu was thinking this, Sumu pulled over. The moment he opened the door, Tang Yu was stunned. Damn, it's young Master Su. Indeed, only a rich young master of young Master Su's caliber could possess such financial muscle. Tang Yu hurried forward, straightened himself, and with a smile bent slightly in a deferential bow to Sumu. "Young Master Su." Sumu nodded by way of acknowledgement. "Is that person home now?" Sumu asked with a smile as he closed the car door and looked at Tang Yu. "He's home. He's been home the past couple of days. I hear he's keeping a college girl, TSK, and she's said to be the campus belle of Haida University." Tang Yu's words gave Sumu pause. The campus belle of Haida University. Sumu frowned slightly, thinking to himself that these days just about anyone could be called a campus belle. "Let's go. Didn't he ask me to come collect the rent in person? Now I'm here. Let's see what he has to say." Sumu shrugged and walked straight into the building. Tang Yu followed Sumu closely, fawning every step of the way. Young Master Su is right. Which unit does he live in? 2603. Stepping into the elevator, Tang, you quickly pressed the button for the floor. When the elevator doors opened, he waited for Su Mu to exit before moving himself. Building A was entirely composed of large flat units with areas exceeding 700 square meters. Unit 2603 covered 800 square meters with a monthly rent of 2,500 yuan and a quarterly rent of 7,500 yuan for 3 months. Tang Yu and his people collected the rent once a quarter. Chun Xiaojuan, a senior executive at Dilv Group, was a man who had it all at the age of 45. Over the years, he had lined his pockets with personal savings alone exceeding 100 million. He had no other hobbies. Money and women were his greatest passions. This year, the company assigned him an assistant, a senior at Haida University. He took a fancy to her at first sight, and abusing his personal authority directly made Shui Yuer a regular employee. Shui Yuer had a husband who was pursuing a doctorate abroad and was away from home all year round. At first, Shui Yuer was coy and hesitant with him. Later, he simply took her on a business trip for a few days of fun and also bought her 2 handbags worth 30 to 50,000 yuan each. A materialistic, money-worshipping woman like Shui Yuer was soon coaxed into bed by the old man Chen Xiaojun. Chen Xiaojun also used his claimed sterility as an excuse not to take any protective measures. Then, Shui Yuer found herself pregnant. "I'm pregnant." In Unit 2603A, sitting on the sofa, she suddenly blurted out, "It's yours." "That's impossible." Chen Xiaojun was dumbfounded. "I'm sterile." Chen Xiaojun shouted at Shui Yuer. "Which random man did you sleep with? Don't put this on me. Who have I been with these past few months besides you?" Shui Yuer said with a cold face. "I don't care. You said you'd give me 30 million. Chen Xiaojun was utterly dumbfounded. When Shui Yuer demanded 30 million from him, he slapped her across the face, without hesitation. "You think you deserve to ask me for 30 million? You deserve it. You don't deserve shit." Chen Xiaojuan's true colors were instantly revealed. He had merely been toying with Shui Yuer, never expecting her to take it seriously. "I'll give you 100,000. Go get rid of the child," Chen Xiaojun said coldly, his face darkening. Shui Yuer was completely stunned. Chen Xiaojun suddenly put on a completely different expression, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Didn't you say that if I divorced my husband you'd give me 30 million? I've already told my husband that I'm carrying your child, and now you're saying this to me." Shui Yuer leapt to her feet, shouting at Chen Xiaojun without letting up. "What did you say?" Chen Xiaojun had known Shui Yuer was easy to deceive, but he never imagined she was such an idiot. She had actually revealed everything to her husband. Wasn't she trying to destroy him? "What exactly did you tell your husband?" Chen Xiaojun shouted directly at Shui Yuer. "I told him everything." Since they had already torn off the facade, Shui Yuer shouted back at the top of her lungs. "What about that matter?" Chen Xiaojun asked with a dark face. "I told him that too." "You goddamn bitch, you're going to get me killed." Chen Xiaojun was panicking too. Affairs like this were hardly glorious. The worst part was that Shui Yuer had revealed everything about their recent money laundering. An affair exposed would at most lead to criticism about his personal conduct. But if embezzlement and money laundering were exposed, he would definitely end up in prison. "My husband said he wants 5 million. For that price he'll never say a word." Shui Yuer looked up at Chen Xiaojun and said softly, 5 million. He might as well go rob a bank. Chen Xiaojun's face darkened as he shouted loudly, "Ding dong, ding dong." Inside the room, Chen Xiaojun was raging. Outside the door, Tang Yu pressed the doorbell. "Who is it? Coming." Chen Xiaojun walked to the door with a dark expression, peering through the peephole to see Tang Yu. "Didn't I tell you to have the landlord come over personally? I'll pay him myself." The door opened and Chen Xiaojun's attitude was extremely hostile. "Mr. Chen, I've reported your situation to my boss. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Su." Tang Yu's attitude was respectful, though Chen Xiaojun remained cold-faced, casually glancing at Su Mu. "You think you can scam me with some young kid?" Chen Xiaojun tried to slam the door shut, but Su Mu blocked it with his hand. "This entire building belongs to me. Since you're renting my place, what's the meaning of not paying?" Tang Yu had been polite, but Su Mu certainly wouldn't be. "Take it or leave it, if you don't want to get out." Su Mu didn't care about such petty rent. What a foul temper. "I don't indulge people like that. Get lost." Chen Xiaojun, consumed by rage, couldn't care less about Su Mu. "Manager Tang, have someone come this afternoon to throw all their belongings out. And if he doesn't pay, send a lawyer's letter directly to his company." Su Mu had no time to waste on this nonsense with him. For people like this, one must use this approach. "Understood, young Master Su." Hearing Su Mu's words, Tang Yu's face lit up with excitement. "Is he really your boss?" Seeing Tang Yu's attitude, Chen Xiaojun hesitated, asking Tang Yu somewhat nervously, "What do you think?" Tang Yu was rather smug. People like Chen Xiaojun weren't worth his time anyway. Young Master Su. My apologies, I'll get you the rent right now." Chen Xiaojun had lost his nerve. An entire building belonged to this man. At least hundreds of billions in assets. This was not someone he could afford to offend. Of course, he had merely been putting on airs with Tang Yu, trying to show off. "No need. Give me the back rent you owe. As for you, I give you until the end of today to move out. Otherwise, don't blame me for having people help you move." A faint smile curved Su Mu's lips as he spoke. During this moment, Su Mu happened to glance casually into the room, catching sight of Shui Yuer sitting on the sofa. "I thought it was some campus beauty. So it's her." Su Mu had a perfect memory. Shui Yuer had shamelessly sat in his passenger seat before, and he had pointed at her nose and told her to get out without any courtesy. He never expected that a married woman would become the mistress of an old man like Chen Xiaojun. Su Mu saw Shui Yuer, and Shui Yuer saw Su Mu as well. She naturally recognized him. That day at the school gate, Su Mu had pointed at her nose and told her to get out of the car, so she was gnashing her teeth with hatred for him. That said, Su Mu was young and handsome, and most importantly, Su Mu was rich. After being humiliated by him that day, she also learned that a top-tier rich young master like Su Mu had appeared at the school. Although she resented Su Mu in her heart, she did not dare to show it. After all, someone like Su Mu, tall, rich, and handsome, was not someone she could afford to offend. In the past few days, she had moved straight out of the school dormitory and had been staying at Tangshan Ipin. She still felt a little smug, thinking to herself, no matter how rich you Su Mu are, you haven't lived in a top-tier luxury residence like Tangshan Ipin, have you? Come to think of it, where on earth did Shui Yuer get this sense of pride? Could it simply be because she was living in a luxury residence in Tangshan Ipin? But wasn't it still only a rental? When she heard what Tang Yu had just said, her face instantly flushed bright red with shame. She had heard Chun Xiaojun mention before that the owner of the apartment they were renting owned this entire building, a super rich man worth tens of billions. She truly had never expected to see Su Mu again in such a way. This time Su Mu said nothing at all, and simply pressed Shui Yuer down and humiliated her once more. I've said what needed to be said. You figure it out yourself. Su Mu gave a cold laugh, turned around, and walked toward the elevator without even glancing at Chen Xiaojun. Tang Yu hurriedly followed. Chen Xiaojun was dumbfounded. He had originally only wanted to put on airs in front of Tang Yu, and at the same time see which big shot owned this entire Tangshan Ipin building. But he truly had not expected that the legendary owner of an entire Tangshan Ipin building would turn out to be Su Mu, a young man who looked barely over 20. Young Master Su, what if he refuses to move? Tang Yu asked, tentatively standing behind Su Mu. Then handle it exactly as I said. If he won't move out, then have someone throw all his things out. We don't tolerate people like that. Since Su Mu was the boss and had said so, Tang Yu naturally knew what to do. Got it. I've long hated that guy. So what if he's an executive at Dilu Group? If he hadn't embezzled funds and stuffed his own pockets, how could he live here? Tang Yu joined in and took a jab at Chen Xiaojun. By the way, Manager Tang, I acquired Tianxi Yuan in the Eco Park a couple of days ago. Go over there when you have a chance and set up a property management company, just like the one here. Since Su Mu happened to come by that day, he mentioned it to Tang Yu in passing. After all, Tang Yu was capable and responsible enough. Su Mu felt at ease leaving this matter to Tang Yu. Tang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard Su Mu say that. Tianxi Yuan in the Eco Park. Young Master Su, why did you buy that place? Tang Yu was a true Haidu native, so he naturally knew Tianxi Yuan was a total mess. There was no telling when the government would get around to planning that area. Its investment value was far inferior to Tangshan Ipin. Mainly because it's cheap. The whole place cost only 1.8 billion yuan. Su Mu laughed lightly. Tang Yu was a little at a loss for words. Well, it seemed he truly could not understand Su Mu's thinking. After all, it was poverty that had blinded his eyes. Listen to the way young Master Su put it. Was that even something a human being would say? Cheap. Only 1.8 billion yuan. Let's underline the key point. What young Master Su meant was that 1 or 2 billion yuan was nothing at all. Just pocket change. Coming downstairs, Su Mu also dropped by Tang Yu's office for a look around. Their team wasn't large, but the division of responsibilities was quite clear. Alright, nothing else is going on. I'll head off now. Su Mu smiled slightly. Manager Tang, after work tonight, take everyone to Minga for dinner. Tell them to charge it to my account. Su Mu was quite thoughtful toward his employees. When people worked their hearts out for him, he naturally couldn't shortchange them. Young Master Su, isn't Minga too expensive? It must be several thousand yuan per person, right? Besides, doesn't Minga require a reservation for dinner? Tang Yu said with an awkward smile. Just use my name. Su Mu chuckled, but did not mention that Minga was his. Alright then, we'll thank young Master Su. Tang Yu gave an ingratiating smile and agreed. He had quite a lot of contact with rich people and knew how they thought. In short, they had to learn to accept whatever came their way. How should I put it? Rich people's way of thinking is bound to be a little different from ordinary people's. If they offer you something and you refuse, they'll be unhappy. Of course, if you ask for something they didn't offer, they'll be even more unhappy. Alright, you've all worked hard. When there's time, I'll give you all a long vacation and take you out for a proper trip. Su Mu had just said it in passing, but the office workers were filled with excitement. Young Master Su really is generous. You said it. What kind of person is young Master Su? He's an absolute top-tier rich young master. Did you see the supercar young Master Su drove over today? I just looked it up online. Guess how much it costs? How much? Could it be even more expensive than the Lamborghini Veneno? You guessed right. That car is a Lykan Hypersport, a world-class supercar with a starting price of 70 million yuan. Only 7 were produced worldwide. I figure young Master Su must have spent at least 100 to 200 million yuan to get it. Oh my god. One car would be enough for my whole family to earn in several lifetimes. As soon as Su Mu left, several people in the office began discussing it eagerly. Let me tell everyone something. After seeing Su Mu off, Tang Yu returned to the office and saw everyone sitting together talking about Su Mu. He put on a stern face and said, our little group needs to recruit some new people. At Tang Yu's words, everyone in the office was stunned. Especially when they saw Tang Yu's stern expression, their hearts clenched. Manager, does young Master Su have some problem with us? That can't be. We did pretty well today. Besides, we haven't made any mistakes at work lately. Yeah. Manager, our staffing is already quite complete. If we hire more people, won't that just make us overstaffed? They were worried that Su Mu had a problem with them and had asked Tang Yu to recruit replacements. Tang Yu said nothing and just stared at them with a dark expression. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Haha, look how scared you all are. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Tang Yu finally burst out laughing. When everyone heard Tang Yu say that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Their salaries had doubled compared to before, and Su Mu treated them far better than their former boss ever had. The first time Su Mu came, he had handed each of them a 2,000 yuan red envelope. This time he had again asked Tang Yu to take them to Minga for dinner in the evening. Just now Su Mu had even personally said he would give them a long vacation and take them out for some fun. Where could they find such a good boss anywhere else? Manager, what exactly is going on? Tell us, don't scare us. Yeah, manager. Tang Yu stopped keeping them in suspense and said directly to them. Young Master Su just told me that he took over Tianxi Yuan in the Eco Park a couple of days ago and asked me to set up another company just like ours. At this explanation, everyone finally relaxed. Whoa, Young Master Su is Young Master Su. He just bought an entire residential complex outright. Oh my god, how could Young Master Su take over that mess of a place, Tianxi Yuan? I'm telling you, Tianxi Yuan's ads were plastered all over the place before, but that area is way too remote. The average price is over 10,000 yuan per square meter, and still no one wanted it. I know that place too. To be honest, Young Master Su taking it over really was not a very wise choice. What do you all know? Young Master Su said it was mainly because it's cheap. The entire community cost only 1.8 billion yuan. Tang Yu chuckled and repeated Su Mu's words. Everyone's faces were full of question marks, clearly rendered speechless by Su Mu's remark. After resolving Chun Xiaojuan's issues, Su Mu was about to head back to rest. However, he had barely driven a short distance when Zhou Tsung's call came through. Hey brother Tsung, what's up? Nothing much. There's a charity ball tonight. Thought I'd ask if you want to come have some fun. Charity ball? What's so interesting about that? Su Mu chuckled and replied. The thing is, tonight it's mostly celebrities coming. Wanted to see if you'd be interested. Zhou Tsung's tone on the other end was somewhat suggestive. Su Mu didn't need to guess to know what he was implying. Celebrities, huh? Brother Tsung, you know me. I'm not really into chasing stars. Su Mu chuckled. But since it's a charity ball and I have nothing going on tonight, I might as well go take a look. Great. I'll send you the time and address later. Just come straight over. Alright. After hanging up with Zhou Tsung, Su Mu smiled to himself. Charity ball, huh? But I don't know how to dance. Then again, dancing was all about physical coordination. Su Mu, after all, possessed unparalleled martial arts mastery, so his physical coordination went without saying. As for the conventional dance postures and steps, he could pick them up just by watching. Besides, who said you had to dance just because you attended a ball? Su Mu didn't take the charity ball that seriously anyway. He was just going for the lively atmosphere. It wasn't like he'd become the center of attention, right? He drove straight home. Having gotten up early in the morning, he was somewhat tired. Nana, your young master is going to sleep. Wake me up around 5 o'clock. Back home, Su Mu took a sip of water and gave the instruction to Nana, the Filipina maid. Yes, young master, I understand. Nana's tone sounded a bit downcast, as if something was weighing on her mind. What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood. Su Mu asked directly without hesitation. Young master, my father is sick. The hospital says surgery will require a lot of money. Nana was disheartened. Her current monthly salary was 20,000 yuan, and she had only just started working. She didn't have much money on hand at all. Oh, is it serious? Do you need to go back and take care of your father? Hearing Nana's words, Su Mu understood and looked at her asking. That won't be necessary. I have 2 younger sisters at home looking after him. If I went back, there'd be no money for my father's surgery. She was speaking the truth. After all, the Philippines was a small Southeast Asian nation with a backward economy and enormous wealth disparity. Nana had been able to come to Xia country as a Filipina made precisely because her Chinese was up to standard. Over the years, every penny she earned, except for her own essential expenses, was sent home to support her family. Alright, I understand. It's just money, right? Su Mu chuckled. Wait a moment. He picked up his phone, found Nana's bank account, and casually transferred 1 million yuan to her. 1 million should be enough. If it's not, just let me know. Alright, I'm off to sleep. Young master, Nana was stunned. She had actually considered asking Su Mu for a loan, but she didn't know how to bring it up. Her father's treatment would probably cost several 100,000, a sum that meant nothing to Su Mu. But for her, that represented several years of salary. And now, without even verifying anything, Su Mu had transferred 1 million yuan to her based solely on her words. 1 million yuan. With a thud, Nana fell to her knees before Su Mu. Young master, I truly don't know how to thank you. What are you doing? Su Mu chuckled and reached out to help her up from the ground. Just do your work well. Don't overthink it. Consider this money a loan from me for now. How about this? I told you before that your current salary is probationary pay. Since I see you're doing well, I'll make you a full employee right now. Su Mu said with a smile. I'll give you an annual salary of 500,000 with bonuses and such calculated separately at your end. How about it? Hearing Su Mu's words, how could Nana possibly have any objection? I'll leave everything to you, young master. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Su Mu waved his hand, and with that he headed toward the bedroom. At the Long family residence in the imperial capital, Long Qishuan conducted a thorough investigation into Su Mu's background. However, all he could uncover were essentially just the things he could already see. This is impossible. Long Qishuan stared at Su Mu's file and growled with a furrowed brow. Indeed, on the surface, Su Mu's file looked utterly ordinary. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary man. How could he suddenly become like a completely different person? Also, as an ordinary man, how could he possess an exclusive bank card from Xia Country's industrial and commercial bank? That woman beside him, her strength is terrifying. There's no way an ordinary man could command someone like that. Long Qishuan carefully analyzed Su Mu's file. He absolutely refused to believe Su Mu was just an ordinary person. Master, I've received word that there will be a charity ball in Haidu tonight, and Su Mu will likely attend. Standing before Long Qishuan was an old man around 60 years old, the Long family's head steward. He was the one who had conducted the investigation on Su Mu. Moi. Long Qishuan looked at him, sinking into brief contemplation. Go make the arrangements. Handle it cleanly. Yes, master. Long Fu, the steward of the Long family, had been with the family since childhood. He was one of the most loyal pawns cultivated by the Long family. As one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital, the Long family, though not comparable to the Yi or Wang families, still counted as one of the nation's traditional aristocratic clans. The news that Long Jingtian had been killed by a single blade to the throat in Haidu had already spread throughout the entire imperial capital. The Long family had now become a laughingstock among the other great families. As long as Su Mu lived, the Long family would be saddled with this humiliation for good. Su Mu, I want you dead. Long Qishuan roared with bloodshot eyes. The agony of losing his son had tormented Long Qishuan over these past 2 days. In his mind, even tearing Su Mu limb from limb and grinding his bones to dust would not quell the hatred burning in his heart. Su Mu, for his part, was unaware that Long Qishuan was arranging an assassination against him. He slept soundly until a little past 5 o'clock. Were it not for Nana waking him, he probably would have slept until 7 or 8. I shouldn't have agreed to go to that charity ball with Zhou Tsong, Su Mu grumbled inwardly as he sat up in bed. But since he had already agreed and he had nothing else to do, it wouldn't be right to change his mind at the last minute. He washed up briefly and picked out a formal Versace suit to wear. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. With Su Mu's looks and physique, wearing a formal suit, he could easily dazzle a crowd of young women. Coming downstairs, he drove his supercar straight to the venue where the charity ball would be held that evening. The Huahong Club, one of Haidu's 3 premier private clubs located on the southern outer ring road of the city. The club covered an area of 2,000 mu. In Haidu, where land was worth its weight in gold, the mere plot of land beneath the Huahong Club was valued at over 100 billion yuan. Su Mu had heard Zhou Tsong mention the Huahong Club before. Both Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun were members there. The club's criteria for accepting members was net worth. To put it plainly, one's net worth had to exceed 1 billion yuan to join the Huahong Club. Members paid an annual fee of 1 million yuan. In return, the club provided its members with all kinds of privileges and conveniences. The Huahong Club, interesting. Su Mu had heard of a few private clubs in Haidu before, and the Huahong Club was undoubtedly among the most exclusive of them all. The membership fee of 1 million wasn't really expensive after all. Being able to join the Red Flower Society meant that one had entered that circle. The people one would come into contact with were all influential big shots in the country. In short, connections and resources were more important than anything else. If you closed just one good deal, the profit would be far more than 1 million. Of course, on the other hand, Su Mu didn't really need to cooperate with these people anyway. Most of the resources in his hands came from the fishing system, so he certainly wasn't short on money. But it never hurt to interact with more people. Tonight's charity ball had invited quite a few female celebrities from the entertainment industry, as well as socialites from Haidu. In the parking lot of the Red Flower Society, luxury cars were gathered in droves. Cars around 1 million were rare. The starting price was usually 3 to 5 million, like Bentleys and Rolls-Royces. There were also a ton of supercars. Lamborghinis and Ferraris that were rarely seen on ordinary days were parked everywhere. When Zhou Tsong drove over in his car, he attracted a lot of attention. A Koenigsegg 11. Zhou Tsong's car. I saw him driving this car around showing off a couple of days ago. Isn't this Su Mu's car? I heard it collided with Qin Fun's LaFerrari, and then he sold it to Zhou Tsong at half price. Damn, that's practically half giving it away. Tell me about it. It's useless to be envious, but who can help it? He's Zhou Tsong after all. But I heard that he's been having some financial problems lately, and the bank even restricted his high consumption spending. Restricted my ass, isn't he still driving out to show off in a supercar worth over 100 million? If he didn't have an awesome old man, honestly, I don't think he'd be doing any better than us. Chill, don't say that. If word gets back to him, it won't end well. Scheming and infighting were quite common among the rich second generation. And envy, jealousy, and resentment didn't only happen among ordinary people. These rich heirs also envied top-tier rich young masters like Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. As for Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun, didn't they also often envy Su Mu? After all, Su Mu was a man who had once owned 3 god-tier supercars, the Koenigsegg, the Veneno, and the Lykan Hypersport. Moreover, Su Mu was even more financially free than them. Take the mess at Tianqi Court, for example. Su Mu casually paid 1.8 billion in cash without the slightest hint of heartache. Zhou Tsong parked his car, but didn't leave. Su Mu had just called him saying he was already on the way and would arrive soon. It was also Su Mu's first time at the Red Flower Society, so Zhou Tsong was waiting for him there. Many passers-by saw Zhou Tsong standing by his car and came forward one after another to greet him and get familiar. Although they were also wealthy tycoons with considerable fortunes compared to top-tier rich heirs like Zhou Tsong, they were far behind. Zhou Tsong merely nodded at them without saying much. And that was only natural. They might be well-known wealthy figures in Haidu, but honestly, they still couldn't break into Zhou Tsong's circle. To put it simply, without personal assets of tens of billions, it was simply impossible to have any interaction with the likes of Zhou Tsong. Reality sometimes was just that cruel. Of course, they also knew their place. They didn't expect Zhou Tsong to chat with them, they were just there to make themselves known. Even if Zhou Tsong just nodded at them, they could still brag about it after going back. In just 5 minutes, Su Mu drove his one-of-a-kind Lycan Hypersport to the parking lot of the Red Flower Society. Zhou Tsong spotted the approaching Lycan Hypersport at a glance, because it was flashy enough, eye-catching enough, and imposing enough. Damn, this car looks incredibly cool. With an all-carbon fiber body, any tiny scrape on this car is money. This car looks familiar. Let me think. Lycan Hypersport. I know Qinfen has one, but this one looks even cooler than his. This car probably costs over 100 million, right? Only top-tier rich heirs like them can afford to play with cars like this. Many wealthy onlookers cast envious and jealous glances. A supercar worth over 100 million. Honestly, without a net worth of tens of billions, you couldn't handle it. Just think about it, supercars of this level were limited to just a few units globally. There were at least several thousand billionaires in the world, right? Without a certain identity and background, even if you had the money, you couldn't buy one. As for small tycoons like them with fortunes of just over $1 billion, they might be considered decent in Haidu, but on a global scale, who would even know them? A top-tier supercar like this honestly was just something to look at. Being able to afford it was one thing, but being able to actually buy it was another matter entirely. Su Mu parked his car. Zhou Tsong had already walked up beside the car. As Su Mu opened the door, he immediately spotted Zhou Tsong approaching. Brother Tsong. Su, you're amazing. The one-of-a-kind non-sale Lycan Hypersport. This car is more than a grade higher than Qinfen's. Zhou Tsong's gaze was completely fixed on the car Su Mu had driven over. To be honest, his heart was stirred. But so what if he was tempted? He couldn't afford this car either. To put it plainly, even if Su Mu sold it to him at half price right now, it would still cost around 120 million. His finances really were in quite a bit of trouble at the moment. Let alone 120 million, he might not even be able to come up with 20 million. It is indeed pretty good, especially the thrill of its 0 to 100 acceleration. Let me tell you, it's a lot better than the Veneno. Su Mu chuckled. If anyone else had said that, Zhou Tsong would have shot back. Stop showing off, have you ever even driven a Veneno? But since those words came from Su Mu's mouth, Zhou Tsong naturally kept his mouth shut. After all, Su Mu truly owned a Lamborghini Veneno. He really had the right to say that. Where's Brother Qin? This kind of charity ball, he wouldn't skip it, would he? Su Mu smiled and asked Zhou Tsong. Qinfen came over earlier. He's been staying up late recently, and his kidneys are a bit weak. The Red Flower Society has a really good massage therapy spot. Qinfen often comes here to maintain his health. Zhou Tsong also grinned knowingly and said softly, among us brothers, who's more of a player than him? Hearing Zhou Tsong say that, Su Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. If Brother Tsong hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't really be interested in this kind of event, Su Mu walked and chatted with Zhou Tsong, earning the envy of the surrounding wealthy people. So this is a top-tier rich heir? But he doesn't look all that special. That guy next to him, I haven't seen him before. But he should be that Su Mu, right? Su Mu? He still dares to come out. I heard that Long Jingtian's death is connected to him. The Long family in the capital shouldn't let him off, right? Not necessarily. Apparently there's a highly skilled female bodyguard by his side who moves like a ghost. Those thugs led by Biao were all taken down by her alone. I've heard about that. 40 or 50 men went with Biao, all armed with machetes, and it said that all their arms and legs were broken. Absolutely brutal. They got what they deserved. Do too many bad things, and someone will eventually take care of you. Su Mu had risen too quickly, but he rarely showed his face, so not many people recognized him. If he hadn't driven over in such an ostentatious supercar, and if Zhou Tsong hadn't personally gone up to greet him, frankly speaking, they really wouldn't have recognized Su Mu. Today, because the charity ball was being held here, quite a few people were actually visiting for the first time. After all, on ordinary days, Huahong Club was a private club that not just anyone could enter. Huahong Club generally provided services only to its members. To become a member, one needed a net worth of over $1 billion and had to pay annual membership dues of over $1 million. However, Huahong Club would hold charity balls like this 2 or 3 times every year. In a little while, besides the ball, there will be a small auction. After all, it is a charity ball. All the proceeds from today's auction will be donated to Hope Schools in the Northwest. The people at Huahong Club are not short of money, so this money also counts as a contribution to society. Zhou Tsong walked alongside Su Mu, saying, young Master Su, if there is something good you want later, you can bid on it. After all, the pieces at Huahong Club's charity auction are all fine things. Su Mu nodded upon hearing this. I'll wait and see when we get there. Su Mu did not have much of a collecting habit. As for affecting cultural refinement, that was a joke. He was already a master of both calligraphy and painting. Most of the works in the auction were not even as good as his. Of course, if he really encountered something fine and it wasn't too expensive, it wouldn't be impossible to bid on it. Consider it charity. Su Mu had never been a philanthropist, but then again, he wasn't short of money. If Huahong Club could truly use the money for practical purposes, spending a little on charity was nothing to him. Huahong Club was very large, covering an area of 2,000 mu. It was also the largest of Haidu City's 3 major private clubs in terms of area. Speaking of Huahong Club, its history can be traced back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, the club itself was founded in the 1930s by several wealthy young men from Haidu. Later, amid the war, it became a strategic base for the Japanese invaders. After the reform and opening up, a few of Haidu's rich second-generation heirs spent heavily to take the site back. The present Huahong Club is truly a splendid place. Zhou Tsong stretched and said, looking at Su Mu beside him. Come on, the hall for the charity ball is quite far from here. We need to drive over. Zhou Tsong looked at the Rolls-Royce parked not far away and said, they really are loaded. Even the cars greeting guests are Rolls-Royce phantoms. Su Mu could not help murmuring softly. Huahong Club's members are spread all over the world. From the time it started taking members until now, it probably has several thousand official members. Zhou Tsong smiled and said, we have to pay them around $1 million in membership dues each year. Think about it. Just for membership fees, how much do they make in a year? One member alone pays over $1 million in dues a year. 10 members mean over $10 million in dues a year. With at least 3,000 members, Huahong Club collects $3 billion a year from membership fees alone. Huahong Club has been around for so many years and is deeply entrenched in Haidu City. Just for membership fees alone, it has probably collected at least tens of billions. Indeed, this is the strength of a top-tier private club. Su Mu had to admit that although he would certainly not be inferior to Huahong Club in the future, right now, with his personal ability, he truly could not compare with such a massive private organization as Huahong Club. But if you really think about it, Huahong Club is indeed very good. The annual dues of $1 million may be high, but the services they provide are truly top-notch. Zhou Tsong was rather picky. In addition to Huahong Club, Haidu City had 2 other top private clubs, but he and Qin Fun had chosen to become members only of Huahong Club. This showed that Huahong Club indeed had something unique. Let me put it this way. Everything you could want is available here. The only things missing are what you can't imagine or wouldn't dare to imagine. Otherwise, as long as you're willing to pay, any kind of enjoyment can be provided. Zhou Tsong curled his lips and gave a meaningful smile. Su Mu was a little stunned when he heard this. Any kind of service. Otherwise. If they didn't even have that much capability, how could members like us willingly pay them over $1 million in dues every year? Sitting in the car, Zhou Tsong briefly introduced Su Mu to the history and current situation of Huahong Club. Then I'll also get a membership later. Su Mu chuckled. Hearing Zhou Tsong say this, he had become quite interested in Huahong Club. No need for that. Zhou Tsong chuckled. It's not like Huahong Club can be joined just because you want to. Members like us were invited by the club. Of course, with your abilities, Su Mu, maybe Huahong Club has already reserved a membership for you. When Zhou Tsong said this, Su Mu understood. As expected of one of the premier private clubs in Haidu City, and even the country, the process of joining was indeed quite troublesome. After all, Huahong Club covered 2,000 mu. Such a vast area, especially in Haidu, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was indeed stunning. The place was divided into an outer area and an inner area. There were not many buildings in the outer area. There was a golf course, a basketball gym, a swimming pool, a football field, and of course some special facilities such as a race course. Young Master Su, look over there. That's Huahong Club's race course. Quite a few wealthy people in Haidu City often come here to bet on horse races. Zhou Tsong pointed at the race course outside the window. Horse betting. How can our country still allow such a thing? It's not allowed, but it depends on the place, doesn't it? Zhou Tsong chuckled. Huahong Club isn't open to the public anyway. Basically, everyone who comes here is a member, and among them who isn't a big shot worth over $1 billion. The state wouldn't go so far as to regulate us, would it? Zhou Tsong said this, and Su Mu nodded. Indeed. Some things couldn't be said too clearly, it was enough to understand them in one's heart. The outer area is all about leisure and fun. Let me tell you, if you have nothing to do, come here for a vacation. I guarantee you can play here for a month or 2 with something different every day. Zhou Tsong's words were also high praise for Huahong Club. We're about to reach the inner area ahead. After driving for more than 10 minutes past the outer area, the inner area had more buildings. The car stopped in front of a row of villas. Zhou Tsong shrugged and said, young Master Su, after you. We've arrived. Su Mu nodded and got out of the car. Looking as far as the eye could see, the area here was probably over 100 mu in size. The buildings, large and small, were truly striking. Ahead is the main hall where Huahong Club holds banquets and balls. It can hold over 1,000 people, and its interior is extremely luxurious. Zhou Tsong pointed at the castle-like building before them and said, indeed, truly awesome. Su Mu had to admit, this was heritage, the century-old heritage of Huahong Club. Su Mu was inwardly shaken, but he did not let it show on his face. Zhou Tsong, standing nearby, was also watching Su Mu's expression and couldn't help thinking, as expected of young Master Su. The first time I came here, I was truly awed by its grandeur. Young Master Su, let's go. Zhou Tsong led the way with Su Mu following behind him. At the entrance of the villas stood the attendants of the Huahong society, all young and pretty girls. Seeing Zhou Tsong and Su Mu approaching, the row of attendants at the door bowed respectfully and welcomed them with smiles. Su Mu was still somewhat unaccustomed to the scene, but Zhou Tsong was completely at ease, clearly having experienced this sort of occasion many times before. The main hall of the villa was quite spacious. The ground floor served as the ballroom, with an estimated area of at least 5,000 square meters, large enough to accommodate over 1,000 people dancing. Although quite a few people had come to the charity ball tonight, it was hardly as exaggerated as 1,000. Of course, besides the ballroom, there were also several exhibition halls on the ground floor displaying precious antiques. There are 2 small gambling halls on the second floor. Just now that kid Qin Fun texted me to say he was in there. But he's having bad luck today. From what he told me, he has already lost over 10 million. Zhou Tsong smiled, saying over 10 million as casually as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. Small gambling halls. Su Mu frowned slightly. He didn't like gambling. As the saying goes, a little gambling is harmless pleasure. Heavy gambling ruins both body and mind, and not gambling at all is the only true win. He had seen many people whose families were torn apart by gambling. Although he was rich now and money came easily, he still didn't want to get involved with it. For one thing, gambling is fraught with deception, and for another, it is best to stay away altogether. That's nothing strange. Gambling isn't allowed in this country, but this is the Huahong society after all. Anyone who can come here is no ordinary person, so naturally no one makes a fuss about it. Seeing Su Mu frown, Zhou Tsong chuckled and offered an explanation. Young Master Su, how about we go upstairs and take a look? Su Mu was somewhat averse to the idea, but since he had already come and the ball wouldn't start for a while, there was no harm in going up to take a look. Fine, but I'm no good at this sort of thing. When I played cards with my family as a child, I always ended up as the one with the worst losses. Huh? Su Mu smiled and said, I'm quite like you there. I'm not good at it either, but when I'm bored once in a while I do play a little for amusement. I don't bet big. The wins and losses are only a few million. If Zhou Tsong had said that to anyone else, they would have accused him of showing off. After all, a gambling game with wins or losses of a few million had become not betting big in his words. But since it was Su Mu, he merely offered a slight smile. To them, a few million was indeed not a big deal. Su Mu then followed Zhou Tsong upstairs. The villa's interior was indeed extremely luxurious. Many of the murals on the walls alone were works by famous masters. Any one of those paintings, if taken to auction, would probably fetch no less than $1 million. 3 sides, 3 sides. Blow, blow. Damn it. As they reached the door of the private room, Qin Fun's voice could already be heard through the door. Judging by how excited he was, he must have placed a huge bet. Su Mu then followed Zhou Tsong into the private room. Although it was called a small gambling hall, it wasn't exactly small. The room was 300 square meters and contained 10 gambling tables. There were quite a lot of people in the room. Gambling is after all truly addictive. Many of those present were billionaires with fortunes in the billions, yet they didn't really care about winning money. They were mainly after the thrill. Qin Fun was a perfect example. As the saying goes, hard work may not make you rich, but Qin Fun was certainly rich. He wasn't short of money and had no need to gamble for a sudden fortune. As for playing, he did it mainly because it was thrilling. Usually Qin Fun looked listless and dispirited. But now sitting at the gambling table, Qin Fun was full of vigor. Brother Tsong, Young Master Su, you're here. Qin Fun raised his head and greeted them both. How's it going? Zhou Tsong walked over and lightly laid his hand on Qin Fun's shoulder. Damn, today's been weird as hell. I'm way overdue for luck. I just put 20 million on one hand and it vanished. I've already lost more than 30 million. Qin Fun let out a bitter laugh. 30 million was no small amount. Even he was starting to get anxious. If your luck is that bad, just stop playing. The ball's going to start soon anyway. Zhou Tsong was afraid that Qin Fun would get carried away. Qin Fun still had around 70 million in chips in front of him. If he bet them all in one hand, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, that would be a loss of 100 million. No way. What fun is a charity ball? Let me play one last hand. I refuse to believe I can't win. Qin Fun was stubborn by nature, and he hadn't won a single time since he arrived. In just over half an hour, he had lost 30 million. If he didn't win that money back, how could he possibly have the mood for some charity ball? Zhou Tsong understood Qin Fun well, otherwise he wouldn't have advised him to stop. But people who are losing money generally get carried away, and no amount of advice can change their minds. That was just how Qin Fun was. He would either win his money back and then take a bigger bite or lose every chip on the table. The dealer dealt the cards, and Qin Fun stared at them for a long time without placing a bet. Qin Fun is desperate now. Oh, he'll probably go all in on the next hand. Zhou Tsong said wryly to Su Mu beside him. Is this baccarat? Su Mu asked Zhou Tsong. Yes, it's just player versus banker on who's higher. Pretty simple. Zhou Tsong said with a soft chuckle. Qin Fun, however, didn't make his move immediately. He was waiting for the right opportunity. After all, when planning to shove 70 million in one go, even he had to be careful. It's this hand. Seeing the trend emerge, Qin Fun shoved all the chips on the table directly into the banker's area. 70 million on banker. Qin Fun shot to his feet, adrenaline surging. Su Mu, standing nearby, frowned slightly. He had also been observing the pattern of the cards all along. He was certain that this hand would definitely go to the player. If Qin Fun were playing small, he would have let it go. But with 70 million on the line, Su Mu couldn't just watch him lose. Brother Qin, trust me. Bet on player to win. Su Mu had hardly said anything to Qin Fun since arriving, but at this moment he spoke up. Player wins. Qin Fun had been watching the trend all along, and in his experience this hand was 90% likely to be a banker win. But gambling is gambling. How could there ever be a 100% winning rate? His luck was really off today. Maybe he'd lose this round too. Tell you what, if we lose, I'll cover half. But if we win, you owe me a good time. With Su Mu saying that, Qin Fun didn't hesitate. He moved the chips from the banker's side to the player's side. After all, going all in with 70 million attracted a crowd. Ordinary betting tables were capped at around 2 million. But Qin Fun was playing at a VIP table with a limit of 100 million. 70 million on the table was absolutely thrilling. Damn, Qin Fun's crazy. 70 million all in, I've never seen that. Didn't he lose a ton just now? Playing this big. I heard he lost over 30 million. Why else would he shove 70 million in one go? The trend clearly favors the banker. Who's that young guy beside him, and why did he tell Qin Fun to bet on the player? I'm reading banker too. Looks like a doomed bet. Many onlookers were staring at the table, muttering among themselves. The bets were locked in. The dealer dealt the cards. Qin Fun was sweating with tension. So your luck's been solid. How about you open my cards? Even Qin Fun was on edge. Glancing at Su Mu standing nearby, he murmured softly, "Me? Alright." Su Mu didn't hesitate. If his calculation was right, this hand was a 6 and a 3, a natural 9. He slapped the cards down with a smooth, flashy motion. "Damn. Awesome." Qin Fun cried out in excitement the moment he saw the 2 cards on the table. Natural 9, no way to lose. The dealer opened the banker's hand, and when he saw the player's 9, his body gave a slight jolt. The banker revealed a 6 and a 2 for 8 points. A strong hand but useless. 9 beats 8. Player wins. 70 million. Amazing. Qin Fun clenched his fist, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After covering the 30 million he'd lost earlier, the all-in actually left him up 40 million. So it was a rigged pattern after all. Thanks to Su's warning, otherwise I'd have lost 100 million today. Qin Fun gathered his chips. He'd recouped everything in one round and pocketed an extra 40 million. The thrill was enough. He had no intention of continuing. "Su, this 20 million is for you." "That doesn't seem right." Su Mu chuckled. "Su, what's wrong with it? If not for your warning, I'd have lost 100 million today." Qin Fun laughed heartily. "Besides, you said you'd cover half the loss. If I win now, I can't exactly be stingy, can I, eh?" Since Qin Fun put it that way, Su Mu just smiled. "Alright, let me bet one more round." He tossed the 20 million in chips onto the player's side with effortless elegance. Qin Fun was stunned. Everyone around, including Zhou Tsong, was frozen. They all thought the same thing. "Brother, that's 20 million. It wasn't just 2,000. Since Su threw his in, I might as well let mine ride." Saying that, Qin Fun pushed 20 million in chips to the player's side as well. Qin Fun had already stopped losing money. 20 million was no small amount, but he could afford it. Besides, if Su Mu could toss out chips so lavishly, there was no way he'd back down. Another 40 million in chips piled onto the player's side. The pretty dealer couldn't help but flinch slightly. "So you've got the luck. You open the cards." Qin Fun grinned, looking at Su Mu beside him. "Alright, I'll open then." Su Mu stepped forward without a word and flipped the cards open. A 7 and a 2, another natural 9. Gasps filled the room. Everyone present drew a sharp breath. No wonder he was so confident. Another 9. Incredible. He literally can't lose. I should have thrown in a few million for fun. You think you can compare to him? He doesn't care about millions, but if you lose a couple million, wouldn't you feel the pain? True. The dealer's face twitched involuntarily. Unless the banker also hit a 9, she'd be paying out another 40 million. But there weren't that many 9s to go around. The banker flipped a 2 and a 1, 3 points. Player with 8, banker with 3, player wins. Nice. Qin Fun clenched his fist and shouted. In just over half an hour at the casino, he dropped over 30 million. But Su Mu had only been there for 5 or 6 minutes. 2 rounds. One winning 70 million, the other winning 40 million. A total of 110 million. Luck was there, but what really stood out was how utterly composed Su Mu looked in both rounds. Cash out and go. Su Mu smiled lightly, picking up the chips on the table. Though he was certain of the next round's outcome, he knew better than to get hooked on gambling. Besides, once you already knew the result, the thrill pretty much evaporated. Money meant nothing to him. As for the 40 million he'd won, he planned to burn through it at the charity auction later. Consider it doing some good. "Su, you're insane." Qin Fun was utterly pumped, mostly because his own journey from losing to winning was far more thrilling than Su Mu's. Lucky, just lucky. But gambling is a dangerous game. Play too long, and you'll just give it all back. Su Mu said with a faint smile. True. Can't be greedy. Qin Fun agreed. He handed the chips to a nearby attendant who soon returned with 2 checks for him. Qin Fun glanced at them, then handed the 40 million check to Su Mu. Su Mu accepted it without any pretense of reluctance. "This place is pretty boring. So let's head over to Mineo sometime for some real fun," Qin Fun said with a smile. "I'll let you know when I'm free." Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Tsong watched from the side, burning with envy. Mainly because Su Mu had only been there a few minutes, and he'd pocketed 40 million with absurd ease. "So didn't you say you'd never won a single card game since childhood, oi?" Zhou Tsong couldn't help teasing. If he'd known winning would be this easy, he should have cut himself in on the action. Just lucky, I guess. Anyway, a few million is just pocket change, no pressure at all. Su Mu smirked. His words left Zhou Tsong with no choice but to shake his head in helpless amusement. A few million pocket change, no pressure at all. Qin Fun's mentality was twisted enough, but Su Mu was on a whole other level. Zhou Tsong was not like those two. Although his old man was wealthy, that money belonged to the group after all, and it was not as if he could spend it freely. Compared with Qin Fun and Su Mu, he was indeed somewhat strapped for cash. Besides, he had plenty of money troubles of his own lately. He still owed the banks several hundred million in debt, and had no idea what to do about it. However, the slimming milk tea developed by Su Mu had indeed given him hope, and lately, he had been deliberately trying to curry favor with Su Mu. Of course, the most important reason was that Su Mu himself was no simple figure. Zhou Tsong naturally knew that Su Mu was far from uninvolved in Long Jingtian's death. With a top-tier big shot personally stepping forward to protect Su Mu, even the Long family in the imperial capital could do nothing against Su Mu openly. The immense scale of Su Mu's background was precisely why Zhou Tsong, Qin Fun, and the others took him even more seriously. Let's head down. It looks like the auction is about to begin, Su Mu said with a faint smile. Qin Fun, for his part, had won back his original stake and an additional 40 million on top of that. Having had his thrill, he now had no desire to gamble at all. The three of them took the elevator from the second floor down to the ballroom on the first floor, where quite a crowd had gathered. An auction stage had been temporarily set up in the center of the ballroom. Welcome everyone to today's charity ball. Before the ball begins, we will hold a small auction. All proceeds from today's auction will go entirely to the construction of Hope schools in the Western region. I hope everyone will take part enthusiastically. The host stepped onto the stage, officially lifting the curtain on the charity ball. The first item today is a painting of prawns by Master Chi, and the starting bid is 5 million. The host wasted no time and displayed the item directly. This is truly the work of a grand master. Sumu looked at the piece on the stage and murmured softly. He himself possessed peerless skill in both calligraphy and painting, and his achievements in traditional Chinese painting were not necessarily inferior to Master Chi's. But Master Chi was after all the most celebrated grand master of traditional Chinese painting in the country over the past century. His works, especially something like the prawns, were even more collectible. Sumu did not hesitate for a moment and directly bid 10 million. Everyone around him was stunned. They had originally been waiting and watching because although this was Master Chi's work, this painting of prawns was probably from when Master Chi was around 60 years old. It did have collectible value, but only around 10 million at most. Above that price, one would need to think twice. Sumu's direct bid of 10 million caught everyone off guard. Who is this person? He looks pretty young. Standing next to him are Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen Wright. Wow, even though I don't know him, he must be a big shot at the same level. Master Chi's work is worth at most around 10 million anyway. I do want it, but if it goes any higher, it's no longer worth it. I'm out. Sumu's sudden aggressive bid had indeed frightened off many people. No one else made a counteroffer, and the host on the auction stage brought down the gavel with finality. Sumu secured Master Chi's painting of prawns for 10 million. Congratulations, young Master Su. Zhou Tsong stood beside Sumu and said with a faint smile, "It looks good. Besides, a grandmaster's work is worth this price." Sumu chuckled softly and murmured a few words. Sumu then chatted and laughed with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen. Nearby, a young woman in a pink long dress fixed her gaze on Sumu. The auction continued. Sumu struck again, spending another 30 million to take 2 fine pieces. The 40 million he had just won upstairs was completely spent. Young Master Su, you really don't treat money as money. Coming from Qin Fen, it sounded more like an acknowledgement of Sumu. It's nothing really. These pieces all look quite nice, and collecting them for fun is also interesting. Sumu chuckled and casually explained. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen did not say anything more. In their hearts, Sumu simply never lacked money. Sumu could spend 1.8 billion in one go to take over that mess at Tianqi Garden, so using the 40 million he had won here to buy a few collectibles seemed entirely consistent with his behavior. Sumu's generous spending really did attract the attention of many women present. Especially since there were quite a few female celebrities from the entertainment industry here today, they all could not help glancing at Sumu a few extra times. Young, handsome. More importantly, the way he spends money is truly attractive. 40 million. And he just bought 3 items. Bauer, do you know that handsome young man? What, Sister Ing, or are you interested in him? Get out of here, I was just asking. I don't know him, but Qin Fen is on his left, and Zhou Tsong is on his right, so he should probably be a top-tier rich young master, right? The 2 starlets stood together, whispering unconsciously, showing envy in their eyes. That's right. Didn't Zhou Tsong once say that when he makes friends, he doesn't care whether they're rich or poor, because no one is richer than him? I wonder if this one might be even richer than him. Hell, I actually think he might be even richer than Zhou Tsong. Have you noticed how fawning Zhou Tsong seems toward him? Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. After all, the main event today was the charity ball, and the auction had not had many items. Only 10 in total. Sumu alone had secured 3. As soon as the auction ended, the charity ball immediately began. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen were clearly accustomed to events like this, so they quickly got into the swing of things. Sumu, however, walked straight off to the side, picked up a glass of red wine, and took a sip. A 2010 Romani Conti. This Huahong society really is extravagant. Sumu could not help murmuring to himself. After all, 300 or 400 people had come to tonight's charity ball. Just the red wine alone probably cost several million. But then again, the Huahong society had money to burn, and a few million really meant nothing in their eyes. Handsome, may I ask you for a dance? The young woman in the pink long dress walked up to Sumu, bent slightly, and extended her hand to him. Sumu looked up at her and was somewhat startled. Her features were delicate, her skin was smooth, and with the pink long dress she exuded an utterly girlish charm. Moreover, her voice was sweet without being cloying, and it sounded very pleasant. But I'm not very good at dancing, Sumu said with gentlemanly grace. Actually, I'm not very good at it either. The girl in the pink long dress gave a shy smile. Hello, let's start over. My name is Song Yue. Sumu. Sumu stood up, looked at Song Yue, and curved the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. Song Yue's smile was very sweet, but a faint chill flickered deep in her eyes. Sumu took Song Yue's hand and led her onto the dance floor. Accompanied by the melodious music, their dance steps were surprisingly synchronized. You dance quite well. Really? Sumu chuckled. Do you rarely attend events like this? Song Yue looked into Sumu's eyes and asked softly. Mainly because I'm a bit of a homebody, huh? Sumu gently placed one hand on Song Yue's waist and held her other hand. Your coordination is excellent. Sumu gave her generous praise. Thank you. But do you know what I do for a living? Sumu was taken aback by the sudden question. Actually, I'm an assassin. While speaking, a razor-sharp blade appeared in the hand that Song Yue had resting on Sumu's shoulder. Quick as lightning, Song Yue moved with overwhelming speed. If it had been an ordinary person, there was no way they could have dodged her strike. But standing before her was Sumu. The moment she struck, Sumu tilted his head to one side and grabbed Song Yue's arm. You know, as an assassin you don't seem to be very qualified. Sumu chuckled, but he did not do anything to Song Yue. Song Yue was completely stunned. She truly had not expected Sumu to possess such skill. To be honest, at such a close distance she had still failed to land her attack, and Sumu had easily defused it. She understood in an instant that she was no match for him. Why don't you kill me? Song Yue leaned close to Sumu and asked in a low voice. I'm not a bloodthirsty madman. Besides, since you're here, I already know who wants me dead. Sumu chuckled. You're not bad, but you can't kill me. Go back and tell the person who wants me dead that I will settle this debt sooner or later. When the song ended, Sumu released Song Yue's hand, turned around, and returned to where he had been standing. Song Yue breathed a sigh of relief, turned, and vanished from the ballroom. No one else noticed the anomaly around Sumu, and he remained perfectly composed. Though Song Yue had said nothing, he knew she intended to kill him. The dragon family of the imperial capital, this was a debt he would settle with them sooner or later. Where's the girl you were dancing with just now? How is it I've never seen her before? After the dance ended, Zhou Tsong walked over to Sumu and asked with a slight smile. Sumu replied, oh, she wasn't feeling well, so she left early. Sumu didn't say much, and Zhou Tsong didn't press further. By the way, I've already settled matters with Zhao Lushir. An endorsement fee of 3 million a year shouldn't be too much, right? Zhou Tsong had suddenly remembered this matter and told Sumu directly. As for the spokesperson, Brother Tsong, just handle it as you see fit. 3 million a year is acceptable, not much at all. Sumu chuckled, raising his glass to toast Zhou Tsong. All right then, I'll get it arranged right away. We need to hasten the weight loss milk tea project. Qin Fun and I have acquired 8 milk tea shops along the pedestrian street one by one, and now our Wankika milk tea is going to dominate the Haidu milk tea market. Ha ha. Zhou Tsong laughed heartily. He naturally understood what the arrival of weight loss milk tea meant. Even a hen that lays golden eggs would be nothing compared to this. This was truly a money tree. But you need to be more careful about the dragon family of the imperial capital. Long Jingtian died in Haidu. They're definitely going to pin this on you. Zhou Tsong had also been closely watching the dragon family's affairs these past 2 days. Though they hadn't made a move against Sumu yet, given the dragon family's vindictive nature, this matter would never just be dropped. Better to remain cautious. The dragon family of the imperial capital, I will settle this account with them sooner or later. Sumu's lips curved upward as he murmured softly. Huh. Though Sumu's voice was low, Zhou Tsong sitting right beside him heard it clearly and was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Judging by Sumu's tone, was he going to clash head-on with the dragon family? Young Master Su, it's not worth it. After all, the dragon family is one of the top 10 families of the imperial capital, a super clan with 100 years of heritage and enormous depth. Zhou Tsong frowned as he spoke. Although his old man had been the country's richest man a few years ago with assets of over 300 billion, to be honest, the so-called Forbes rich list was nothing more than a slaughter list for fattened pigs. The truly wealthy were those deeply rooted super clans. Take the dragon family, a century-old great clan with family assets of no less than 1 trillion yuan. Moreover, its family power spread across the globe completely beyond comparison with newly emerging families. If he had offended the dragon family, even his old man probably couldn't protect him. As for Sumu, Zhou Tsong didn't know his identity or background, but even if someone powerful wanted to protect him, if Sumu were to break with the dragon family openly, in the end it would probably be Sumu who suffered. The 10 great families of the imperial capital were, after all, an integrated whole. Glory shared, loss shared. If it really came to a hard clash, Sumu wasn't necessarily going to win. Young Master Su, a man who achieves greatness needn't be bothered by trifles. When you must endure. The dragon family of the imperial capital isn't easy to mess with. Zhou Tsong was definitely on Sumu's side. He didn't want to see Sumu get hurt. Brother Tsong, don't worry. I have a clear plan. Sumu said no more, but he had already made up his mind. Since the rift was out in the open, there was only one possibility between him and the dragon family of the imperial capital. Either they died, or he did. But on the other hand, Sumu truly didn't consider the dragon family of the imperial capital worth his concern. Assassination. Such petty tricks. Hearing Sumu say this, Zhou Tsong nodded in response. Young Master Tsong, may I have the honor of a dance? At that, a minor celebrity from the entertainment industry walked up to Zhou Tsong, extended her right hand, and asked. Zhou Tsong glanced up at her, then rose to his feet. Young Master Su, don't dwell on it too much. It's no big deal. I'll go dance then. When the little celebrity heard Zhou Tsong's words, an excited expression spread across her face. Sumu smiled slightly and cast a glance at her. My goodness, as expected, Zhou Tsong still likes these typical internet celebrity faces. Sumu said to himself. He was completely unmoved by that type of appearance. They were all products of the same cosmetic surgery hospital. What was there to admire? The ball was quite dull. Sumu truly disliked such occasions, so before it ended, he took his leave early. Why did Sumu leave? He just doesn't care for these occasions. It's alright. Let's keep having fun. Qin Fun and Zhou Tsong had originally meant to look for Sumu and shoot the breeze, but after a lap around the first floor ballroom, they didn't see him anywhere. After leaving Wahongui, Sumu had sent them a message saying he had something to do and left first, but in truth there was nothing urgent. He was simply going home to play games. At the dragon family of the imperial capital, Long Qishuan had also received word of the failed assassination. Master, the assassin I sent said Su Mu has at least the strength of a grandmaster. She is no match for him. Long Fu was dumbfounded too. Song Yue wasn't one of the dragon family, she was merely an assassin. The dragon family had offered 100 million to take Su Mu's life. Song Yue, being right there in Haidu, had casually accepted the mission. But Su Mu's true strength had terrified Song Yue. A martial arts grandmaster. Was the dragon family out of their minds? They wanted to kill a martial arts grandmaster for 100 million. Leaving Wahongui, Song Yue tore into Long Fu without a second thought. If your dragon family wants to die, don't drag me along. The person you're trying to kill is a grandmaster. 100 million isn't nearly enough. Song Yue was furious. If Su Mu hadn't deliberately let her go, she would be dead by now. As an assassin, she had completely failed to sense Su Mu's true strength. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying figure hidden by his side. Song Yue couldn't figure out why Su Mu had let her go. Could it be because she was beautiful? But a man like Su Mu probably didn't lack beautiful women around him. Regardless, she had managed to keep her life. Without even turning back, she fled Haidu. If she ever encountered him again, she doubted Su Mu would spare her once more. Moreover, her sixth sense told her that if it were the person behind Su Mu who acted, she would probably die a miserable death. In the imperial capital at the dragon family, Long Qishuan sat in his chair completely stunned. He knew Su Mu had a formidable female guard by his side, and he also knew Su Mu was indeed skilled in martial arts. Still, Song Yue, the Dark Knight Rose, was a gold medal assassin renowned throughout the assassin world. He had never imagined that Su Mu was a martial arts grandmaster. Impossible. He is only 20, a grandmaster at 20. How could that be? Long Qishuan panicked. He felt that the dragon family had truly run into huge trouble. After all, he hadn't even uncovered what forces were hidden behind Su Mu. At first, he had simply thought that even if Su Mu had some backing, he couldn't be particularly impressive. After all, someone who skulked around in the dark. How formidable could he be? But now, having learned that Su Mu was actually a martial arts grandmaster, he was dumbfounded. What kind of family force could produce such a young martial arts grandmaster? Even among the 10 great families of the imperial capital, grandmasters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Extremely scarce. As for their dragon family, they didn't even have a single grandmaster. Master, this Su Mu is not easy to deal with. Long Fu also found it extremely troublesome. After all, if even the gold medal assassin Dark Knight Rose couldn't kill Su Mu, then there weren't many people left in the world who could. Raise the bounty. 1 billion. I want Su Mu's head. Long Qishuan slammed his palm on the table, his expression grim and his eyes bloodshot. So what if he's a martial arts grandmaster? Can he truly be invulnerable to swords and bullets, immune to fire and water? Hearing this, Long Fu, standing beside him, was taken aback for a moment. Yes, master, I'll arrange it at once. A 1 billion bounty on Su Mu's head. When this news was posted on an offshore underground website, it immediately caused an uproar. Who is this Chinese guy? His life is actually worth 1 billion. Chinese people are really wealthy. A whole billion. Bruce, I'm almost getting excited just watching this. Calm down, buddy. I mean, do you really think this money is easy to make? I just looked it up. This Su Mu is from Haidu in Xia country and has offended the powerful Long family from the capital. This bounty most likely was issued by the Long family of the capital. So what? 1 billion. If we could get 1 billion, we could retire. This money isn't that easy to earn. Su Mu is no ordinary person. He's said to have a powerful bodyguard by his side, and this is happening in Xia country. Whether he can escape unharmed is still uncertain. This was an offshore underground website that gathered the world's most skilled assassins and mercenaries. As long as you could pay the price, even the President of the United States could be assassinated for you. Su Mu had just returned home when Zhou Tsong called him. Big trouble. Young Master Su. Zhou Tsong had been closely monitoring the Long family, so when this 1 billion bounty appeared on the offshore underground website, Zhou Tsong learned about it immediately. What's wrong, brother Tsong? What big trouble is it? Su Mu asked with a slight smile as the Filipino maid Nana brewed him a pot of tea. He sat on the sofa. Young Master Su, you've been posted on a bounty website. Someone's offering 1 billion for your life. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was slightly taken aback. 1 billion bounty on my life. Did the Long family do this? I don't know, it's a new account, but it's likely issued by the Long family. Su Mu hadn't offended many people recently. Only a handful at most. Anyone with the means to place a 1 billion bounty on his life would be the Long family of the capital. There was no one else. They really think highly of me. A whole billion. Su Mu chuckled. All right, brother Tsong, I understand. Thank you. Young Master Su, if you ask me, you should lay low for now. With this 1 billion bounty out there, I guess. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards there are always brave men willing to act. Su Mu did have extremely capable bodyguards, but he was in the open while the enemy operated in shadows. There would inevitably be moments of vulnerability. No need. Since they, the Long family, refused to show proper respect, there's no reason for them to exist. Su Mu was furious. They really thought he was someone to be bullied. They had already sent assassins after him, and now they were offering 1 billion to kill him. If he didn't fight back, wouldn't everyone think he was easy prey? Zhou Tsong was taken aback by Su Mu's words. He had expected Su Mu to back down, but instead he said something so bold. The Long family has no reason to exist. What does that mean? Is Su Mu planning to annihilate the Long family? But how could that possibly happen? The Long family was one of the 10 great families of the capital. How could they be so easily dealt with? Alright then young master Su, be careful these days. Zhou Tsung also did not want to see Su Mu come to harm. After all, Su Mu had left a good impression on him. Besides, the weight loss milk tea recipe was still with Su Mu. When Su Mu had come back that day, Zhou Tsung had people buy a lot of ingredients and tried to replicate Su Mu's recipe almost exactly, but it had absolutely no effect. Zhou Tsung understood that the weight loss milk tea appeared simple on the surface, but was actually far more complicated. The proportions of ingredients required considerable precision. It was not something that could be achieved by simply blending a few common fruits and vegetables with milk. With Su Mu around, he could earn at least tens or even hundreds of billions in a year. If anything happened to Su Mu, where would he make all that money? Don't worry, brother Tsung, I know what I'm doing. Su Mu was not particularly concerned. It was not that he looked down on those so-called assassin mercenaries, mainly apart from his own grandmaster-level cultivation, he had Mo Li by his side. He knew Mo Li's strength well. Anyone who dared to come wouldn't be leaving alive. After hanging up, Zhou Tsung clenched his fist and cursed fiercely, "Damn the Long family, they're utterly worthless." However, he only said this in private. Even his own father probably wouldn't dare to offend the Long family of the capital so recklessly. The people of the Long family are truly stupid. Song Yue, who had already fled Haidu, also learned about the billion bounty matter immediately. To be honest, she did not have much faith in those overseas assassins and mercenaries. Although there were quite a few experts among them, so what? Regardless of the fact that Su Mu himself was a grandmaster-level expert, the terrifying presence by his side alone would be enough to give those people a serious challenge. The Long family is bringing death upon themselves. Song Yue chuckled, and a purple rose appeared in her hand. Dark Rose was her codename. Song Yue was indeed her real name. Su Mu is quite an interesting person, she murmured softly with her eyes closed while sitting in the car. Yan Ru had also been closely monitoring the Long family's movements in the capital these past couple of days, which is why she learned about the billion bounty on Su Mu's life immediately. Without any hesitation, she directly called Su Mu. "Su Mu, I'm causing you trouble. The Long family in the capital is now offering $1 billion for your life." After all, Su Mu had offended the Long family because of her. If it had not been for her that day, Su Mu would not have conflicted with Long Jingtian. The subsequent events would not have occurred either, so Yan Ru felt quite guilty that the Long family was now causing trouble for Su Mu. "I thought you were going to say something else. About this matter, I already know." Su Mu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Su Mu chuckled, and his words did reassure Yan Ru considerably. However, you shouldn't be careless either. Yan Ru emphasized this repeatedly. She did not want to see anything happen to Su Mu, otherwise she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Got it. After hanging up, Su Mu picked up his teacup and took a sip. There are too few capable people available. If I send Mo Li to the capital, I won't be very safe here. Su Mu had considered having Mo Li directly eliminate the Long family in the capital, but on one hand it was indeed rather cruel, and Su Mu was still hesitant. On the other hand, Mo Li was his most crucial trump card. Sending Mo Li to the capital at this time would inevitably leave him vulnerable to unforeseen complications here. The Long family of the capital ha. Su Mu frowned, setting aside his compassion. Since they were determined to kill him no matter what, there was no need for him to show mercy to the ordinary people in the Long family. Through this incident, Su Mu finally understood one thing. When pulling weeds, you must dig up the roots. His current situation with the Long family was a life and death struggle. If he showed mercy, he would be the one who died in the end. Sitting on the sofa, Su Mu stopped thinking about the Long family matters. At 11:30 that night, the Haidu municipal government posted an announcement on their official Weibo, which instantly sparked heated discussions online. The announcement was lengthy, but conveyed only one key point. The Haidu municipal government planned to fully develop the ecological park area over the coming years. Moreover, this time the municipal government decided to relocate the new campuses of Haidu Experimental Primary School, Guangming Road Primary School No. 1 High School No. 3 High School No. 6 High School, all 12 key primary and secondary schools combined, to the ecological park area. Additionally, the municipal government planned to complete Metro Line 9 within a year, a direct subway route from the city to the ecological park. When this news broke, citizens of Haidu were all stunned. What the hell? Are you kidding me? They're actually planning to heavily develop such a remote area as the ecological park. Moving 12 key schools over all at once. The ecological park area is going to boom. I remember there's a residential compound over there called Tianchi Garden. Yes, that's it. It was selling for over 10,000 per square meter before. I was tempted at the time, but I just didn't have the money. Tianchi Garden. I've heard of it. Wasn't that developed by the real estate magnate Pan Shi? Damn, he's hit the jackpot. Hit the jackpot, my ass. I heard he sold Tianchi Garden for 1.8 billion just a few days ago. Sold it for 1.8 billion. Is that true? He's about to bleed from anger. This was the message released on the official Weibo account of the Haidu municipal government, so it was naturally authentic and reliable. Many people felt regretful and frustrated after seeing this news. A week ago, the housing prices in Tianchi Garden were only slightly over 10,000 yuan per square meter. Unfortunately, everyone thought it was too remote and had no investment value at all. Now look at this. The municipal government suddenly relocated 12 key primary and secondary schools there, and Tianchi Garden, that pile of junk, instantly became a school district house. In the city of Haidu, as long as it's a school district house, the average price is usually around 100,000 yuan per square meter. And this time with the municipal government relocating 12 key primary and secondary schools here, Tianqi Garden instantly became the school district house for these 12 key schools. A pile of junk turned into a school district house. Sumu had spent 18 billion before, and it was estimated to appreciate by at least dozens of times. After all, he had acquired Tianqi Garden at a price 200 million lower than the cost price. Pan Shi had also breathed a sigh of relief recently, as Sumu's 18 billion had indeed solved many troubles for him. He had also attended the charity ball tonight, and greeted Sumu when he saw him. But he didn't say much about it. His definition of Sumu was simply foolish rich and a nouveau riche peasant. After all, that was 18 billion in cash. When Sumu paid, he didn't even blink, truly being very wealthy. Pan Shi had also had someone investigate Tianqi Garden, who said the government had no plans to develop that area in the next 10 years. He happened to be short of money recently, so selling Tianqi Garden was just the right way to raise funds. However, who would have thought that as soon as he got home from the ball and sat on the sofa, he learned about the Haidu municipal government's plan to develop the ecological park area. It was a bolt from the blue. Fuck. Pan Shi jumped straight up from the sofa, unable to express his feelings at that moment with 1,000 words. Only one word, fuck, could best describe his state of mind. Was the Haidu municipal government kidding around? Relocating 12 key primary and secondary schools to the ecological park all at once. And they were going to build a special subway line 9 directly to the ecological park. If this was true, the ecological park would definitely be the second Dongpu new area. As a real estate developer, Pan Shi's sense of smell was keen, and he naturally understood what this official Weibo post meant. The ecological park was about to be developed. Tianqi Garden directly became a school district house for 12 key primary and secondary schools, every inch of land worth a fortune. It could be said that Tianqi Garden was now worth at least 30 billion or more. Tianqi Garden had quite a few large flats, over 300 square meters. With an average price of 200,000 yuan per square meter, 300 square meters would be 60 million. 10 300 square meter large flats would be 600 million. 30 sets would be 18 billion. Tianqi Garden alone was estimated to have 300 such large flats. How much? 18 billion. Pan Shi was after all a senior real estate developer, and Tianqi Garden was built by himself. How could he not be clear about it? I sold it for 18 billion. Pan Shi was stunned. He now had no time to regret. After all, Sumu had paid in cash, and that person had also brought a professional legal team at the time. The contract clearly stated in black and white he had no room to renege at all. This time I, Pan Shi, am afraid of becoming a joke among real estate developers in Haidu and even the whole world. Detestable. Could Sumu have such good vision? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have known the inside story in advance. Pan Shi's face turned dark. How could he accept this? A residential community worth 30 to 40 billion yuan, and he sold it for 18 billion. Thinking of how arrogant he had been these past few days, always thinking in his heart that Sumu was just a foolish and rich oaf, he really wished he could slap himself. If that person was a foolish oaf, then what was he? It was only a few days. Just 2 or 3 days. Tianqi Garden directly became a school district house. But no matter what, Pan Shi thought Tianqi Garden had nothing to do with him now. As for Sumu, he had not seen this official announcement from the Haidu municipal government at the first time. Where did he have the time to pay attention to this every day? However, Chu Yao also sent a message to Sumu at the first time. I really suspect your mouth has been blessed. Sumu was originally daydreaming, and he was also stunned when he saw Chu Yao's message. What's wrong? Don't you know yet? Damn, Tianqi Garden really became a school district house, and the Tianqi Garden you bought for 18 billion is now worth at least 30 to 40 billion. Chu Yao sent a voice message seeming particularly excited. Mainly Sumu had told her back then that if Tianqi Garden really became a school district house, she could choose a house from the entire residential area. Although she also understood that Sumu was just saying it. What if it was true? There were quite a few villas in Tianqi Garden. A villa, any one of them, was worth 1 or 200 million, right? Oh, is it true? I didn't pay much attention. Hearing Chu Yao speaking so excitedly, Sumu also chuckled and sent a voice message. Chu Yao also pushed the announcement published on the official Weibo by the Haidu municipal government to Sumu. Look, this is exactly the same as your conception back then. The Haidu municipal government actually wants to directly relocate 12 key primary and secondary schools there, and your Tianqi Garden instantly turned from a pile of unwanted junk into a school district house for 12 key primary and secondary schools. Oh my god, this is too crazy. Chu Yao was indeed very excited. Apart from the matter of Sumu giving her a house back, then the main reason was that she was the one who mediated this matter. Without her, Sumu would definitely not have gone to buy Tianqi Garden. Okay, it really matches my conception. The municipal government really plans to build a direct subway line over here. Sumu briefly read the announcement, and although a trace of joy appeared on his face, he was still quite calm. The development of the ecological park was actually something expected. After all, although the location there was remote, the environment was quite good. Surrounded by mountains and water, it was also one of the blessed lands. The most crucial thing was that in Sumu's original world, their economic capital also had a place similar to the ecological park. Didn't it develop suddenly, and then rise rapidly? When investing in Tianqi Garden, Sumu also thought the Haidu municipal government would develop that area, but he really didn't expect it to be so fast. I know, by the way, bring your ID tomorrow, and go to Tianqi Garden. I keep my word, you can choose any house in Tianqi Garden, anyone is fine. Sumu chuckled and sent a voice message to Chu Yao. On the other side, Chu Yao was lying on the bed, and when she heard Sumu's voice message, she jumped up directly. Although her monthly salary was not low, she had only been working for a few years, and the housing prices in Haidu were so expensive that she definitely couldn't afford a house. Even if she could afford it, it would probably be that kind of economical and applicable commercial housing, definitely only about 40 or 50 square meters. Tianqi Garden now is a school district house for 12 key primary and secondary schools. In the future, it can be sold for at least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan per square meter. Even if she didn't choose a villa, any large flat with a larger area was worth tens of millions. Sumu, better not, this is too precious. Chu Yao thought about it, and still refused painfully. Don't be like that, I have never taken my words as jokes. It's just a house, it's nothing. Sumu chuckled. You can directly bring your ID tomorrow, I'll notify my people. Since Sumu had said so, Chu Yao naturally didn't refuse anymore. After all, it was a house worth tens of millions given to her for free. If she didn't take it, she would definitely regret it in the future. Sumu also directly called Tang Yu. Speaking of Tang Yu, he took everyone in the office to Ming Pavilion for dinner tonight. To be honest, he was still quite nervous at first. When he said it was Sumu who let them come, the general manager of Ming Pavilion also personally came out to receive them. He only then found out that the chairman of Ming Pavilion was actually Sumu. Dining at Ming Pavilion at night, the general manager of Ming Pavilion also specially brought 2 bottles of good wine, which was quite face-giving to them. As soon as he got home, he also saw that announcement on the official Weibo of the Haidu municipal government, and he was stunned at that time. Ecological Park, Tianqi Garden Dam. Young Master Su's investment is superb. The value of Tianqi Garden has at least multiplied dozens of times. Tang Yu was still wondering in the afternoon how Sumu could invest in that pile of junk in Tianqi Garden. But now he had to admire Sumu's vision. Ring ring. Tang Yu saw it was Sumu's call, and quickly answered it. Hello, young Master Su, please speak. Okay. I know, don't worry. After hanging up, Tang Yu also muttered softly, Chu Yao, this girl is really lucky. But, could she become my boss's wife? The Haidu municipal government's decision to develop the ecological park was both reasonable and beyond expectation. Sumu was pleased, but not especially shocked. Sumu sat back, savoring his tea with ease. As midnight arrived, he opened leisure fishing and pressed the fishing button, which had fully recovered. He cast the rod. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You fished up 2 bioguards. What the hell? Sumu froze at the notification on his phone, then immediately summoned the guards. Dressed in the same attire as Mo, 2 identical guards knelt before him. Warrior Ru Shuang greets her master. Warrior Ru Yu greets her master. Ru Shuang and Ru Yu sisters. From now on, just call me young master. Sumu took a sip of tea and waved his hand. Yes, young master. Ru Shuang and Ru Yu were indeed sisters. Twin bioguards were rare. For sisters like them, only one pair of twins might emerge from 1,000,000 bioguards. Perfect timing. I'm in need of capable hands. You 2 go to the imperial capital and handle a task for me. Sumu directly ordered the sisters to go and eliminate the Long family, that great nuisance. As always, bioguards were cold, emotionless beings. Hearing Sumu's order, Ru Shuang and Ru Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, go now. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Sumu waved his hand, and the sisters took their leave, vanishing from the room at once. Nana, the Filipina maid, had gone to rest, otherwise had she witnessed that scene, she would certainly have been frightened. With the bioguard's abilities, the Long family matter in the imperial capital is settled. Sumu felt a weight lift from his heart. It wasn't that he feared retaliation from the Long family, it was just that if they came wave after wave, they'd really think he was easy to bully. He had to teach the Long family a lesson. He had given them chances all along. Since they wouldn't treasure them, they had no one but themselves to blame for his mercilessness. Wiping out the Long family to intimidate other forces was necessary. Feeling rather weary, Sumu washed up and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsong, Qin Fun, and Yang Hao gathered together. When they saw the official Weibo post from the Haidu municipal government, they were dumbfounded. No way. Did Sumu just stumble into it, or what? Is the city government joking? Making a big push to develop the ecological park? Is there any need for that? When Sumu invested in Tianqi Yuan, I also asked people at City Hall, and they said the Haidu municipal government had no intention of developing that area within the next 10 years. Yang Hao suddenly dropped that remark, stunning Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. Then what's going on? I have no idea. I've already asked people about it, we'll have answers soon. Yang Hao's connections in Haidu were deeper than those of Qin Fun and Zhou Tsong combined. Though Yang Hao usually kept a low profile, he was after all the young master of Yang Heavy Industries, and Yang Heavy Industries was the undisputed leader of Xia country's heavy industry enterprises. As they spoke, Yang Hao's phone rang. He answered it, and after just 2 or 3 minutes, he hung up with furrowed brows. The information I got is that the Haidu municipal government received directives from the top. They absolutely must develop the ecological park area. Yang Hao added with emphasis, when I say the top, I mean the very top. Hearing this, Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun couldn't help but gasp. Hell, if Sumu didn't have connections, they wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Back in the Long Jingtian affair, when the Long family tried to use official power to seize Sumu, word also spread that the very top had issued an order forbidding anyone from touching him. Now the ecological park, a place the city government had no intention of developing for a decade, was also ordered by the very top to be developed with full effort. Isn't this plainly helping Su Mu rise and expand behind the scenes? I told you, Su Mu is not simple. For the Long family, it will be very difficult to deal with him. Yang Hao chuckled quite calm. But the Long family has apparently placed a 1 billion yuan bounty on Su Mu overseas. That should cause him plenty of trouble. Zhou Tsung was certainly worried about Su Mu's safety. After all, Su Mu was his golden goose. With Su Mu around, he could earn at least several billion a year. He didn't want to see Su Mu fall. Su Mu should be fine, right? Isn't that guard beside him extremely powerful? Qin Fan chimed in. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark, Zhou Tsung said, unable to hide his concern. And what if the Long family is destroyed? Yang Hao's abrupt remarks startled Zhou Tsung and Qin Fan. Brother Hao, you shouldn't say something like that casually. That's the Long family of the imperial capital, a super clan with a century of heritage. How could it be destroyed? Even if Su Mu's backing is powerful, I doubt it can fight the Long family head-on. Such talk was only for private ears. Yang Hao had said it offhandedly, and Zhou Tsung and Qin Fan simply treated it as if they had never heard it. In their impression, the 10 great clans of the imperial capital were all fearsome entities with centuries of heritage. Though they appeared inactive, in truth no media outlet dared to report on such enormous families. Put it this way, if you reported on them, the next moment the entire newspaper would probably cease to exist. Take Long Jingtian for example. What kind of man was he? In the imperial capital, he was domineering and reckless with countless girls he had harmed. Even beneath the emperor's very feet, he behaved this way. One could only imagine how much power the Long family wielded. Let's end this here. I'm going to get a massage, and then sleep. Standing up in his bathrobe, Zhou Tsung stretched. Brother Tsung remembered to ask for no. 8 is an internet celebrity face. Qin Fan looked up at Zhou Tsung and chuckled slyly. Screw you, I don't even like internet celebrity faces. Zhou Tsung cursed back with a laugh. As he left the private room and saw the waiter, he said directly, go call no. 8 over. Qin Fan poked his head out from the private room. Oh, now that smells good. Haidu remained calm. The imperial capital was swept by a bloody storm. At the Long family compound in the imperial capital, Long Qishuan watched the 2 women standing before him, each holding a crescent-shaped blade. Why? Who exactly are you? Long Qishuan screamed hoarsely, staring at the corpses lying throughout the courtyard. Young master orders you to die. Ru Yu moved like a ghost. The crescent blade in her hand was unstained by blood, yet Long Qishuan was clutching his throat. You are Su. Even at death's door, Long Qishuan never imagined the Long family would be wiped out by Su Mu's people. All 137 people in the Long family's main residence had perished, not one survived. And their killers were merely 2 women. As for Long Fu, his throat had also been slit by one stroke. He was thoroughly dead. The next morning, the vegetable deliverer for the Long family discovered the massacre. Everyone in the imperial capital was struck dumb. The news was immediately sealed. Anyone who learned of it was strictly ordered not to breathe a word. As for the other great families of the imperial capital, their principals gathered together. What do you think about the Long family's matter? What else can we think? 8 out of 10, it was that young man surnamed Su from Haidu. But this is terrifying. We didn't receive a single shred of news. I had people check the wounds of the Long family members. Everyone was a single cut to the throat. It was the work of masters. That young man surnamed Su really doesn't take us seriously at all, does he? But then again, the Long family did go too far. In any case, none of the great families talked about avenging the Long family. Once the person is gone, the tea grows cold, let alone when a family has been massacred to the last person. Let's divide the Long family's assets among ourselves. As for the rest, consider it on your own. Yi Guji, head of the Yi family, stood up and spoke first. The others echoed with nods of agreement. No one rises early without profit. After all, the Long family was one of the 10 great clans of the imperial capital with family assets of at least 1 trillion. Now that the Long family had been completely annihilated, their profitable enterprises were fixed in the greedy gaze of the other great clans. As for Su Mu, the other great families of the imperial capital, as if by common consent, ordered their younger generations not to provoke him. How to put it? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The Long family's silent extermination had thoroughly overawed all of them. Although the major families of the imperial capital had jointly suppressed the news of the Long family's annihilation, commoners remained unaware, yet nearly everyone with any background or connections had come to know of it. Zhou Tsung and the others had gone to sleep early the previous night. At around 8 in the morning, Yang Hao was the first to wake. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, then froze in utter shock. A prophecy fulfilled. Last night, he had only said it jokingly in passing, but who could have known that upon waking, the imperial capital's Long family would truly have been wiped out? What the hell? Yang Hao immediately woke Qin Fan and Zhou Tsung. Something huge has happened. Zhou Tsung and Qin Fan, still groggy from sleep, were completely dazed. What huge thing now? Qin Fan mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Latest news: the Long family has been massacred. All 137 people in the main residence, not a single survivor. Before Yang Hao could even finish his sentence, Zhou Tsung and Qin Fan's eyes widened, stunned, senseless. It can't be real, right? When has my intelligence ever been wrong? At Yang Hao's words, Zhou Tsung and Qin Fan drew in a sharp breath. Who did it? Unknown. Utterly silent and seamless. This is too terrifying. The Long family was just wiped out like that. Could it be Su Mu? Zhou Tsung murmured softly. I think it must be the force behind Su Mu that made its move. No wonder Su Mu didn't seem nervous at all. The power behind him is just too formidable, isn't it? Whether it was Su Mu or not, the fall of the Long family is good news. Indeed, the Long family's relentless entanglement with Su Mu was ultimately troublesome. The three of them still counted on following Su Mu to wealth. With the Long family destroyed, and no one harassing Su Mu, they could now act with full freedom. Of course, whether or not Su Mu had ordered the deed, many would tacitly assume he was the mastermind. After all, although there was no evidence regarding Long Jingtian's death, Su Mu could not entirely escape suspicion. The Long family had even blatantly offered a billion-dollar bounty on an overseas underground website to have Su Mu killed. Everyone understood that Su Mu and the Long family were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Yet before this, none of them had held Su Mu in high regard. In fact, everyone believed Su Mu's head-on clash with the imperial capital's Long family was nothing short of a moth flinging itself into a flame, courting death. But now, with the Long family's annihilation an established fact, all those people in Haidu had fallen into silence. How about we call and ask? Qin Fan scratched his head. The destruction of the Long family was unquestionably a major revelation. Even they were eager to uncover the truth. No need. Even if we asked, knowing Su Mu's nature, he probably wouldn't tell us. Zhou Cong chuckled. He knew Su Mu well, young but extraordinarily tight-lipped. That's true. If something this big happened, I wouldn't admit to it either. Yang Hao laughed and said. Su Mu meanwhile had slept soundly through the night. When he woke, it was already past 9. Yin Ru, upon learning the news, immediately sent a message to Su Mu. After all, Su Mu had offended the Long family because of her, but she was alone and powerless. What could she possibly do in the face of a behemoth like the Long family? Yet this morning, when she learned that the Long family had been wiped out overnight, she was stunned. Last night, Su Mu had personally told her that the Long family no longer needed to exist. At the time, she thought he was only speaking casually, and who would have known that upon waking, the Long family truly had been annihilated. Her first reaction was that Su Mu must have been behind it. But she couldn't be certain either. After all, that was the Long family. However, regardless of whether Su Mu did it, the destruction of the Long family was a good thing for both her and Su Mu. Although the Yin family could be considered a prominent household, they were, after all, a newly risen power of shallow foundations, in no way comparable to a behemoth like the Long family. As for Su Mu, Yin Ru was unaware of his background, but in her estimation, he probably couldn't match the Long family either. Yet now it seemed the Long family was somewhat fragile after all. What Yin Ru didn't know was that the Long family wasn't fragile. It was simply that the people Su Mu had sent were overwhelmingly powerful. 2 biochemical guards, let alone the Long family. Even if the members of the 10 great families were all combined, they wouldn't be able to resist. Su Mu major news. The imperial capital's Long family was massacred last night. 137 people in the main residence, not a single survivor. Su Mu had just woken when he saw Yin Ru's message. He wasn't surprised, of course, since he was the one who had ordered it. I know, just those 4 simple words. When Yin Ru saw Su Mu's reply, she was slightly taken aback. He isn't surprised? Or could it be that he actually ordered someone to do this? Yin Ru muttered inwardly. But she also understood that even if Su Mu had orchestrated it, he would never admit it. After all, this was a massacre. 137 lives. Su Mu sat up from his bed. Honestly speaking, even he felt that perhaps what he had done was somewhat cruel. Yet on the other hand, the Long family was his enemy. Showing mercy to one's enemy is cruelty to oneself. If he hadn't possessed the trump card of biochemical guards, perhaps in the end it would have been he who suffered. The Long family had put a billion-dollar bounty on his head. Why should he show them any mercy? Su Mu decided not to dwell on such matters. He got up from bed and washed up briefly. With no classes in the morning, he was happy to enjoy some leisure at home. He had the Filipina, made Nana brew a pot of tea, then sat on the sofa watching the news. There was nothing particularly major. As for the annihilation of the imperial capital's Long family, such a thing could never appear on the news. After all, a massacre would inevitably incite panic among the general public. Su Mu did, however, come across news about the Haidu municipal government's plan to develop an ecological park. Many people had paid attention to it, and half of the comments were people berating themselves for being blind and missing the opportunity. After all, just a week earlier, the housing price at Tianqi Court had been a mere 10,000 yuan per square meter. At the time, it was a shambles, everyone cast aside like a worn-out shoe, and no one cared about it. But now, with 12 key elementary and middle schools relocating, their Tianqi Court had instantly become a school district property. Its price per square meter could skyrocket 10 or even 20 times. Su Mu casually browsed the news, finding it rather dull. The investment in Tianqi Court has been a great success. An investment of 1.8 billion can bring back at least a dozenfold profit. Su Mu sighed with emotion. Now he finally understood the old saying. The rich only get richer. After all, wealthy people use their spare money to make all sorts of investments, long-term or short-term. Among 10 investments, as long as one turns a profit, it can fill one's coffers to the brim. Su Mu currently had no shortage of money, but he seemed to have found another kind of pleasure. Investing and making money. That ineffable joy of success is indeed something hard to describe. As for the weight loss milk tea, if it were to launch, it would be another unicorn worth trillions. Su Mu stretched lazily, quite at ease. In truth, he did have his worries. Before, it was the worry of having no money. Now he was troubled by having lost the motivation to earn more. It couldn't be helped. His money just kept growing, as if it flowed in like a great flood. A little past 10, Zhou Cong called Su Mu. Boss Su, have you heard about the Long family? Su Mu didn't try to hide anything, he simply gave a calm, On the other end of the line, Zhou Tsong had imagined countless possibilities. Shock, confusion, perhaps even an outright admission from Su Mu that he'd done it. But he hadn't expected Su Mu to be so composed. Then again, it was Su Mu after all. Then congratulations, Boss Su. With the Long family gone as a stumbling block, your career is bound to soar in no time. Zhou Tsong chuckled, his tone not lacking in flattery. A stumbling block? Hardly. I've never even bothered to look directly at the Long family, Su Mu said with a laugh, leaving Zhou Tsong momentarily stunned. All right, Boss Su. Zhao Lushir is coming over today to shoot an advertisement. Would you like to come take a look? Today? What time? Su Mu asked with interest. A little after 2 in the afternoon over on the pedestrian street. I might not have time then. Su Mu chuckled. I have a physical education class this afternoon. You know how it is, PE class. Damn you, Zhou Tsong cursed with a laugh. Tell you what, notify the manager of my milk tea shop and have her go over there. After speaking, Su Mu suddenly thought of something. All right, although I won't be there, the gift can't be lacking. How about this? I'll personally contribute 500,000 and you can distribute it among the crew. It's not much, just a token of appreciation. Su Mu always handled things comprehensively, attending to every detail. This was something Zhou Tsong genuinely admired about him. As expected of Boss Su. I'll thank you on behalf of the crew then. Zhou Tsong laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Su Mu wasn't joking about the afternoon physical education class. There really was one. Moreover, Su Mu performed a one-handed slam dunk on the basketball court, putting on quite a show for the girls from his own class and other departments. Su Mu stood at 1.85 m and his jumping ability was truly astonishing. He received the ball from midcourt, leaped directly from the spot, and forcefully dunked the basketball into the hoop. The PE teacher was completely stunned. After witnessing Su Mu's jumping ability, not to mention the CBA, even in the NBA, he would be in a league of his own. A basketball genius. There's no hope for the national football team, but let's hope there's still hope for the national basketball team. The PE teacher called Su Mu over and asked if he was interested in joining the school basketball team. Su Mu was quite straightforward. He simply smiled and waved his hand. Not interested. After speaking, Su Mu dashed back onto the basketball court, caught the ball, jumped up, and with both hands flicked it up for a perfect three-pointer. Not interested. The PE teacher was completely bewildered. Such extraordinary talent just wasted like this. Even if he didn't make it to the NBA someday, joining the national team would earn him several million a year. How could that be difficult? Not interested in this. What was he actually interested in? Teacher Su Mu might genuinely not be interested. Su Mu? You mean he's actually Su Mu? Girls nearby shrieked excitedly, and the PE teacher also gazed at Su Mu on the court with a dazed expression. If he was indeed that Su Mu, then perhaps he would understand. These past few days, Su Mu had been making waves throughout Haida University. After all, driving a Lamborghini Veneno onto campus, Su Mu might be the first person in the country to do so. Not just the students. Within all of Haida University, teachers included, who wasn't speculating about Su Mu's true identity. After all, that was a Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth over 100 million. If you're asking someone who might be worth several billion, or even tens of billions to play basketball, it's no wonder he's not interested. After all, for someone like Su Mu, hobbies are hobbies. But asking someone to turn their hobby into work, that probably wouldn't happen. Look at that. That's what a real god looks like. Well, he is quite handsome, but calling him a god is a bit much, right? Is he as handsome as our Jean? Two girls nearby were whispering about Su Mu in private. XC, why would you insult our young master Su by comparing him to an entertainer? The girl with the ponytail immediately took offense. The other girl was her best friend, but she wasn't from Haida University. She was a student from the neighboring Haida Media University. Entertainer, do you have any idea how hard our Jean works? I really don't know, nor do I care. The girl with twin tails coldly sneered. Standing a celebrity. You should at least pick someone who spreads positive energy. Never mind the rest, just saying. The two girls actually started bickering with each other. How could Su Mu have known that it was because of him that this pair of best friends had turned against each other and started arguing on the playground? He, on the other hand, executed a stylish two-handed dunk, nearly ripping the entire hoop off its rim. That feels great. Su Mu sat beneath the hoop, and Wang Xinyu handed him a bottle of ice water. Third brother, I've been chatting online with a girlfriend lately, and I told her I could take the Lamborghini Veneno out. Wang Xinyu walked up behind Su Mu and began massaging his shoulders. So you're the type who never offers help without an ulterior motive, ah? Su Mu chuckled. But since Wang Xinyu was asking to borrow the car, Su Mu didn't mind at all. Fine, come pick up the car from my place later. But watch out for someone setting you up. That's a scam called honeypot trap. How old are you now, still dating online? Ha. Su Mu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu. But that's exciting, isn't it? Wang Xinyu pouted and muttered quietly. Zhao Lushir's schedule had been quite packed lately. However, since Zhou Tsong had come personally to negotiate this milk tea endorsement, she couldn't afford to offend him. After all, behind Zhou Tsong stood Wanda Cinemas, the largest cinema chain in all of Asia. Offend Zhou Tsong, and could she still hope to develop a career in the entertainment industry? But Zhao Lushir was also quite puzzled. She barely knew Zhou Tsong. They had virtually no connection at all. Why had Zhou Tsong thought of having her as the brand ambassador? And a milk tea endorsement at that? Wang Kaka milk tea. She'd never even heard of it. Zhao Lushir wanted to refuse, but she understood that refusing was equivalent to offending Zhou Tsong. Reluctantly squeezing out a day to come to Haidu, she felt rather listless. Our big boss can't make it today, but he asked me to bring some benefits to the crew. Since Sumu wasn't coming and Qin Fan claimed his back hurt while Yang Hao had other matters to attend to, this matter fell to Zhou Tsong. But Zhou Tsong had been quite free lately, and besides Wan Kaka milk tea was also his hope for a comeback. He took it quite seriously. Big boss. Zhao Lushir was stunned when she heard Zhou Tsong say this. Who could possibly be Zhou Tsong's boss? After all, Zhou Tsong was a universally recognized top-tier young master in the country. Young Master Su said that the crew has worked hard filming the advertisement today, and he's personally allocating 500,000 as a bonus for everyone. Once Zhou Tsong finished speaking, everyone in the crew erupted with excitement. After all, their crew consisted of only about a dozen people. They were being paid to shoot the advertisement anyway, and extras were normal. But a big boss who could casually throw out 500,000. Those were rare indeed. 500,000. Even if they split it evenly, each person would get 30 to 50,000 right. Zhao Lushir was also stunned. She had become quite curious about the big boss Zhou Tsong had mentioned. Young Master Su. For Zhou Tsong to address someone as Young Master Su, he must also be a top-tier wealthy young master, right? Zhao Lushir murmured to herself. But she didn't have any other thoughts really. After all, no matter how she looked at it, she was just a small-time entertainer. In the eyes of such people, perhaps, she truly wasn't worth mentioning. Yuanya had also received the news and hurried over. When Zhou Tsong saw Yuanya arrive, he warmly shook her hand and greeted her. Yuanya was completely flustered. To be honest, when Zhou Tsong first called her, she thought it was a scam. Later she messaged Sumu to confirm. When Sumu told her they really were shooting the advertisement today, and that the person who'd called her was indeed Zhou Tsong, she was at a loss for what to do. Yuanya had originally thought her boss and Zhou Tsong were at best just friends. Though he was very wealthy, she didn't think he commanded the kind of influence that would make a top-tier young master like Zhou Tsong want to curry favor. But now she felt she might have been wrong, because she could clearly sense that Zhou Tsong had just been trying to ingratiate himself with her. Who was she after all? Just a store manager under Sumu. Did a top-tier young master like Zhou Tsong really need to suck up to her? In the end, Zhou Tsong was trying to get on Sumu's good side. Young Master Tsong. Yuanya smiled, awkwardly responding without knowing quite what to say. Does Manager Yuan have any instructions for us? Zhou Tsong suddenly said this, making Yuanya even more flustered. What instructions could she possibly give? Besides, she didn't understand a thing about shooting advertisements. Instructions? Far be it from me to give instructions, but since this is an advertisement for our weight loss milk tea, I think we'd better showcase the weight loss effects. Yuanya suddenly thought of this and spoke up. Zhou Tsong pondered for a moment. He thought Yuanya made a valid point. If the weight loss effects of the milk tea weren't showcased, then what was the point of finding a brand ambassador? However, Zhou Tsong looked at Yuanya. Do you have the milk tea formula, Manager Yuan? I have the formula, but young Master Su didn't specify the exact proportions. Yuanya said this, and Zhou Tsong understood. Alright, I understand. Zhou Tsong pulled out his phone and found Sumu's number. Young Master Su, I have some suggestions here. When Sumu heard what Zhou Tsong had to say, he thought for a moment. Alright, have them prepare. The specific ingredients are the usual ones: juicer, milk, tomatoes, cucumbers. Sumu also felt that since they were shooting an advertisement, they needed to demonstrate the weight loss effects of the milk tea. Otherwise, what would be the point of shooting the ad? Okay. After hanging up, Zhou Tsong turned to Yuanya with a smile. Young Master Su said, he just finished class, and we'll be right over. Zhou Tsong's voice carried clearly, and standing nearby Zhao Lushir also heard what he said. Just finished class. Coming right over. So the young Master Su that Zhou Tsong spoke of was still a student. Zhao Lushir was completely bewildered. Zhao Lushir was actually still quite young. Born in 1998, she was 22 years old. However, she had debuted rather early, starting to appear in films and TV dramas at 15 or 16. It was only in the past 2 years that she had become famous through web dramas. The rapid development of the domestic entertainment industry was of course inseparable from these capital titans. Take the Yida cinema chain behind Zhou Tsong for instance. It had been founded for less than 5 or 6 years, but it had now become the largest cinema chain in Asia. Zhao Lushir could not afford to offend Zhou Tsong, and of course, she did not dare to offend the young master, Su, whom Zhou Tsong had mentioned. Even though that man might still be a student, she understood that a single word from top-tier rich heirs like them was enough to propel or blacklist a popular celebrity. That was no exaggeration. Forget tens of millions of fans, or being an online influencer, this world did not lack artists like them. Put it this way, if she offended a rich young master like Zhou Tsong, the entire entertainment industry would probably not dare to use her. Without new film or television works in this restless society, she would soon be replaced by newcomers. Besides, Zhao Lushir was not stupid. Why would she go out of her way to offend a rich second-generation heir like Zhou Tsong? He had invited her to shoot the ad, and the endorsement fee alone was 3 million yuan a year. What mattered was actually getting the money in hand. Sumu also felt that Zhou Tsong made sense. Since it was an advertisement for weight loss milk tea, the effect had to be shown. He had just finished class, and Wang Xinyu followed Sumu to the nearby Tianji villa. Sumu tossed him the key to the Lamborghini Veneno and instructed, it's fine if the car gets damaged as long as you don't get yourself into trouble. Don't worry, third brother. If it's me, how can you not be assured? Wang Xinyu took the Lamborghini's key, his face glowing. He had wanted to try Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno for a long time. Third brother, there really are a lot of rich people in your neighborhood. Wang Xinyu glanced at the Lycan Hypersport parked nearby and said with no small envy, this is a Lycan Hypersport, right? I've seen this supercar on the internet before. Wang Xinyu was also a supercar enthusiast. To be honest, if one had to trace it, Su Mu's love for supercars came from hearing Wang Xinyu talk about them every day. That one is mine too. Su Mu smiled noncommittally. Wang Xinyu was stunned. Damn. Third brother, are you saying this Lycan Hypersport is also yours? What else? How many people can afford a 200 million yuan supercar? Su Mu curled the corners of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Damn. Third brother, you're absolutely inhuman. Wang Xinyu curled his lip. Third brother, I suddenly have a bold idea. Do you want to hear it? Get out, get out. The moment you open your mouth, I know exactly what crap you're going to let out. Su Mu cursed with a laugh. Meanwhile, Wang Xinyu drove off in the Lamborghini Veneno, acting utterly smug. Su Mu went upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes, and came back down. Driving the Lycan Hypersport, he headed for Haidu Pedestrian Street. The commercial was being shot on the pedestrian street. Although it was only a little past 4, Haidu had huge foot traffic after all, so the pedestrian street was still packed with a massive crowd. Isn't that Zhao Lushi? Whoa, she's actually filming here. Who is Zhao Lushi? She's that girl who said Ka Tu Lu Pai. Alright, it's her. I actually really like her. It had to be said that Zhao Lushi had great appeal among the general public. Although many people did not recognize her once someone mentioned the girl who went viral for saying the dialect phrase, Ka Tu Lu Pai, most people had actually seen her short video. Zhou Tsong had called Su Mu nearly half an hour ago, and Su Mu had still not arrived. Zhao Lushi was slightly anxious as well, but how would she dare say anything? The director came over and asked Zhou Tsong, Master Tsong, we're all ready. Can we start now? What the hell are you in a hurry for? Didn't I tell you? Young Master Su will be here soon. We'll talk when young Master Su arrives. The director was considered a rather famous director in Haidu. Usually he was the one who scolded others. How could it ever be someone else's turn to scold him? But with Zhou Tsong standing in front of him, he could only back down. What else could he do? Scold him back. He would need that kind of leverage first. Su Mu did not waste much time. He parked the car at a roadside parking spot by the pedestrian street and got out. Passers-by around him looked at Su Mu with unconcealed envy. Although most people in the country did not recognize the Lycan Hypersport, it was after all a top-tier world supercar. Just from its cool exterior, they could tell this supercar was definitely not cheap. Holy crap, this car is way too cool. So awesome. I've never seen this supercar before. But damn, this is a full carbon fiber body. How much would it cost? Let me put it this way, this supercar is definitely worth over 100 million. I'll say it right here. If you don't agree, let's debate. Worth over 100 million. Isn't that too exaggerated? The guy I saw earlier was young. How could he possibly drive such a luxury car? I think you have a misunderstanding about Haidu's top-tier rich heirs. Have you heard of Qin Fun? Do you know that his family's supercars alone are worth over 1 billion? So envious. These people were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. No comparison, truly no comparison. Su Mu was used to it since driving this car out was bound to be a bit flashy. He did not care what others said and jogged all the way over to Zhou Tsong. Brother Tsong, I'm here. Su Mu greeted Zhou Tsong from more than 10 meters away. Zhou Tsong looked up at Su Mu, his face full of smiles. One could even see an extremely fawning attitude in Zhou Tsong's expression. Young Master Su over here. It was P.E. class, we just got out. I was all sweaty, so I went back to take a shower. Don't hold it against me for being late. Su Mu explained with a light chuckle. How could I? Zhou Tsong did not mind waiting for Su Mu, and the others dared not mind even more. It was not hard to tell that Zhou Tsong's attitude was obviously extremely fawning. Who exactly is this young Master Su? Why does even Zhou Tsong treat him like this? Zhao Lushi was full of confusion. After all, Su Mu looked truly young, at most around 20. But it had to be said that Su Mu was much more handsome than Zhou Tsong. Yuanya straightened up when she saw Su Mu, then gave a slight respectful bow. Boss. Su Mu nodded and said to Yuanya and Zhou Tsong, is everything ready? All ready. Zhou Tsong curled his lips. When I handle things, young Master Su can rest assured. Beside them was a milk tea shop that Zhou Tsong and his people had taken over, and its location was quite good. The shop was being renovated at the moment, but the electricity was still usable. Su Mu nodded and followed Zhou Tsong and the others into the shop. The location here is great. You said it. The rent here is insanely expensive, 500,000 yuan a month. Zhou Tsong could not help wincing at his own words. Why didn't you plan to buy it instead? Su Mu asked with a casual chuckle. Buy it. Oh well, I can't afford it. Zhou Tsong shrugged and gave a wry smile. The average price here is 800,000 yuan per square meter. My milk tea shop is 200 square meters. If I were to buy it, how much would that be? 100 to 200 million. Not a good deal. That's true. Su Mu thought for a moment and did not say anything else. The stuff he had told Zhou Tsong to prepare was all ready. There was a juicer, cucumbers, tomatoes, celery, and milk. Su Mu casually cut up a few ingredients. Zhou Tsong, standing off to the side, strained his eyes to see exactly how Su Mu did it. But he was dumbfounded. Su Mu's movements were just that casual, hardly different from how he made milk tea at home. All right, with these things, just juice them, and it's done. Su Mu asked Yuanya to help with the juicing. Yuanya promptly stepped forward and took the juicer from Su Mu. By the way, Brother Tsong, call Zhao Lushi in, will you? Sure, I'll go get her. Zhou Tsong bustled out eagerly. Before long, Zhao Lushi, her manager, and the director all came over as well. Since this milk tea of ours claims to be a weight loss milk tea, the effects absolutely have to be shown. Su Mu looked at Zhao Lushi and the others and said with a slight smile. Zhao Lushi had heard Zhou Tsong say that this milk tea was a weight loss milk tea with slimming effects. To be honest, this was exactly why she had not wanted to take the advertisement in the first place. Can milk tea really help people lose weight? Isn't that just making a fool of people? If this ad were actually made, it would be false advertising. If something went wrong as the endorser, she would be dragged into trouble as well. But after all, she was only a small entertainer and absolutely did not dare to offend a top-tier rich young master like Zhou Tsung. She had come to shoot this ad anyway, bracing herself. Hearing Sumu say this, Zhao Lucia frowned slightly. Milk tea can help people lose weight. Do they really take everyone for fools? That was what she thought in her heart, but she certainly would not dare say it out loud. Sumu didn't know what Zhao Lucia was thinking, but Zhou Tsung was already eager. Ever since learning about the weight loss milk tea, he had been eating and drinking without restraint these past few days. He used to deliberately cut back on business dinners and midnight snacks, mainly out of fear of gaining too much weight. It wasn't that it would hurt his handsome image, it was simply that being too heavy really was bad for his health. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, high blood sugar. If he really got too fat, he feared he'd spend the rest of his life in the hospital. But since drinking the weight loss milk tea last time, he had amazingly lost 4 pounds. He had also been weighing himself every day over the past couple of days. Although he had regained 2 pounds, one had to consider the sheer amount of food he had devoured lately. This is our newly prepared milk tea. Of course I know what everyone is thinking. To put your doubts to rest today, I'm treating everyone to a cup, Sumu said with a light chuckle. Zhao Lucia watched the milk tea being poured into a disposable cup, her brows slightly furrowing. Can this really be drunk? She also glanced at the raw ingredients nearby. Tomatoes, cucumbers, milk. Would it really be safe to drink this? I'll have a cup first. Zhou Tsung couldn't wait any longer. He picked up a cup of milk tea, tilted his head back, and downed it in one go. Tastes great. Since Zhou Tsung had already drunk it, the others didn't dare voice their doubts. Of course everyone can weigh themselves before drinking. Sumu pointed to the scale beside him. As a female celebrity, weight was one of Zhao Lucia's biggest frustrations. Most girls were foodies at heart, and if she didn't deliberately restrain herself, she could easily pack on 10 pounds in a week. She also had another problem. The more stressed or pressured she felt, the more she turned to food for comfort. Recently, with so many shoots and immense work pressure, she had gained 5 or 6 pounds. When Zhao Lucia heard she would be weighed, she let out a bitter laugh. Hey, don't look okay. Zhao Lucia stepped onto the scale. Seeing the numbers displayed, her heart instantly turned cold. Last night after arriving at the hotel, she had ordered a serving of crayfish, and now she'd gained another pound. It's over. I'm almost at 120 pounds. Zhao Lucia was already the type of girl who looked somewhat plump, standing at only about 1.6 meters tall. At 118 pounds, to be honest, she was indeed a bit overweight for a woman. Our Wankeka milk tea can help you lose 2 to 3 pounds per cup. With even better results, you can lose 4 pounds the first time you drink it. Sumu smiled and personally handed a cup of milk tea to Zhao Lucia. She took it from him with a hint of flustered reverence. Although she didn't quite believe that milk tea could help with weight loss, Sumu's earnest demeanor left her puzzled. After all, if it didn't work, wouldn't he just be ruining his own reputation? People like him wouldn't resort to something so flashy and hollow, would they? Besides, Zhou Tsung had already drunk it, and judging by his expression, he seemed rather eager. Anyway, it won't kill me. Worst case, I gain another pound. With that thought, Zhao Lucia raised the cup to her lips. This taste, it's actually quite refreshing. As the milk tea touched the tip of her tongue, Zhao Lucia's eyes lit up. She had expected it to taste bad, but to her surprise, it was genuinely delicious. The others felt the same way. It's light sweet and not cloying at all. It's really good. If this milk tea flavor hits the market, it's going to blow up. And if the weight loss effect is real too, damn, this tea could go viral all over the world. Weight loss effect. We'll see. In truth, more or less none of them fully believed that drinking milk tea could help lose weight. After all, the idea of weight loss milk tea sounded wildly unreliable. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsung was watching the clock. He could clearly feel a warm sensation in his abdomen, as if fat were rapidly burning away. Zhao Lucia's eyes also lit up. I feel warm all over. It's hard to describe. Same here, especially around my abdomen. Could the weight loss effect actually be real? This is too miraculous, isn't it? Hearing their murmurs, Sumu chuckled and said, that warm feeling spreading through your body is the fat rapidly burning. In 5 minutes you can step on the scale and weigh yourselves again. After all, this was a weight loss milk tea, fast acting with noticeable results. The moment 5 minutes were up, Zhou Tsung couldn't wait to step onto the scale. He had weighed himself just moments ago 158 pounds. Last time he was 160, lost 4 pounds after drinking the tea, but then regained 2 pounds from 2 days of reckless eating. Still, compared to his original weight, he was 2 pounds lighter. Zhou Tsung looked down at his weight, and a smug grin spread across his face. Lost another 3 pounds. 155 pounds. 3 pounds lighter than just a few minutes ago. Yuanya was stunned too, because she had also been present when Zhou Tsung weighed himself earlier. Although Yuanya was the manager of Wankeka Milk Tea and knew that their product was a weight loss tea, she herself had never actually tasted it. She chose to believe in Sumu because she believed in the man himself. Besides, if it didn't work, their milk tea would never sell. At 200 yuan a cup, ordinary customers would never pay if the product didn't deliver a stunning surprise. It really does work. Yuanya's face lit up with excitement. She had been afraid the tea wouldn't work. Otherwise, wouldn't this be blatant fraud? Now, seeing just how remarkably effective it was after Zhou Tsung drank it, Yuanya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Lucia and the others hadn't seen Zhou Tsung's earlier weight, but his expression couldn't possibly be faked. After all, as a top-tier rich kid, he had no reason to put on such an act. That left only one explanation: the weight loss milk tea truly worked. Zhao Lushi checked the time. 5 minutes had passed since she drank it, and she stepped onto the scale with a touch of nervousness. She certainly hoped the weight loss milk tea would work. If it really was effective, it would be absolutely fantastic for her. Wow! Zhao Lushi looked down at her weight, and couldn't help crying out. She was so ecstatic that her whole body trembled involuntarily. It actually works. Zhao Lushi's manager Sister Hong muttered, glancing at the scale. The glaring red number on the display left her frozen in place. 115 pounds. A full 3 pounds lighter than just moments ago. It was utterly broken, like a cheat code. This milk tea is incredible, Zhao Lushi said excitedly. All her previous doubts had vanished into thin air. She now felt that even if she had to give up her endorsement fee, she absolutely had to land the Wankeka advertisement deal. After all, she wasn't a fool. She clearly recognized the vast potential of Wankeka milk tea. With such amazing weight loss results, once it hit the market, it was bound to explode in popularity. Not just domestically, but internationally as well. In modern society, living conditions were remarkably good, and the number of overweight people was steadily growing. The number of people worldwide desperately needing to lose weight had to be at least 1 to 2 billion. If the product went viral, she as its spokesperson would inevitably go viral too. Zhao Lushi looked at Su Mu with curiosity. Young Master Su, did you develop this milk tea yourself? That's right, Su Mu said with a light laugh. I was bored that day, so I messed around at home and happened to stumble upon the formula for this weight loss milk tea. Hearing Su Mu's casual explanation, everyone standing around couldn't help but look at him with envy. And yet those words sounded so infuriating. Bored, messed around at home, and then just casually developed a weight loss milk tea worth trillions. Zhou Tsong couldn't help thinking to himself, as always truly worthy of young Master Su. No matter the occasion, his skill at showing off was utterly masterful and refreshingly original. Seeing how effective the weight loss tea was for Zhao Lushi, everyone eagerly rushed to the scale one after another. I lost 3 pounds. I lost 4 pounds. Amazing. Oh, why did I only lose 2 pounds? That's still great. Didn't young Master Su say most people lose 2 to 3 pounds, and those with better results can lose 4? No worries. Young Master Su also said that if you stick with it for 1 to 2 months, you'll achieve the perfect body. Everyone took turns weighing themselves, and the fat-burning results were obvious. So our milk tea commercial needs to clearly highlight the weight loss effect. Su Mu looked at Zhao Lushi and said, my suggestion is that we shoot the commercial over the course of about a week. Su Mu's intention was clear: have Zhao Lushi keep drinking Wankeka milk tea for a week. That way the before and after contrast would make the commercial extremely compelling. But Zhao Lushi was certainly tempted, yet she spoke with some hesitation. Oh, what's on your mind, Miss Zhao? Su Mu asked softly, noticing that she seemed to want to say something, but held back. It's mainly because I have a few scenes scheduled recently. And if I suddenly lose 10 or 20 pounds, wouldn't the before and after difference be too abrupt? Su Mu frowned slightly at her words. That's true, but it's no problem. We can just have you lose about 10 pounds first. Afterwards you can go back and eat plenty of nice food to make up for it. Su Mu grinned. Tell me what you'd like to eat, it's all on me. But the production crew probably can't wait that long. If I don't go back for a week, it'll be hard to explain over there. Zhao Lushi's concern was not unreasonable. Su Mu thought for a moment, then turned to Zhou Tsong. Brother Tsong, I'll leave this to you. Could you help explain things to Miss Zhao's production crew? Don't worry, young Master Su. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Zhou Tsong pulled out his phone and called Zhao Lushi's director Zhang Yifan. Who was Zhou Tsong? The eldest young master of the Yida Group, one of the top second-generation rich heirs in the country. Although Zhang Yifan was a nationally renowned director, he did not dare to offend Zhou Tsong either. Zhou Tsong personally requested leave on Zhao Lushi's behalf. Although Zhang Yifan was displeased, he did not dare to say anything. All right, it's settled. Zhou Tsong hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Lushi was slightly taken aback. She knew director Zhang's temperament well. He was extremely demanding with actors. In his production, crew stars of any caliber would never dare to throw their weight around. After all, director Zhang's temper was well known. Who would dare to provoke him? Zhao Lushi had not expected director Zhang to agree to Zhou Tsong's request so easily, but on second thought it made sense. No matter how formidable director Zhang was in the end, he was only a director. Zhou Tsong's background and standing were right there. Who would dare not to show him face? Moreover, Zhao Lushi had been right there listening to what Zhou Tsong just said. Between the lines, Zhou Tsong conveyed a clear message that the matter of Zhao Lushi taking a week off was the wish of young Master Su, and young Master Su was an existence far more formidable than himself. Zhao Lushi could not help but glance at Su Mu standing nearby. She was now even more curious about his identity. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yifan, still on set, let out a wry laugh. He had clearly understood what Zhou Tsong had implied. Behind Zhou Tsong stood an even more top-tier young master, and it was that young master's wish that Zhao Lushi take a week off to shoot an advertisement. Young Master Su. Never heard of him. Zhang Yifan murmured to himself. Yet precisely because he had never heard of him, he found it all the more terrifying. Could he be the young master of one of those families? From Zhou Tsong's tone, Zhang Yifan could tell that he was emphasizing that young Master Su's background was even more formidable than his own. If Zhang Yifan raised any objection, he would have to bear the consequences himself. Zhou Tsong was smooth and worldly in his speech. He had given due respect, but also delivered the harsh message with precision. No matter how tough Zhang Yifan was, he could never be tougher than top-tier second-generation heirs like Zhou Tsong. Not to mention behind Zhou Tsong stood the Yida cinema chain. If Zhang Yifan failed to read the room and offended Zhou Tsong, would his future films even get decent screening? He could not afford to offend even Zhou Tsong, let alone the one behind him. To be honest, he could not afford to offend anyone. As for Zhao Lushur, he could not help but frown slightly. Looks like I'll have to be more gentle and courteous when speaking to her from now on. Inside and outside the industry, how could he fail to understand such matters? Zhao Lushur was a lively, endearing girl. Moreover, she was young, beautiful, and had not been involved in a single scandal since her debut. If the young Master Su that Zhou Tsong mentioned had taken an interest in Zhao Lushur, then her future development could be predicted. Even if he disapproved, would it make any difference? Zhou Tsong had made things crystal clear, leaving Zhang Yifan no choice but to nod in agreement. Lushur director Zhang just texted me. He says he knows about everything and not to worry about the production crew. He'll handle it. As Zhao Lushur's agent, Sister Hong was the one who contacted the director and arranged Zhao Lushur's work. With just one phone call from Zhou Tsong, director Zhang caved in immediately. All right, now we need to rearrange the plan. Sumu glanced at the commercial director and chuckled. Yes. The commercial director was a well-known figure in Haidu, but then again, what was he compared with Sumu and Zhou Tsong? The original shooting plan was entirely unusable, and the follow-up schedule would certainly need to be rearranged. Afterwards, the director shot a commercial segment for Zhao Lushur. Since Sumu and the others wanted to showcase the weight loss effect, the best approach was to edit and splice the video according to the timeline of drinking the weight loss milk tea. One change per day spliced together to form a before and after comparison. The effect would be instantly visible. Sumu was only offering a suggestion. He had no idea how to actually shoot it. Naturally, such matters should be left to the professionals. Meanwhile, Chu Yao took some time to make a trip to Tianchi Yuan. She was not greedy enough to pick a villa. Although Sumu told her she could choose any residence in Tianchi Yuan, Chu Yao understood that if she really chose a villa, her relationship with Sumu would end there. Chu Yao selected a suite of less than 200 square meters. Tang Yu looked at her in great surprise, because Sumu had told him that even if Chu Yao chose a villa, he should go ahead with it. Although Tang Yu did not know exactly what kind of relationship existed between Chu Yao and Sumu, he was no fool. Chu Yao was beautiful, had a great figure, and carried herself with poise. If anyone said she had no connection with young Master Su, he would not believe it. It was only when Chu Yao chose the most unremarkable suite that Tang Yu truly realized this Miss Chu was not simple. Of course, even though young Master Su said that if she really went for a villa, her relationship with him would be no more than that. This Miss Chu is crafty. Tang Yu smiled faintly, thinking to himself, but he could never show it. He had already concluded that this Miss Chu was very likely to be his future boss's wife, so his attitude toward Chu Yao was somewhat ingratiating. Miss Chu, young Master Su said that even a villa would be fine. Why did you only choose this commercial suite of less than 200 square meters? Tang Yu knew the answer perfectly well, but still asked the question. I haven't really done much to help. I'm not such a greedy person. I'm alone in Haidu. Surely I wouldn't live in a villa, would I? A house that big would feel strange. Even this one already feels a bit too large for me. Chu Yao laughed softly and said in a gentle voice. Tang Yu hastened to echo. Indeed, if Miss Chu is living alone, a house that large really would not be great. Though he said that in his heart, he was thinking, I'm afraid your goal is not as simple as just a house, is it? After all, by doing this, she could leave a good impression on Sumu. If someday she really ended up with Sumu, wouldn't the entire community be hers? On his side, he helped handle the formalities for the suite Chu Yao had chosen. Chu Yao then went alone to the property with the key and looked around. The one Chu Yao chose was a 149 square meter small apartment. Although the area was not large, it was finely decorated and ready to move in with just a suitcase. All kinds of appliances were available, and all were top international brands. Of course, the most important thing was that the layout was excellent in the area, well, 149 square meters. Even in the past, the housing price here had been over 30,000 per square meter. This one suite would have cost several million. Now that Tianchi Yuan had become a school district property, the average price of these small apartments was estimated at 200,000 per square meter. This one, by all accounts, would be worth at least 30 million. So she was not at a disadvantage. I came over and picked this one. Isn't it nice? Chu Yao shot a short video and sent it to Sumu. Sumu had just settled the commercial shooting matters and happened to see the video Chu Yao sent over. It does look quite nice, but why didn't you pick a villa? Isn't that to save you money? Chu Yao chuckled and sent a voice message. By the way, are you free tonight? Want me to treat you to dinner? Not today. I'm quite busy. Another time. Sumu smiled slightly and sent back a voice message. Zhou Tsong walked over and glanced at Sumu's phone. Tisk, young Master Su, not bad. What? It's Chu Yao, you know her. Sumu gave a wry smile and explained to Zhou Tsong. I don't know anything. Zhou Tsong teased with great interest. By the way, let's take them all to Minga for dinner tonight. They came here to shoot an ad for us. We can't treat them badly. Zhao Lushur and the others were right nearby. Hearing Sumu say he would take them to Minga for dinner that night, Zhao Lushur was taken aback. Minga, huh? Isn't that the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu? Isn't it said that you have to make a reservation in advance to eat there? Zhao Lushur had been to Haidu many times. As one of the most famous restaurants in the city, Minga was naturally something she knew about. The prices were high, the class was top-notch, and most importantly you needed to make reservations well in advance. In fact, she had never eaten at Minga before. For one, she had not spent much time in Haidu. For another, she simply could not get a reservation. Jotsung was also slightly surprised to hear Sumu say this. He definitely knew Minga, he had been there many times. Of course, even he had to make a reservation beforehand when dining there. Although Jotsung had investigated Sumu before, there were still some things he did not know. For instance, the fact that Sumu was the big boss of Minga. If Sumu didn't tell him, Jotsung would never know. Young Master Su, it's not easy to reserve a table at Minga. With so many of us, they probably can't accommodate us. Jotsung smiled wryly. If we really can't get in Jiwei Tower, is also good. I'm familiar with the boss there, so it's easier to arrange. Sumu was taken aback upon hearing Jotsung's words. He had thought Jotsung knew he was the big boss of Minga, but judging from the situation, it seemed he did not. Brother Tsung, let's still go to Minga. I forgot to tell you something. Minga is mine. As soon as Sumu said this, Jotsung was stunned speechless. Huh? Young Master Su, what did you say? Jotsung thought he had misheard, so he frowned and asked. I mean, Minga is my business. I'm the big boss of Minga. This time Sumu spoke loudly enough for Jotsung to understand clearly. No wonder Sumu insisted on going to Minga. Damn it. Minga turned out to be Sumu's business. Jotsung stared at Sumu with his eyes wide open, wearing an incredulous expression. I say, young Master Su, exactly how many more things are you hiding? Jotsung was straightforward, speaking his mind. But the people standing nearby all looked at Sumu with contemplative expressions. Minga, the only restaurant in Haidu rated with 3 Michelin stars, with a market value of tens of billions. However, the big boss of Minga had always been a mystery. No one knew who it was. But now looking at Sumu, they were all dumbfounded. He's actually the big boss of Minga. Zhao Lushir stared at Sumu. Her incredulous expression was rather adorable. Even Jotsung was stunned, let alone Zhao Lushir and the others. There isn't much left that I'm hiding. Sumu chuckled. Alright, let's head to Minga in a little while. Since Sumu was the big boss of Minga, Minga was naturally the first choice. Jiwei Tower could be visited any time, but dining at Minga with its big boss was not something one got to do every day. How about this, Lushir? You come with me. Sumu looked at Zhao Lushir and extended the invitation. She was still wondering what kind of person Sumu was. So young yet already so accomplished. Hearing Sumu's question, she was slightly taken aback. Sure. Since Sumu was the one inviting, she naturally couldn't refuse. She didn't dare refuse either. She had seen it clearly. Now, even Jotsung was flattering Sumu. If she rejected him publicly, she might as well forget about surviving in the entertainment industry. Alright, Brother Tsung, we'll head over first. Take care of things here. Oh, and Yuanya, you'll go over with Brother Tsung later. Sumu said this softly with a smile to Jotsung and Yuanya. Yuanya felt rather flustered. Jotsung, however, nodded. Okay, leave this to me. Since Jotsung had already agreed, Yuanya naturally didn't dare make any excuses. Zhao Lushir followed behind, Sumu glancing back at her manager Sister Hong. Mostly she had never experienced anything like this before. Being alone with this kind of top-tier rich air. She had no experience with it. Sister Hong nodded to Zhao Lushir, signaling her to stay calm. After all, this was young Master Su, someone even Jotsung had to flatter. They definitely couldn't afford to offend him. Actually, Zhao Lushir was 2 years older than Sumu, but she followed him gently and obediently, not daring to say too much. Still, as a hugely popular female celebrity, she had to take the usual steps to conceal her identity. Sunglasses, a cap, and a mask, the so-called celebrity starter kit. Sumu glanced back at Zhao Lushir and smiled without saying anything. Actually, that made sense. He didn't want Zhao Lushir to be exposed and end up exposing him too. Sumu preferred not to be too high profile, though sometimes keeping a low profile simply wasn't possible. For instance, the Lycan Hypersport he had parked in a roadside spot on the pedestrian street. At first, not many people recognized the car, but this was the information age after all. Take a photo, run it through a browser search, and you could basically find out what it was. Holy crap. This is actually the legendary Lycan Hypersport. Awesome. Full carbon fiber body, and the base price alone is a whopping 70 million. There are only 7 in the world. No, wait, one of them is not for sale, the Peerless limited edition Lycan Hypersport. Some young sports car enthusiasts were taking photos beside the car. Honestly, with only this many hypercars in existence, you might not encounter one even once in a lifetime. Not taking a photo as a memento would be a lifelong regret. When Sumu came out of the pedestrian street, he saw quite a few passers-by gathered around his car, mostly young people. But there were plenty of middle-aged people too, their faces full of envy as they discussed it among themselves. Let's go, my car is over there. Zhao Lushir followed Sumu's gaze. There were so many people over there that she couldn't make out what kind of supercar was parked in the spot. But then again, this was Haidu. In Haidu, luxury cars swarmed the streets, and a BMW wasn't much more valued than a dog. To put it plainly, supercars worth 7 or 8 million, like a Lamborghini Aventador, weren't even considered special in Haidu. The fact that so many passers-by had gathered around Sumu's car meant it had to be exceptionally rare. Young Master Su, what car is yours? Zhao Lushir couldn't help asking out of curiosity. The Lycan Hypersport. Heard of it? No. Zhao Lushir was just an ordinary female entertainer. Even though she had become quite popular recently, she had probably earned less than 100 million over all these years. How could she possibly know a top-tier hypercar like the Lycan Hypersport? It's a top-tier French hypercar, and it's not all that expensive, Sumu said with a grin and a chuckle. Zhao Lushir let out a no, but she knew that not expensive only applied to Sumu. Zhao Lucia certainly didn't think the car was cheap. Drawing closer, she finally caught sight of the Lycan Hypersport in its full glory. A top-tier hypercar, and it looks that cool. Young Master Su actually says it isn't expensive. Even at the cheapest, it must be over 10 million, right? Thinking this to herself, Zhao Lucia followed closely behind Su Mu. Meanwhile, Su Mu pushed through the crowd. A warm-hearted young man beside him saw Su Mu squeezing in and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Hey bro, don't rush. We're all taking turns here. If you damage this person's car, I'm afraid that even selling you wouldn't cover the cost. Startled by the pat on his shoulder, Su Mu paused, turned to the kind-hearted young man, and said with a chuckle, oh, selling me wouldn't cover it. This car isn't that expensive. Oh my god. Bro, do you even know what this car is? It's a Lycan Hypersport, do you recognize it? A top-tier hypercar with only 7 units in the world. It's probably worth 1 or 200 million. The young man said very excitedly. In his eyes, Su Mu was being a clueless fool. A supercar worth over 100 million, and he called it not expensive. When those words came out, Su Mu himself didn't react much, but Zhao Lucia behind him was so shocked that her legs went weak. I thought this car would be at least 10 million, but I never expected it to be 1 or 200 million. Looking at Su Mu's back, Zhao Lucia couldn't help frowning. Well, for a top-rich heir like young Master Su, 1 or 200 million might really be nothing. The young man also chuckled. See, even your girlfriend is so shocked she can't stand steady. Su Mu rolled his eyes at the young man, then reached out and opened the car door directly. The young man who had just warned him was completely dumbfounded. Damn, this car is his. Only after Su Mu drove away did the young man mutter quietly with a red face. Sitting in the car, Zhao Lucia felt somewhat ill at ease. In fact, she was naturally a lively, outgoing girl who warmed up to people easily. But still, she was sitting in a hypercar worth over 100 million, and the driver was none other than young Master Su, whose net worth was in the billions, perhaps even tens of billions. It was only natural that she felt reserved. Don't be nervous. It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Noticing how tense she was, Su Mu smiled at Zhao Lucia, who was still stiff, while keeping one hand on the steering wheel. Oh, Zhao Lucia nodded and answered obediently. She honestly didn't know what else to say. Young Master Su, are you still in school? Zhao Lucia thought for a long time before suddenly blurting it out. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. I shouldn't have asked that. Zhao Lucia was terribly embarrassed, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back. Su Mu didn't mind. He shrugged and said, yeah, I'm a sophomore at Haida University. Oh, I see, Zhao Lucia murmured with a nod. By the way, what drama have you been filming lately? Seeing that Zhao Lucia wasn't saying much, Su Mu asked casually. A web drama, the TV adaptation of that novel, The Legendary Qianqian. Is that so? Then you must be working pretty hard, right? Yeah. Young Master Su, you don't know this about me, but I have a bad habit. Whenever I get nervous or stressed, I like to relax by eating. Once they started chatting, Zhao Lucia gradually became more relaxed. Then you won't have to worry about that anymore. You've seen how well our Wonkika milk tea works for slimming. From now on, no matter how much you eat, you won't gain weight. Su Mu chuckled. Zhao Lucia, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded excitedly. Young Master Su, you have no idea. At first I thought you were making false claims. But I really didn't expect this milk tea to have such an amazing slimming effect. The point is, you're the spokesperson for Wonkika. If you want milk tea in the future, just come over and drink all you like. Su Mu grinned and said with a smile. He had always been known for being cold and aloof. Actually, it wasn't that Su Mu was deliberately distant or anything. It all depended on the person. If he took a liking to someone, like Chu Yao or Yen Ru, Su Mu treated them quite well. Take someone like Shui Yuera, for example. Su Mu's attitude was different again. As for Zhao Lucia, Su Mu really didn't dislike her. But as for liking her, that couldn't be said yet. At Minga, Su Mu parked the car in the parking lot. As he led Zhao Lucia inside, the general manager of Minga came bustling over. Young Master Su. Don't be nervous. I'm just inviting some friends over for a meal. Get things ready. There will be about 10 of us. Su Mu noticed the general manager looking a little tense. That made sense. After all, he was the big boss of Minga and usually didn't come around much. Now that Su Mu had suddenly shown up, his staff would naturally feel nervous. Oh, of course. I'll have everything arranged right away. The general manager's attitude was obvious. The fawning look on his face was truly something else. Following behind Su Mu, Zhao Lucia took off her mask and sunglasses. Being a celebrity was troublesome. Wearing a mask for too long could make you feel awful. The general manager had noticed Zhao Lucia behind Su Mu earlier. Since Su Mu had dined here with Chu Yao before, he was certain that the girl by his side this time was definitely not the previous one. When Zhao Lucia took off her sunglasses and mask, he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. He didn't dare look too long. After all, she was a woman by Su Mu's side. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, how would he dare covet his big boss's woman? Still, he did have one good quality. He recognized people quickly and had an excellent memory. Isn't she that hot web drama queen, the trending celebrity Zhao Lucia? The general manager was stunned inwardly, but he didn't dare show even the slightest hint of surprise on his face. Only after Su Mu and Zhao Lucia walked into the private room did he finally let out a sigh of relief. As expected of young Master Su. That last one was already a beauty beyond compare, but in no time at all the beauty by his side has turned into a female celebrity. He felt rather envious thinking about it. I wish I could be one of those filthy rich tycoons too. The general manager gave a faint wry smile, but that kind of thought was just a passing fantasy. Su Mu brought his guests to dine at Ming Pavilion, so the restaurant naturally had to prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsung finished handling his affairs and hurried over with Yuanya. Sister Hong arrived with the crew from the commercial shoot. Ming Pavilion. I heard the per person cost is at least 5,000 plus. The key is that you simply can't reserve a table. What exactly is this young Master Su's background? Even Zhou Tsong is fawning over him. Think about it. He owns the secret recipe for the weight loss milk tea. What that means I don't need to spell out for you, do I? Just now they had witnessed the effects of the weight loss milk tea firsthand. Truly astonishing. As for who Su Mu was and what background he had, that actually didn't matter much. After all, with the weight loss milk tea in his possession, within a few years, he'd likely become the richest man in the country. Of course, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Su Mu also possessed an extraordinary background. At the very least, the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu City belonged to him. I'll have to trouble everyone with the upcoming commercial shoot. Su Mu chuckled softly, raising his wine glass as he spoke gently. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. At the table, those people also held up their glasses with reverence, speaking with flattery. Ming Pavilion had made ample preparations, and everyone ate and drank their fill. Su Mu also instructed Zhao Lushir that if she needed anything in Haidu, she could directly tell him. Zhao Lushir had drunk some red wine, and as she looked at Su Mu's handsome face, her cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded and softly acknowledged. All right, I've called a designated driver, so I'll be off now. At the entrance of Ming Pavilion, Su Mu sat in the front passenger seat. The designated driver turned out to be the same one from before. Upon seeing Su Mu, he straightened up. The last time he had driven for Su Mu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. This time it had been switched directly to a Lykan Hypersport. Although he didn't know what car this was, he was a designated driver who had seen the world. A top-level rich second generation like him. Even if this car is on the cheaper side, it must still cost tens of millions, right? The designated driver thought to himself, I've already driven a Veneno, this car probably can't be more expensive than that, right? Su Mu looked at him and smiled gently. It's you, all right. Let's go, Tianji Villa. Sure thing, young master. Sit tight. The designated driver was clearly not as nervous as last time, though it was obvious he was still very excited. In just a few days he had received 2 orders from Su Mu. One could say they were quite destined to meet. When Su Mu got home, it was almost 11 o'clock. He had Nana brew him a pot of tea, then went to take a hot bath. Sitting on the sofa in his bathrobe, Su Mu stretched comfortably. The Filipina maid Nana stood beside Su Mu, waiting deferentially. By the way, how is your father's illness? Su Mu happened to recall her father's condition and asked casually. Thank you for your concern, young master. My father underwent surgery, and he's recovering quite well now. The maid Nana was in good spirits. After all, with her father out of danger, she felt relieved. All right, go get some rest. Su Mu turned on the TV and took a sip of tea from his cup. Okay, young master. The maid Nana acknowledged, bowing slightly to Su Mu. Indeed, being able to meet a master like Su Mu was truly her fortune. She respected Su Mu from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, Su Mu watched TV, lit a cigarette, and enjoyed one of the most pleasant moments of the day. The matter with the Long family in the imperial capital was settled, but someone at the top was protecting me. Su Mu wasn't stupid, he had sensed it before. When Long Jingtian died, there was no direct evidence linking him to it, but the various pieces of evidence still made it hard for him to shake off responsibility. Yet the Haidu City police hadn't even come by once, as if nothing had happened at all. Today he had privately talked to Zhou Tsong about it. Zhou Tsong had had a bit to drink, but casually mentioned that someone wanted to protect him. Who could it be? Su Mu really couldn't figure out who would go out of their way to protect him. Although the person clearly bore no ill will toward him, Su Mu was the type who couldn't simply let go of anything he couldn't understand. But for now, that person should be on my side. Su Mu took a sip of tea and murmured softly. And regarding the ecological park, now it seems it wasn't just my good luck, mainly someone up there wanted to help me, yeah. Su Mu wasn't stupid. It was impossible for the Haidu City government to suddenly develop an ecological park so far from the city center. Moreover, relocating 12 key primary and middle schools there at once and building a direct subway line to it. Su Mu indeed had many questions in his mind. Could my parents not be ordinary people? Su Mu didn't have strong memories of his parents. For one, he wasn't the original Su Mu of this world. He had merely inherited some memories from that original Su Mu. Second, even the original Su Mu had very few memories of his parents. He only knew that when he was about 10 years old, his parents went abroad and were never heard from again. As for what his parents used to do, he really didn't know. Forget it, I won't worry about that for now. Su Mu glanced at his phone. It was already past midnight. Let me try fishing. Su Mu opened Leisure Fishing directly. The fishing button had returned to normal. He pressed the fishing button and cast the rod. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the next month's top news headlines through fishing. Huh. Su Mu was startled when he saw the notification on his phone screen. Unlike the things he had fished up before, this time, he had actually reeled in a month's worth of major news events. Damn, this is awesome. Su Mu tapped to extract, and in an instant a flood of information filled his mind. There was information about the financial market trends for the next month, as well as news about the successful launch of Wangkaka milk tea. There was also miscellaneous information such as the results of about 15 draws of the double color ball lottery within the next month. Today was September 20th, and the results of tomorrow's double color ball draw surfaced in Su Mu's mind. The jackpot pool is just over $1 billion, and there isn't a single first prize winner. This lottery thing is indeed a shortcut to quick money. Although Su Mu was worth tens of billions, he didn't have much cash on hand. The $2 billion in cash he had initially fished up now had just over 100 million left. Although he wasn't short on money, he didn't think his wealth had reached the point of being inexhaustible. Lotteries really were a good thing. Moi. Bitcoin. Sumu also spotted Bitcoin in the information for the next month. Since coming to this world, he had learned quite a lot. Although this world was highly similar to his previous one, there were still many subtle differences. Take Bitcoin for example. Before this, Bitcoin had never even been introduced in this world. On September 23, 2020, Satoshi Nakamoto released the news of Bitcoin's launch. The total supply of Bitcoin was fixed at 21 million coins, and at the time of issuance 1 yuan could purchase 1 Bitcoin. Bitcoin, a cryptocurrency that Sumu knew all too well. In his previous world, Bitcoin, born in January 2009, went from worthless to 150 yuan per coin within 10 years. Although Bitcoin's price fluctuated wildly afterward, when he crossed into this world the value of 1 Bitcoin was still around 650 yuan. Bitcoin was a legend in the world of investment and finance. Some people had seen their assets multiply by hundreds or even thousands of times within 10 years because of Bitcoin. Of course, there were also those who through speculating in cryptocurrency went from immense wealth to nothing. Investment carries risks, that's only natural. Since Sumu had seen the information about Bitcoin, he naturally wouldn't let such an excellent financial opportunity slip by. Although he wasn't sure whether Bitcoin in this world would be as crazy as in his previous one, a Bitcoin priced at 1 yuan each was something he would be very interested in. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to buy millions of Bitcoins at once, because Bitcoin's mining mechanism kept its total supply fixed at 21 million coins. It was precisely because Bitcoin's total supply was a fixed number that it had investment value. Sumu also understood that owning too much Bitcoin was not necessarily a good thing. Bitcoin had such great potential mainly because of its later adoption and application in the market. If he bought millions of Bitcoins at once and hindered its circulation in the market, then it would probably be impossible for Bitcoin in this world to replicate the miracle it had achieved in his previous world. But buying around 1 million coins shouldn't be a big problem, right? Sumu murmured softly. After all, if he bought any more, it would likely obstruct the entire Bitcoin market. Moreover, if the value of 1 Bitcoin could reach 150 yuan, then the 1 million Bitcoins he held could be worth 150 billion yuan. And at that point, he would only need to invest 1 million. 150 billion. 150,000 times his original investment. If Bitcoin in this world could really reach that height, he would basically be earning 150 billion yuan by just lying down. There was no way he wouldn't take such a profit. Even though he wasn't short of money. In fact, he had enough to squander for several lifetimes. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Sumu had his own plans. Since he'd seen it, he naturally made a note of it. There were indeed many major news events in the next month, but many of them were worthless information as far as Sumu was concerned. For instance, some celebrity couple announced a peaceful breakup, or a top-tier star in the entertainment industry was arrested for drug use. Such major news events Sumu typically just skipped over. Time to sleep. After briefly organizing the useful information in his mind, Sumu stood up stretched and walked into the bedroom. There were classes the next morning, and Sumu had gotten up early. When he walked into the classroom, there was no sign of Wang Xinyu. Xiao Lu, where's Old Fourth? Don't tell me I called it. Did he really run into a honey trap? Sumu chuckled, teasing. Something like that. Zhou Su also chuckled. Old Fourth didn't get back until past 3 in the morning last night. Apparently that girl is a total gold digger. When she saw Old Fourth driving a Lamborghini Veneno, she acted all coy and coaxed him into buying designer bags and whatnot. Old Fourth didn't actually buy them for her, did he? Sumu chuckled and asked. What else could he do? Luckily Old Fourth had some savings, and he ended up squandering them all. From what Old Fourth said, the girl already had a boyfriend, and it was her boyfriend who came to pick her up last night. Hearing that, Sumu was taken aback for a moment. Doesn't that make him look like a complete fool? You're telling me? That can't be. He drove over in my car. How could that girl still abandon him? Sumu gave a wry smile. Old Fourth is no me after all. He just doesn't have enough personal charm. He came straight back, crashed into bed, and still hasn't woken up. Zhou Su shook his head with a wry smile. As for exactly what had happened, they had no way of knowing. They'd have to wait until Wang Xinyu woke up and ask him then. That matter with Wang Xinyu, however, was nothing serious. In the classroom, everyone else was privately talking about Shui Yuer. Damn, Shui Yuer really is shameless. What did she do now? Check Weibo. It's all over the trending searches. Her husband abroad exposed it. She got knocked up by a senior executive of the Dilu Group. Man, if this were ancient times, she deserved to be locked in a pig cage and drowned. But that Chen Xiaojun is something else too. He said he owns properties all over the country and is even planning to give Shui Yuer 30 million. Gossip, after all, is human nature. All the more when the gossip was about their school belle. Third brother, aren't you curious about that Shui Yuer? Why would I be curious about her? Sumu chuckled, but this matter should be pretty much confirmed. He had happened to be at Tangshan Yiping that day and had run into Shui Yuer at Chen Xiaojun's place. Then again, Sumu really had no interest in her. She was the school belle, sure, but compared with Yan Ru, she was far off the mark. The morning classes were Mandarin, and through both periods Sumu was so groggy, he wanted nothing more than to sleep. As soon as the class ended, he walked straight out of the classroom. But just then Yan Ru, who had appeared at the door of their classroom, called out to him. Sumu, over here. Yan Ru had deliberately come to the classroom door to wait for Sumu. The moment she saw Sumu emerge from the classroom, she hailed him directly. Oh, what does the beautiful Miss Yan want with me? Can't I come find you if nothing's the matter? Yan Ru's face reddened a little, and she smiled gently. I still haven't thanked you for the other day. Let me treat you to lunch. Don't mention thanks. Sumu laughed softly. Sure, where are we eating? There's a great grilled fish place on the pedestrian street. Not sure if you'd like it. Okay. Sumu wasn't picky. As he said it, he flashed an okay sign. Yenru, coming to the classroom door to waylay Sumu, made the guys in his class envy him like crazy. As for the female students, hostile expressions crept onto their faces. After all, Sumu was now the acknowledged heartthrob, great build, great looks, and above all a top-tier young heir. Even though he was somewhat aloof, everyone who knew Sumu also knew he had a solid character. Yenru is a goddess. I really envy Sumu. He actually won the goddess Yenru's affection. If you had Sumu's looks and net worth, the goddess Yenru would favor you too, you know. Actually, isn't it our Sumu who's favoring Yenru? Exactly. Yenru is just a little pretty at best. What makes her worthy of our Sumu? Yenru is a goddess, okay. Did you think she's anything like you? While Sumu and Yenru chatted cheerfully outside the door, the boys and girls in the classroom got into a fierce argument over whether Sumu was favoring Yenru or Yenru was favoring Sumu. No matter how much they argued, Sumu paid it no mind. He walked out of the teaching building with Yenru. Along the way, quite a few people turned back for a second look at them. After all, Yenru was the once-in-a-century school belle of Haida University, and Sumu had become the wealthy young heir everyone on campus knew by now. You have to admit, standing together they look like a match made in heaven. One is a brilliant young man accomplished at an early age. The other is as beautiful as a flower, a fair and graceful lady. If the two of them really got together, countless people would die of envy. What you may not know is that Yenru is actually from a wealthy family too. Didn't she also show up that day in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? So jealous, so jealous. Sumu hadn't driven, but Yenru had come today in an Audi A8L, a red top-of-the-line Audi A8L worth about $1,000,000. My car isn't as flashy as yours. You won't think less of me, will you? Yenru looked at Sumu and said with a gentle laugh. It's not like that. A car is just a means of transportation after all. Sumu chuckled and got right into the passenger seat. It happened that he needed to head to the pedestrian street that afternoon anyway. The formula for the weight loss milk tea wasn't difficult. The key was the ratio. Nevertheless, he did have a bit of a headache over it. If the weight loss milk tea was to grow big, he couldn't possibly brew every cup himself. That was just unrealistic. With all that time, wouldn't it be more comfortable to lie at home watching live streams? In the early stage, it didn't matter much. In the later stage, though, this situation would indeed hinder the expansion of the weight loss milk tea. But he wasn't worried. He would keep it as it was for now and reconsider once he came up with a good solution. If all else failed, he could build a factory and install a modern assembly line. That would be the best solution. However, such a matter could only be controlled by him alone. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jotsung and the others, but the profits here were too huge, and there was no telling whether they might get other ideas. But there were other options. The current weight loss milk tea was only the first-generation formula. If he could fish up a subsequent upgraded formula or a production line, the problem would naturally solve itself. They arrived at the pedestrian street. It was just around mealtime, so many people were out eating. The grilled fish place Yenru mentioned was in a great location and doing a booming business. I didn't expect a pampered young lady like you to dine at a place like this. Sumu chuckled. So what? The key thing is this grilled fish place is genuinely delicious. Besides, what do you mean, pampered young lady? I'm just an ordinary person. I eat the same 5 grains as everyone else. If I didn't eat mortal food, that would make me an immortal, wouldn't it? Yenru responded with a charming smile, and her voice was soft and delicate, sounding very pleasant. Well said. Sumu nodded in approval. As for you, a top-tier young heir worth tens of billions. Before Yenru could finish, Sumu interrupted, it's actually the same. No matter how much money you have, it doesn't amount to anything more. Hearing that, Yenru's lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but she didn't go on. She asked the waiter to find a relatively quiet booth, and then ordered the dishes with practiced ease. Would you like some wine? No thanks. I still have things to do this afternoon. Sumu waved his hand. That busy? Yenru pouted, then glanced at the waiter beside them, and instructed him to serve the dishes. I've just been trying to build a little side income. Opened a milk tea shop. Sumu looked at Yenru with a slight smile. A milk tea shop. Hearing that Sumu had opened a milk tea shop, Yenru was stunned for a moment. After all, what was Sumu's net worth? Did he really need a milk tea shop to make money? Come on. A milk tea shop may have decent margins, but it won't make all that much in a year, will it? Yenru looked at Sumu in disbelief. It's not ordinary milk tea. It's milk tea with a weight loss effect. 1 cup can reliably help you shed 2 to 3 jean, and it sells for 200 yuan a cup. Sumu didn't hold anything back and told Yenru directly. Yenru was completely dumbfounded. Weight loss milk tea. Drinking 1 cup could steadily make you lose 2 to 3 jean. If it really had such a slimming effect, not to mention 200 yuan a cup, even 2,000 yuan a cup would draw hordes of people willing to pay. Besides, Yenru knew exactly how enormous the weight loss market was. Take herself, for example. Girls, after all, care a lot about their figures. But there were simply too many delicious things to eat. To keep her weight in check, she often had to restrain her diet. If the weight loss milk tea Sumu mentioned really had such miraculous effects, it would be an absolute godsend to food-loving girls like her. What, you don't believe me? Seeing the look on Yenru's face, Sumu asked with a slight smile. That was understandable. Before trying the weight loss milk tea, basically no one would believe it was real. Zhou and Qin Fan didn't believe it. Yuanya was doubtful as well. Zhao Lushir had even wanted to decline the Wankaka milk tea endorsement for fear that it was false advertising. But after drinking the weight loss milk tea, every one of them was without exception amazed by its miraculous slimming effect. It really is rather unbelievable. Yenru was someone who said what she thought. After all, without ever having tried weight loss milk tea, it was indeed hard for her to say she believed it. As it happens, we've been shooting the milk tea commercial here on the pedestrian street these past few days. I need to head over in a little while. Why don't you come with me? When Sumu suggested it, Yenru naturally nodded in agreement. She didn't believe any milk tea could have such an amazing slimming effect, but she believed in Sumu. Sumu had no reason to deceive her about this. After all, with his wealth and background right there, what good would it do him to lie to her? At that thought, Yenru really did feel a little expectant. If the slimming effect was as good as Sumu said, wouldn't she be able to eat to her heart's content from now on? Although she already had an excellent figure, she was actually a typical foodie girl. If it weren't for her strong self-control, she could never have maintained such a great shape. It must be said that Yenru had pretty good taste. The grilled fish at this place was truly amazing. Sumu, who usually didn't eat much fish, found their grilled fish quite excellent. I ate too much again, Yenru said, wiping her mouth, her cheeks slightly red with embarrassment. Don't worry about eating too much. I'll get you a cup of milk tea later, and I guarantee you'll even shed a gene or two, haha. Sumu laughed heartily as they walked out of the restaurant after hearing Yenru's words. Meanwhile, Sumu had already arranged a time with Zhao Lushi and the others, and Zhao Lushi was especially looking forward to trying the slimming milk tea again. Last night, she had gone home and eaten another late-night snack, but when she weighed herself in the morning, her weight was exactly the same as after drinking the milk tea the day before. 115 gene. Mind you, she had eaten an enormous amount yesterday. This milk tea is just too amazing. Zhao Lushi was stunned. She was naturally the type of girl who gains weight easily, and she was also a foodie. When she encountered delicious food, it was hard for her to restrain her appetite. She had always been troubled by this. After trying the slimming milk tea yesterday, she was beyond excited. Especially since Sumu had emphasized that there would be no rebound. That was why she had dared to eat so much without reservation. But she regretted it right after eating, and it wasn't until she got up this morning and weighed herself that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to Sumu's original plan, she needed to lose about 10 gene. Given the slimming milk tea's effect, she figured it would take just 3 or 5 days. But with the milk tea's weight loss effect being so remarkable, if she were to suddenly lose 10 gene, getting the weight back by eating would be quite difficult. It looks like I'll have to binge eat, Zhao Lushi muttered with a wry smile. Actors like them actually had a pretty tough time sometimes. For a role, they sometimes had to lose weight drastically. Sometimes they had to gain weight. How to put it? Gaining weight was easy, but losing weight drastically was no simple matter. However, putting on more than 10 gene and then trying to lose it again was quite tormenting. But now with the slimming milk tea around, Zhao Lushi was no longer afraid of gaining weight. Worst case, she could drink milk tea for a whole month straight and regain a very slender figure. As for Zhou Tsong, Sumu hadn't said he needed to come over. Still, he rushed over. The milk tea business was one of the ventures he valued most. Since he had proposed the commercial shoot, he naturally had to see it through. Besides, he planned to mooch a few more cups of milk tea from Sumu over the next few days. His weight loss had been pretty effective. A few more cups might help him reach his standard weight soon. Although he had only lost 3 or 5 gene compared to before, Zhou Tsong had gotten a taste of the benefits. With his weight down, he felt much more refreshed. After all, if one weighed too much, even moving around felt awkward. However, a doubt had been lingering in Zhou Tsong's mind. That was the issue of milk tea production capacity. Right now, only Sumu knew the exact formula for preparing the milk tea, which meant mass production was simply impossible. Forget supplying the whole world. Even supplying the 8 milk tea shops on the pedestrian street would be hard. He had wanted to ask Sumu about it, but had never found the right moment. Moreover, Sumu appeared so composed that Zhou Tsong figured his concern might just be a minor one. But little did he know that this was actually a headache for Sumu as well. The rent here isn't cheap, is it? Yenru, walking beside Sumu, said as she looked at the Wang Kaka milk tea shop under renovation. Indeed, it's not cheap, but it doesn't have much to do with me. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun are the ones handling all this. I just provide them with the milk tea, Sumu said. Yenru understood. Of course, she was also a bit tempted. I see. Can I open a milk tea shop too? Yenru asked Sumu with a gentle smile. That's possible, but I'd say forget it. The supply might not keep up in the early stages. With too many shops, we wouldn't be able to produce that much milk tea in a short time. Sumu was telling the truth. After all, the issue of milk tea production capacity was indeed giving him a headache. Hearing this, Yenru quickly said, all right then, I was just mentioning it casually. Though she said that she still felt a little disappointed inside. Although she hadn't seen the slimming milk teas affect herself, the fact that even Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun had joined and indicated one thing: the milk tea Sumu spoke of indeed had astonishing weight loss effects. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun were no fools. How could they get involved in something without profit? But since Sumu had said so, she understood. First, it might really be as Sumu said, production couldn't keep up. Second, it was also possible that Sumu was politely declining her. But come to think of it, even though she was fairly familiar with Sumu, she probably didn't have enough standing to get involved in this kind of business. The Yin family was quite powerful, but compared to the likes of Qin Fun and Zhou Tsong, they were definitely not as influential. However, Yenru then had another idea. You know, our family runs a chain of hotels. Could some of this milk tea be delivered to the Yin family's hotels in the future? Since Yenru put it that way, and Sumu had already rejected her once, he didn't have the heart to refuse her again. Alright, but I suppose the supply won't be too large. Around 1,000 cups a day should be feasible. At Su Mu's words, Yin Ru said excitedly, 8,000 cups isn't a small amount. The Yin family had over 30 hotels in the country. If there were 1,000 cups, each hotel could get about 30 cups on average, right? Of course it would vary by situation. For example, hotels in Haidu and Daidu would definitely get a larger supply. As for those in other places, they would naturally get much less. They followed Su Mu into the Wang Kaka milk tea shop, where Zhou Cong and the others were already there. Seeing Su Mu enter, Zhao Lushi quickly rose from her chair. Young Master Su. Zhao Lushi greeted Su Mu and at the same time noticed Yin Ru beside him. She frowned slightly, feeling a little displeased, but more than that, a sense of hostility. She didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the relationship between Su Mu and Yin Ru was not simple. Moreover, Yin Ru's beauty was extraordinary. As a campus belle rarely seen in Haidu in 100 years, her looks were naturally top-notch. Zhao Lushi was indeed awed by Yin Ru's appearance. To be honest, with Yin Ru's figure, temperament, and beauty, you'd be hard-pressed to find even one or two more beautiful women in the entire entertainment industry. In terms of appearance and temperament, Zhao Lushi felt she was no match for Yin Ru. Meanwhile, Zhou Cong walked over, greeted Su Mu, and also noticed Yin Ru. However, Zhou Cong's aesthetic sense had always been a bit off, so he didn't think Yin Ru was particularly pretty. Mainly, Yin Ru wasn't the kind of internet celebrity face he favored. But then again, he did know who Yin Ru was. After all, the reason Su Mu had cracked Long Jingtian's head open and drawn the Long family's resentment was mainly Yin Ru. He had told Qin Fun before that it was normal for young people to fly into a rage for a beauty. This must be Miss Yin Ru, the young lady of the Yan's hotels, right? Zhou Cong looked at Yin Ru and said with a soft laugh. Yin Ru, not at all intimidated, looked back at him and responded, "Greetings, young Master Cong." Though she addressed him as young Master Cong, Yin Ru's demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing, truly rare. Without further ado, Su Mu prepared the raw ingredients for the slimming milk tea. Zhou Cong then instructed the shop staff to make the slimming milk tea on the spot. The juicer used was quite large, capable of dispensing 8 cups of milk tea at once, all served in disposable cups. Su Mu held a cup of milk tea in each hand. He handed the one in his left hand to Yin Ru and the one in his right to Zhao Lushi. Seeing Zhou Cong and Zhao Lushi drink theirs without hesitation, Yin Ru also raised her cup and drank. She had just weighed herself 104 jin. With a height of nearly 1.7 meters, 104 jin was hardly considered plump. But girls were girls. They all hoped to keep their weight under 100 jin. Zhou Cong chuckled and said, "I don't have a big goal today. Just losing 2 jin will be fine." He had weighed in at 155 jin just now. If he kept drinking the milk tea for another 2 or 3 days, he estimated his weight would drop to a bit over 140 jin. By the way, young Master Su. Zhou Cong pulled Su Mu aside and quietly voiced his concerns. This production capacity issue is indeed a real headache. Su Mu grimaced and gave a wry smile. But don't worry. Lately I've been researching the slimming mechanism of the milk tea. If I can upgrade the current formula, mass production should be no problem. At Su Mu's words, Zhou Cong's eyes lit up. An upgrade? Will it be even more effective? Of course it will. Su Mu nodded. As they chatted, time passed quickly. Once the 5 minutes were up, Zhou Cong couldn't wait to step onto the scale. 152 jin. I've lost another 3 jin. Hearing Zhou Cong announce it so loudly, Yin Ru was taken aback. Losing 3 jin in one go. Such a short time, and this effect is simply a bug. Yin Ru thought to herself, but didn't say it out loud. Zhao Lushi was the second to step on the scale. The sensation in her body told her that her fat was burning rapidly. Wow, I've lost 3 more jin. She had weighed 115 jin before, but now she was only about 112 jin. She exclaimed excitedly. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yin Ru immediately believed in the real effectiveness of the slimming milk tea. She truly hadn't expected the weight loss effect to be so amazing.